damage. Double Vortex drag back into the crits. They're going to lose the tiny thing. Massive call! What is that?
Instead, Emo lives. They instantly kill the Lion. Shadow Demon doesn't really get to do what he wants to do. And it's not even done, apparently. Big Winter's Curse. Nightfall killed his own teammate.
Also snaking, TPing up towards the top. They'll use the arena. They're going to catch the three of them. Follow-ups coming in the form of the kisses. Laid down onto all of them. I mean,
this is the worry.
You know, this is the dream for Maori. Surrounded by the three of them. Still 20 seconds until he has split back up. Can Yokam save him? And Yokam's doing everything he can to try and keep him alive in this fight. But Zeal will still die. Arena's back out into the tornado. Yokam,
the damage.
He's started on them. He gets the off as well with the cookie. He's still alive, and they're so low.
I'm going to be able to get the stun onto through. They haven't cleared the kill on the Yokam just yet. Yuma still wants to turn to try and disrupt Jackie. No TP means zero damage, and the overgrowth will make sure they do not make it out of this one alive.
But there's the connection onto the Drow with the Requiem from afar. Absolutely no way to get out for pure CC'd hardcore. Double kill for Yatoro's collapse. Trying to run away from this snowball. Already continuing on. They get the last bit of damage needed, though, for the ultra kill on the Shadow Fiend. Bear comes in. Very deep. A nice crush from Chira Jr. Oh, my God. No one deleted off the face of the map. Malady is going to get killed off by Satanic. Using the Reaper Scythe for that, as well as the Egg. Beautiful placement. Stuns basically everybody. Nice bushwhack onto two with the Wheel of Wonders. Over the Kiritech turns into a wolf. Sonic Wave's going to keep them at bay. Look at the damage. He gets the Abyssal Blade. He gets Toro safe for the time being. Can they turn this around? They get the bash. They get the kill. This damage from Kiritech is insane. Kiritech is going to be given the full-on juicy rampage.
What a bushwhack onto three. The big silence comes through. They just clean up two heroes on Aurora. Oh boy, not me. They're gonna go on Skeeter. They do get the bushwhack. AoE Doom, but he's able to step out of it. And they get caught by the stuns, the two of them. WS pops the BKB, but he's dying through it here to the damage of Amar. They'll try with the Fiend's Grip to lock Amar down.
It's just not good enough with the first round of spells from Liquid. This will turn things though. McKay with the Tofu. What is this? Position 5-4 and Sky to hold the Alchemist, and now they've got the Vortex. They've caught out the Snapfire and they've got the damage. That's the Rapier on the deck. You've lost the third. A potential for
Aegis Cheese Refresher Shard banner. Another Sleight of Fist initiation from GPK. Have to be big careful. Satanic. He got it. GPK, he takes the Aegis and he kills off Roche as well. No mana at all. Gets Searing Chains and killed off his first death of the game. No buyback because who needs buyback? The greatest bounces. As Pure already at half HP, but already F1 and X Nova bite the dust. They are dead right off the bat, and they get the Storm Spitter as well as Ame. They lose the...
They get the coil and the Doom out of the DM. See if they can finish him. The blast of to the three of them.
Perfectly fine.
Is gonna be fine.
Inside the rim block, inside the lane, sorry, DM. They'll get the shot to fall. Oh, X6S! Is there gonna be any X shot? There absolutely will be. What an RP!
As finally this tier 4 is going to fall on the Ancient, now exposed. Miero jumps in, gets the Hex, gets the Ravage as well. Is enough to take out the Dawnbreaker? It is, but they have buyback and the Solar Guardian. And now the Rolling Thunder again, creating so much space. 9 class already using Ravage #1, refreshes again as the Tidehunter gets deleted upon the BKB, applying everything to this Ancient. Finally, Fortification comes out, Bakira getting destroyed. Satanic keeping him alive, but no. Yes, he's getting back to full HP. How is he still alive? Finally drops to the deck, and GG.
Oh, look at this. Can Rue go for the steal?
He's gotten it before. A power shot as well.
Ready. He's gonna go for it. He's gonna get it with the punch.
Ain't no way.
He's gonna walk up with the Spike Carapace, gets another double stun. Look at the damage done to the Buck. Not quite out, but that's into the Crippling Fear. But yeah, the call onto the other side. Watson in a lot of trouble.
They know what's going on. They're trying to finish the roast.
Oh God.
Oh God. The Aegis. Oh no. 9 class cues up the heart.
Echo, salami.
He's ready to finish it with a highlight slam there. Look at Whispering Yuma. Look at this wraparound.
Oh, what is this play?
Fountain. You don't expect this. You don't expect this at all. He just came out from their own fountain with the blink black hole. The second one comes in as well. What an angle from the two of them. The buybacks come out.
So they're going to play it around the roast. It's dying quick.
Falcons. They're going to look for the interruption. They're straight in. Maureen pretty much on top of the three of them. Rude nearly died.
guys. He'll get the snowball off. Roshan falling super low. Falcons gonna get the steal. And they get the kill. They get the Aegis.
Important it was the initiation before. Now someone does walk into a remnant, but it doesn't matter. Miro, nice nightmare, avoids the fall, but this is an Alchemist. He's got to have more farm. I know he gave a scepter away, but
The best building hitter lineups and builds.
Oh my lord, Avalanche just catches 3. 2 heroes dead to start the fight. Roar onto Collapse. Spirit. This is what they needed though. God, not me in the trees. Avalanche toss.
I think he's struggling to see how they kill him.
Oh, they're going to toss him back. They're going to try for it. Satanic. Call comes out though from Noticed, and they're going to chop everybody to the ground.
Quick dodge on the gust there, but the blink to call, they found her, but there it is. The snowball save. The lassos out from the Bat Rider just destroy Liquid. There's no shot.
Have to use the overgrowth. Yatoro turns towards 9+. 9+ will get out with the invis.
Double lasso.
We'll see them have to go for the zip TP. The lasso indeed locking down the other 2 big cores as Yatoro cleans them up.
Perhaps they can try to bait and 5-man camp a hero for it. They're gonna get a good setup here.
Bursting in pretty low, Nisha. He's getting healed up. Then we get the BKB off. Swashbuckles in. It's not enough to kill Boxy. Amar's gone. Mickey, he stands his ground. They'll clean him up. Rolling Thunder as well. Does come on Security. The Nightmare will break him out of it. Gives him the chance to put the BKB and now he's going to look to turn, get into the center of the fight with the ult. Heals up. The stun's onto Skeeter. Skeeter gets taken out, but it ends miserably for them.
Another arrow.
As Kiritich, he survives.
Oh my god. Oh, they're going for the twin gate. Come on.
runs past, hookshot. This time it's going to be off the mark. They'll get the roll towards the Lycan as well. With the Falcons fire, they might secure the kill at the end. Falling low, X back. Now again, we need to get on top of the draw. Ranger WS finds the core, but there's going to be no follow-up. Nightfall went the other direction. Now it comes back. But Natsumi's able to get some separation. One more right-click, mirrors him with the hook. Gets the kill last moment. And the Cox to block the TP. God, Mirror, what a team fight.
A really defensive placed banner here. The call, it finds Malady. There's going to be an Aeon Disc and the cold embrace. The Winter's Curse comes out. He's trying to keep himself alive, but he can't. KJ's Aeon Disc gets popped as well on the tier 2. The BKBs are out. The Roar's going to catch Yuma. He's got the Aegis, but little Shredder. Oh my God. Whisper does it again behind the tier 4s. They finally did it.
Blast Slam 7, it is our day one for players. We're kicking off in style because we got Kezu joining the panel. Of course, I still have Quinn and T with me here, but Kezu, we're going to start with you. How you feeling? A bit nervous there, brother?
I'm always nervous, Nat. What can you say? Especially next to this guy. You know, he's a big boy, but they brought me in for some of his takes because.
Well, he was getting all the draft prediction wrong.
I mean.
Okay. Let's not start flanderizing right off the bat.
Flanderizing?
Yes.
Is that flame slander?
It's like making stuff up.
Okay.
I saw his drafts. I saw, like, you know, some predictions of, like, the heroes, where what is. I saw Spectre in B tier. I took a little bit of offense. So they brought me
in the unpicked hero.
Not under Ricky. Definitely better than Ricky Maru.
Was he actually under Ricky?
Yeah.
That's probably not good.
Was he?
Yeah.
Wow, they don't even remember.
That was a blunder on that one. That's right.
Anyway, back to you guys.
Yeah, T and Quinn, how have you guys been? Because it's been a couple of days since we've had our groups and everything that, you know, unfolded over there.
I'm good. I've been chilling, relaxing, and I'm ready for the playoffs. I think it's cool to have everyone in the studio. It feels exciting. You feel the energy of everybody showing up, walking through those doors.
If you just put your hand like this, then you can pat Suxer on the head. Can we go back to the Quinn shot?
Close.
You got to step over. You got to
way.
the other way.
Come on.
Yeah, we got there.
Good job. Who's a
That's the joys of having the players in the studio.
You see that?
I still can't get over how like uncomfortable feeling it is knowing they're this close. Like even from the first
What
slam.
are you going to say that it's going to...
Close
No,
to
but
Quinn.
it's like,
Alright.
even from like the first slam to like normally any Dota event, like there's a major disconnect between like panel location to player location. And like in this studio, in this setup, it's like anything you say technically can be heard. So if you see the headsets off, I'm like, wow, yeah, Mirror's really struggling. He takes the headsets off. Best fucking 4 in the world.
Who's
He's
potentially
amazing.
listening to you right now?
No, he's got his headset on.
Seems that no one gives a damn right now.
Makoto, Kaori, and Watson are the only ones that I could see that could potentially hear you right
And
now.
I love Kaori
Watson.
5.
And-
I think the way that he plays that Phoenix is insane. I watch his replay reviews every single day. And he hasn't even moved an inch. So therefore, maybe they can't hear us. We're in the clear. My nerves are, you know,
I
fading.
think you're in the clear. He doesn't seem to care at all.
Yes! Let's go. That's all that matters.
Well, look, let's have a look at our playoff bracket because we want to see just what teams are still left in this tournament. We started off with 12 of them. Of course, we had our best of 1 group stage where we saw 2 teams eliminated, and then we had our best of 3s for last chance qualifiers, and it resulted in having a playoffs bracket almost like this. What you guys will notice, of course, is LGD and BetBoom coming in at the top of group stage did put them to be in that upper bracket semi-finals. They're waiting for their opponents, and you'll notice Aurora, Yandex going up against each other now. Of course, they did fight it out to be able to make their spots here. Falcons as well, but their opponent being Liquid is the real question mark. Of course, unfortunately, VII not being able to join us here in Copenhagen. Majority of the roster couldn't do it, so they ended up being like, we're not going to be able to make it. And Liquid end up being that lucky team to snag a spot, come back from the dead, the resurrection of Liquid.
They get the freebie. You know, they're like, oh, we're not actually out. We come back. Because I will say they looked very shaky. You know, I hope they...
Just say bad.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, straight up 3 minutes into live, they're bad. They suck.
Pause for a second, right? You're saying like lucky and this. Sure, there is a visa diff in why they're here.
Yeah.
But they were
visa diff?
they were the highest seeded team of the other teams to make it. So it's not.
Oh, we're leaning on Dr. Neustadler.
Yeah,
This.
like
Yeah.
the good doctor. Say, the good doctor
The good
did
doctor.
say like they went down the pecking order and then visa diff. Oh, Liquid's there. So yes, they are lucky. P-Vision couldn't get their visas. But it's not as if they were like the 12th seeded team and then, you know, luck that far. You know,
Sure,
they
they
were
could've taken
literally
OG.
first
It's
in
just
line.
always Liquid.
But it is
It is
always
No,
Liquid.
no, it's either Liquid or OG.
Yeah, that's true.
It's always those two, I swear.
Oh.
Yeah, but the
Thank God
latter
it's
half
Liquid.
completely changes this conversation. But the first one, lock it in. That is a well-deserved first-in-line replacement team.
It does make sense because, yeah, like you're saying, sometimes there's that shake-up of they both had to play a best of 3 to get here. They both lost that, but Liquid just performing that little bit better in group stage. But you want to be performing in playoffs. That's when it matters because you're going to get a share of this hefty prize pool here. Coming in first place, players take that share of 300,000, and of course, they're all getting 100,000 for themselves there too.
Yeah, Abba said it. Money, money, money. Must be funny. Rich man's tournament.
I don't think you're allowed to bring up anything Swedish in Denmark.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
People like money. What can you say?
If you were given like 50 grand tomorrow, Kezu, what would you buy?
Pokemon cards.
And he's not lying.
He's
No,
not
but
lying.
all
You're so
cards
quick
or, like,
with it, you
all
know
cards?
wasn't lying.
Like not all cards, but like, would you buy like 100 cards? Would you buy one specific card and all
I'd
in
buy
on
like
it?
3 different cards on the next Japan trip, which is next month.
Okay.
What a flex. I mean, that trophy was also a bit of a flex. That goes along with the first place as well there for themselves. I'm hoping that we get to have a look at our schedule as well so you guys can see exactly who and when is playing today. It is very evident by the players sitting behind us that Aurora and Yandex are going to be our first series. Then we're going to have Falcons up against Liquid. But whoever wins the first series out of Aurora and Yandex are going to have to play again today. We have 3 best of 3s on the card tee, and they're going to have to go up against LGD.
Well, of course, the selfish Dota viewer in me wants Yandex to win here, so we get the LGD Yandex repeat. Of course, we have
we need that.
Our 51-minute game or whatever it was. It was absolutely ludicrous. What happens if we get it again?
It's
in
not
the
even just
studio
that.
There's
as
more.
the last game.
There's
There's
more on the
more.
line.
It goes layers because this is like X-Heroic, which was the, as Malady coined, the Thai lung plus 4 potato sack.
Yep.
roster
That's
too.
my highlight of
That's
that.
the real rematch.
That's why I want the repeat. No, this 111-minute rematch.
I mean, no matter what, it feels like that final series will still be very, very good, knowing that the first team here has to, you know, obviously wait around for the day. They're going to try and do their best there to do that. But yeah, I don't know. Yandex LGD repeat would just be, you know, just amazing.
it's not very often, I don't know if I've ever seen it, that a team that wins in the upper bracket has to play again in the upper bracket the same day.
Yes.
And so I'm curious to see how, like, if it affects you the same way, because there's not the pressure of elimination, but you still have to do the double whammy, which is super exhausting. And so I want to see how the winner of this series does in that third one, because the team that plays again often loses.
Well, I'm hoping that it's not too exhausting for them, considering they've had a number of days off between that group stage and now coming onto the stage here at Copenhagen. But what has been that trend and things that we like to look at is what heroes have started becoming popular for a lot of our teams. At the start of it, it felt like we had just been seeing a lot of rinse and repeat from other tournaments, but towards the tail end of group stage, it was a lot of going for turret heroes, right? There was the Drow Ranger was eventually getting picked up a little bit more, but there are still the staples that get dabbled in here or there.
I mean, all of these heroes look really strong, right? Also, if you look at the win rate, of course, you know, you've got your 67 win rate on the Axe, on the Bane, you've got Claw, Keeper. Like, there's a lot of good heroes here. I think the Tiny one, the win rate could also be a little bit higher, but the hero is generally picked quite early. And people should stop playing it anywhere but carry. Guys, this is a carry hero. It's really good there. Keep it where it is. It's fine.
The Clockwork is an interesting one for me because, again, it was such a rising star in the previous tournament. It stayed strong through group stage. People were first base banning it. People were first base picking it. But it to still be at a 70% win rate is quite amicable.
I mean, cogs are just way too good. Just like, it's such a simple spell.
They're obnoxious.
But it just breaks fights. Like, if you, like, normally when you think about fights, like, you're fighting in a triangle, you're fighting at Roshan, you're fighting at Tormentor. If you have cogs, you can throw one towards the fight, one towards, like, the escape route, one towards the support that, you know, misclick. You know, it's like, it is so easy for Clock to have pressure in the fight that win rate easily could be higher in this tournament. Like, it could become one of the heroes of, like, all year, where it's like top 5 most played, top win rate. Like, it just feels like it's that good right
If he doesn't get changed, for sure. Like, I've seen people get blocked off by cogs because he's just like shooting it in front of you. And
you get chain stunned. Once you're hit by one, you're hit
cooked.
by 3.
Yeah, if you get hit by 1, you're done.
And 0 chainmail's eaten as well.
I am.
I haven't gotten there yet.
I am reading that the stat there, the players who had played Clockwork the most were Mira, Crit, and Malady. So still the 3 players that are in this tournament as well.
They get it.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it's 70% win rate and it's a first pick support is absurd. Like, that does not happen. You look at Hoodwink is like the other hero that's been first picked a lot. Hoodwink has won like 3 games out of 200. Like, he's like is not winning any games. Whereas Clockwork is first pick every game, and he's 70%. Like, the hero is nuts. He's bonkers.
Yeah. The Coddle is also that other interesting one where I feel like at the start of the patch, people were like, "Ooh, he's really good." He dipped a little bit in what, you know, teams preferred, and now he's back on that upward trajectory.
It's just very good with a lot of the mid pairings, I would say. Like, a lot of the mid heroes, they love having Coddle. Also, Holy Lock, it looks very good. It's also something that, I think it was 9 Class that talked about in an interview where it's just like, oh, I play Io and Coddle, Holy Lock, it's good, therefore the heroes are good. It just feels good to play with, feels good to have.
Yeah, but not all teams are playing it, at least in the playoffs now. Like, I think like Ari is a guy who wants to play it a lot. You had 9 Class who like playing it. Like, they're not going to be here, so we're probably going to see maybe less Kotl in the playoffs because of, you know, some of the big Kotl players not being able to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, it is quite an individually, like, it's an individual skill hero, and there's a lot of like reps and stuff that need to go into it, but it's also a team thing, like, I think is the big thing. Yep. And if you don't have a mid player who likes it and also like playing the spirits, and a 4 player who also likes playing the Coddle, then you don't have that combination and it doesn't really work.
Yeah. What about Bane? That's the other one where I feel like every time I see the Sleepwalk come out, I'm just like, this hero is so broken. Why people play picking?
To me, this one, like, Bane is already very good, but it's also a bit linked to Coddle, at least in my opinion. It's a very good 5 laning against the Coddle, so I think T is onto something that we could see Coddle a little bit less. I know Saxa still plays it, but the bigger ones, like you said, they're not here. And I think the hero just looks very good, and feeble too, against like high damage heroes like Tiny. It's a solid hero.
Yeah.
Well, you talked a lot about player to hero combos. What about players? Are there anyone that's standing out that's still in this playoffs that you're like, they did above and beyond expectations throughout the slaughter and the marathon that was the 4 days of best of ones?
I got one. He's sitting right there. My boy WS. This guy has been cooking like hardcore. Like, you know, we have a lot of these like here too, you know. CJ, he's been cooking. I think this guy has improved a lot, like, throughout his career.
13 KDA, what the heck?
Yeah, his KDA is, it's quite nasty. And my boy Whisper, you know,
higher
he's
than
waiting. Sorry, what?
His KDA.
Higher than my IQ?
No, Quinn's.
Okay. I was like, wow, that was rude.
I just stayed quiet. I didn't want my IQ getting attacked.
I was like, wait a minute.
You didn't want to get a stray of
No, I
that.
didn't want to catch
for him.
any strays.
Back to you, Quinn.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think CJ has stepped up in a big way. I think I think even like the players who play with him or against him or whatever on other teams would say the same. I think you can feel it when you watch him play that he has much more confidence. I think he has sort of this like nervous energy to him for a long time, especially when I think back to playing against him at previous TIs. It was very much, you could feel the tension, and I don't think you see that anymore in his gameplay, even close to as much. He's someone who's much more confident. I think he's expanded his hero pool greatly and has just looked like a much more well-rounded, solid player compared to, I think, before he was in some ways sort of like a specialist, like niche-only player.
Who or what do you think could be accredited to that sort of growth in a short amount of time?
It's a team environment, of course, because I think a player like CJ, if he never joined Yandex, he could have just lived his entire career playing on tier 2, tier 3 teams, might win a closed qualifier once a year. Like, he easily could have been that player, but when you join Yandex, then you have like the kind of the honesty of Malady and Watson from the safe lane, you have Saxo with the leadership, like you eventually will become a good player if you have the maturity to listen and adapt to like the game they're suggesting, right? So, you know, again, there's been so many players from Eastern Europe that have just kind of wasted their own careers, and I think CJ, he had the chance of wasting it or making it, and with this team, he very much made it.
No, I totally agree. He also got to win a Tier 1 tournament, and I think that goes a long way. It's not easy to get your first win, but once you have it, now you sort of have that belief that, hey, I actually am good enough for this, and you buy into it more than maybe you had more self-doubts before. And so I think getting that first win under your belt, which is something Aurora's obviously looking to do, but I think that changes a lot.
Strays.
Well, no, that's not a straight. That's just fact.
It's true.
That's a fact.
Okay,
Tier
it's
1
a fact,
win,
but you didn't have to say it in the caveat of Yandex.
The people gotta know. People gotta know.
I mean, the curse, you can feel it in the room. It was palpable.
Look, I don't know if I believe with that one, but maybe let's talk about one of the players that you guys mentioned that isn't in the room at the moment. Of course, Whisper, we've seen his journey over a lot of different years, how strong he was in the off lane and then moving towards that mid. And we still saw a lot of his character be strong there, but more importantly, seeing him through Slam 7 is he is staying so true and core to the Whisper that we've always known over the last, you know, what, 5 to 10 years of Dota?
Yeah, and that's what you want to see from him. Like, that's also, in my opinion, how he came to the scene. Like, he has his heroes, and if you give him those, that's when he will shine. I know that when he played with Ari was the more commanding guy in the lane. I think Theolicor, he looks more like, he's more the follower, I would say. Obviously, I don't know their team dynamic, but I think Whisper needs good vibes and like the freedom to do what he wants to do, because he's not the most confident, or at least he didn't used to be when it comes to shutting things down. But I think when I look at his gameplay, he seems super confident, he's playing well, he's nailing it.
I mean, it's finally, when you look towards LGD in this specific tournament, you can feel there's a bit more harmony between Whisper, the hero pool he wants to play, then Tai Lung as well. Like, everyone feels like they're finally gelling to what is their best for a team. Because in previous tournaments, like, Tai Lung was a scapegoat, the draft was a scapegoat. We never really spoke about Whisper, but at least now, it's like, you can look towards Tai Lung and go, I like what he's doing. Whisper, he's found his heroes again. Again, it's not like they're new heroes, but he's back on them. So they are just in a point where it's like, you can see this team making a run. Like, rather than before, it's like, they're probably going to lose in the next round. Like, you literally look at this roster and go, I can see them making like a Sunday, you know, best of 3, best of 5.
Yeah, I think that autonomy is like one of the biggest things. The fact that people aren't like, they're not locked into a system and you have to play this way, you have to do these things all the time, that they're playing free, right? I totally agree that they're doing their thing. And I think especially for Whisper, that is really important, because that's how that guy plays as a player. He's a feel player, he's a vibes player, he buys weird items, he plays unusual heroes. That's just his thing, and players like that, you can't put them in a box. You have to let them fly free.
You gotta let them cook.
Yes, don't clip their wings.
Can I just do one shout out for a support player?
Of
There's a lot of core. Thank you. Katomi, all right, in the 5 role for BB. I feel like him playing like Wyverns and Trees and Banes, like playing like heroes, like especially Wyvern from first phase. We've been flaming teams that pick Wyvern. Teams got eliminated from playing Wyvern, but BB's the one utilizing it. Like, for me, like being able to like set the meta is also really impressive from the support role, rather than just like, I'm just gonna copy paste what people deem to be the best.
Yeah, well, you guys are talking about feels, vibes, making sure that everyone is comfortable in what they do. But there's a lot of games that they played for us to be able to make these sorts of, you know, statements. The fact that these are our standout players. There were 66 best of 1s. There were 4 more best of 3s. And whilst it was an amazing week of Dota, there was one play that stood up above the rest.
I'm not sure if you see it on the mini map. It is a perfect little circle with a dot in the middle and an art piece up here. Oh, they're going through the twin gate. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my God! That's all I needed. We can wrap it up and go home. That's it.
Well, if Glyph and Tundra didn't make it to playoffs, they're still delivering, still notable here, because that was genuinely one of the most memorable things I think has happened in a while for Dota.
I mean, I love just getting surprised by how good Muir is at making the SFMs. Like, we've seen it before where, like, looking from the hero through the tree line, seeing the distance of the map, seeing from, like, a new perspective, having a little all the little elements. Just makes me happy every single time I see these.
I mean, the whole play just makes me, I'm like on a YouTube video, you know, I'm like getting fails of the week, like number 68 is coming up. It's just a fucking sick play.
It's so good there as well. And you're talking about new perspectives. Well, we got to make a new fantasy team because we did one at the start of our group stage with Gaming Malta. We were wondering if there's going to be a change up. Of course, we did have Whitemon last time. He's not going to be here. We also had Satanic, not going to be here. So we do have to pick a whole new playoffs team. Is there a role you would like to start with? And I want to give it to Kezu because you weren't here when we made our first fantasy
Just to be
team.
clear, Kezu, do not listen to Quinn in this, all right? Quinn said,
Wait,
let's make a
real
power team. Let's make the super team. And we failed miserably.
Okay, so we need to...
John's still here.
We need to metagame this or what?
You have to, yeah.
Just, I like to
Lock
start
in.
with a role where you're like, there is no one else as good as this player in that role. If you
But then
do it.
that's like power teaming. That's what
Yeah,
he's
that's
telling me I
fine.
shouldn't do.
But you have to min-max. You got to think about, like,
I know.
Think about the vibes, the story, the underdog, the points.
You can only pick one player from each
No,
team. So
I
there's
will.
no
I know.
min-maxing.
I will start with Carry.
Yep.
And let's see if people will be okay with this one. I want Watson on this one. I think this guy, he's been cooking. They can play a shit ton of games. And he's just freaking good. He's looked good in the tournament. I like his heroes, like his KDA, like his gaming. He's making it.
I got no argument. I'm backing it 100% Watson.
I'm down. I could also see Carry teach. I think he's really stepped up because I was kind of a big doubter in the beginning of the year. I think he's the other one I could see in contention, but I'm always
Watson
talking
or
about Watson.
Kiritich?
I think we go Watson.
I agree.
I like that choice.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, we're going with Watson.
The points are based, I believe, on, like, the best game that
Yes.
they play, right? So it's
Yeah.
not like volume of games.
No.
Cool. I'm really trying to min-max this
Yes.
because I was thinking, like, who starts quarterfinals? Maybe they're smarter. Either way,
Such a try hard.
I'm so sorry for being a tryhard and caring about this playoff team bracket.
Do you want to go Kenan because that was the only support that you shouted out as your standout player?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think, yeah, Katomi should be locked in as 5. Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's very respectable, to be honest.
I
I
think
also
so
feel like
too.
he's a high scorer.
You feel like he is?
I feel like he
yeah,
is.
I think so too. I think that's great.
He's a big dog.
He's a clutcher.
Okay,
What do you want to look at? Do you want to go mid
four
laner
next?
or do you want to leave? Do you want Quinn? Well, what?
Is Tai
Let's go
Lung,
mid.
Do you
Let
wanna
me
pick
look at
mid?
mid. Let me look at mid.
is Tai Lung in debate for mid right now? Or is he not even in contention?
well, the thing is, it has not
should
been
be.
updated. It should be Sumail there for Falcons,
And
not Mallory.
Sumail and
That's
Nisha.
fine. Yeah.
I feel like it's Tylong or Magoto. I feel like they've been popping off. And I feel like
If you take Tai Lung, you're stealing my offlane option.
But do you want WS
you
though?
want-
Because like, what if he plays
Oh,
Axe?
that's tough.
Like his
Oh.
stats on Axe are like insane for fantasy for WS.
It's between Whisper and WS. I think Whisper has like, he can drop like a 26 bomb in
Well,
a
the
game.
thing is, like, you're tossing up between the same teams for mid lane as well.
True.
So if Quinn just picks the mid lane, you just take the other off lane.
I think I'm
guess that's fair.
going Magoto. I feel
I'm
like
okay with
he never
Magoto.
he never has bad
Okay,
games.
so you want Makoto, and then that means that you want Whisper
That's a
for
Whisper.
off lane?
Lock that in.
Yep.
No argumentation.
Yep.
Straight up send it.
Okay, which leaves soft support, position 4 here.
Boxy or crit?
We can't take Mira, yeah, so we need someone else.
I just had
fun.
all of production
That was
in
a
my
fast
ears
one.
to take crit.
Crit.
Oh, that's true. It's
The
Sweden
Danes,
versus
the Danes,
Denmark.
The Danes.
We need a
we will
hometown
take
hero.
crit.
Yes.
I love
I
Denmark.
love Crit. I love
Yeah.
Denmark.
I love them.
What do they hold the crest? Do they what's their what
Whatever.
do they do for the football team?
Say a word.
Arsenal.
Exactly. He loves Arsenal.
Crit.
He does.
He loves
Yeah, okay.
Arsenal, therefore we got
Arsenal
it.
and Ash.
All right, perfect. That was a pretty good fantasy team. How do you think we're going to rank against everyone else that's going to go out there and make their fantasy team as
We're
well?
going to be in the top,
Over at Blast TV.
top 2%.
First.
Ooh, you think first, top 2%?
I don't know about first, but top 2% seems good to me.
Nat told me not to try hard, so no comment.
No, come on,
But you still
T.
did though, did you not? I think you did.
I think we did okay. I would have put Tai Lung on the mid. I would have put WS in the off lane, but it's okay.
We'll check how those iterations
it's like
match
yeah,
up later.
exactly. I believe collectively, I think we did really well. So I'm just happy.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
apparently T's just here for the vibes now because I called him out. But look, the teams that aren't here for the vibes, Aurora and Yandex, they want to make sure that they win this first best of 3 for themselves because then they want to be playing later today up against LGD. And with Aurora arriving on site, their full roster here, a team that was in the grand finals 2 weeks ago of a different tournament. How would you rate them coming up against Yandex, who took a bit of a break and feel like they haven't lost any form?
I mean, I think this team is is very good right now. They're weird to me because they wax and wane a little bit in terms of their form. I think coming into this tournament, they looked kind of shaky and rough, almost like they were like, I don't know, not tilted, but it may be exhausted from the previous tournament, but I think they've kind of gotten back into form. And I think they look good. They're a team that's floor is just very high. I think it's never easy to beat them. You have to, like, if you play super ultra well, you can beat them. But if you aren't like on top of your game, you will just sort of lose by default because their floor is so high.
Yeah, I think their group stage also was kind of a bit of a fake group stage because like this team, they are predictable. So in best of ones, having that kind of knowledge of, okay, Nightfall will play these 4 heroes, maybe a PL out surprise in the later ends. Like you can prepare really well for that and surprise them. But in best of threes, like you're not going to be able to do that. You can't surprise them, 2 games in a row. Like they're going to be adapting. So I feel like Aurora, even if their group stage wasn't too good, they are still a potential grand finals team starting from the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they're obviously very good. I've been, I would say, most impressed with their offlane duo between like Mira and WS. I think they match up very well together. But when it comes to like the overall matchup against Yandex, I don't really know if I have a favorite. Like Yandex were supposed to, I think, initially play Falcons. I was like, okay, Yandex are going to have this one. But here, in this matchup, I don't know. It's kind of, it's like a coin toss for me.
Yeah, I feel like I can see it go both ways. I think it depends a lot on how the draft shakes up because I think a lot of teams have had a hard time figuring out what to do about bans. I think especially this Makotuck, I think he has just been like, he doesn't lose on that hero.
I thought we would agreed you would do the inverse of the name of it.
Okay, but the thing is that means I have to think about it beforehand because I have to start it with Puck. So I have to be like, oh yeah.
Makoto.
But he's like,
okay.
but the way it happened is I say Makoto, but then it's the Puck, and so then I just end the Tuck.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know how.
The Tuck.
I don't know if I agree with that one there, but we're going to hear from some more players. And someone asking the interviews is someone we've missed for so long. It is Araya. She's catching up with both DM and Makoto.
Love hearing from you. You love telling us so many things, which is great. I was wondering if you've ever had a question that you wish we would ask you and we just haven't.
I mean, sometimes it's good to ask like, oh, what do you think? Are your opponents good today? Or like you're going to be you have like advantage today or something like this, because when you play against Nightfall in the morning, it's good to joke that Nightfall in the morning is not his prime.
Oh, okay. All right, so you're feeling good then today?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I hope Morning Cheer Junior will do the difference,
Good morning, Mikoto. We have you here today. Very excited. We actually just had an interview with DM where he was talking about, how the day can really set a player's mood, like morning, afternoon, how they play. How do you feel like you are in the mornings?
It wasn't the best. I was like having a nightmare also. I was like having nightmare that I was in game and then kind of losing. So hopefully not today. Okay.
I feel like we've got to start metagaming these series. It's like who's going to wake up, who does better in the morning games compared to the evening games. But it sounds like CJ in the morning is good. Nightfall in the morning is bad. Makoto had a nightmare, so also bad.
All I know is I respect Makoto a lot more now. Like he's a true Dota player. Because like, if you're having nightmares about Dota, then like you have truly become. You're locked in. You are locked in, right? Like if he's like, imagine his nightmare was actually about the game state that he's about to play. So then he's prepared for that because he's already had the nightmare of Saxa ganking him and like, yo, imagine.
At least during his nightmare, he didn't jump out of the bed and like break his leg.
No, true. No one would do that.
I don't know who would do that.
No.
Sounds awful. Yeah. Terrible experience. But maybe, Makoto, even if he's off a little bit in the morning, that's not end of the road for Aurora, of course, because the person that you mentioned briefly before, but now we get to talk more about here, Kazu, is WS. You're saying he's the player that you've been incredibly impressed by, and luckily for Aurora, maybe he's a morning gamer?
It doesn't matter when this guy plays. This guy cooks. Like when I have seen this guy play, because he didn't play on like the most standout teams like before, but this guy right now, he just seems in the zone. And you can tell when players have like this immediate reaction of like, I'm gonna back up half a second. I'm still walking in half a second more. He's always right place, right time. Doesn't really matter what he lanes against, if it's a hard dual lane, if it's an easy dual lane. You can count on this guy. And I think it has like a lot to do not just with him, but also with Mira. Like they just mash up very well together, and I think Mira's like most comfortable pool right now works really well with what he's playing, like Axe plus Lion, Axe with Hoodwink. He had a lot of like Timbersaw in Dream League right now. That hero doesn't look too good, but all of these guys and just their overall combo, I've been incredibly impressed.
There is one thing to note though, is they use Axe as like their, as you see here, like their kind of their crutch to survive, I think, a little bit of group stage, right? Because at the very start, they played one Axe game, then they moved to other heroes like Largo, Timbersaw, didn't go so well, and then it's like, okay, no, we need to lock in. Then they went back for Axe, right? The fact he is undefeated on the hero, you would like to think that maybe it's not a first phase ban, but it will be considered through the draft because his stats on other heroes aren't looking as good because Axe is so good for WS.
Yeah, I think especially now that there's been a break, you expect the other team to do proper prep, right? Whenever you're in the middle of a group stage or in the middle of that first half of the tournament, it can be hard to actually get your footing and figure things out. But now there's been a little bit of a hiatus. You come in and you may need to have new stuff from Aurora's side, right? Maybe you aren't going to get the Axe, or maybe you're going to get it in a much worse position because Yandex knows what you want. And so there has to be the potential, at least, for like adapting there.
I also, you know, I don't want to be the bearer of more bad news, but yesterday I was talking to Aurora a little bit.
Here we go.
And it was about at 10 in the morning, and I asked them, I was like, oh, how's your morning been? And they all said awful. And I said, why? It's like, because we had to wake up early. Well, they would have had to woken up the same time today. So Mira was one of those players, unfortunately, that all
he's got them. You didn't? Did you talk to WS about this?
I didn't. He's the only one I didn't.
He's safe. He's the safe guy. He will carry them. We're good.
They first pick the Axe, all right? Because like if Spirit and like XG can first pick Drowse, right? Why not first pick the Axe? If you have the morning issue, lock in your best player, best hero, deal with the morning that way. I don't know. I'm scrambling here.
No, you did good. Back to you, Nat.
Back to you, Nat.
Okay, well, I can pivot back to Makoto a little bit more because, yeah, we are talking about it. Maybe you want to get someone on a comfort hero and you coined it so politely. What was it? The Makotuck? Yeah, Makoto's puck, how he's sometimes played into bad matchups of a puck still able to come out on top. Maybe not necessarily in the lane, but he's still having that impact in the puck. But I do wonder, are you comfortable doing that against CJ, who is a mid laner that is more than willing to pick, you know, unorthodox mid laners that have been able to counter the puck before?
Yeah, I think that's the interesting question because they are players that play pretty different styles. I think Makoto is very much, I play these 5 heroes, that's it. And you need to beat them, right? I'm not going to shift. I'm not going to change, pick something different according to the game. Compared to CJ, I look at these heroes. Right? He's playing Nature's Prophet mid. He's playing Invoker hero. The Makoto has not played at all this tournament. He's playing Night Stalker mid, which is he's the only one I think I've seen play at mid so far this tournament. He's got a very unorthodox hero pool. And Makoto, you look at his hero pool and it's like this guy is the mid player's mid player. Like it's only the purest mid heroes. And CJ I think is willing to expand. Holy crap! They're like
holy Pasado. I love this.
What is this? This is kind of hype.
Dude, you got so distracted.
No, I mean. Little fist bump.
Okay, it's cool. They're cool. No, I think so. This is a matchup that I think is very interesting stylistically, and I look forward to seeing, especially like how the draft goes and what heroes they end up on, but also the gameplay, because I think you can tell a lot about how a matchup will go off of like sort of the body language of the mid players in the early laning phase. Seeing like
what about the body language in that?
I don't know how to read that.
I think they seem chill.
No, I think both players are just equally as chill. There was not a single quiver of the lip. There was not a single and there was no fear either. They're perfect. Anyways, both players play into the map. That's the main thing, right? Like, if either gets shut down, you could then look towards the rest of the team, not struggling, but having to fix the problems, because both players are so important at breaking into the game. It's not as if you have a farming mid lane like other teams. So, of course, when you look towards this, it's the supports of both teams. How do they rotate to mid? Is it going to be a good one-to-one matchup? Are they going to have some, you know, illegal Night Stalker into a puck matchup and Night Stalker's happy? Like, is there going to be a Huskar matchup? Like, but if it's just an honest 1v1, I look more towards the support because they are so important as a mid laner for both teams.
I do really like the CJ hero pool that we just saw, because I think they were also the team that we've seen like some Nature's Prophets into Vipers. Like there are things that you should not let happen, and I think it also shows that this team, they think a lot about what are the meta heroes, what does the enemy team play? Well, if they do this, then we're gonna do that. So I think they're more open to like giving you something that you may want, just because they're like, this is our plan, this is what, you know, what we came up with, we practiced, they make it happen. So I'm just kind of looking forward to like the matchups.
Who do you think is the most flexible on the side of Yandex to be able to take advantage of that? Because, you know, a lot of people, even his own teammates, have kind of said the biggest difference about now having DM is that there is this limited hero pool to some degree, but it is a very like extensive. He's an expert in that limited hero pool. So then I wonder, is it more support that they're leaning on, despite most metas having stable support picks to be that OP?
But DM does his job by just existing on the team, because 2 bans per draft in the first phase are often Beast and Enigma because his presence, right? Because he's wearing the jersey. So it's like that alone, I think, is enough to help Yandex already have like an advantage in drafts, because he is just doing that from the off lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's a team that their style is very set. Like, I think they will play very similar heroes in terms of structure style. DM is going to play Zoo, Watson's going to play a hard carry, so you're just going to make a little more space, and the supports play one of a couple heroes. But I think the actual counter picks can differ a little bit more than maybe Aurora would.
All right, all this talk about draft, and I just want to get it started. It's our first playoffs best of 3. It's Yandex up against Aurora. We're going to have a lot of fun kicking off our first best of 3 here. A game #1 draft will be popping up very soon where we get to look at those bans that we were talking about. How heavily on the side of Aurora are you going to want to lean into taking out what are successful heroes for everyone compared to taking out what has been successful for Yandex, as well as ensuring you get something for yourself. They're going to take out the CEST and the Lone Druid, but Yandex, yeah, being a bit more targeted in their bans with the Puck, the Tiny, and the Wind Ranger being taken away from them.
I mean, already with the Puck first phase ban, especially because we were just talking about how CG's like playing heroes that are actually countering the Puck, that is just an immense amount of respect towards Aurora.
No, I love this. I think especially the Tiny and the Puck are perfect. Wind Ranger, I think you can debate, but I think those first 2 heroes, you should just ban them. They're too comfortable on them. They're too good. They can play against all the counters, and I think it's a very good start to the draft.
Yeah, even the Wind Ranger, I'm kind of okay with it, even though you don't see this too often. Like, Aurora played mid and carry. I personally don't know how good this mid Wind Ranger is, but when Mikoto plays it, it looks good. And it's given them, like, really cool last picks. Like, there's been a game with, you know, the last pick PL on Nightfall, so just, like, making your draft easier, I'm totally okay with it.
And they do promote the Axe straight away to the first phase?
Well, they did go for the bowling versus Axe trade, so maybe... Probably both teams are pretty okay with this. Like, we saw Clock stats earlier. It's just an insanely good hero. He can flex around. And Axe, I mean, we've seen WS. He hasn't lost yet on this hero.
I do wonder if Yandex was planning to ban X next phase, or if they were expecting this to be a trade, like if they thought it would be promoted or not. And if they thought it would be promoted, then what are their answers next phase, right? Because that means your responses are coming later. Because Clock is fine against Axe. It's not bad, but it's also not like, it's not some ultra counter.
Like, already jumping into game 2, I can see a world where it's like the Wind Ranger, which was again debatable for us on panel, that then becomes the Axe ban. They still pick the Clock, and like, I can already envision how game 2 is like, uh-oh, we kind of messed up potentially one ban.
I hope they have the idea that this was a trade.
Yeah.
And not like, oh, we're gonna ban it later, because you have multiple days. Like, you can, like, you will understand by looking at that Dota buff, when they play Axe, this team feels invincible. Like, not just as a whole, but also WS just playing it himself. So I hope that Yandex have some good answers. I think traditionally, ones that I have always liked the most is like, you know, an Ursa. If it's a game without silences, without people that buy Orchid, you pressure him in lane, you get the Aghanims later if you get called. So that is an option that is pretty good. I saw Lifestealer, which Axe still free farms in the lane, but at least when someone gets Axe called, you can go and infest. Like, you know, there's playabilities.
I mean, the draft is kind of simple for Aurora on second pick, because like you take the Axe, you open the next phase, you take your Lion or your Hoodwink, your Mirror 4 hero, and then it's like, okay, cool. We've revealed our offlane duo, but it can play into probably 90% of the matchups nicely, and we're yet to see teams draft that kind of 10% counter, so they don't mind doing it.
Yeah, I wonder if they will... Like, if, for instance, if Yandex goes for Drow Ranger, we've seen this melee hero plus Drow Ranger just ultra stomp lanes a whole bunch during the first stage of the tournament. So I wonder if, like, Axe on paper is quite good against Drow Ranger. And so I wonder if that's something they're considering, if that's something they'll consider banning even on Aurora's side. Because I think this Drow SF, these heroes in every game, to me, if it's a carry player that plays them, you have to consider these heroes because they've looked really powerful.
Watson's also been playing, I think, one game at least of, like, Klink's carry. So if, like, let's say Drow isn't to be considered, there is like other alternatives for him to try and take the fight. But you just need to respect, no matter what, Axe will chase you down in lane with Battle Hunger. He will utilize the creep wave under your tier 1, and he'll call the position 5 from the other lane to twin gate and kill you. So whatever carry pick it is, you just need to be ready to like take constant cheap fights the entire laning phase. You can't just be happy to, you know, we survived one fight, we're fine now. You are literally going to be non-stop fighting for like 6 minutes of laning.
Because the range carries are good. I do think there's like a bit more, it's a finer line of how you play. Because obviously if Axe gets on top of you, whether it's the early game or later with a Blink Blade Mail call, you're kind of cooked. But if you play really nicely, you understand, okay, I'm going to let you guys go in first. I need to see the Axe. I'm waiting for him to jump. Like with a couple items, you destroy this guy once his call or Blade Mail is done.
Yeah, that dance is a classic Axe matchup. It's the same thing as like Legion Commander heroes like this that blink Blade Mail and insta-kill you is the guy who knows he wants to be called. You spend the whole game looking at the minimap and watching where Axe is, and Axe spends the whole game waiting for you, and it's this permanent waiting tool where neither hero shows ever.
Also, what happened to the Watson TA? A hero that we saw a couple times in group stage, but every time you kind of look a little bit deeper, there is another ranged hero that you could maybe create a debate for. So I don't think Watson's really under any pressure right now to pick his hero, because there are like at least 3 ranged options that we've considered.
Definitely a possibility.
Who wants some battle biscuits?
I suppose the Snapfire is flexed, as I don't really see a reason for it to be support.
It's kind of a smart little combination based on the meta progression, right? Snap can go to 4 to mid, Slardar can go offlane to mid. So picking these two heroes, no matter what combination they go in, the draft still looks quite strong, and you open up for a really kind of powerful 18 pick, kind of the final pick of the second phase. So, I mean, it makes sense. Physical damage, magic damage, strong flex of draft.
I do like the double pick from Yandex. Like, they have a lot of drafts where the 3 heroes, or like any combo of hero is like good on the map. Like even Snap, Clock together, they're strong. You have Snap, Slardar together also, like Cookie with the guy that goes in, you can flex around in the lanes. You have Snapfire ult into like multiple stuns. I think it's quite good. But the response here from Aurora as well. Like now, Slardar mid is, you do not enjoy this matchup into Quap. I haven't seen the Quap versus Snap yet that much.
It's Snap favored.
By like a little bit or a lot? Like 55, 45, 60, 40-ish?
A bit skill dependent. I think Quap can get demolished, or you can like soft draw. I think those are the most likely outcomes. I think in the game though, it's very cool, and I think the Ench fits that theme. Like you've got Axe, you've got Ench who are sort of going in and giving vision against like these big chunkers on Yandex, and Quap, if you get to play a long fight and spam daggers, you will annihilate these heroes. They don't have the damage as a sustained fight, they're playing off the jump, right? And so if you've got Ench scouting, you've got Axe being tanky in front, then Queen spamming daggers is a free win fight.
I mean, it also feels like the perfect response to the Slardar, right? Because you already said about the Quap to the Slardar, the Ench as well in the 5 position into offlane Slardar. You got the enchant slow, you're going to play quite a stable lane. You're also giving Nightfall complete last pick in the draft, so you can, again, often he's like an enabling carry. He's like the casual tiny, the dude that kind of progresses for someone else to shine, but now he's going to get last pick. And Ench with Axe Hoodwink, if you win your safe lane, let's say minute 3-4, you can leave Nightfall alone. That, you know, go through Twin Gate, you are going to pressure Watson. You are going to run this guy down. And the Drows, the ranged heroes, can you survive Battle Hunger plus a creep plus a Hoodwink? It's a lot of stuff, and they do go for the TA. So option number 3 of the ranged heroes that we're talking about, but
Slardar TA is a classic. I think it's quite good against this draft. Also, what really owns like the guys that kind of want like the super good initiation, like Axe, obviously Aegis is incredibly good against this guy. You know, kind of like a fail keep, you know, for your carry. Like now you have TA, Slardar together. You have very good team fighting, you have very good skirmishing. The only thing is going to be how stable your early game can be. And I think their lanes look fine, at least for now. Like TA safe lane against Axe, you're pretty chill.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much built on the Enchantress. I think Yandex just feels very comfortable 20 minutes into the game. But if, you know, Coyote on the Enchantress can create a lot of moves, that's when Yandex playing comeback can struggle a little bit, but yeah, a lot of early game needs going the way of Aurora.
TA is also just a really good counterpick to Quap, because you don't care about this Axe dagger spam because you can just press refraction, so the scream doesn't affect you. You can meld dodge a dagger, you can blink dodge a dagger, and because you don't really need to use your blink, TAs don't start fights with blinks very often. That means if Quap is ever getting low and she blinks out, you can blink after her and kill her. So there's a lot of things to this matchup that are really nice for TA. And I think Watson is also, he's the best TA. We said it before, and I'll say it again. I think the way he sideblades off traps, especially if you watch during the game, it's really cool. I think not many players do it as often as he does, and it increases the DPS in fights by a considerable amount.
I would love to see, it just looks like you want like an innately high armor hero or illusions. I think like TB is one that comes to mind. I know not many players love playing Naga, but when I see Slardar and TA, like these heroes kind of scream that you want a Manta buyer, you want some guy that helps you play the map. So those are heroes that at least would come to mind for me when it comes to, you know, Aurora's ultimate last pick.
Yeah, I'd be a bit worried for calling for heroes like Necrophos, that's rising in popularity, or has been quite popular, because, you know, TA Slardar can naturally get to Nullifier in the mid game. So if your carry has this like awkward timer of like one item stops me, even though you don't have armor, you got the strat, it's like that alone is like a big enough fear. But if you want to play on tempo in early game, it could be an option to get the early Radiance, Ench breaks the TA lane, you go. My fear for that is like, how do you actually end the game with that type of draft? Like with the Terrorblades, the Nagas, like there's enough map shove that you'll create, you know, game-ending opportunities.
I'm curious, the Naga ban is good. It's a good call. They do definitely want something like that. Against TA, having wave clear is just super good. For the reasons we sort of said before, the NX has all this jump, they have all this burst, and they have TA traps, so it's whenever, like one of the best ways to deal with a lineup that has vision and wants to jump you is, well, the waves are just pushed. And so we may not have vision from artificial sources like traps or things like this, but we have vision from the waves. So we see where your heroes are, we have more information, so that way we're not getting jumped and bursted. It's like conceptually good against that way of playing.
Am I missing something, or is like out carry still not just an option for Aurora? Like Queen of Pain just farms mid, you take the out, you throw the Ags on the Quap. Like you apply so much pressure that it could be an option. But I don't know how good it is for everything else. But I just feel like go for the classics, enable the co-op. You can win the game through that way.
I think it can work. I don't know exactly what the item would be like. Maybe Ags into AC, because helping your team against the physical damage is quite good. The only thing I could see overall, like starter TA, I think they're quite good at blowing up like one dude.
Yeah.
So if you like funnel this net worth into the co-op, I mean, maybe she gets like a very early plate mail, or you get some Lotus or Forceps to like help her out, but there's still a window where she could get cooked, I guess.
Yeah.
And for Yan, should it be a new mid pick? I mean, because I guess you wouldn't want to play the starter into.
I think this is better. I think it does create a slight hole in your draft in that I think Snap 5/support, whether it's 4 or 5. I mean, it's a little bit, it's cool 4, I guess, gives you a Slaughter synergy.
Yeah.
And so I think maybe that fixes it, actually. I was going to say I think the Slap is a weakness, but I think the fact that she's paired with Slaughter and you've got lanes that you can pressure in, like you can definitely pressure in the offlane and you can pressure mid. I think that hero needs that early. If she doesn't have it, then she can fall off quite a bit. But if she can actually use her early game, which maybe she can this game, then it's chill. So in hindsight, I actually like this.
Yandex's draft just, it really is simple. Like if they survive lanes, it just looks like quite a beautiful lineup. There's, like Kez already said, like there's so many little combinations for them to play on. They can also steal Aegis if they need to. They can steal Tormentors. They can keep the game hostage by skipping waves quite freely. Like they can do all the annoying things so this game feels competitive, even if they're behind. And if they're ahead, my god, they're explosive with how much burst damage they have. So yeah, I think Yandex, they've kind of constructed quite a well-balanced lineup. And again, they just need to survive what can be quite a threatening Ench Axe early game with the right conditions.
It's also that like Snap Slaughter is a good dual lane against Ench. Like Ench is good against lanes where she can like slowly like chip trade, pop heal and so on. If you overplay into those two, I think you can very easily die. I'm gonna, like Yandex should know that it was gonna be one of the 3 like Illusion Bros coming out on the last pick, and they were like, okay, out of the 3, this is the one we care about the least. Yeah. But I think if Aurora get to play this game where, you know, the early to mid game isn't horrible and they, you know, they get to survive the first Aegis that Yandex should have with the Slaughter TA, I think their like matchups overall are very Aurora favored in the late game.
I mean, of course, when you have Terrorblade in these matchups, it is a matter of course, managing your meta. There's also an argument that I think Yandex have so much poke within their lineup that if Nightfall ever wastes meta in the late game, then you are just going to get absolutely swarmed. So I am looking towards Nightfall, you know, brushing off the morning jitters that he might have, you know, him not being a morning gamer based on DM, but, you know, he needs to play that kind of clean mid to late game because he will just be the focus. Like, he will always be, you know, spoken about.
I also see like a pretty reasonable amount of lockdown coming out of Yandex that maybe you also never get Sunder up. So with that burst damage you guys keep harping on about for Yandex, it's like, yeah, your carry might just get in a position where you don't get to cast any spell and you're instantly out and it's 4v5 in their favor.
It's definitely possible. I also have my doubts about this TB hero. Just as a hero, we've seen it lose a lot of games this tournament, games that looked like good TB games, and then he just lost anyway. And I also don't think it's that much of a Nightfall hero, to be honest. I think he's much more of a Phantom Lancer Naga guy, which I think is why those heroes are banned and they let TB through. When I think of Terrorblade players, I don't think of Nightfall. I'm sure he's capable of playing the hero, but it's not a specialty. And to me, this is a game where you need to be quite excellent on this hero. You've been given last pick, and it's not all free matchups. You have some dynamics to it that are a bit tricky. So I think there's a lot of burden on Nightfall to like prove he's actually good enough at this hero.
Yeah, out of his like top 15 competitive heroes, it is in the bottom 3 of those in regards to win rate. There's like 52%, still above 50%, but yeah, it's not his, you know, 63% Ursas, his, you know, 57% Morphlings. It is kind of a lower kind of win rate for him. But yeah, I think as well for Aurora, when you look towards Terrorblade lineups, like how much lockdown do you have around the Terrorblade to utilize the meta? It's like the simple analysis that you'll ever give to a Terrorblade, and you only have like an Axe, a Hoodwink. Like there's not a lot of reliable kind of control. So you just need to make sure that their fights are like the perfect fights on their kind of their setting, their footing.
Yeah, overall, I would say the Yandex one is maybe a bit more like easy and cookie cutter, I think, to execute. Like both drafts have like a, we can do this in the early game, then go for some plays. You know, they have like very nice combinations, whereas Aurora can do it later, whereas Yandex can do it more early on. I think something they should look for is, if you don't contest the TA early on, she will sit in her safe lane with a bazillion traps forever. Like trying to bring a co-op there at some point, maybe gating your TB and Ench creep to like break a little bit of the early game is quite good for them, because I kind of agree. Like while I like the TB and their favorite later on, they could get cooked and ran over in like the early to mid game.
It seems like there's a lot of holes in both sides of the draft here. At least that's openings for both teams to have a competitive game. And of course, with our teams on site, an addition of a new panelist, it's only fair that our casters get the same treatment. It's Synderen and Sunsfan.
Thank you so much for introducing us in such a great manner. Everybody here, Blast Slam has been just terrific, Synderen. I'm in your home country, drinking your tap water every day, much to my chagrin. How are you doing, young man?
I'm great. I just had a squash.
I'm sorry, what?
That's a drink here. I didn't eat a squash.
Oh, okay.
It's actually
Is it similar to a squirt?
That's a fair point. Like you just say it to an international audience.
I don't
it's the most obvious thing ever. That's true.
Can you just take a just be
it's
normal?
It's an orange drink.
Yeah, I saw you drinking
nice
it. Yeah,
and very pleasant. Yeah, this will be back on track, of course. As much as we love to talk about Danish drinks. Yeah, let's see who's woken up the best here. The panel was talking about it. We had the pregame interviews talking about whether players are good at the start of the day or later. And you might be like, is this, is it just, Phil, or does it really matter? There are major differences in the history of this game about players' performances at different times of day. And it's a thing in general. It's also a thing in traditional sports where some players just peak later in the day and have better performance when they play. So, and on top of that, we have also had a little break. And some players perform better when they get a little bit of time to, reevaluate what they experienced in the first stage. Other players would love to just continue on their momentum. So I would say with that in mind, considering Aurora are generally slow starters to group stages, now you're going into the playoffs, but you're not going immediately into them. You had a break again, and you're going to be slow starters to the playoffs too.
Only time will tell. Yeah, Yandex versus Aurora here in this best of 3. And, I mean, these teams have played a lot against each other, not just in this tournament, but past God knows how many years. And Aurora, they've been powering up from the last 6 months, I would say. They were tier 2 not too long ago in a bunch of these smaller tournaments, and they've stepped it up, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
And Yandex, I mean, they're the most inconsistent, I feel. They could win a tournament or they could bottom out. Feels like there's not much in between.
It's true. It's kind of interesting to consider like the average performance of these two teams over the last year. I wouldn't be surprised if it were higher for Aurora, but Yandex have the titles more so than Aurora do. So
that is true.
But yeah, it's a good point. Aurora definitely at some point flicked a switch and just improved drastically. Went from a team we weren't really considering to be a threat in international tournaments to suddenly getting a lot of podium finishes. And they're looking to repeat that here, of course, halfway there, you could say.
Yep, as we got Makoto playing his signature Queen of Pain, I would say, against Chira Jr., he's had some really standout games in this tournament so far on the Ember Spirit this time around.
Yeah, Makoto definitely his archetype best mid-heroes are, I would just say, ranged int. Standard mid-heroes like Puck, Queen of Pain, but he also plays the Spirits, of course, Storm Spirit, another int one, but he's no stranger to Ember himself, so this should be a matchup where he's very knowledgeable about both sides of how to play it. There's definitely something to be said about playing against a hero you're a master on. You know the weaknesses better than anyone else, and his Ember is phenomenal. So I think this lane, in theory, is kind of a wash. Don't expect a major advantage, but so far in the very early stages, Chira Jr. doing a great job here at leveraging. Ember Spirit, of course, being a melee hero, has a little inherent advantage in terms of just fighting inside the wave and has the Flame Guard. But I think Makoto will make this competitive.
Talk to me about this Axe played by WS. This was first picked, and yesterday I was listening to Fog talk about how this hero has made a resurgence in pubs at the very least.
Yeah, they're starting to play it mid.
What has changed exactly?
I don't know what would have changed enough that he can suddenly be run mid with so great success. I mean, I suppose Axe is one of the heroes where the removal of facets, I think he was hurt less than a lot of other similar archetype heroes, as in, frontline strength heroes that initiate.
Well, his facet became his innate, right?
In a worse version, right? But comparatively, some heroes had really good facets, just lost them entirely and kind of didn't get compensated at all.
Yeah.
Speaking of Axe, he is on a warpath here onto Watson. He's going to need some cog protection. Will come in now. Courtesy of Malady. This is a tough lane for TA, I have to say. This is not an easy matchup. Axe is exceptionally aggressive. I would love to see WS go 0-2-1 here and really play into the pressure together with Hoodwink. This is probably one of the strongest heroes, or rather dual lanes in current meta Dota, is X Hoodwink. The level 3 timing is insanely strong.
Yes, we have a brief pause here. 33 is not in the building, so don't have to worry about the light situation, I don't think.
I'm going to pause until he arrives. Good thing. Of course, we find a way to bring him into every cast. Do you want to talk about GPK by chance as well?
We can bring up Ducalis if you'd like at some point, too.
Yeah. Ducalis, GPK, and 33. None of them are in the building right now. But
Kiyotaka also.
Kiyotaka is probably the furthest away from the building out of...
I feel like when we talk about any of them, we end up talking about Eternal Envy. So
right, he's also not in the building.
Right.
He's even further away than Kiyotaka.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, you never know these days.
It'd be pretty hard-pressed to find a pro player that's further away from this building than Envy. There's not many.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point you bring up, Cinderin.
Yeah.
So the Terrorblade picked up for Mr. Nightfall.
Yep.
Used to be a classic of his. We're not seeing it as much, which, you know, I'm happy about because it was literally every game for years.
Yeah.
4 or 5 years at least.
Terrorblade is just I think it's just a hard hero to, like, truly balance. Because we've talked about this ad nauseum at some point, that the hero effectively kind of has 2 ultis. So when they're both available, you're like very strong. But then when meta is on cooldown, you're one of the weakest heroes in the game.
Right.
Obviously, Demon Zeal helped against that problem. But Terrorblade generally falls into these... There's like, for most games, there's a couple of key moments where if Terrorblade manages them correctly, he can feel like the most broken carry ever. And if he falls flat, it's like very hard to recover and make it competitive. And in current Dota terms, on a pro level, I haven't been all that impressed with this pick. I totally get why they chose it. It's a standard against high minus armor strategies to run this carry because it's the highest armor carry you can get together with Morphling. And you're playing long-range artillery, you buy Manta, you break through Refraction of TA quite well because your illusions do so much damage that they might actually individually be able to take off a stack after the change to that.
Can I bring something up, Cinder?
But, yeah,
I'd like to change the subject, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm actually really proud of myself.
Okay.
Depending on... You're looking now? Did you notice what happened?
I mean, you spilled an entire cup of tea. And you didn't talk about it? Is that what you're proud of? That you didn't bring it up?
I didn't.
I was like, should I bring this up?
I spilled it on myself. It's really hot too.
Yeah, I hope you didn't hurt yourself.
No, I feel fine. It's like I took a little shower tonight.
I wasn't concerned because you didn't like screaming with the scorching hot water. I mean, you did manage to hit the floor with about 95%, so you reacted quite well.
It's in my entire pants as well.
Oh wow, it's hiding pretty well.
It is. It's a good color to hide stained.
That's why you wear them.
That's right.
Now, the good news is to everybody out there who's worried about Shane, he does have 2 cups with him.
Yep.
So
I got a second one to spare.
The second cup is ready. So we can either double down now, or we can actually have a little drink. Congratulations on the hydration.
God, that's disgusting.
Well done. Yep.
Tea has got to be the worst thing ever invented. Good Lord. As we get back into the game here, it is still paused, of course. Who do you have coming in as the favorite of this best of 3? Because winner of this will go on against LGD.
Right. I think on paper Yandex should be the stronger team. They had the better record in the tournament so far. I think they're
it was like 1 game difference.
Right. I also think their average performance was better, even though they lost a couple of games, as you mentioned, not having a much better scoreline than Aurora. But at the same time, Aurora won an upward trajectory toward the end of the groups or the round robin. So again, if this were played the day after the round robin, I would think it's pretty close. Considering we had this little break in between the stages, I like Yandex better because I think they are better at coming in a little colder to a tournament than Aurora. And then also factoring in, just that I thought to begin with they're slightly more consistent in terms of overall level. And this seems to be one of the tournaments, like you pointed out, Yandex in their tournaments either have really good tournaments or pretty bad ones. This is one of the good ones, and when they're good, they're generally, very good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would give them an edge, but not like a large margin. I personally like their draft better in this game as well, which obviously helps in that regard. I think it's easier to play. I think it's more think Kezu called it cookie cutter. I would agree with that. It's very standard. There's nothing like special about this lineup. There's no like creativity really. It's very, very normal stuff. But I think in terms of execution, Aurora's lineup has very limited team fight and very limited skirmishing power. So comparatively, on the side of Yandex, you can play all sorts of fights. You can take objectives with minus armor. You can play in pairs. Like Clock TA can kill, Ember plus Slardar can kill, Slardar TA can kill. And the supports actually play well off of all 3 cores, which I love to see this kind of strategy. It feels so good to play a hero like Clockwork or Snapfire when all 3 of your friends, like for Snapfire, you can cookie any of these 3 in because they want to get in. And they all have, with the exception of TA who only has the trap slow, they have really good setups for Mortimer Kisses, right? So,
do they have an? I mean, you talked about the minus physical armor against the TB. It's a lot. You got Little Shredder, Corrosive Haze, Meld.
Yeah.
At what point is it too much for TB to handle, or do you still need to look at mixed damage because you still have a good amount of magic damage with the Ember Spirit and Snapfire?
Yeah. I don't think you ever, because I was debating whether you could go a different build on TA. We've seen in the past, this is a while ago, but a player like Mickey would actually go Mjolnir on this hero, if you remember that. You're not going to do that when you have Slardar, because then I think you just have overwhelming damage. I don't know if the new item, the Hydra's Breath, is any interesting here. I think Terrorblade's max HP is too bad for that to really be worth the cost. And Pike is just a god tier item on TA in certain games. This could be one of them. It's very good to have it against Terrorblade. So, no, I think you go physical damage, and if you have enough of it, you're going to kill even Terrorblade. And alternatively, you kill everybody else. Right? The rest of the heroes can die very quickly. Even Axe, if he doesn't get call off, Axe can be deceptively fragile against TA.
Okay, here's another question that you don't like answering anymore.
Okay.
Who has the better late game? And don't say depends. Just, you have to pick one. Who would you be more comfortable with late game?
Probably Aurora, because I think Queen of Pain late game is a monster. Like, how late are we talking? Are we talking like 50 plus?
Yeah.
Yeah, then I think the Radiant lineup probably has the edge down the stretch. Queen of Pain is insane late game. Terrorblade has good hero-to-hero matchups against Slardar and TA overall, if he gets there. And considering a decent portion of Yandex's damage is up close, Slardar and TA will generally go on the same target. It's hard never to get 2 hero called. If the TA was a longer range hero, perhaps it would be less lopsided late game, but I do think Aurora's lineup's just very strong at that point. But my concern is them getting there. The panel was talking about the laning stage that Aurora want an advantage. If they don't get that and we kind of just break even, I think minute 15 to 30, I think the Dire lineup's just better. So then it's a matter of how much can Yandex get done. Can they get 2 Roches and 2 Tormentors, for example? In which case they would be in a very good position.
Yeah. Mira asking the question everybody's wondering.
What's up, Buttercup?
What's up, dog?
That's right. So you might have written that instead, but...
Dog.
Maybe somebody spilled tea.
Yeah, they're trying to clean up my mess first, I think. We are in a separate room, of course. Yeah, it should be an interesting game, though. I love seeing Axe played because it feels like, I don't know, depending on the lineups, with the offlane Axe, it does feel like it's necessary that they have to have an impact, where I feel like sometimes these lineups that win, the offlaner, obviously you want to have impact, but the other 2 can carry you. But Axe, I feel like he has more on his shoulders than a regular offlaner. Does that make sense?
I agree. I mean, you also don't itemize the same way. A lot of offlaners buy, let's say, auras.
Yeah, you can just passively be helpful in other offlaners.
We had like a short phase where axes would go pipe. I just don't think it's good anymore. And obviously, this game, it's never going to be good, right? Against the Dire lineup. But the average axe that we see playing, everybody goes Blink Blade Mail. And then there's some deviation after that with what you do. But the essence of the hero is, indeed, you have to catch a key target. You have to start the fight. You have to have major impact. And especially in this lineup, that's one of my concerns for Aurora, more so than in other Axe lineups. I feel like he has to initiate almost everything. I don't consider Hoodwink a setup. I don't think it's reliable enough at high levels of play, especially in the later portions of the game when heroes have like dispels or repositioning items or just, you know, are faster. It becomes increasingly difficult to hit bushwhacks later in the game compared to earlier. So if WS isn't going to find good jumps on X, who's really starting anything? Whereas you look at the Dire side, there's like 3 heroes that can initiate for each other. Slaughter can jump first, Clock can go first, Ember can slide chains for a low commitment initiation.
Yep.
And the follow through is very straightforward.
We're back.
We are back. As expected, mid seems to be pretty even. This was what we thought was going to happen between Mikoto and Chira Jr. But the other side lanes looking a bit better currently for Aurora, especially Axe is smashing the top lane. Can't say I'm too surprised. This was always going to be difficult for the Templar Assassin.
Probably the most entertaining hero to watch in Dota, so can't complain.
Pudge.
Okay, second most is Axe, I would say. Pudge doesn't feel like a hero anymore because I haven't seen him in years, it feels
we
like.
miss Pudge. But Pudge can't be too good because then people complain because then he gets picked. He gets picked all the time already. So what if he was actually good?
People are going to complain regardless. I complain regardless.
Did you see that Lion became the most picked hero?
Yeah, because of the bans on Pudge.
Yeah. Well, how does that make you feel that Lion is the most picked hero when you think it's really bad design and uninteresting? Do you think the average person just has bad taste, or could it be you? Or is it the whole world that's wrong?
It's the whole world that's wrong, of course.
You watch The Simpsons, so that would definitely be...
I do?
Oh, you must have.
News to me.
You must have watched it at some point in your life.
At some point, that's true.
That's right. So you probably watched that episode. It's probably like 15 or 20 years old by now.
Okay. I don't know what episode you're referring to, but sure. Everybody's wrong but me.
Can't give you more specifics than that.
Okay. Spoiler. Mid lane Mikoto getting pressured a bit by Chira. Doesn't look like anything will come of it, though. Still minute and 20 away from the first power runes, which will likely mean the supports will come over, and that could be our first blood, theoretically.
Yep.
Been a bit of a slow start, no huge rotations. Early 1K lead for Aurora just on laning alone. That is usually boding quite well for them, and like you said, that's probably mostly the Axe differential between him and the Sladar.
Yeah, between the X and the Templar Assassin inside of that lane is almost 1,000 net worth difference here. X is about to break the 2.5K, whereas TA is sitting at 1,600. That is bad news for Yandex, because I feel like, as Keza was highlighting, and of course great curse from him picking Watson as his first choice overall for fantasy. This guy's really good, but they also give him a lot of priority. And in this game, his hero is being shut down in a big way. He has to jungle at level 3. That is awful.
I mean, to be fair, it is a hero that comes back in the jungle.
It does, but from level 3...
Right, it's a little early, for sure. As we're going to see some action. Kaori going to pop the Nature's Attendance, but he is burning to a crisp. We'll pop the Fairy Fire. Makoto coming in as well. 6-minute room is about to spawn as Chira Jr. gets the first blood. Saksa will be the trade. And now we wait to see where the rune will spawn. Makoto not going to get the one bottom because it doesn't exist. It is a top arcane for Chira.
That's a nice grab for him.
Oh, yeah.
Good for them to get on the board here, Yandex, to get the ball rolling a little bit. And I think the way to play this game is to play heavily around Ember, especially now that he got a power rune and has the urn. He has his level 6. You have to put pressure on the map to make space for TA. That's essentially what's going on here. Yeah, WS is just going to be relentless up here. There's no
42 and 17.
Hey, this lane plays itself at this point. If Clockwork comes back up here, I think Axe can almost win 1v2. Maybe a slight exaggeration, but not really by much. He can and if he doesn't want to fight them, he can just cut waves. So.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of use Chira can get out of this Arcane Rune as well.
Melody trying to steal the Wisdom. I don't think he's going to make it there in time with the Cogs. Oh, he will actually. Narrowly.
Melody.
Well, this will be fun.
Yeah, he's bowling. He's going to get some No, Makoto comes in, and now Melody is surrounded. Will delay things here, but yeah, he's going to have to give it up eventually. Makoto looking to maybe go for the Sonic Wave, does do so with the Scream to finish the job. Mira does secure the Shrine.
think Melody's pretty happy with that, actually.
He wasted a lot of time.
A lot of time. Queen of Pain TP'd. It's not bad. And again, you're trying to make space for TA to get to play the game. And of course, Slardar too. Slardar's lane is not the greatest either here against the Terrorblade. So, 2 side lanes, as expected, going in Aurora's favor by a decent margin.
I think Aurora's made a bit of a mistake not bringing anybody top to kill off Watson, because he's still remaining very stubbornly next to this tier 1 tower, where you could have forced him to jungle a little earlier.
I think the power rune rotation was just really important, but since then there has been another 2 minutes that you could have maybe found an opening. So I would agree, killing him at least once would be nice, but it's not always that easy. Like, the pieces need to line up.
Yeah, Chira not able to do too much against WS, just denies a single creep as he pulls the wave, and now we'll just go into the jungle with a couple of stacks, although Yandex have something to say about that.
There's a good push happening bottom as well. If they don't do anything about this is a full tower. It's Ench plus Terrorblade, a classic tower sieging duo. You pop the meta, you bring in a strong creep to tank a ton of damage from the tower. And yeah, reinforcements will have to arrive here in the form of Chira.
Yeah, nice searing chains onto 2. The Yandex.
Good golem
They're
stun.
gonna, yeah. That will put their push at bay, at the very least. It did require some rotation from Yandex.
Yep.
And so far it's been Aurora kind of just setting the pace. It feels like they're playing very casually. This is exactly the kind of playstyle that they like to have generally. So what can Yandex do to disrupt that is the real question, because they need to get this blink on DM. He's just starting it now, so that's a long ways off.
Yeah, you're playing around Ember. It's really that simple. I don't think there's many other options. So if Chira wants to make moves, you connect with him with the supports, you contest every power rune, and try to find possible initiations. And Watson just gets to farm for the next 10 minutes. You don't really want TA to get involved at all when she has this bad of a start. She just needs to play catch up. But as you pointed out, she's only behind by like 400 now against the Terrorblade. It's not that bad.
I mean, this hero has such great comeback potential.
DM, his sprint will be purged. A classic counter from the Ench, but, well, unfortunately Terrorblade can't really do anything.
I think as long as you pressure the Slardar relatively early, the hero cannot farm for the life of him.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to end up buying the shard before the blink, because he might end up having about, 1,400 gold at 15 minutes at this rate. There goes his tower.
That would feel bad to have to do, but sometimes you just got to do it. As a tier 1 is secured finally from Aurora. As Chira gets a searing chains onto Mira, level 5 on the Hoodwink. And Makoto with the haste will be able to separate himself from the pack.
It's hard to imagine Yandex swinging this game very soon, but their goal is to do it a little bit later. Like I was saying, I think, you want level 6s on your supports. You want to play a mid-game timing around some higher levels on the Ember and the Vessel. So I would imagine we're going to see a change in overall strategy once Saksa and Malady get there.
Yeah, I mean, how do you...
Probably minute 14 would be a really nice wisdom to contest for Aurora this game, actually. They could somehow take that away.
Yeah, bushwhack on the Malady, not going to be turning anything. You're right, though. Like, how do you get into a fight without hookshot, without Mortimers? You don't have the damage.
Yeah.
Their lineup is quite useless at the moment.
It's very reliant on the supports having impact, which they just can't really find yet because the lanes are as hard as they are. So I wouldn't say this is like alarming or too surprising that Aurora has this kind of a lead. They needed to get this, and they did. So that's a great start for them. But you're only one fight away from this becoming an equalized game, and then Yandex's lineup looks a lot more comfortable again. And I would imagine they're well aware.
Who would you be more comfortable, like team-wise, with a lead to hold, Aurora or Yandex? Like your personal
regardless of
confidence.
draft, just like the teams themselves.
Correct.
I think Yandex overall would be, again, a bit more...
Oh, we got the Sonic Wave actually hitting 2 as the Ember Spirit comes to play as well.
Malady didn't
Trying to do some damage. The Cookie's going to connect onto Mira, but Malady's the first to fall to Makoto's hands. It's a trade of supports. As Kaori now, he's Spirit Vesseled by Chira, counteracting that heal pretty nicely, and he secures himself a double kill. So, in the end, Yandex getting the better of the exchange.
2 for 1. And while this is happening, DM is actually getting decent farm, so the Blink is not far away all of a sudden. He did go for the Soul Ring, which has become standard on Slardar to help with that farming issue the hero has when he doesn't win his lane. You can always just farm the waves with Soul Ring and then go do some jungle. So this is honestly, given the start of that lane, not the worst Blink time. He's going to have it at 13.5 or 14 minutes.
WS playing a little greedy. Did not opt for the Blink quite yet. As a phase boots Blade Mail. Now he's going to get gone on, but Refraction is very good against Blade Mail.
Yep.
So they do kill off WS, which is the biggest kill for Yandex so far this game. They're going to try to turn this on to Kaori as well.
Oh.
Pops the stick to stay alive. Trap into the Melt Strike. A nice side blade off the trap. Watson, beautifully done.
Yeah. Excellent kill. And this is what I was saying. Like this is how you're not very far away from this becoming the case. Right? Just a couple of kills now. They punch back a bit on Aurora here, finding the Slardar, but it's the lowest priority core kill. You are going to delay the Slardar dagger effectively by about a minute with that, but now that the TA is comfortable and Ember is 3-0-1 with 2 Vessel chargers, you definitely have tools to make moves. Is Chira actually thinking about this with a potential backup?
At the very least, he forces Nightfall out, so
box him out of the triangle and look for Mira.
Indeed. Searing Chain, Spirit Vessel, and the Scatter Blast.
Very easy.
So Chira very active now, has level 11 to his name. And it looks like the shrines will go for each respective team this time around.
So Clock's getting 6 now.
Is he actually going? He's not going Soul Ring now, surely. It's going to be a Blink, I assume, for WS. Otherwise, he would have bought already.
Yeah.
It does feel like you need to match this Blink to come for the Slardar.
I think when you're having this good of a game on X in general, I don't think you should ever really buy Soul Ring, no? I think you have enough mana with a good start, the levels, the wand, and then you buy another item. If you really feel like you have mana issues, you can buy something else afterwards. Maybe he was considering it because of Clockwork.
Yeah.
It could be that that's enough of an issue for you to feel like buying it, but yeah, well, X is a hero where buying those extra small items actually feels really bad. This hero wants to skip all of it and get to work immediately with a Blink Blade Mail and get a bigger item. Whereas for a hero like Slardar, even if you're having a good game, you're still going to buy the Soul Ring for farming. But X doesn't need it at all. First tower of the game for Yandex.
Yep, Watson's got his Deso, DM with the Blink. Don't think he's shown it yet. They're going to go through the gate and see if they can make something happen. There's a counter Blink now for WS, though. So Blink's aligning for both respective teams. He is in the tree line. Makoto is there as well, though, with the Shadow Strike on the Soxa. And the Sharpshooter is eventually going to go off and hit nothing as Mira will take the punishment from DM. It's taken out swiftly. Meanwhile, they're going to turn this around onto Kaori again off the trap. Watson just playing with his food at this point. They get both supports for Aurora.
Yeah.
Still a 2K deficit, which is a little surprising considering Yandex has really stepped things up now.
Yeah. They're farming a lot on the Terrorblade, especially. Just a completely free game for Nightfall. 10 CS a minute currently. And there's very few heroes in Dota that can keep up with Terrorblade's pace when he has a free start, so it's unsurprising that he's doing this well, but TA is actually one of them. And I've been very impressed with Watson's recovery in this game. Hasn't died. It was a very difficult lane. But it's now 3-0-1. Malady will be the first victim of the Culling Blade of the game.
No, Cookie not going to hit. Doesn't look like Yandex can go for Nightfall quite yet, as he has his Manta style and working on the Shard pretty early so he can get that farm in melee form.
More once more. Classic carry.
And Makoto in the meantime working on a Lotus. So this is an item we've been seeing people prioritize from time to time. Looks like Soxa is going to get chopped by WS, second for the game. Oh, everything off timing there.
Yeah.
Kira getting a nice long sleight of fist.
They still get what they came for. The tower is claimed here by Kaori. So we're approaching a really interesting phase of this game now. We're 17 minutes in. 3 minutes from now, there's going to be the Tormentor. Both lineups are pretty good at taking Roche. Obviously, the Dire is better, but Terrorblade plus Ench can do it as 2, especially if Ench skill's untouchable, which Kaori has chosen not to do so far. Relatively uncommon 4-3-1 build here. on the Enchantress. But yeah, there should be some sort of big team moves coming up because there's just so much value. Nice reaction. Or maybe just a little bit lucky, actually.
Yeah,
Here, I think he might
have been in his favor so far.
It looked like he just wanted to slight the wave regardless.
And get a D ward out of it as well. Still 3K deficit, though, for Yandex. That just goes to show how much the 3 cores are farming for Aurora at the moment. But they haven't really been able to find fights with WS and his Blink Blade Mail as of yet.
And you also you have to consider the relative value of the net worth. Queen of Pain feels like she has to go Lotus because of Ember plus all the minus armor. So compared to the usual strength of a quap with 10k net worth,
Nightfall will be very strong with the damage rune. Now Malady is going to take the punishment as a result. Cookie's
nice
not going to turn into anything. Yeah, they get off the Berserker's Call into the chop onto DM, and just like that, 2 dead for Yandex, and now they need to get the hell out.
Yeah, that's that big team move into Roche. And if they get this on Aurora, things are looking very nice. You're going to turn this into, more than likely, the Tormentor with the Aegis advantage.
Watson, he's going to get some vision.
Actually going to go for this.
Oh, man. Hook shot. I mean, Clockwork just spawned. Mortimer's Kiss is going to provide some vision. Are they going to go in for the kill? No. Nightfall, he snatches the Aegis, actually. I guess the Mortimer's killed off the Roche for Yandex.
And Axe.
They get something out of it. Oh, yeah, you're right. They killed WS as well.
I thought
better than nothing.
I thought Watson was going to go for a blink steal there, but he tried to go for a trap kill on the Terrorblade instead. Didn't really feel like going for the full-on, all-out steal play. Maybe in his mind, if I steal the Aegis, I'm definitely going to die for it, and if I don't steal it, I'm going to lose the Aegis, and if I don't steal it, I'm just going to die. With Slaughter on the sidelines here, you can see the Kiss is getting the kill. He's trying the trap play here onto Nightfall. Some decent damage, but not quite enough to get rid of that Aegis.
I mean, after getting Aegis, they lose 3k net worth. Aurora does. A pretty big move from Yandex.
Kill plus, I believe, did Axe have a killing spree? He did. So Saksa got a lot out of this. Going for a fast blink on the snap after Shard. Okay. Pretty standard. Just opens up the avenue for more wave clear, more team fight damage.
Aurora. They're going to be backing up Nightfall now in the cover of smoke. WS looking to be the one to initiate, as you would expect. Does so onto Saksa. A lone target for now. Saksa onto the high ground with the Cookie's going to survive for the time being, attempting to TP. Sharpshooter's not enough, but the right click from Nightfall's illusions finished the job. Barely gets that kill. That's all they get. Oh, another call. Malady. Not going to get clipped, though. Gets bushwhacked, though. And he will go down to the right clicks of Nightfall, who is starting to hurt a lot.
Yeah. Definitely still looking good on Aurora's side here, and this is the Tormentor. Talked about it, likely gonna go their way after picking up the Aegis, and they did not hesitate to make the next move. Let's see who gets lucky here. It will be Mira.
Okay, Boomerang.
Yeah, Sprunk is actually not bad this game either, especially given your 4-3-1 build on Kiori, so I don't think they would have minded that. But Boomerang, always a feels-good item for Hoodwink to get. Gives you better wave clear, more assassination opportunities onto, in particular, a hero like Slardar. I think killing TA for Hoodwink with even the help of TB will be very hard. I think you kind of need Call for that kill. But perhaps this opens up for some other moves for Mira. And if nothing else, I mean, it's modern Dota. Anything that can farm is good, right?
Yep.
Shira not going to be killed off by that call.
He's been on top of things. No doubt about it so far this game. Imagine if he gets killed on 1 or even 2 of those calls. This is already a 5k deficit. It would have been disastrous at this point. Yandex trying to stick around. And Makoto going to force Chira out. So what's the next power spike for Yandex? Because, well, first let's talk about the Aegis. What can Aurora get out of the Aegis here?
And probably top tier 2. Need to get to work soon, though, if they want to use it at all.
Yeah, only minute 45 left.
Alternatively, you can use it like this. Just try to invade the enemy triangle, but unfortunately for Nightfall, he's a few seconds late to stop Watson from taking at least the Ancients. Yeah, I would imagine at least 1 tier 2 would have been planned here. You have about a minute of Aegis left now with meta coming off cooldown.
Malady initiated on under the tier 2 tower, and look at the impetus go to work. And that's another great boon of having an Enchantress on your side. The later the game goes, the more this hero is going to hurt.
Yeah.
Scales very well into the late game.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about her when we were assessing the late game. She's generally speaking, unless you have like monstrous levels of farm on Snapfire as a 4, Ench will oftentimes have some really critical plays to make of her own. DM will be spotted.
Yeah, Bushwhack setup.
Way out of this one, I think.
Attempted TP, Sonic Wave.
Wow,
he
there
is out.
Survived on 50 HP. All right.
Nice curse.
Good enough. Yeah, you're welcome. Always happy to help.
Makoto, 1,500 away from finishing his Ags. That is going to be an enormous power spike for him. Was it actually 50 HP? Let's see.
Something like that, I think.
Ooh, 20.
Oof.
Delectable treat
that
for all
feels,
of us.
That feels bad for Aurora, but, you know, they're doing okay.
Imagine if he had lost 1 strength in the last patch while this happens.
Then he would have had 3 HP.
He would have lived.
What if he lost 2? That would be a really major nerf patch for Slardar. -2 strength. It's probably like going to lose like 3 or 4% win rate off of that.
Smoke from Yandex. Does feel like they need a high priority kill here. 24-minute power rune about to spawn as well. And Chira.
Oh, fast deny.
Wow, that was really quick. And that was a damage rune as well. Cookie, Sox are getting in really deep. They're going to be able to blow up Mira right off the bat. There's the call. Only onto 1 for now, though. And Sox is going to be the sacrifice. So it's a 1-for-1 to start the fight. Makoto jumping in pretty deep. Remember, does not have Ags quite yet. Sunder onto Chira gets him to half HP. Looks like Yandex going to back away completely.
It's a really nice Lotus game for Quap. I wasn't making the point earlier that it's a bad purchase. It's just his net worth, as you just mentioned, he doesn't have Ags. Usually when Quap is this rich, he will have more offensive potential. But this item is actually allowing him to play rather aggressively as well, because now he can go for offensive blinks, knowing that he can cover himself with the Lotus. But yeah, a 1-for-1 trade. Not the biggest of deals when all is said and done. And I think Yandex 100% making the right call there to not pursue. That was not going to end well. Almost Butterfly now for Nightfall. Major upgrade about to come his way. Great this game. 2 heroes that it's good against in both the TA and the Slardar. TA will have to buy MKB to deal with that issue. There's no other solution.
Yeah,
TA loves to not have to buy this item, but
Slardar's not going to be buying that anytime soon.
Yeah, this is a slow game from DM. No BKB yet, 25 minutes in. Still has about, what's that, 1,000 to go.
Mira shows himself, will die. Another Deso charge for Watson.
Now we have the Axe on Quap.
I say another, that was his first actually. Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of surprising. I thought they at least got a couple supports in the meantime, but...
And not for free. They lose a tier 2, and now they're going to be forced to TP back Nightfall. All right, he's just in there.
Yeah, pops that meta. WS looking for the lucky call, but again, Chira quick on the fingers. Gets the hook shot, though. Gonna bounce him up to the high ground. He's all alone. Isolation onto the TB. Gets off the Sunder onto Soxo, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Has the Aegis, though, and actually, it already went away. The Sonic Wave comes through onto several heroes as Nightfall very low gets bursted down. Kaori dead as well. A good defense from Yandex. Did require the buyback onto Soxa. They're gonna kill off WS as well onto the high ground. Chira Jr. double kill. Makoto, the last core alive for Aurora. Now on the run, a good bushwhack into the sharpshooter. That probably ends the fight there. How long did the Aegis expire?
It's been a little while.
Nightfall was playing very, very confidently there.
It felt like he was kind of just making the call that, I mean, they knew a couple of Yandex heroes were across the map, but I feel like that was very overzealous. Obviously, TP defenses are going to come in, but I guess he just didn't account for that beautiful clockwork play being a possibility for Malady. If he doesn't get knocked up on the high ground there, this is not a possible kill on TB whatsoever. But Yandex find a very good moment of opportunity, and this is a huge swing. I know in terms of the raw net worth, this might only be 2K total, but finally TA is going to be able to bridge the gap here. this def on Terrorblade catches her up fully on net worth and gets her the counter item to the butterfly. This was a very strong timing for Aurora, which I think is why Nightfall was confident to go there, but the teammates need to be a bit closer if you want to force high ground. And Yandex will gladly oblige for the fight.
The fight was almost in slow motion with Malady getting that hook shot into the eventual, just walking into the cog push. No response though from Aurora. They pay the price.
Oh, a nice two-man call.
Aurora, that gets off the call onto 2. Impetus doing a lot of damage with the boomerang as well. Can't get the chop, but DM dies nonetheless. Malady next on the list. So a good couple assassinations here for Aurora.
And now you could siege again. You can have meta.
Absolutely. It will be against the MKBTA.
But no Clockwork and no Slardar means Terrorblade is effectively invulnerable here. So this should be a full lane. A very key pickup for Aurora to just bounce back immediately from a bad move. Zero hesitation.
Yeah, clock up in a few seconds though. See if they can delay. Mortimer's Kiss is going to force out an eventual Sunder for Nightfall. Surely on a teammate he will do so. And now the Slaughter is back in 8, so this is not going to be a lane, just the tower.
I thought they were going to play that more aggressively actually, but maybe worried about potential buyback plays. But given that that was a 5v3 situation, you had already taken the tier 3 tower, would have loved to see some more aggression from the Axe and Queen to either win a fight and get racks or force buybacks, and then, you know, maybe you cut a hero on the way out if you have to. But instead they took the more defensive approach of just letting Terrorblade siege and sitting behind, and well, if you get slide chained and poked and prodded and you get Snapfire kisses, suddenly TB has to sunder a teammate and it doesn't look all that appealing to continue anymore.
And Roche.
Unfortunately for Yandex, they killed the first Roche, so he's roaring at them.
Yeah, that's true.
If Snapfire hadn't killed the first Roche, this one might have actually worked.
Yeah.
But Aurora, no.
Aurora back in the area.
No meta, though.
Hook shot. They're going to try to take the fight to them instead. Mira dead already.
WS. This
not
is
able to get the blink.
now.
Oh, now he's not going to be able to blink. It's a big crush from DM with a big sleight of fist to follow. The cogs blocking them off as well. Roche is not that low, though. They can't really finish it off quickly. Searing Chains of Nakota immediately dispelled thanks to the Lotus. There's the call, though. DM already with the BKB. Gets the cookie as well. They're going to try to bash him. He's going to crush him, and down goes WS as a result. So they get a big kill. There's a Sonic Wave onto 2, but no kill to come because Nightfall's on the other side, trying to fight his way out. Gets the Sunder to Chira Jr. And Roche will walk to the other side of the river.
Yeah. They successfully stall them out enough that meta is online now, but they have to pay the price. Will be well worth it if they get the Roche themselves, but if they don't, it was all for naught. Then you just bled a couple of kills. Doesn't look like Yandex feel all that confident, though. Pretty low on resources on the TA, low mana. Slardar used his BKB. Ember has no Vessel charges. There's a lot of little things that you're missing now, but they still recognize the gravity of the situation. You have to try to make a move. If they were to jump 5 seconds before X spawns, that's really awkward, but it looks like it will take them just long enough to connect that it will be a full-on 5v5 here. Instant TP to the outpost coming in from WS, and imagine the counter smoke is inevitable. It is indeed.
Yeah, both teams know that this is happening. Just don't know exactly where they are. There, it's Pop WS with the initiation. Only onto Soxa right now. He will get killed off. No buyback.
Kill. It's a dieback.
Now it's a 5 versus 4 for Aurora.
That's a very good find. Way better than if they were to find the Clockwork, who would have had buyback. And I think you just concede the Roche now. Your primary...
Well, you could go for a Clockwork play, potentially. Hook shots in a little early. And we'll die off now. There will be the free Roche eventually for Nightfall. You get the Aegis and the banner. A 6K lead for Aurora. They've had the lead basically the whole game, but it hasn't felt insurmountable for Yandex.
It does feel like this game is about to get easier, though. I think you got through the hardest part of the game, potentially, in that mid-game portion. Now you're starting to be able to itemize way better against the problems. Your heroes are going to start buying BKBs to deal with the slide chains. You have 2 Lotus Orbs against TA and Slardar and Ember. And Terrorblade is about to pick up a Scotty. And then Yandex potentially could run into a little bit of a like a period with damage issues. Killing Terrorblade twice seems very, very difficult. I do think this Aegis leads to Barracks. It's a matter of for Yandex trying to. Oh my god!
They can burn the Aegis here. Can he get the Sunder off? No, Aegis down and out already. Yandex gonna be super happy about that. The question is, can Aurora do anything? Doesn't look like it. Attempted TP should be fine.
All right.
And they lose WS. Where?
Revising my statement, this Aegis will not lead to Barracks. At least the Aegis won't. They might still get the Barracks before the next Roche, but it's not because of the Aegis. That was a really heads-up play that you just don't expect to get jumped there by a trio of heroes on Nightfall. So they pull off a really big play there on the side of Yandex. And simultaneously this kill onto the Axe. Pretty much as good as that could have gone for Yandex's side, finding 2 kills, one of which was the Aegis. Because it feels like if Aurora could have just grouped up as 5 with a Scotty and gone to bottom, I don't think you win that fight into Aegis. I think you just have to concede a lane. But if you manage to do exactly this, where you find a 3v1 and a 2v1 simultaneously, also begs the question where Aurora just a little bit out of position. Like, how are neither Axe nor Terrorblade covered by supporting this?
Atos to start things off into the bushwhack, and that is a deletion. Finally, they kill Chira. 6x kill streak ended.
Probably didn't account for the Atos play being an option even. And the kill gold, the bounty went to the Terrorblade, so that's going to be the Scotty coming up now. He did use meta for this kill, so once he reaches the base, doesn't have all that much time to siege.
Malady, hook shot onto WS, again isolated from the rest of his team. He's deleted. So in the end, it's kind of like a 1-for-1 mid laner for the off lane. As Malady is just taking ridiculous right clicks from Nightfall. Nowhere to go for him. Watson gonna get some help with the cookie.
Should be okay here.
Feels like they're finding these picks before Aurora can even group up to go high ground.
And that's what I mean. Is he? If they find Watson here, no way. Okay. This is the issue I take to how Aurora are playing this right now. I think they're in a very advantageous position where they're strong enough that they can make more of a unified move as a team, and instead they're being a little bit greedy with how they're playing the map potentially, where you could sacrifice 500 or 1,000 gold worth of farm in order to make a smoke play.
That is bad.
Oh, his Scotty died to the wave, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, now you can't siege with the Scotty either.
Man, all these little things, they add up. That's
it. It's all the little things going wrong. Axe gets picked off here and there. You lose your courier to the wave. You lose your Aegis to a 3-man squad. And yes, you retain this lead, but this was a very strong timing that is now effectively missed. No cause for concern, as long as you don't start losing bigger engagements, but that was definitely...
Yeah, as long as this doesn't happen 10 times.
Right.
8's okay. But,
if Aurora played their best there and made a really clutch smoke move and Yandex didn't outplay them, I do believe we were looking at a set already of racks taken, but not the fact anymore.
DM has Aghanim Scepter now.
Yep, so
very tanky.
A lot of armor and regen while inside the puddle, and the status resistance, which is really good against Axe. Going for a Wind Waker next, so knows he can cover himself with the Axe, and now he wants a Wind Waker to cover an ally. It's a really good purchase this game because nobody wants to buy Nullifier on the Radiant. It's a bad item on Terrorblade because you're not up close enough to use it a lot of the time, and Axe technically can buy it himself. Doesn't feel all that great though.
I mean, just forcing a hero that doesn't want to buy a specific item to buy that specific item is a win.
That already has value.
Watson working towards BKB, 2k into it right now. Going for it very late.
Yeah.
Deso, Daedalus, MKB, Hurricane Pike, Blink.
I'm not convinced this BKB is better than Swift Blink this game, actually. It's pretty rare that I would say that, but it's not a great BKB game. It doesn't work against Axe. It works against Hoodwink and Ench primarily here, and obviously you mitigate a lot of Queen of Pain's damage, but that's what usually Refraction is for, and you're about to hit level 25, where you could choose the Refraction instances. Since he's going BKB, I think he's going to take the Melt Bash. Otherwise, maybe it's a bit too defensive. We'll see.
Smoke from Yandex.
Yeah, they see the end.
Okay, or this could be a good searing chains into 2 with the crush to follow. Nightfall taking the brunt of the damage. The hook shot as well. The burst damage from the melt. Nightfall's dead. Cannot get Sunder off to save his life. And now Aurora on the run. They lose 2, likely to be more. WS trying to get back to base, going to continue to get slowed. He cannot blink. But the Boomerang's keeping him safe for the time being, but the blink finally comes in from Watson, and they get the 3rd kill of this fight as Yandex coming back with a vengeance here.
Another positioning error. I don't know what the line of thinking is to stack Ench and Terrorblade on top of each other. There wasn't even a power rune. It was minute 37, and they just stacked on top of each other in the river. And Yandex say thank you very much, pick up 3 kills, probably a tower. And if they wanted to, they could grab a guaranteed Tormentor right now, but probably valuing the map pressure higher. And yeah, it is going to be the meld hit bash talent now, picked up by Watson, so he's going to crack 25 as the first hero of the game. Are you looking at a potential set here? You've got 30 seconds. There is going to be Glyph.
Yeah. Oh, that's a cool purchase. Crimson Guard, late one from the Clockwork against this physical damage of Nightfall.
This is just one of those classic late game Terrorblade situations. And I say late game, we're 38 minutes in.
Do they stay too long? Makoto going to try to delay as much as possible with that Shiva. Looks like they'll get the melee in all likelihood. Nice searing chains onto 2. I say that, now they back away as the Terrorblade about to spawn. Makoto goes up for the Sonic Wave, takes out DM in turn. And now the call on Tachira Jr., so it looks like they have stayed a little bit too long. Atos to follow, and he's dead to rights. Chopped to the ground, no buyback, 80 seconds. Man, both these teams are... I can understand from their perspective, it was so close to getting that melee rack.
The backdoor kicked in, otherwise they got the melee there. But I think fair to say, probably not the best game for either team. A lot of little bits and pieces going wrong and being out of position, and they're both punching. And this is the replay, obviously. The Terrorblade just standing in the river next to Enchantress there. I'm not really sure what the point of that was. You're kind of just exposing yourself to potentially getting caught in case the enemy team is there, and that was exactly what was the case. So a little bit unfortunate as well. And now here, Slaughter taking insane amounts of damage from the Enchantress, and then Mikoto comes through. You get to see the X factor of Kaori there. That Slaughter kill was at least 50% was Ench.
That is true.
And now, as prophesized, this bottom lane will be taken by Aurora as the first set of the game.
You predicted it.
I knew it was going to happen.
20 minutes ago.
First Wind Waker now on Snapfire.
Wow, that's surprising.
It's pretty rich now on Soxa.
So full lane for Aurora. Now, will they stay too long again? They're going to force out the fortification. Ember up in 10.
I think they're going to chill and play for Roche, as they should. Now keep in mind, TA no longer knows when Roche spawns. Good riddance.
Oh yeah, true.
So no advantage there for Yandex.
What is Oracle's innate now?
He knows when... Did he get that added to him, I think?
The rune thing.
I think he also knows when Roche, yeah. He got the Roche part too. Okay. So he knows Roche and rune spawn.
Wow.
Which is of course why we see so much Oracle now.
Yeah, he's very popular. I mean, he's got to be one of the most boring heroes to play, so I can understand from a player perspective.
I think he's really fun.
Yeah, exactly. My point.
I also like Lion and Veno and Necrophos, so we have very little in common, actually.
Necro I like.
I also like Axe, though. We share the love for Axe we share.
Because it's not possible to not like Axe.
You'd be surprised. There are some people out there that think Lone Druid is fun and play it 100 games in a row.
Yeah, but they are nerds.
That's fair. Unlike us Chads.
No, we're big.
No.
We got 6K lead here for
big.
Aurora.
Okay.
I had nothing to follow it up with.
We're big. We're not nerds, we're just big.
Yeah, we're just really big in the pants. You know?
All right, okay.
You want me to get more specific?
No, I'm just a little bit worried for you that you spilled hot water on it.
Exactly, that's why my pants are big right now. They enlarged with all the liquid inside of them.
Osmosis.
Smoke from Yandex. And DM looking for an opening. Roche up in 30 seconds. And that could decide the game.
Yeah, this game is kind of on a nice edge right now.
This fight here could decide the game because it will turn into Roche in all likelihood.
It's a very, very strong upgrade now for Mikoto. Level 25. He's got Octarine, Shiva, Kaiasange, Ags, and the Lotus. So he is massive. Low blink cooldown now, 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's got the damage rune as well. WS gonna miss the call though. Soxa very quick. He's not the youngest of lads anymore, but he's
lag.
still...
Not for Soxa though. He wasn't lagging there.
That's right.
Got out in time.
He's got big brain. My boy.
Yep. What creature is he riding on? What would you call that?
I'd have to look again. Can we get a zoom in again on that?
What is this?
It's a lizard of some kind.
It's a lizard. A dinosaur lizard?
I was gonna say chameleon, but no, I don't think it really is a chameleon. I don't think it's a real creature.
I think it's a dog. It's got 4 legs.
It might be a mythical creature, Cinderin.
Kind of looks like a cat from that angle.
It has some cat-like properties, I won't lie.
Cat, rabbit.
The problem with this set is you're missing the tongue.
Right.
The cool tongue, that is. Like, this is intimidating. What you want is for them to get lackadaisical around you from being dumbfounded by your cuteness of the regular tongue from Mortimer, you know?
Right.
That's the problem.
So we do need a
as we know, whenever you play against Snapfire, you're zooming in on cosmetics. That's
yeah,
top
I think
part.
you and we play the game a bit differently.
I play in this view.
Yeah.
First person.
You're steering Snapfire.
That is pretty high. That would be a cool game mode, I would say. If only you can monetize. Oh wait, you can, except if you're me.
So it's a mechanical Mortimer.
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even. Well, it's a living creature. Why does that have a mechanical component? What is she?
That looks like a Tesla coil.
So she's steering what with the steering wheel?
Chira, oh, he actually just walks into a hex. He's getting blown up. He's dead. What was that? He flies back into the game now. Attempted TP from Ellie, not gonna happen. Makoto gets blown up by Watson, who is going ham now with that BKB, focusing on WS. Gets the bash on the meld as well from that 25 talent. Attempted TP. Is it gonna be enough? No! Triple kill for Watson. They kill everybody after Chira completely feeds his life away.
Pauses like that can bring some ridiculous mayhem,
What the hell?
Because they had so much time to prepare the jump onto the Ember and set that up courtesy of the pause.
It looked like Chira was just AFK walking. Like, that was weird.
I mean, both teams had information that they don't usually have. He just walks in. He didn't know they have Hex. I think that's the issue. But really nice hook shot from Malady creates the separation, and they get full value out of Mortimer Kisses. And look at this from Watson. Melt Bash, 1, 2. He got a crit there on the second shot. Trap kill onto the Terrorblade, and then chases down WS. And this, Shannon, this is why Kezu first picked Watson for his fantasy team. This guy, the 0.1 second TP meld strike as well.
And now this will turn into lanes for Yandex as they take their first lead of the game, 2K, and it's going to be a lot more once they're done with this push. They can't go for more than 2, so bottom lane next. They have Aegis, they have Cheese, they have Refresher Shard.
Yeah.
Banner.
A huge moment, and you can't really blame that on the pause of your Aurora, because you were the ones who got the jump off of it.
Yeah.
So that wasn't like... It didn't seem premeditated at all from Yandex's side that they were going to bait Ember like that and then turn it into a fight. Kind of just came to be that way.
Yeah, well, it feels like a lot of these fights have started with Yandex, somebody sacrificing themselves and then not having buyback. And then Aurora kind of overextending. But yeah, this time, not only having buyback, but a hero that can get back in instantly with Remnants.
Yeah.
Now they're going to get a Tormentor off the top of that. Watson will get the shard, so a silence on the trap.
Wait, who else is missing one? Was he the only one? No, Clockwork could have got it as well. Trap Silence is very nice against Quap. Yes, she has Lotus, but she doesn't have BKB yet. So if you can force a Lotus usage with just a TA trap, that already feels great for Slardar and Ember. DM pivoted away from the Wind Waker and got an AC since Saksa could cover the Wind Waker department. Saksa almost has Refresher. What is going on? How's he this rich?
That's insane.
He has the same net worth as Axe now.
Refresher.
Okay. I mean, I love it. I think it's the best item he can buy here. I'm just surprised he got this farmed all of a sudden. Must have got 1 or 2 big kills.
Tell me how Refresher Snapfire works.
Use your ulti twice. It does a lot of damage.
But
does twice as much damage
aren't you
with
just
Refresher.
going to die before that usually?
Well,
You're
so
just
far
staying like really far away then?
If the last fight is any indication, he got a full ulti off that time. I mean, and he's planning for a level 25.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he gets 25, then it's really dirty.
Yeah. There's other options you could have considered when you're this farmed. You could buy a Hex. You could buy... Theoretically, E-Blade in some situations could be good. But you already have the Wind Waker to cover what the E-Blade would do, so I don't really think that's...
He has Refresher Shard, which I'm assuming he's going to hold for Chira.
I think he wants to use it himself.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Isn't it just way better on Chira?
It is very good, but there's limits to how much you can juggle your inventory in the type of fights that happen in this game. I think it's better that he has the cheese, so he's not gonna hold both cheese and refresher. This is, if you think about it on a theoretical level, it's very good to spread these items out, because if you think about the types of fights that can break out, if in some of them the refresher is helpful for the Snapfire and in some of them it's helpful for the Ember, well, if they swapped it around so Snap had the cheese and Ember had the refresher, I think that's worse.
It's funny because this...
But if they both have the same one, like, if that hero gets jumped, you lose all of the net worth of those items,
If it was
right?
a previous patch, it would be on a core every single time because of BKBs. Right?
Yes.
So the fact that they changed that means that supports actually are using this more often, which is really nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Very good change.
I'm so happy they changed refresher. It's one of my favorite changes they did to items as of late. Just felt like every late game was about who can be magic immune the longest.
Yandex. Oh my god, that was close. Looking for a pickoff. They have another minute to go on the Aegis.
Yep. Hard to just brute force into the enemy base, though. Ench Axe are very good on defense.
Malady, hook shot available.
Shiva's now picked up for Axe. An upgrade for WS, who, given the free start he has had a very disappointing game. He's now 7th on net worth after having the best laning stage out of anyone. So things can change. Defensive hook shot from Malady will get him out of trouble.
Yeah, Aegis down in
for
30.
now.
Watson under
Not
the
out of
cover
trouble.
of Mel. He's going to get Sonic Wave. They see him. He's already at half HP. They're going to burn the Aegis here pretty soon. Going to pop the refraction. Going to town on a Nightfall. Trying to take that first life. Will eventually do so, but at what cost exactly? Half HP. He's going to have to sunder his teammate. It feels like he's sundered a teammate every goddamn time this game. Meanwhile, high ground. The Co-op creating good amount of space here. Oh, crush on the nothing here for DM, but there's a refresher. I mean, for Soxa.
Clean hit and run, I guess.
Yeah, they don't really use the Aegis at all.
Yeah, they kill Clock in the Aegis and lose nobody.
I mean, they did use the Aegis, but
yeah,
not to the advantage that they would want to. As they were the one getting jumped that time.
You're gonna see the replay here. So, unfortunately, Soxa a bit too far away here to go for an earlier cookie. Finally comes in and now has to Wind Waker because the damage is too much. Clock is going to use the Great Lotus, but immediately gets bushwhacked, so doesn't really get anything off. Another thing about the refresh on Snapfire, of course, there will be fights where 4 cookies is insane. Can't rule that out as a as a meaningful play either. Soxa would love to get a Wisdom at 49 here.
Did they use the shard? I think they did.
I think he must have.
I'm not sure who used it though.
He must have used it.
Oh, you think Soxa used it then? He was holding it.
Well, he's used a refresher. Oh yeah, his refresher orb is on cooldown, so he must have used the shard, right?
True. Well, how does that work if you use refresher shard and then deliver yourself a refresher orb after?
I'm guessing the orb goes on cooldown if you have it in your possession at all. If it's in your courier or in base.
Yeah, but if you buy it after you've used a shard, for example, like a second later,
I would.
That's a loophole?
That's a good question, actually.
I always think of these questions that you never answer.
Yeah, you never have them either, though. It's not all on me. You can also, I mean, maybe you can't think, actually.
That's not very nice. No. You're supposed to be hosting me in your host country, etc.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I did, and then you spilled water on yourself immediately. My expectations dropped significantly. Can't take you anywhere.
Very even game, though. In terms of net worth, do you think this is advantage Yandex, though, at the moment?
At this
point, you did say earlier, 50-plus minutes is Aurora favored.
Yeah, it's close.
But the whole game has been Aurora favored, and they've really not wanted to take advantage of that.
It's also just, at this point, it's a question of not necessarily the lineups, but also who you feel like has just got more momentum and is making better plays. I think Yandex's last 15 minutes have just been better overall. So yes, on a theoretical level, I do like the Radiant lineup better, but I just don't think Aurora are playing a good enough late game so far that I can feel confident. Gotta open up somehow. We're gonna lose Mira at the start.
Hook shot will eventually die here. 80 seconds.
No buyback.
Yeah.
They don't know this.
They do know. Oh, that's a pickup. Aghanim Scepter for Knife. Was that a consumed Ags then? So he's gonna have the fear
He doesn't have the Swift Blink to go with it, though. That's when this gets really good, is when you can jump in and then fear the enemy team toward your own. It's a 2-second fear with a 1600 radius. It is still very good.
What is he? If he's buying Blink, what does he replace then? Is it for the BKB backpack?
I would...
It feels like you have to start with the Blink.
Yeah, it's tricky. It is tricky.
How much money to buy a 7th slot? 20,000 gold?
Let's not get any
Think
ideas.
that's fair?
No. $1 million.
1 million?
$1 million.
Okay, that's not going to happen unless you're Alchemist. Yep, Soxa has that 25 talent now, so this is dirty.
Yeah, keep an eye out for him in fights. Even if you kill Ember or TA, you can actually still lose the fight now. Snapfire with 2 full ultis can wipe out an enemy team with no BKBs. And usually the way these Aurora fights are going to start is access to BKB to Blink Call. Then the follow-up from either Queen or Terrorblade will generally involve a protective BKB so they don't get chain stunned. And that means if a fight extends beyond those 7 seconds, Soxa is the 4th core for sure of this game.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be the Enchantress.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Soxa pulled away by 10k. Item replacement for Watson. He's now picked up the Butterfly.
Oh, Soxa. He might be the one frontlining here. Mira's going to spot him. Gets the hack.
Great find if they get him first.
Yeah. Let's see if he has the buyback this time. He's going to be dead. Does have buyback. See if they fight. They get the hook shot off. A lot of damage out of the axe. He gets blown off. Chira Juni getting credit for that one. As Mally taking right clicks into the Sonic Wave. Will burn to the ground as well. No buyback for the clock, though. Soxa already using his. Nightfall again sundering a teammate. We have not seen anything else from him. As he's going to BKB and try to run away. Mortimerskis is doing a lot of work. Buyback, double buyback, in fact, from Aurora is now again half HP. They get the call. They get the dunk onto Watson. Big kill for Aurora. He does retain his buyback. Will he have to use it? Will they force it out? Chira, Atos into Hex, into Sunder. Finally on an enemy hero. Nightfall has done it. He's used his ult on someone other than his goddamn team. And now they're going to attempt to go high ground. There's still double buyback for Yandex, though.
That's expensive. Roche is up. This is pretty much the dream scenario. They catch TA with call outside of Refraction. Doesn't get much better than that. WS finally finding him high impact play. You're going to see the replay here. So totally understandable chase through, but the buyback from Axe, they get a nice kill on the Hoodwink. They feel like they can continue this onto the Terrorblade, but that call from WS seals the deal. TA out.
He had Terror Wave the whole time, actually. Never...
Probably forgot he bought it.
He never used it.
Pretty expensive purchase. You're not going to use it. And now looking good for the Radiant again.
Yeah, we've seen this before, though. 7k lead. We've seen that exact lead, actually, for Aurora this game many a time.
They've got 30 seconds and a banner.
Yeah,
the second lane is not that big anymore.
Yeah, you
want the
delayed it.
Megas.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait for the TA. So we'll have buyback retained into a fight here. Still has the double life. They still have cheese on Chira if he can get it off.
He's backpacked it. Give it to someone else then, maybe.
Who has room?
I guess.
Right,
Wouldn't mind seeing it on Clockwork, honestly. I mean, he's tanking a lot in these fights on Malady. He's just swap out your one for that. Instead of letting it just ferment in your pocket until you lose or win, I would rather... I actually think it could be a really high impact play. Clockwork has a lot to offer in these fights. Getting off a second set of cogs when BKBs are down, you're the hero that has Crimson Guard. He has a Blade Mail. Hench with Ace.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
That's an item.
Good to get more armor for the team.
Yeah, counters the other assault on the Yandex side.
Yeah, they're closing in on some 25s as well. Axis 24.5, Ench 24.5. More impetus damage would be very strong, of course. Axe with more Berserker's Call AoE.
A little surprised we're not seeing any Eon discs for Yandex. Feels like the jump into burst is a lot to handle.
Very true. Oh, is Malady actually doing this? Is he gonna buy chainmails?
No way, dude.
Is somebody finally doing that?
There's no way this is worth it. There is... I can't believe it. I'll believe it when I say, I mean, he can buy one right now, so...
Yeah, but he's trying to save for buyback. His cooldown is coming off now, so he needs more gold.
Buyback plus chainmail.
Yeah, he has buyback now. No, wait, never mind. 170 to go.
Will this be the first ever sighting in a pro game?
I don't think I've seen anyone do this. I mean, theoretically, it's obviously great when you go late enough. I just think he has more room to grow. Like, there's better items to buy.
He's got plenty of items to go.
Lotus Orb would still be kind of useful against Queen of Pain and Enchantress Slow, etc. Could buy even something like a Ghost Scepter, I think, wouldn't be half bad. If you wanted to tank up. You could get a Shiva. Even though you have one on Ember, I still think that's pretty good on the clock. You could obviously buy Egg for a lot of vision. Jetpack, also still a good item.
Yeah, but chainmails you can eat.
That's true. You can't eat a jetpack. Then you get fuel poisoning.
Yep,
unlike chainmails, there was a man who ate an entire airplane over some years.
Aurora, they're gonna get the jump into the Terror Wave, into the Sonic Wave, into the kill on Kira. No buyback at all, and now Yandex stuck in a 4 versus 5. Can they hold on this time? They've done it every step of the way. There's the crush, but the instant counter initiation. The damage is just too much. Look at Kaori just ripping through everybody right now. They're gonna get the kill onto the Slarda. The Sunder's already come to beat for Nightfall, so he actually gets taken out, but buys back instantly as Watson trying his best to defend. Double buyback for Yandex. Still 100 seconds of no Chiro though. They get the crush. Cookie as well. Onto Makoto. He's dead. Buyback available. Malady, hookshot onto WS, has to pop the BKB. Another Terror Wave come out from Nightfall with the right click. This is going to be the death of Clockwork. Dieback for Malady. And now again, the impetus going to town onto DM. As the TA now in a little bit of trouble, getting slowed, will blink away. Do they go for Megas? Do they go for Throne? No meta at the moment.
It's really good news for Aurora that Snapfire's used everything. That was the refresher play from Sox to do quad cookie on the...
Oh, they're going to have a refresher now for WS as well. They could just end the game with a nice call onto Watson potentially. DM, again, counter-initiated with the instant Hex. Lots of damage, but there's the call. There's the destruction of Watson. Dead to rights. Buys back instantly. And now gets the Meld Bash onto the quad. That's a lot of damage. That's a dieback for Makoto.
They might just hold now.
No way.
They actually hold.
Does this happen again?
What is this?
Nightfall. What do you mean, this?
Okay, this.
They've done this so many times, Aurora has. They have the advantage.
Are they going to hold Cookie number one?
Box up Cookie. Watson with the right clicks onto the traps as well. WS gets off the Berserker's call. Nightfall playing very safe at the moment. They get the Bushwhack, though. And yeah, looks like they will defend somehow.
All right.
This is...
DM's on the prowl. They don't want to let them go now.
That's true. Gets the crush off on the WS. Cookie gonna save him, and I think that breaks things up. Aurora have had like 5 or 6 fights where they're about to win the game, potentially. It feels like they just overextend on one person.
Very important Wind Waker here. You need to just buy some time to... Because if the Slaughter dies faster here, he actually manages to trade his life away for the Terrorblade, which is already good. And then WS will be losing the Aegis to the follow-up volley. And there you're going to see the replay of the Cookie into Cookie into Cookie. And this is really heads up. I think it's actually the dream scenario for Yandex that it's the TA that gets called because she has the buyback, and this immediate respawn into Queen kill. If Mikoto somehow survives here, the game's over.
Yeah.
But find a way, one last chance, but a lot of buybacks now on cooldown for Yandex.
Divine Rapier, Watson.
Yeah, this
and we're 40 seconds away from tier 5s as well. If he can get the Stygian.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's the Eon disc, so Kira will not get blown. Nobody has buyback in the game right now.
He might be able to, like...
They could literally win the game right here with one fight win. Aurora. Every step of the way, they have come up a little short. As the Roche banner plays, and this is a lot of damage from Watson with that Divine. He's going to get called. Nightfall jumping in with the Terror Wave as well. They're going to get the Yules, though, onto the TA to try to get him off in a big Sonic Wave. Onto 3 heroes with the right clicks to follow. It's going to be close. Watson at half HP, going to turn it around to Nightfall. He's dead along with the axe. Are they actually doing this? This is unbelievable. Yandex down to 5 versus 3. Their Ancient is in some trouble, though. The creeps are going to town on it as well.
No, don't tell me.
Watson has a Divine, though. He can continue to push surely. They're going to have to buy back. No, they're going to be able to Kira finally back to base. The Satyr is going to town on your building still. He gets the creeps, but there's still that Satyr to work with. The Clockwork's going to die on the other side, though. And they're going to have to back up
no way
just to
he's not
defend
noticing this.
Satyr finally will be spotted.
He almost didn't notice.
We are 60 minutes in now, 90 seconds of no Nightfall, though. And Aurora, I feel like the way to win this game is to push in the lane somehow and get back into the base to finish the ancient.
Buy travels and travel to the top wave. It's right there.
Yeah, I don't think you can defend this normally. You get the Hex.
If they all just sold their items and traveled top wave and went for it, they might just be able to win.
Yeah, I think that's the only way. They're going to get the Gleipnir onto 2 heroes. Chira with the BKB. Makoto in a little bit of trouble. Gets the Sonic Wave off onto Watson. Just playing with time here. Florida, Yules. Creeps are not in their base yet, so don't have to worry too much. Across on the 2 heroes. Yeah, to get the big kill onto Makoto, though. And now they're going to turn around on everybody else. A double kill for Watson. Fortification, the last of the game in all likelihood from Aurora. All they have to do is try to get to their base, but now their Ancient is fully exposed to the Divine Rapier. Watson, a buyback now instantly from the Ember Spear. Watson can just completely ignore everybody and end this game as Yandex takes game number 1.
There were a lot of ways this could have ended.
In an Aurora victory.
Yeah, there were a lot of ways it could have ended in an Aurora victory, and there were other ways this could have been a win for Yandex, but ultimately, when all is said and done, it's about who gets the W, and yeah, they do find the way. I would have loved to see Aurora buy 4 boots of travel and just TP on that top wave, just full-on YOLO, dare Yandex to, because if it, one of 2 things is going to happen. Either they don't notice in time and you get the throne, or they have to TP back every single hero and you just need to survive the glyph duration and then finish the throne. It was down to like 10%.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the panel can break it down a little bit better than us, but that was a hell of a game number 1.
I don't know if we're going to break it down much better, but it was a very similar sentiment when we're watching the end of that gameplay. I mean, Quinn, you were literally standing there and you're like, why doesn't just one person buy boots of travel, please?
Yeah, Kezu was heckin' screaming, please buy bots!
There's like one Eng creep that's like nearly ending while everyone else is in the base like doing their own thing. I mean, this game was crazy. There was so much back and forth, like good plays here, then there's a clutch play there, then you're doing this, a small play, someone goes, he dies, he's not supposed to, and it just like, it just keeps going.
I mean, Aurora just felt like they were just running down a hill the entire game. Like every time they had a spell, it was like, we need to cross the river, we need to go do stuff, we need to go do this. And then like, even at the very end, like when they go up the high ground, Nightfall dies, acts as the Aegis, then they're buybacking on heroes. You know, Makoto's dying on Queen of Pain in the same place behind the Ancient twice. Like Aurora, you could feel this like angst in them. Like in their heads, I feel like they had this game, but then there's just that constant pressure to have to make the play, have to go, like Kezu's mentioning, was actually eventually they're unraveling, because you could feel like with Saxer on the Snapfire, like him hitting multi-hero cookies, blinking back, even at the very end with the Axe multi-hero call, his cookie to save the day as well. Like, I think Yandex had discipline and they were calm, and then for Aurora it was a bit more, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual, I think, for Aurora, because typically when I think of this team, if they're stressed or it's like a tense game or whatever, game 1 of a playoffs, they're going to play a little slower. But they were not playing slow this game. They were going hog wild. They kept going high ground over and over again. And the way they lose the game is by playing way too aggressive and going way too ham, not by sitting around and waiting. So it's like a weird sort of flip compared to what I typically think of Aurora.
Well, I respect the...
It's insane. No one TPing.
Why is like no one TPing there? Guys, look. Hello, Jimmy is all alone. Like, help Jimmy out. Why is nobody here?
I mean, they even have the, like, they have the glyph and...
Look, I can respect Aurora's early game aggression. I actually really liked that change up in pace, but of course, things that we've said time and time again is when you get into the late game of Dota, it's a different beast, and that's where you have to know that you have to switch gears. You have to take it back a little bit more, and so whilst, you know, you can be a little bit more critical of that late game, it is just a different beast. But let's have a look at the earlier part to it as well, because there was a caveat to what you said, Kezu, that this TA is going to be able to win the game and get off to a good start if you just leave her alone in lane. And we saw that multiple times from Aurora, not actually pressuring the safe lane of Yandex much, but still being able to have a great start for them.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that they never really went to Watson's lane itself, but what I've seen more throughout like the last 1 or 2 months is that if you do take the safe lane tower, which people do more, your carry plays into like the enemy triangle, which Nightfall did do a lot, and we talked about they were very aggressive in this game. And I think also there was like one of the moments about, it was like the first Roche of the game, where I think both teams are doing like very good things. Because you may think, oh, like they're overplaying on the Roche a bit and like maybe they're not doing the right thing. But just overall having the idea that, you know, there's a hero dead and you can maybe steal the Aegis from the starter TA like lineup is very important like for Aurora. So I think that there were also like a lot of good things, even if you feel like they played a bit slow, they didn't make it happen. There was a lot of good stuff too.
Yeah, I think I think Yandex did a really good job holding on. I think Watson especially, like it's his best hero, and I think you can see why here. He's just incredibly comfortable on it. He knows the limits and the bounds really well. You talked about them not pressuring the safe lane, and this is kind of one of the results of it earlier on in the game where, honestly, it's a pretty disrespectful death where WS is just kind of in the middle of nowhere, and then I don't know, from this point on, I think Watson, we talked about the side blades before the game. He is so good at doing this crap. He knows the angles really well. He has the muscle memory for it. And at some point,
just every clip,
he had enough attack speed where he's getting 3 hits off instead of 2. Like the third hit is in the air, but it still splashes because it's 2 to kill the trap. But he bought the butterfly so we could squeeze the third hit in. He kind of owned with these side blades.
But like you can see from those clips as well, like Watson was unpressured, and I think Kaori, at least in the early game, felt a little bit lost in the end. Like he rotated bottom for the rune, he died at 12 minutes. Then you saw the clips of him rotating top, he's also dying. Like there was never this clean play in the early game where it was like Ench plus TB, go through Twin Gate, you take this tower.
This guy's good.
No, that looks about right.
That is, everyone can go and sign up to the Watson TA course.
Did you learn that in engineering school?
Yeah, you do.
Learn about the math and the angles.
Engineering degree.
Maybe he does.
Maybe he does. I mean, the way that he plays with the traps for sure. Anyway, what were you saying, T?
Back to you, T.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, that's
talking about Kaori.
Side blades were so strong based on that graphic, sure. But yeah, I think Kaori just was lost in the early game. Like he rotates bottom, he dies. He rotates top, he dies. We never saw that tower getting taken. And if Watson's given a free game, he knows the angles of TA traps based on that graphic. Of course, that's how he researches how to play TA. But it's like, if you don't shut him down, he will be top net worth, and you'll have these moments where TA has that explosive damage. So I just feel like, I think Kaori and Nightfall, for me, were underperforming, even though they had good net worth in the early game. I felt they played more of a farm game than a let's actually progress the map. So I just feel like their first like 6 to 12 minutes of the game, it could have been a lot better, even though they were doing well.
And also, like, speaking of, like, you know, how he's using the side blades, it showed a lot in, like, I think it's the second, maybe it's even the third Roche. I think it's the second at, like, 37 minutes. It's, like, the same. The way they're team fighting, I think, like, both teams played very aggressive, which, first of all, I love. You know, you're going into, like, the playoffs, like, here, too. You know, you have the Snapfire ult running down, you have the trap, and he's just keeping full range. And even here, he blinks in, then pikes back against, you know, Nightfall, so he can sunder. I think, overall, when it came to the team fighting, when Yandex had, like, a few moments to, like, set it up, they were very, very clean. Because we've talked about, like, Aurora, it looked like they did rush a few of the moments, and again, I think it's fine to do it. You know, you can tone it down. It's cool to come in like very free and confident. We're gonna do this. This is the play. This is the call. You try to make it happen, but for the next 1 or 2 games, gotta dial it down just a little bit.
I mean, it's even as basic as like when to use BKB, because you see the Slaughter go in and you would expect, okay, you would want to BKB blink in and stun, but he's waiting until Nightfall is low enough looking for a stun to target to pull out the BKB. So it's even like the smallest things like that where you're like, okay, we thought maybe Yandex might not be the morning gamers, but it turns out they're very switched on towards the part.
No, I totally agree. I think they honestly totally out-team fought Aurora. I don't think it was even, like, for the advantage Aurora had and for the ease of execution on some of the heroes, like, Quap is not a particularly hard hero to play. You've got Enchu's running in. Like, a lot of the heroes sort of play themselves to some extent, and I think they just got out-executed massively, and I think we've seen that from games earlier in the tournament, too, where Yandex massively outfought Team Spirit or other teams that you'd think of as, like, these classical, like, they're the goats of late-game teams. I think this team they are a force to be reckoned with whenever they have this draft that can scale and they have heroes that they're comfortable with.
Now, I do think Aurora was aware of that, right? Because we saw them pushing high ground really early on, and that was sort of your issue as well, where you're like, they're just constantly going at it, and whilst that gives you a little bit of success, the first high ground push wasn't necessarily something that we enjoyed seeing. The bravado was good, but the execution wasn't there.
Yeah, I think it's just like the idea of like how Aurora's playing this game. It's like they are just on the slippery slope of like listen to Nightfall make calls and you have to play the game that way. Like this feels like reminiscent to early Terrorblade games where like you pick him to buy Manta plus Butterfly, take ages when you win the game. Nowadays you don't really see that gameplay, but in this game it was a throwback to that playstyle. And like they go for the high ground first time, they die, then they reset, get killed, they go again, and just seeing this style of play, I feel like they were just following Terrorblade rather than playing a game on like everyone like knowing what they want to do. It's like where he goes we go, and like they died in the river randomly to the clips that Kezu showed us. Like they just, if they weren't around Terrorblade hitting buildings, they were just kind of like getting caught with their pants down. It just kind of felt weird. So yeah, it wasn't as dynamic as games that they played before. It just felt like a very scripted game from Aurora, and that eventually got unraveled by just, you know, the discipline and the kind of the individual skill of Yandex.
Yeah, it's all, like high ground, you need to be like very clean and clear. Like if you're making a mistake, someone can buy back, they can TP behind you, they can start outnumbering you, and especially against this lineup. If you feed like kills there and they get like more levels, like Snapfire 25 is super OP. Slaughter Undispellable Haze is also super OP. So feeding those kills obviously isn't just bad for like the gold, but in this game it's even worse because their talents actually slap.
Yeah, it's like if you feed a couple of kills early on, it's not as big of a deal because there's not as big of an XP rubber band swing. But when you feed them late like this, you feel it. It's like heroes don't get to 25 unless you rubber band the kills back and forth. Otherwise,
especially not supports.
Yeah, you don't get enough XP off of creeps and normal kills on your head to get that many levels. You only get it in these rubber band games, and that's where, you know, like I think you said, I think you need to have a really clear plan. One guy talks and says we're doing this, and you follow those ideas and you just do that when you're going high ground. There's not all this too many cooks in the kitchen. Nobody jumped the base. Like you have a clear discipline, and I think they got a little frazzled.
But it's like you have to respect Aurora in the fact that it's like if they can play this playstyle cleanly, they will be just demolishing this game in 35 minutes. It's like, damn, what the hell? Like Nightfall Terrorblade, this is amazing. But because they had that inconsistency, it's like you kind of want them to tone it down a little bit because they clearly aren't at that level to have this playstyle like teams of the past that can just win this like perfect, clean, only map progression style of game.
Yeah, we were lucky enough that earlier today, Ray got to speak to Makoto before the series and actually asked something along similar lines of what we're talking about with Aurora and where their changes could potentially come from.
And when you kind of like get through a game and you're talking about it afterwards, who kind of like takes the spearhead on kind of covering how you guys did and what needs to be better in the future or what went really well?
Usually it's always Nightfall and KB, the one that they always like trying teach us how to play, like, and then what our mistake is. So yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. Nightfall is always the most vocal in-game, as we've heard from many teammates, and KP, their coach, like, they should be the ones that are changing a bit more, but there is an element of, I was hoping to hear maybe another person within Aurora was willing to step up once a game is finished to be like, actually, I think maybe this is a different direction, or this is the small thing.
I mean, this game, it just feels like individual players need to just identify some of their mistakes, right? It's like Nightfall maybe being out of position on the first high ground. It's Makoto blinking into base, buybacking, blinking in again. It's, you know, Nightfall maybe falling asleep in between game one and
catching
game
up.
two.
Dude, what was he?
Yeah,
He's catching up.
Like, there's a lot of little moments that each player could say, my bad, this window of the game, it's on me. Like, every player in Aurora can say that.
Sure.
So I don't think you need to really overthink it. It's just like, hope that all of your players play like 10% better, and then you probably can win game one.
I also think if you have players in your team that are really confident in their ideas, whether it's actual players or the coach or whoever, and those ideas work and you've seen success, then I don't think it's bad to also just trust that, and that these are the people who talk about stuff after the game. These are the replay watchers, and we just sort of, you know, you chime in and chip in. It's not like they're all sitting there mute with their hands in their laps. Yes, sir, Nightfall. Like there's a conversation.
Nightfall wasn't saying anything. What we saw just then. Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna let KP do it all.
Post game is a little hibernation, bear mode, but I think that can be a healthy dynamic, and I think this Aurora team has shown that their formula works. The structure of this team works, right? The combination of the players, the coaching, whatever, like there's something there that works very well, and so I want to see them bounce back. I want to see them build on that.
I mean, they've made deep runs before in tournaments, and they've definitely been able to bring it back in best of threes, of course, and that's what we're in. It's only a game at number 1. On the other side of this break, we'll see game at number 2 and how it unravels.
It's Mira from Aurora Gaming, and you're watching Blast Slam.
I'm like a kid watching TV again.
Yeah!
Like I actually got.
I like that.
Yeah,
I want to see more of those.
Yo, so when does Hannah Montana come out?
Why did he write his name backwards?
I don't know.
No, that was
Why
good.
did he start with the M and work this
I
way?
mean, I think it wasn't that intuitive for him to like reach all the
like-
way over here and then like work it back.
Like, if you were to do it, I would do it this way.
Hey man,
I mean,
question the players.
We can get you the one. You can give it a go if you'd like.
No,
But
No, he did Mira. No?
wait. Hold, run it back one more. Wait, hold on. That's
I mean,
not
I don't
a
know
go.
what he's drawing.
I need.
No, he starts with the M.
Oh, do we actually do? Yeah.
It's just-
I
it
don't know why
shows
is he
nicely,
trying
so
to
it's-
run it back. Anyway, that was amazing. That was amazing, and hopefully Aurora will be running this game forward and not trying to write it backwards there. But maybe they would want to rewrite history with how game one went for them. It didn't go in their favor, and it was a hard-fought battle as well for them. And now maybe looking towards what we're expecting draft-wise, if Yandex are going, actually, we're still confident. We won that one. We didn't mind how the pick ban order went for that.
I mean, for Yandex, we didn't really talk about too much, but I think their early game, they might want to kind of clean up a little bit, like conceding the first Roshan, like even when you have Snapfire, getting the vision more of a kisses, Watson doesn't want to try and contest it, like there's no real extra oomph to it, like giving away the Aegis, losing a lot of early map state. You might want to tweak it, maybe not through draft, but through where your heroes are placed on the map, how you're going to try and identify problems that way, but yeah, I'd say that needs to be just respected by Yandex a bit more.
Yeah, I don't think there were issues with Aurora's draft, genuinely.
Yep.
I don't think any of their picks were like quote unquote wrong. Like I think all of them you could maybe argue for a slight tweak, but all the ideas behind them were solid. Everything made sense. Nothing was really wrong. I think you lost the game on play. You messed up. You made individual mistakes, and you got outplayed some. I think if anything, I agree with T. I think Yandex, their early game cannot go like this because Aurora, if you give them a run back, they will stomp you next game. Because I think they should have gotten raffle stomped and they pulled the rabbit out the hat. And so I think you need a stronger early game to withstand this because Aurora are no pushovers in the lanes.
Anything else you want to add on, Kazu? Or you feel like the song has been sung by these two?
No, I kind of agree. I think it's more on like the gameplay. And Aurora are the type of team that they will run it back. They're very confident in what they do, so I don't think they're going to be scared at all.
All right, let's see if they're able to get the run back or if Yandex are going to have something to say because our best of three continues. A Game 2 draft is underway. There is going to be a change up in first pick. Yandex had it in game number 1, but for game number 2, Aurora will have it. And so we will see a couple of changes in their bans. The CEST is the one that they keep solid, same with the Coddle, but now you wonder, because you have first pick, what are you going to potentially let through, make Yandex have to ban, and they take out the Shadow Fiend on the side of Yandex, they're taking out Lone Druid and Clockwork.
Makes sense to not give the robot, but Puck and Tiny are still in the pool, so that's what my eyes on. Are you going to ban them, or do you have a plan for them? What's the scoop?
I feel like, okay, they are just going to take the Puck. I was gonna say, maybe from Aurora being first pick, Puck not getting banned is fine, because it's like, you don't ban it now. If they first pick it, just instant respond. Then you get to play out a game with second phase bans. But they really don't want to think about this hero at all. They don't want it to complicate the draft. They don't want CJ to be forced onto a specific hero. And that's why they're just getting rid of it. Which does mean, of course, Tiny and Windrange, as you already mentioned, are heroes in contention.
I mean, and I guess against Aurora also, like even if you give the Puck and you take the Night Stalker, you have only one ban in the second phase, and one of Aurora's best heroes is like Phoenix, who's kind of annoying for Night Stalker. Obviously, it's not unplayable, but there's like multiple layers, I guess, to what they feel like they also need to do to then even enable the matchup, even though it is a counter pick.
So they are just going to first pick it.
I'm surprised they didn't ban this. To me, this Phoenix ban is kind of weird. Like, if Aurora picked Tiny, then in some ways you're banning your own Phoenix, which is good against Tiny.
Yep.
And if you're banning it for some weird distant second phase, like it's just a 5 hero. It wasn't banned last game, I don't believe, and they just did not take it. So to me, clearly it's not the high priority for Aurora.
It was banned last game.
Was it really?
By
Second
Yandex.
phase? When?
In the, because they only had 3 first
So
phase
second
bans,
phase
so
ban,
second
yeah.
phase
Okay.
along with the line. It was
Okay.
Phoenix line.
So then I guess they do just respect this hero quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, then I wonder now where Yandex take this to, because obviously, again, you're talking about the fact, okay, will they run it back? There's a high chance. If they do, what do we need to take? You know, is the TA that we had in the game just now on 18, are we going to get a second phase again? There's a high chance you will not, so do you man up, you take it here? Do you just take a support and then you have a replacement for it in the second phase? Like, these are things that I assume they talked about in, like, before this game already began.
Yeah, I think you just need to level one of those up to a first phase response, be it the Snap, the Slardar, the TA. Like one of those three will, I'd assume, get picked here. Of course, there are many other options if they want to, but they go for the Timbersaw. Again, on a one-to-one matchup level, it is just fine for Timbersaw, right? There will be some points in the early game if Axe has a completely free lane with Blade Mob Blink, you can kind of threaten him, but of course it's Timbersaw into Strength Hero. You don't really care about him.
I will say, like, it's cool because I think it makes the Tiny worse, so maybe you don't need to ban Tiny. It saves you ban potentially. But I think a lot of Nightfall's heroes are pretty decent against you, like Ursa or Wind Ranger. I think you're both pretty happy.
Yep.
You can't ban both. You've just got one ban here. So if Aurora wants one of them, they will get one. And TA is also kind of hard to pick from second pick because you can get Phantom Lancered. I mean, not anymore because Timbersaw. So maybe it enables TA a little bit more because the Phantom Lancer, the Illusion guys are all worse against Timbersaw.
Is there a third option though for Nightfall where it's like you ban Ursa, you pick Wind Ranger goes to 4th position, and you just play like a Timber Wind Ranger kind of side lane? Like if you respect these carries against the Timbersaw this much, or do you think it doesn't even matter for Yandex?
I guess he would look at like maybe Luna's next, even though he doesn't strike me as like the most Luna-ish player.
Yeah, not really.
Against like a Timber. They are replacements, but they're definitely at least somewhat worse.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Soxa is no stranger to 4 Wind Ranger, so it is possible. Yeah, I'm curious. Okay, they're gonna ban the TA, so just straight up respect ban, which I think is warranted after the performance last game.
I mean, this guy just cooks. When it comes out of the pick for the phase, I think too for Yandex, very often you just want Timber with all the classic heroes like that are played anyway already. You know, the Lions, the Hoodwinks, good lane from the range 4, like the 1+1 kill combo. Because Timber gives you all the damage in the world. Like he just needs a guy to be stunned and see you later.
I mean, that's why I kind of hope to see Rubik, at least in the game for Yandex. Because like you have the shard to displace against the Axe initiation, and then you have the lane for the Timbersaw, so you kind of protect him with Fade Bolt and Lift. Sure, there's Lions and Hoodwinks, like there's multiple 4 positions that can make sense. I just feel like the shard on Rubik is maybe a little bit undervalued into Axe right now in this series, and it could be just a better option to create the chaos in the fights.
I mean, it's the same for me with like other heroes like SD. I don't think we've seen this hero very often. I know he's like a bit more of a specialist and he's not quite as good as like some of these other heroes in the game, but I have seen a few drafts where a lot of the game just relies about this initial jump that you do have. And I think having like a pseudo save, you know, just like you're mentioning with the Rubik lift against the Axe, I think is overall pretty nice.
Who wants some battle biscuit?
I'm a bit surprised about the Necro ban, not gonna lie, because we saw Nightfall play Necro at, it was the Dream League finals. He didn't even have a Dota Plus level, which means he hadn't even popped the hero like a single time.
Yeah, it was really
not good.
He looked super uncomfortable. The matchup is horrendous though. It is really, really bad, and maybe he's played it more in pubs. I'm not actually sure. It's possible he's played it a little more in the recent past.
But Yandex, Necro ban aside, are utilizing Snapfire once again to kind of just flex the continuation of their draft. And Aurora, they do take the Ursa. So the Ursa, the Wind Ranger, the heroes against the Timber. It's no surprise for Yandex. And now you just need to respect the lane. And also Aurora, double picking their cores, very statement. It's like they have gone, you know what, we're in a game 2. We are literally going full specialty. Like our Axe is here, our Ursa's here. Like there is no disguise to these heroes. Unless you're KJ and you want to play an Axe 5. But realistically, this is the offlane Axe, the carry Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, you had to know this is coming from Yandex. It's Nightfall. He sees Timbersaw. He's going to pick Ursa, right?
Yep.
It didn't take a scientist to figure that out, so you need to be okay playing this lane. It's a lane that I think is not the end of the world. Ursa is like a deceptively bad laner versus in professional games, just because the hero stats are not that good, and he has no real nukes that have that much oomph. So if you have like powerful goes, if you cookie on him and you whirling death him and you chain away and you don't let him get the stacks up, then he can be weak in these sort of like back and forth trades compared to a situation where you get to hit someone 8 times.
Timbersaw only goes offlane for Yandex, right?
CJ can play it, but it's like
it sounds
it's like you have DM on your team, the Veto player, the Enigma player, like the hard counter to Ursas. Like, of course, Timbersaw doesn't really flex anywhere else, so I'm gonna assume this is not possible. But against an
But
Ursa,
it's Yandex.
Exactly. It's like when you look at an Ursa, in my head, it's like DM is like the best player against Ursa because his top 2 heroes, probably competitively, beats them. But again, very hard to draft because of the Timbersaw.
I guess the only problem is it's just hard to put Timber like blind into mid. Like let's say you're picking your let's say you go Beast here or Enigma, which is obviously incredibly good against Ursa. I think suddenly your Timber, he's definitely gonna have a rough time in mid. He's gonna get like vipered or whatever. I mean, you're gonna have to like choose your poison, I guess. Like, where do you take the L?
Yeah, and it most likely won't happen. CJ's got like what 5 games total in his career. Last played 10 months ago on Timbersaw. So as much.
I think it's a real possibility, guys.
Again, I hope so. But for the sake of not allowing an Ursa to be picked so confidently.
Yeah.
I mean Watson won't play it, but I think so they're actually going to last pick. I guess they're technically still leaving the flex open. This is a pretty decent response. It gives you that save against the Axe. It's not the Rubik lift, but a save against the Axe call is pretty nice. And if you look at Aurora's heroes, they don't actually have a lot of oomph to throw into the call. It's Ursa hitting people, which obviously Wyvern is very good against. And Lion's not like a consistent damage hero. He's got one big burst of damage. That's kind of it. So Wyvern is pretty cool at resetting all that. Now you've got more sustained damage through Quap. So it's a good response thing.
Yeah, Aurora kind of needed like the Lesh, the Quap, the big kind of damage dealer because, yeah, like Quinn's mentioning, Cold Embrace just full combo breaks Aurora early on. Like normally Ursa gets Battle Fury Blink and you have a timing to go fight. Now it's like, can I actually go fight? Like if I'm not jumping the Wyvern or if I'm not playing on a stun, things can be a bit complicated. Yandex also has the enjoyment of like Timbersaw's frontlining, Tiny will then toss people into curses. Like there's a lot of like balance to Yandex's kind of fight. And Aurora, item based, right? Like you need Ursa to have items, you need Axe to have items. I think there's a bit of pressure on Makoto's Creed of Pain to get the runes, make the moves early, kind of tie the timings together for Aurora.
Aurora should also look at even more, I think, spell damage, just to like break a little bit of what Yandex are like proposing.
Yeah.
You know, with the Wyvern, like Co-op, of course, is great. You've got a lot of this already. You have Lion Finger, but like the support still should very likely give you like good laning for the Ursa and some more follow-up damage. Like you're either looking at damage or another hero that breaks Winter in a way is like Global Silence if you were to pick Silencer, which I just don't like that much. I think the lane is just not good enough with Ursa.
It's just Kaori. He's probably going to pick like a casual Warlock 5. And it's like, no matter what, my Ursa will get his Battle Fury and he will be happy. My dear Nightfall. You know, that's kind of the... I mean, Venomaster is a good ban from Yandex. It is the fight, the pressure, the little kind of nuisance that you kind of want from the 5. But, I mean, backs against the wall, you want Nightfall to be happy. Okay, that's kind of the hero that you look towards for Kaori.
I'll be honest, the way this draft's played out, I hate this Ursa. It looks so bad to me. It's really bad against Tiny, it's bad against Wyvern, and it's bad against Snap, I think, and that all three of these heroes have either repositioning tools or stuns, ways to kite Ursa. This hero is all about jumping and bursting guy. Even Timbersaw, I don't think Ursa is good against Timbersaw in the game in a lot of contexts. I think it's good in the lane.
It's double-edged.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he can chain away from you, he can kite you very easily, he buys Ags, he naturally buys armor items, and I also think this Ursa hero just in general kind of sucks. And so to me, I'm like, can Nightfall actually prove this hero is legitimate? Because I have not seen anyone else make this hero look good.
Especially not a blind pick to add on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, you have the bad carry matchup. The mid hero is going to counter you. The only thing you're going to be good against is the lane, right? That's the whole thing you're picking it for.
I mean, what I can see, because what I think is like an overall not super easy Ursa game, but if he gets to stick on heroes, like I think Ursa against Wyvern, while it's not great, if the guy gets Cold Embrace and you don't get pushed away, I mean, you're 20 stacking the bro and he just dies after. But there's sort of like resetting, I think, that Aurora have to play on in this game, like, you know, Co-op going in and out, and Nightfall also needs to understand that there's going to be a lot of jumps where he's not just going to burst a guy. Like, you have to go and maybe, you know, Q, get a couple of Fury Swipes, back off. Go in on, like, your secondary blink and play on, like, multiple rounds of a fight, basically.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where you want, like, Lion to have 4 stuff. You want to have, you know, Axe and Ursa with this mentality the entire time. So you are kind of, like, pushing the limits of how far your draft can go without overcommitting into, you know, the curse and everything you're mentioning. I'm struggling to think of what Kaori's 5 is going to be. Because also, you want lane presence. Oh.
Spoink. Just goes back to the Inch.
I didn't even bother looking for Inch being banned or not, but yeah, sure. I like the bans of Yandex. I think both of these supports, the Vendor and the Warlock, are kind of better for the game. Inch is kind of just there. Like, oh, what support's left in the pool to give life to Ursa?
I think they want Invoker here. It's very good scaling and it's good against Queen, but it does sort of create another vulnerability where you're picking Invoker into Ench. So there's a tempo problem where you can maybe be run at, but they want something like that. You want more kite and things like this. You want something that helps you in the long fights, because they've picked Queen and they've said, hey, we have long fight potential, and I think you want something that matches that in some way.
Yeah. How does NS lane into Quap?
Bad.
Obviously it's bad early. Is it like so bad that it's unpickable?
I mean, I just think, I don't know if Quap cares as much as Puck does.
Yeah.
Because you can buy some stuff to survive.
I think it's a good call. It leans a bit more on the greed that you mentioned, but I think if you like hold and survive, like just this alacrity later and Tornado, Death Blast, like against all these heroes, especially against the Ursa. And it's one of CJ's best heroes.
Yeah. You also get to play on the fact that it's like, if Ench progresses the map, Invoker eventually also progress the map. So if you do break away from the Ench taking your mid tower because of moves, Invoker can at least kind of come back through tower progression with how he plays. I am still just fearing Aurora's lineup, running into the problem of what does Nightfall do if the game isn't like... If you repeat the same previous game where 20 minutes are going Aurora's way, I can see this draft looking really nice. But if it's a more kind of back and forth, it is a matter of like Ursa blinking, oh no, I can't kill anything anymore. Oops, I've died. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm TPing out. You know, that kind of vibe.
Yeah, I feel like Aurora had the potential to play a lot faster last game, and they didn't take it. And I think if they don't take it this game, it's going to be bad for them. Because they, I think, get old. Like, Ursa cannot do anything this game. It's a great Invoker game. CJ Invoker is beast mode. And so to me, the timer is ticking for Aurora. And if you don't play well and fast early game, I think you get whacked.
What are we looking like? What's your tempo to be like, I'm somewhat confident Aurora can hit a pacing of pushing high ground at a notable time and closing out the game?
To me, it's not even necessarily only about like pushing high ground and overall, but I think it's more about like understanding that like Invoker is very greedy in the early game. Like last game you had TB, you took the tower, you played in the triangle. This game I would like them to like, you know, their lane isn't that good with Timber Snap. You'll be fine there, go through the gate, like make some stuff happen. Like if you're Axe, you have mid-quap, you're very happy if stuff happens around the map, get yourself the first ages, and then just play on map control. I don't think they need to end. And I think with Ursa you're also less incentivized to just run up the high ground and hit it. Like hit at tier 3.
I mean, they have to destroy Yandex positioning, right? Like, if Yandex goes unpunished, they can outplay you. But like, if Wyvern's out of position, or if Invoker's caught, if Timber's gone in too far and kind of like left your backline vulnerable, then sure, Aurora's lineup can go absolutely crazy with items. I'm just assuming that Yandex won't make those mistakes based on how they played the last game. Like, they're not going to be, you know, lacking discipline and kind of throwing bodies around and like losing their Wyverns at the start, right? So,
Yandex on top, 2-0.
He's just putting it out there straight up.
I mean, I favor them, but in my mind, I see probably a few more avenues, like for Aurora, where they do have gameplay, you know, that can be used like and executed to like really give themselves like a good chance at the start of the game to just have like overall good lanes, which I think it should be. And just the fact that Yandex are slow. All their heroes need time. They don't love like, oh, you're getting gone and I'm gonna TP, bro. Like Invoker never wants to TP to any side lane. He's Sunstrike bot, he gets his Meteor. Like abuse that stuff if you're Aurora. You've got the heroes for it.
It's a very clear divide on when Aurora need to strike and how the game has to go for them. And of course, Yandex has a potential they get to sit back and relax. That's where I was going with that one. But our casters, Synderen and Sunsman, don't get to do that. They have to enjoy this with a high-paced action of a game 2.
Thank you very much. Quinn's going to be wrong again. His track record has been horrific, as we've established many a time at this tournament, this illustrious Blast Slam, which, by the way, Synderen, now that we have this time, did you know that Polymarket is the official trading partner at Blast Slam?
I did know that.
You did?
I did.
I told you that before then.
You did.
Oh,
you have told me.
Okay, good to know. I appreciate that.
But
sometimes in my old age, I forget these type of things. You know, a little senile from just.
And most of the time I don't
long.
listen, so it's good to repeat things.
Okay, good.
I mean, to you specifically.
Did you also know that we're in game number 2 here?
I did know that.
Yandex and Aurora.
I was aware of that too.
Did you also know that we're in a pause currently?
I also knew that.
We're not holding up the game this time around.
Casters press the go button. Everybody's waiting on us, as always.
To be fair to chat, we have been the ones to hold up the lobby from time to time. It happens.
When?
Sometimes the lobby crashes and we're supposed to rejoin and we have to walk to our computers. It's really difficult to walk when you're an American, okay?
Fair.
I remind you, very, very difficult. We drive everywhere. That's why I have a license and Synderen doesn't.
You've already proven your lackluster dexterity today. So
thank you.
Wouldn't be surprised if you fell on your way to the casting desk.
I don't fall generally.
Well, that's good.
Because I usually don't stand up in order to fall.
Just cast lying down.
That's right.
That would be the next evolution in casting setups, if we could have like a real lounging experience with monitors above us so we could lie down.
I've had similar. We're close, I think. Right. It's been more and more casual by the tournament, which is great as we now get into the game.
If Blast wanted to pioneer the casting bed, I'm all for it. I'm ready. I will gladly beta test it.
All right, now as we get into this game, who would be the first person to fall asleep?
While casting?
Yes.
Fogged.
You think so? I think it would be me because you talk so freaking much.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. It's kind of my job.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think that there's going to be any, what's the right way? The momentum obviously is Yandex's side. Aurora, like if you're the coach, do you tell them, guys, you should have just TP'd? Or are you more positive? Hey, we had that. We made some mistakes. It's okay. Just play the same way. Just fix this one thing, and we'll be good to go.
So I think after game one, there's no point in spending time and energy on talking about Boots of Travel plays, because if you're the coach, you're focusing on what is likely going to win game two. And that situation that you're in the previous game is one of those that happens 1 in 100 games.
But what if it happens in game two?
If it happens in game two and you didn't say it, you probably feel like an idiot. But the players themselves also know. Like, they know they had that opportunity. You don't need to tell them that. I think you're focusing on...
You know, I saw Mira as the Ancient exploded. What did he purchase?
Did he buy Travels, actually?
He bought Travels.
Oh, he just did it too late? Yeah, I mean, he obviously had the idea then. Yeah, I think it's more like the coach's job after a game one like that is to figure out what minor adjustments to make and maybe recognize if there was a pattern in the game, like if you made the same type of mistakes multiple times, and also focus on the positives, like what you did right. You'd be like, the Ench worked very well. Let's do the same thing in the early game, and then we iron out these mistakes we made in the mid game, and things will be a much better situation for us. I mean, they run back the Ench for a reason, right? They don't feel like that was the problem. Axe, Quap, 3 of the repeat heroes.
No.
On the side of Yandex, only 1 repeat in the Snapfire. Not surprised to see that at all. In similar fashion to game one, I look at these lineups and I do feel like Yandex's lineup is easier to play, but last game we still generated a 1-hour game, so
I'm trying to remember
this is the lane
a
to
game,
watch, by the way.
Like, we've had games where a team feels like they have this opportunity to win the game, potentially snowball out of control, and then they just kind of throw the lead by whatever means, you know, whether it's just some simple mistake or the other team making a really good play.
Right.
We've had these games where it's a big tournament. That happened 5 times in that game. Like, legitimately 5 different times. Aurora's like, 7K lead, about to go high ground. Oh, but this happens. Oh, but this happens. Oh, but this happens. Right. Like, surely that takes a toll on the team as well.
That's what the coach should be focusing on is... I personally feel like that last game was lost on team movement more than anything. Like, you can point to individual players making an overextension or pressing their button slightly incorrectly. But in the grand scheme of things, for the majority of that game, you were ahead. You had objectives. You wasted away an Aegis. You died out of position on Axe 2 or 3 times in the mid game. And that's like, these players know that these are mistakes that are avoidable. And you just need some sort of voice to kind of rally the troops and the idea of how you can play together as a team. This would be a good start. First blood.
To the bear.
On the Ursa. This lane is going to be very volatile. I think this is a lane that Snap Timber can actually potentially win with 1 or 2 great early kills, but now that Ursa got the first blood, looking much better for Aurora.
Yeah, and Nightfall playing his signature Ursa, which we haven't gotten to cast in quite a while, I will say. Has anything... nice toss back onto the tower. Mira will get the Impale off. Takes a couple of pop shots from the tower, and will take some damage over time now for Malady as well. He will eventually drop, but the right clicks of who? Watson, he canceled his attack animation. I'm not sure if that was
did he?
Fog or not.
I thought he didn't even get in range.
I thought he was in range. They're going to go for another one.
Wow,
yeah,
right. Well, that was a surprising play. WS forgot it happened 10 seconds
Well, Mira
ago.
lived, so it's fine. No big deal. Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was the tree cover or not that ended up saving it. But either way, a lot of harassment in that lane. But yeah, talk to me about Ursa. Because historically against the Timber lane, very good.
Yeah. I mean, I would give Ench Ursa the edge overall because Ench is a very good lane 5, but I don't know. Things change with removal of facets and power levels of heroes are shifting. Timbersaw obviously has inherently really good mobility, so if the support Ursa is playing with doesn't have a stun, you can kind of always just chain to a tree if you are skilling like that. But for now, he's going 201, so he wants to go for the in-your-face trades, and this is why this lane is so strong, is that both Snapfire and Timbersaw do incredible burst damage together and up close. And the one thing Timber doesn't have is obviously stun or slow, and Snapfire has both.
Another time onto WS.
It's really cool to see the toss, by the way. Almost never see that on Carry Tiny early on.
Ooh, Sunstrike gonna miss here. Yeah, haven't talked about Chiro yet in that mid lane as Kaori taking a ton of damage to the Whirling Death. Not enough for the kill though for DM.
They are running out of resources here, though. I think this is a lane where Kuro needs to skill the heal. I don't agree with 1-2-1, 1-2-0, I mean. Because you're effectively... The way Snapfire and Timber win lanes is that they just keep doing this 1-2 punch with all their spells in a volley.
Malady dead to right here. Oh, okay, that was a big Lotus.
Heals, he's still gonna die, though.
Still gonna burn. Right click from here is enough.
So I would imagine that skilling Nature's Attendance on Enchantress in this lane would be good. To just keep trading with Snap, and whenever they go and turn around on you, you have the heal. You can also protect your Ursa with it. But opting to buy a healing salve instead, stay on top that way.
How does this matchup work? Invoker versus Quap?
Generally just massively Quap favored. I don't know if it's by this much, but Mikoto is definitely not phased by last game's loss. Pulling ahead nicely here on the Queen.
Yeah, doubling up the CS effectively. Yep. And looks to be an Exort Invoker, so do they have enough setup for the Sunstrike plays?
They have a decent amount. You've got Cookie, you've got Avalanche Toss.
Oh, Impale's gonna hit.
It's a nice connection.
Mikoto gonna get help with the Hex as well, and the Scream is enough. Sock's a little bit too late. We'll get some solo XP out of this deal, though. Means WS is alone for the time being bot.
Now, Wyvern, not a very strong offensive support early on, so you can leave WS alone here for a bit. But you're never picking Wyvern for the lane. This is more of a bigger picture strategy pick. Great against Ursa, great against Axe, because you disarm your ally when you freeze them, so they can't kill themselves on Blade Mail. And of course, you're playing with Tiny, who has a very big HP pool, so the percentage-based heal of Cold Embrace is very good on that hero and on Timbersaw. So I do like it here, and I think Malady plays an exceptionally good Wyvern. Always happy to see this hero. It's one of my favorite heroes of all time, but just hasn't really been a big pick in Dota for years, I feel like. It's like a contextual pick, which I guess is a fine place for the hero to be in. Makes it all the cooler to see it in play.
WS going to take some burn damage. Cookie's there with the Sunstrike as well. They have the setup. They have the kill. Watson gets credit for that one. So for this book on, as hold that thought, DM alone, but has the Timber chain. He's going to get pursued by Nightfall, though, with those Fury swipes. It's going to be enough.
Yeah.
The bear claws him down.
You cannot... This is the problem with this lane, is Timbersaw, Snap actually do quite well against Ursa Ench in a 2v2. The moment you leave Timber alone, he can't even hit creeps. So this is a very vulnerable lane, and similar to game number 1, DM is kind of being thrown to the wolves. He had a bad matchup in that one. In this one, he has a playable lane, comparatively, but when the support leaves, it's not easy. We'll be great here.
Spotted. Sunstrike again does clip him, and the kill goes to Malady. He's going to try to work on this shrine, but they got reinforcements from Mikoto with the Sonic Wave. Cold Embrace keeps Sox alive a little bit longer, but the Scream finishes the job eventually. Malady now getting chased by WS, has the one level advantage right now. Slowing him with that Battle Hunger will get the kill.
Great sequence of events here for Aurora. They get both Wisdoms, multiple kills.
Anyway, the book from Wyvern, do you ever not put it in the burn, Arctic burn?
I think there's occasionally a case for Splinter Blast.
Oh.
I don't think this is a good game for it, though, so I would just, max burn.
Kind of a wasted rotation from Chira. Not able to clip anybody with that Tornado, and the Ench will just be able to TP out.
They do defend their tower, though. But yeah, that doesn't really feel all that great. Chira is going to go for his standard Invoker build, which is the Meteor Hammer Rush. Obviously, there's some combos you can make with this on Invoker. The mana is extremely valuable. Gives you the ability to push towers if nothing is happening. It's an all-around feels-good item for the hero. Very few heroes buy this in general. Kind of interesting that Invoker is in that spot now. Yep. Another nice snipe from downtown.
Yep, they've got pretty good synergy. I mean, really, they've been slowing into Sunstrike, then Cookie to secure it.
Yeah, you can do it in both orders. That's why it's so nice with Snap. The slow is so strong for the 1 second that you can use it to chain with the stun and you're just not going to miss. Either order.
Should we talk about Aghanim's Scepter, or will I be disappointed?
On which hero? Invoker?
Invoker, of course.
Well, last time we cast him, he didn't buy it at all.
I know. That's why I'm saying, are we going to be disappointed? Is this a Kata game?
I think it's less of a Kata game than the last time we cast it when he didn't buy it. So I would
by
be
he, it wasn't Chira, I don't think, was it?
Wasn't it? I think it was Chira.
Was it? Oh.
Pretty sure.
Damn it, Chira.
Yeah. I think there's less merit to it in this game than that one. In that game, he had better AoE setup stuns. And maybe better matchups for it too. Whereas Cataclysm isn't that great against Ursa, obviously. If he has Enrage, you don't do very much damage with it. Probably better to just lean more into more just utility and lockdown. So I think we could see the Atos Gleipnir, Hex, Sonic Wave. Oh no.
Yep, Sunstrike though to turn this around as Chira gets the kill on Makoto. A big turnaround for Yandex. They're going to get a support on top of that as well, just losing Saksa.
Makoto did not think there was going to be a counterplay there, clearly.
He must have blinked in and gotten caught off guard.
Yep, the X factor of Sunstrike, you always got to keep it in mind. I think players sometimes maybe underestimate that because you're just so used to limit testing in practice. You know what your hero can get away with, but whenever you're playing against Invoker, there's always that extra several hundred damage. This would be another nice find. Sunstrike perhaps on the way?
Yeah, maybe.
He has 5 seconds cooldown.
He's going to have to guess correctly. Is the Finger of Death coming in, but the Cold Embrace to save, and now Mira in trouble in melee form and dead.
Wasted finger.
And WS looks like he'll dodge it. Unless there's some miracle Sunstrike to come.
And speaking of Invoker, they made a good point about it on the panel. I believe it was Quinn talking about how good Invoker is against Ursa. I think it's a nightmare matchup for that hero. Ursa genuinely can't really play into Invoker outside of his BKB. Even if you have Enrage running, they're just too much garbage. Tornado, Deafening Blast, Cold Snap, Ice Wall. Obviously, Status Resist doesn't really work against Ice Wall, so you're just still slow to a crawl perpetually when you're in that. So a lot of potential issues for that hero, and
You're talking about
fully,
Ursa?
yeah, I fully agree with the sentiment that this is a bad Ursa game. And they were, I guess they just couldn't find a better idea against the Timber at the time, and they wanted to counterpick him, so I kind of get it. But I would have rather they saved the Nightfall pick for later and made it less appealing to pick certain other heroes that Yandex have gone for. I think the Wyvern, for example, wouldn't have come out if they didn't pick Ursa in the spot that they did.
Yeah, that's true.
But they were willing to take the risk, and Nightfall has to play a stellar game here to have high impact. I'll say that much. Smoke.
Try to set something up here on Makoto. This would be a tough catch. Trying to use the 12-minute rune to their advantage.
Good reaction.
Blink
Very
out.
quick.
So Watson's rotation wasted. They will steal the illusion rune at the very least. As different turnaround this time. Cold Embrace on to Chira to try to save him, but he is completely surrounded. An easy kill for Aurora. As Yandex caught with their pants down, it looks like, but they're going to turn this around maybe onto WS, who goes up to the high ground with no vision. Gets tossed up, and Mortimer's kissed to death. Some unexpected deaths for both sides.
Tower does go down, though, so I think Aurora got what they came for. A kill on a tower. They lose the Axe, who, by the way, is going Vessel. Did you mention that?
I did not. I saw him get Urn.
That's... I get why that's tempting, because you're playing against Wyvern, Timber, and Tiny.
But then you're delaying the items that are required.
You're delaying your hero's impact with the Blade Mail massively. Maybe he doesn't even buy Blade Mail. I actually would like to see that here. I don't think Blade Mail is good enough in this game. Because the only hero that's really going to do a lot of damage to themselves in the call will be Tiny. Invoker is like mediocre. Timbersaw does nothing when you call him. He hits like a wet noodle. And yeah, he can cast his spells. Obviously, you can reflect a lot of damage from Timbersaw spells themselves, but DM will relatively easily be able to counterplay that. So probably going to see the Vessel blink BKB. It is way more of a timing item when you do this on Axe, because you farm a lot slower. Blade Mail is a good farming item. Everything just accelerates that little bit extra. Vessel requires sacrifices.
Yeah, and usually if Axe has to sacrifice, it's not good news for your team. We'll see, though.
There's a possibility that they hit a really good streak when this vessel comes out now. I think you want to look for trouble almost immediately. And, well, if you're quick to react, you might find it top. Nightfall.
Tornado set up with the ice wall. You talked about how that is a bit of an issue for the Ursa, but able to overpower out.
Yeah. They weren't expecting to kill him there. They're just poking and trying to force TPs, but Aurora aren't falling for it. They're staying bottom, trying to get the tower trade, and looks like that is probably going to be the end of this, unless maybe Engine Axe can't actually do this yet. We'll see. No, they're a little bit timid about it. Don't have enough information up top. Only Chira showing. Now Timber will join. But yeah, you're effectively not even trading towers here. If Timber were to TP bottom and just cast some spells, might defend it. Instead,
yeah, Sox is going to show himself, but they're going to try to turn this around now onto the Queen of Pain instead. Blinks out as Nightfall focusing on the DM. Timber chains away. Ice Wall to dissuade any further aggression. I'm not sure any kills come to be here, although Malady a bit isolated now. Was impaled and will eventually get right-clicked down by Kaori. Makoto.
Wyvern has this ability to get in situations like that it just looks so funny. It's like he can't really do anything. It just looks silly. No good curse opportunity. Caught in the middle of everything.
Makoto going Ags earlier this time.
Yeah, there's nothing to buy Lotus for, so. Makes sense. Yeah. Well, this will be a nice find.
It would. They get the call onto the Invoker with the finger and the Sonic Wave. That is another death to Chira, as the Mortimer's going to be used to no avail. So Chira sitting on 3 deaths so far as this mid-Invoker. Makoto, on the other hand, 5-1 to start the game.
Yeah. Looking similar to the previous game in terms of
That's not good
advantage.
News for Aurora.
Well, they get a chance to
I'll say
show improvement.
Their high ground is far worse.
Yes.
Like, it's an Ursa versus a Terrorblade. Like,
their high ground is worse, but their skirmishing is better. So if they do get ahead and they play good formation on the map, I think they have the way Terrorblade wins the game with map control is very different from the way Ursa does it, right? Terrorblade just keeps pushing in the wave with illusions and you constantly taking out the trash, but with Ursa, it's like sometimes you move out of your base and you just eat your support instantly.
Right.
So it's a different type of pressure, and that's going to be interesting to see if Aurora can get into the same position if this suits them better. Because I would kind of agree overall that I don't think Nightfall is the best Terrorblade player, but he's really good at playing Ursa from ahead. You can see him putting it to use right now.
Yeah,
Saksa, easy pick.
On the other side, though, Sunstrike. Get the toss to set it up, and that's a kill on WS.
Oh, Malady killed himself. He's dead now.
Off lane, Malady. It's still double support for off lane.
It's all right for Aurora.
It's all right for both teams, I feel.
Yeah, I guess.
And this will open up the Roche for Nightfall.
Yep, nice and easy. Untouchable. A classic Roshing combination, these two heroes together.
They're scanned out. Maybe there's a Sunstrike play. Won't be enough here.
Oh, if he had done it a bit later, he might have killed Ench.
Watson, no way.
Early enrage.
Surely. Oh, jumps in, gets off the avalanche. Oh, but Nightfall gets the Aegis, and now he's surrounded. Watson, was this worth it, my friend? Takes the Sonic Wave. He'll get a support on his way out, but man, usually that's like a clockwork type of thing, like a support making that move. That was very risky, and he pays the price.
It was a cool play with the Tumbler's Toy. I think waiting for the kill sound is maybe a bit naive to think that Nightfall isn't instantly going to pick it up.
I thought he would avalanche first and then hop in.
That too. Would have probably been better, but it's a cute play. If he gets the Aegis and dies, it's worth it. But not the case. So let's see once again how Aurora put this to use. They've taken all the tier 1s, so they definitely are in a position where they can shove out all the lanes and start constricting the map with the threat itself of getting jumped with Axis Blink coming up now for WS as well. Let's make things a lot more interesting for the Aurora plays. And you have really good heroes to play around your supports with. Again, the comparison between Ursa and Terrorblade, you're playing Lion with Ursa, you kill a hero really fast and you get out. Playing Lion with, or you're playing Ench with Ursa, you can slow a hero down and burst them. You can also do it to a Forge Spirit. That's less valuable.
Just a little.
Not really sure why that was worth.
Nightfall's BKB still a bit away at the moment, but they do have the Aghanim Scepter now on Makoto.
Yeah.
And WS, really? Okay, I was going to say, he just got Blink delivered. I thought he was going from Spirit Vessel to BKB. I'm like, where's the Blink?
Oh, I see, yeah. No way.
So has
one of the few heroes in Dota that I would argue are basically unplayable without Blink.
Yep, would agree with that. As Finger, it is. Watson with the Avatos, though, will insta-get Mira, so 1 for 1. Now they're going to jump in on the Makoto. Tornado is there with the Sunstrike to follow. Not enough. Now the counter initiation from WS with the Bear there as well. Chira Jr. gets eaten up, but Watson finds another in the form of the Axe. The Sonic Wave clipping DM. Timber Chains away should be okay. So in the end, it's actually an even trade of sorts. I mean, it's a mid for an off lane, I suppose.
I think,
but the mid is not very farmed.
Yeah, the thing about this for Aurora, I think it's a better trade for them because I would be happy to trade my Axe for Invoker at this stage of the game. I think slowing down Chira's progression, to me, this kill is a bit, honestly, this is like, naive might be an understatement. There's like no way you get that kill on Queen. No. It's just not possible. So, bit off more than he could chew. And when you go for, oftentimes on Invoker, when you go for overplays like that, where you go a little bit too deep, you leave yourself vulnerable, and WS is going to take that all day with the nice Blink catch. So Invoker and Axe are obviously very far behind the pack of the cores. The thing is, Axe can find really meaningful impact with just a BKB, and yes, Invoker still has good spells, it's not that, but the Radiant lineup is relatively reliant on Invoker getting to this BKB, I would say. So he has more staying power, because as it stands right now, Chiro gets jumped by anything, he's just dead. I don't think Cold Embrace is going to save you. Quap has overwhelming damage together with Lion. You're still taking Vessel damage.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Cold Embrace is only good against the Ursa anyway.
Yeah, it's good against one hero this game. Well, it's good against the Axe Blink called Blade Mail, but he didn't go Blade Mail, so way less important for the game.
And now WS 1000 into his BKB. So yeah, Aurora going to find some pretty good timings here relatively shortly. As Chira shows on the map, but this time Aurora not going to pounce. Despite having this Aegis still, it is going to be running out relatively shortly. But with it, they've gained close to a 4K lead now.
Yep. Pretty decent.
But yeah, Nightfall just being, I don't know, he just feels more comfortable on this hero. It's very obvious with his play. Just setting the tone, getting aggressive. Kaori, dead?
I mean, we've talked about this previous times, but when Nightfall got into Pro Dota, there were... Oh, nice call!
Yeah, that's a death again for Chira. Yeah. Oh boy, it's a rough one.
Nightfall's two big heroes when he started playing Pro were Ursa and PL. PL, not very good right now, but when it is a good PL patch, this guy does not shy away from it.
When it's a good PL patch, Reddit is not happy.
Yeah, when it's a good PL patch,
no one's happy, really.
Play less. Might be a correlation.
Yeah, you play a lot of heroes that are countered by PL when he's strong, aka support.
Yes. And some of the...
How is Wyvern against PL?
It's really hard to play.
How's Curse against him?
Like, you have to click the right one among 8.
Do you get...
That's really hard. And if you do find him, his illusions don't even hit that hard.
Yeah.
And if you Cold Embrace yourself while PL is hitting you, you get out of Cold Embrace, you instantly die.
Yeah.
It's not a great matchup.
Glad we're not seeing it, Cinderin, just for your sake.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever liked PL.
Smoke from Yandex.
It's kind of like Brood in that way. Also glad we don't see too much Brood.
Well, they're going to try to go through the gate. Oh, they're going to jump right on top of him. Meanwhile, the other side, Sonic Wave onto Chira. Oh no, another death. But it's at the cost of Nightfall, who did not get through the gate in time. And now from the other side, Watson and company going to connect. Yeah, I'm surprised Aurora want to continue here. The Mortimer's now right on top of Kaori. Both supports dead.
Okay.
So Chira, for once, his death not in vain.
You don't... I'm very surprised they opted to stick around there.
Maybe they didn't know that Nightfall. He just went silent.
I mean, you used Sonic Wave. Your carry is dead while trying to go through the gate. And yes, I know Invoker is down, but the other heroes on Yandex have a lot to offer when Quap can't do the output. Because, like, I suppose you did have finger still for an axe call play, maybe. But yeah, this was just really nice timing.
Yeah, the fact that the support went through the gate before.
Yeah.
That was like a second differential.
I mean, they might have rather had the both of them there together, to be honest.
Well, they both died anyway. Yeah. It was the Lion, right? So
might have saved Invoker's life, who knows? Oh, well, no, he died first, right?
Yeah, I think he died first.
All right, well, the game's even now. So there goes your 4K.
That's how Aurora prefers the games to go, Cinderant.
They prefer this?
Yep, apparently.
Okay.
I mean, based on their play, absolutely.
Okay.
Could you argue against it?
I could argue that they're not playing their best and they don't prefer to lose leads, but...
Okay, well...
I'll take your word for it. You seem like a smart guy.
I'm just saying what I see, you know?
Yeah. Well, sometimes things happen that you don't prefer, but they do happen.
That's true. Like spilling tea on yourself.
That's right. Do you prefer your tea on your pants?
It actually did help. It helped make it more cool in my pants area, actually.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, your body cooled it.
You know, Denmark doesn't believe in air conditioning, so it's one of those things.
That's right.
Enjoy your summer, Cinderant.
Oh, wonderful. I'll open a window in my room and have my fan running. I'll be okay.
And we'll see. In 50 years, we'll see what you say.
Okay. It's optimistic.
That's true. With that gamer neck, maybe 40.
Yeah. Gamer neck. I haven't heard that before.
You gotta do my stretches.
Yeah, most people talk about the back, but
it's connected.
It's the neck that really gets you.
So winner of this series will face off against LGD, who did... I mean, they started off undefeated in the group stage, and they kind of let a couple games slip out of their sight, I suppose.
They're good, though.
They have been playing really well. I'm enjoying just like getting the Chinese org just powers them up, you know?
That's right. That must be that. Let's not give the players any credit.
No. They've had enough time to prove them.
Because if there's anything we've seen in the last 6 years of Pro Dota, it's that having a Chinese org back you up leads to great results. Definitely understandable that is
when they pick up a non-Chinese team, though. Huh?
Yeah, well, we don't really have any reference to that in the last 6 years.
That's right. Mortimer.
Apple, see you later, Kiori. Oh, he does manage to get some distance, but then, well, eventually Tiny gets to swing his club once, and then you die.
It happens. It did require 5 rotation, but...
Yeah, they want to take over the triangle, though. This is some really good vision being placed down. Aggressive ward. They get the D ward as well. So now taking this area of the map away effectively. And this is when it's terrifying to play against Tiny. When the other team starts feeling confident enough to make these moves and constrict your space. Wards aren't always about finding heroes. It's also about eliminating the option that they're there. So this aggressive ward is effectively providing a ton of process of elimination for Watson to look for kills elsewhere. If he knows they're not in the triangle, can kind of put the pieces together.
All right, well, Aurora not going to let that stop them. They smoke up now.
Nice break.
Yeah, the very good hero for this. For sure, he's going to get off the curse, but it's only on a solo target. He's going to get bursted down by Nightfall and company.
Well worth it,
but he tanks the gank.
It's a good death.
That's the first curse of the game, I do believe.
Yeah.
And into Roche. All right, Aurora, is that enough to go for Roche?
They have buyback on Wyvern, and they have an Invoker is so sick for this. He just needs to start casting some spells.
Yeah, they're going to exit the pit immediately. They scan out. They know that they are wrapping around, or at least in the vicinity.
It's going to walk in.
Is found, but Nightfall comes in with the BKB, trying to burst down DM. We'll find the support first. Sunstrike, not enough to finish out his WS, actually takes some of that damage, and now the pressure being applied to Watson. Gets bashed up, pops the BKB, toss up as well, but Makoto blinks right into the melee form now, as DM doing a lot of damage to Nightfall in the meanwhile. Makoto slowing Watson to a crawl. Look at this, attempting to TP, and he is okay, despite that Aghanim Scepter. So after all of that, just a couple of support deaths.
I love that from Kaori, though. That's the perfect way to play that situation. Just walks up high ground as Ench. First point of contact. Gives his core so much space in the fight. You're going to see the replay. Look at him just completely alone walk up the high ground. Pre-casts the heal, anticipating he's going to get jumped. This leads to an immediate Soxa takedown. This is a very good Yules, but obviously will still die. If Makoto hadn't used Sonic Wave there, they would have had it for the Tiny. That was completely unnecessary, actually. Soxa was 100% dead. And yeah, that might have given them Roche. That's actually a pretty costly mistake if you think about it. This is a Sonic Wave kill for sure. Maybe you couldn't have done Roche even with the tiny kill because Invoker's still alive, but now you definitely couldn't.
Yeah, Yandex is making it quite tough on Aurora to go for this second Aegis of the game. And DM with the Lotus applied, we'll get some D-Ward action. They can always stick some Forge Spirits in there. They have the Sunstrike, they have Wyvern that can terrain walk. You have Mortimer's, worst case.
It's such a good zone control team, that's true. Saw the value of the BKBs in that fight for Aurora, but they didn't really manage to connect on bigger targets except the Tiny, who's the hardest kill. Well, I don't know, between him and Timber. Pretty tough targets, both of them.
Ursa can kill both pretty fast, if left unattended. That is.
Yeah, need some time though. Roche is gonna move, so both teams aware that that is not a consideration for now. But it will be on the other side, so now we start putting the vision there for the side of Aurora with their smoke. Still have their mid-tier 1, by the way. Actually kind of relevant in this situation. It's a lot harder for Yandex to cross without breaking their own smoke, so they have to do this awkward wraparound. And well, he's gonna go to his summer house.
Oh,
Blink call.
All initiation onto DM with the Impale. It's not gonna be any follow-up. Those Nightfall jumps right on top of the Tiny. Pops the BKB already as WS getting focused by DM. And reflected a Culling Blade, it sounded like it at least, is they're going to be able to take out Soxa to start things out. As DM and Makoto trading off BKBs now. Tornado from Chira. Nightfall just getting kited. Without the BKB, Yandex likely can still try to contest this if they're not found.
They're not going to try Roche. This is not a good trade for Aurora.
Nobody's been farming for how long now?
Yeah.
And Yandex, 5k lead.
3 BKBs to kill the Snapfire is not good. Because you can't get any objective afterwards, and those seconds are worth more than 1 Snapfire life. Yeah, you used BKB on Timber. I think his BKB is the least important in the entire game out of all of them, so you'll take that if you're Yandex. You can't really go for Roche yourself, though. Oh, actually, DM. No. Wyvern's on backup anyway.
Yes, he is.
Have yet to see a good curse. That one, he was trying to curse the Quap close to Ursa, but just narrowly enough distance between the two to not get clipped.
It is a tough ult.
It's hard to use this game. Like, the enemy lineup is not going to stack very often. However, if he does find a single good curse, look at the whopping follow-up he has. Avalanche, Invoker, Timber, Tiny.
Yeah.
Any 2 heroes getting stunned together, you can chain it into an avalanche, and they're both immediately going to be gone from all the burst. How many Force Staffs? Actually, they do have a Pike and a Force between the supports on Aurora, so they can counterplay it.
Oh, Mortimer's Kisses right on top of WS. Was being pursued by Watson, has a double Battle Hunger on him right now.
Forced out a Nightfall already.
Yeah, already using it again. Gets the bash though onto DM. Cooking onto the other side. Timber chains into the river. He's going to be fine. Nightfall in the meantime slow to a crawl. Another curse onto a solo target, but there's the Avatar from Watson. Doing a lot of damage. Right clicks Nightfall with 1 tree toss. Buyback from Nightfall. Actually, they still want to fight here. Makoto using the Sonic Wave to kill off DM.
Oh, that's a good heal.
They get off the kill onto WS. Soxa with the kill after buying back here. Watson slowed now. With the impetus doing quite a bit. Nightfall trying to reinitiate, goes right on top of Soxa, gets the bash, gets the kill. Get the Meteor Hammer with the Meteor as well.
Nice combo.
Strike not going to be there thanks to the Force Staffs though. As Makoto still trying to be aggressive. Chira Jr. in the cover of darkness.
He might be.
Oh, he gets the kill with the Sonic Wave. So in the end, costing very heavily for Aurora. I mean, is this enough to go for Roche? You force out the buybacks here. Potentially.
I think so. You also really need to get it. You used Ursa buyback for this. Imagine they don't get this Roche, how crippling that is. But I think this fight was a great example of what Quinn was talking about in the Ursa versus Timber matchup. You're jumping in, you're using all of your resources. Yes, you trade BKBs. Timber is low. A low HP Timber is infinitely more useful than a low HP Ursa without ulti and BKB. That hero just can't play the fight. Has to buy back and come back in. And this really nice defensive sequence from Yandex's side, keeping Chiro alive.
Did result in the eventual Aegis for Nightfall.
Without that 4-step, Makoto might have died, actually.
That was such a long-winded objective, by the way. That felt like 10 minutes of posturing around Roche.
Yeah, sometimes it does take a while. Ironically, in an Ursa game, this usually can be pretty quick, but didn't have a convincing enough victory to take it until that point. And you could debate whether there was even a victory to begin with.
Watson has a 3K net worth advantage right now in Nightfall. I mean, what is that supposed to look like at this stage, do you think?
For Ursa to feel comfortable, he needs to be even or even ahead. So, supposed to, from the perspective of you want to win the game with Ursa, this is not good. Supposed to in this draft, I don't know. I feel like this is kind of likely. That's why I took issue with this draft. I think it's very hard for Aurora to consistently get a lead with how the heroes match up over the course of the first 30 minutes. So this is definitely, they're definitely not in a winning position. Let's put it that way. That doesn't mean they can't do it.
Meteor Hammer from Chira Jr. Level 19 at the moment, so struggling with the levels a bit on the Invoker.
Yeah, 20 talent is good.
Watson's close to 25. I believe he's the closest hero right now, indeed.
Decent game for triple meteors, I guess.
Yeah. This is where the Midas change hurts Invoker.
Yeah.
Levels are always incredible for him. Need to make that his innate. Just get a Midas. A really bad Midas.
What a great innate. Love that.
DM, he has Gleipnir now along with the SNK, and gonna be...
It's another problem for Ursa. You just add more random, low cooldown.
Well, blinking from Makoto is actually going to use his BKB with the Sonic Wave now into Malady. He's going to cold embrace himself. WS is kind of in a weird spot. They will burst down the Wyvern.
Okay, that's going to be a tower as well. Not bad. Playing their Aegis advantage decently here. Looks like Yandex kind of want to fight, but not really. In case you missed it, Tiny has 5,000 HP now, by the way.
Classic.
It's fun stuff.
He's got
Satanic.
That's a... I mean, is that... Usually we see like a Daedalus or something first, right?
It varies. I can really see the logic here. You're like, I'm going to get blink called, I'm going to get jumped by Ursa, I'm going to survive the initial burst, and then I'm going to give myself a second health bar.
Right.
Oh, don't mind it here. Okay, mission failed, and then some.
This is Symphony of Sausages as Aaron gets the Impale onto 2. The jump in from Ursa. He gets stunned right off the bat, though. Watson already having to using his BKB. Nightfall will reciprocate. In fact, stun himself, it looks like. Gets the bash, though, onto Soxa, and it's going to be a support for support, although they still have DM in their sights. And he's called up. Impetus doing work from below. Avalanche from Watson, though, to try to keep them at bay. Gets a toss-up as well. Nightfall pretty damn low. Still has the Aegis, though, as Watson another toss to the road. He gets off the Aegis. And now the Tiny tries to exit. Malady, gets off the road finally onto a second target.
But hits really hard.
Yeah, that's the only unfortunate thing is they don't really have any follow-up there.
Okay. That's a decent result for the Aegis, I have to say. You're pretty happy with that if you're Aurora. Great fights aren't that easy to come by, but also it was a little bit of a crazy situation. I think by mistake, Watson tossed Soxa onto the Lion. You're going to see the replay here. So first of all, the fight's going to start like this. This is not ideal to go on the edge. Fortunately, with the 4-step, ends up tossing Axe really far away. This stun is really nice, by the way, from Mira, finding both in that. And pay attention to what happens here with Tiny. So he wants to toss Nightfall away, but ends up tossing this Soxa Snapfire over there. And this ultimately leads to this kill. If Soxa's alive here, maybe an additional cookie, maybe an additional slow afterwards could have made the difference, but find the call as well. And yeah, as you mentioned, Impetus. Kaori just played basically a free fight. Didn't seem to get targeted by a single ability.
Yeah, Kaori's having the time of his life here.
This damage is really important too. They don't have enough if Ench isn't hitting this much.
Yeah, perhaps that's a target that Yandex can try to focus on first, which they have a good amount this game.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny did run into her first, but didn't have Silver Edge. Didn't get the Silver Edge hit, so couldn't quite do it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now Yandex's lead is gone. Would you look at that?
Yep. This series has been something.
Do you agree with the win expectancy?
No.
60-40 for Aurora?
No.
I don't feel that way.
No fight has indicated to me that Aurora is going to team wipe without losing a bunch themselves. And their high ground is horrifically bad.
It's hard to push, indeed. I think that's the problem.
Like, not only their heroes don't hit buildings, but it's against a Wyvern, a Snapfire, an Invoker. Like, those are crazy.
Tiny tossback.
Yeah,
it's rough. Like, even if you have Aegis on Ursa, you can just blink toss him into the tier 4s and then completely break the formation of Aurora. This is such a hard game to end.
Yeah.
It's infinitely easier for Yandex. If they have an advantage and have an Aegis, you just put Alacrity on a 5k HP Tiny and he 4-shots the tower.
Yeah, so Aurora, I mean, the only way to do that is to just get a team wipe.
Yeah, they kind of need to just play map control for a long time and find a good fight eventually because Yandex are bleeding out too much.
But the longer they wait, I mean, Invoker, he's gotten some Sunstrike kills and he's been useful, but his net worth has been on the lower side of the
he's getting there eventually.
He's catching up now.
I don't know. I feel like if Aurora up with an Aegis and like 15k now, I'm not even confident they can get a side. Like, that's how I look at this. It's just so difficult. So with an even gold game, definitely no way you're ever sieging without a big win. Even killing one core might not be enough to do it.
How often when you're drafting, you think the players are like, we need somebody that hits buildings? I feel like we've run into this a few times in CAST.
Yeah.
Scan out, Yandex smoked up.
Relatively frequently, actually, that people don't put enough stock into that. This would be a big connection if they could find Lion first. That's basically the dream target. Get rid of all of those pesky disables at minimal cost. Tiny can kill him in one swing and a stun.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen, though. Aurora seem well aware. But this is some good ward placement. And
in, gets broken. He has the Eon disc, so he's going to feel very safe. Blinks out now. As there's the curse onto 3 heroes. Pretty damn good. The Ursa's beating the shit out of the Enchanters with the Mortimers to follow, and down she goes. That's 3 dead already for Aurora. They get the Quap. Malady, the only one to fall for Yandex so far. Instant buyback from Mira. And Nightfall going to attempt to blink out to safety. Should be able to TP out just fine as the Gleipnir finds WS. Is there more connections, though? I need a little bit more in addition to this.
Oh, he's onto him.
Oh, that's okay. They don't need anything. DM just
Timbersaw doing Timbersaw things to strength heroes.
Whirling Death for the win, I guess.
Honestly, Aurora should be happy that didn't go worse than that. I know it went pretty damn bad. If you get 4-man cursed under a ward, usually you just lose the entire fight like 5-0.
Speaking of high ground push.
Here it comes. Alacrity Tiny.
Yeah, goodbye buildings.
Yep. This is at least one set. I don't think you buy back Axe for this. I think you just let it go. The problem is you don't have any tier 2s. How much can they get? This is fast.
This is going to be a DPS check on buildings here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one lane. They're going to go for bot now with the Forge Spirit setting things up as well.
Second glyph from the melee racks.
There's still 30 seconds of no Queen of Pain. I feel like you get a second melee here.
You get 2 full, I think.
I mean, the range don't matter. Let's be real.
That's up.
Not until the trebuchets come into the next patch.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for years.
Thanks for the spoiler.
I've been spoiling that for about 10, 12 years now.
So look at this curse here. So first of all, Dakota, this is actually not that bad because he has disc.
Yeah.
This curse coming up from Malady, the fight is over. This is basically flawless.
Wait, how?
Ursa was mid-jump when it first came out. So
that looks so wrong.
Because he's in the middle of his Earth Shock as it comes out. So he still is in the search radius. And then...
What? That looks so wrong. I'm not going to lie. That was weird.
Now that you say it, he had it out. So that did it.
That looked actually broken as the Avalanche finds 2 onto the high ground. W Authority at half HP.
Nice tornado.
Tornado EMP to follow another curse, and that's the death of Axe. No buyback here. Nightfall trying to turn it around. Nice sonic wave though from Makoto. Now he's stuck on the cliff. BKB's into the action again as Watson using the harpoon to get back into the fray, and they kill off the Queen of Pain. No buyback. Double kill from Malady of all heroes. And this might be the end of the game as Kaori will be spotted, completely surrounded. 4 dead for Aurora as Yandex can just go get megas now. That avalanche was disgusting.
Yeah, it's really, to be honest, maybe also a little bit fortunate timing that Quap links into it, but...
And then this, where did Nightfall come from? The curse is just global for him. That is hilarious.
Yeah, as you said, megas, inevitable. And honestly, if Yandex knew the buyback stats, they could end here. They didn't need to go for megas, but understandably, yeah, with the lack of information they have, this is definitely the safer play. But considering, well, nobody's buying back, guess we can get more.
Yep, tier 4's not going to be here too much longer. Buyback for the Enchantress. It's a 2 versus 5 for just a brief period. 5 seconds left for 2 of these members to come back. Nightfall jumping in right on top of Malady. Gets the kill. The burst damage is enough. He's already used his BKB though. DM very tanky with that Aghanim Scepter. And now Nightfall does not have the BKB any longer. And guess who's back up? It is Malady with ult. With buyback now. As Yandex gonna back away for the time being. I say that, but WS, he's going to be spotted. Be 4 staff to safety. There's going to be 5 alive now for Aurora, but this is mega creeps to go against. And perhaps if you're Yandex, you just play it safe, go for Roche. Even a Shadow Blade purchased. He already bought back, so Malady is spending all his gold. It's all about positioning to get that last Winter's Curse to win the game.
There are seemingly infinite ways to win this game. You could get a pick off into Roche. You could maybe just force the Roche. You could smoke into the enemy gate. If you smoke into the enemy base and get the right jump, you might not need the Aegis at all. Plenty of ways. Yandex just needs to find one of them. And they've got more than one chance too, because even if it goes horribly wrong, well,
triple meatball surprise with the Sunstrike. Goodbye. No buyback on him. And that surely is enough for Watson secure Aegis. And this is 3rd Roche, I believe, so that's a lot of goodies.
Leave the cheese in there for good measure. No, he's going to take it. Nope, he's not. Okay.
It feels like nobody uses it. Yeah. There's just no
Leave it in there for good luck. No. Yeah, I think your magic wand is better. It's fine. It's all good. Not triggered, by the way.
You don't sound very triggered.
Oh, it's fine.
And Yandex looking for the finishing blow to knock Aurora out. Ancient exposed, and yeah, Watson hits very hard. He's going to jump in with a double avalanche toss into the Gleipnir. A lot of burst damage coming out. And Makoto getting the silence. Ancient already at half HP. Sonic Wave as well, but it's not enough to find a kill as of yet. But there's the right clicks from Nightfall. Cold Embrace to save Watson. Still has that 2nd life anyway. As Makoto's BKB now no longer a thing. Watson's starting to hit that Ancient without the tree, though. Not as fearsome as Axe dies inside his own fountain. And they're just going to call it GG's for Aurora. And Yandex will have a date with LGD.
Yeah, well-deserved 2-0 victory. I think when push comes to shove, they just played better in the key moments of the game. Better decision-making. I really like their draft in this game in particular. I think the Wyvern pick was very clever. Obviously, it takes a while for Malady to showcase why the pick was so good, but he finds 1 or 2 good curses. First of all, I wasn't even expecting a good curse when I liked the pick, but saw the Cold Embrace be clutch in a couple of situations against the Ursa, and overall. Once again, Yandex, the laning phase maybe might not have been the easiest, but they know how to calmly play their way through the mid-game.
Nightfall ends the game 11-2-9. He actually had a pretty good game on the Ursa, but like you and the panel kind of talked about, it just did not feel like a good Ursa game in general. He was getting very kited, his BKBs, which a lot of times they were good usages, but just couldn't get full value because of the kiting ability that Yandex had.
Yeah, you get 1 kill, and then what's next, right? So,
yeah, Chira started off very slow, ends the game 4-7, and with a ridiculous amount of farm, with the sheep stick to go along with everything else. But Watson really, we've seen so many times him play this carry, Tiny, as we see Nightfall, unfortunately, getting eliminated here. Gonna have to think about his choices on carries. Terrorblade didn't work out.
Well, you say eliminated.
Ursa didn't work out.
It's knocked down.
Yes.
Eliminated from the upper bracket.
Eliminated from the upper bracket. That's right,
Yes.
Cinder, and I definitely knew that.
Yep, there's different ways to be eliminated. He did look like, to be fair, he did look like
I'm
got
eliminating you from this conversation
All right.
here pretty soon, and let's go to the panel to do just that.
All right, bye-bye now.
Thank you to Syndron and Sunspan. And standing next to me is, of course, one of our winners, Watson. Congratulations. It's moving on in the upper bracket here. You guys going up against LGD. But let's talk about it. A 2-0. Was that expected when you woke up this morning?
No.
Why not? What made it so much easier against Aurora today then?
I don't know. I think I just played very, 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 very good. So we won.
I think you could add a couple more berries into that. You played exceptional today, I would say. Especially the TA, we know it's a hero that you guys like to, well, you personally like to play. Why aren't you playing it more? What's wrong with it in this patch?
I don't know. I just enjoy this hero. It's my favorite hero. Queen knows.
I know.
But why won't your team let you play it? Why aren't you picking it more?
Huh?
Why aren't you picking it more?
It's because I have more imba heroes. Like they banned first stage CEST, Shadow, Finland Druid. So yeah.
Okay, they're better.
Where's the draw?
Yeah, we discussed about draw, but we decided that Tiny is just better against Axurs.
Whenever you saw that that you were playing Aurora instead of Falcons, did you think it's easier or harder?
I don't know. I wanted to beat Amar. So, and I woke up today dead inside at 8, I think, AM.
That is dead inside hour, huh?
Yeah, now we play another game today.
Yeah, you do.
I would say in game 1, when the Ench creep was hitting your Ancient, like, were you at all like worried about the game going their way?
Yes. We like said, guys, dev.
Were you surprised they didn't try to like TP in and like make more of like, were you expecting more moves from them, or was it more just like it's just the creep you care about?
I mean, if they TP, we have Glyph and they have no TP, I think they cannot throw us. What the heroes? Quop?
Yeah.
If Quop sells like Ags or Deso?
What if they all in?
But
like,
we
you
still
buy
have
Drum, Vlad.
Yeah, you're probably fine. It's close though.
Also, in regards to game 1, like, were you surprised by the pacing of like Nightfall's Terrorblade? Like, he felt like he was running at every tower every minute. Like, there was no kind of like balance to his gameplay. It was just like all go. Like, were you expecting this, this style of Aurora?
I don't know. I knew when they picked TB, see the game.
Okay, that was sort of similar. I mean, Quinn was saying that like Nightfall is not really a TP player.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not. I mean, is the hero just trash right now too? I never see it.
No, I think it's fine. It's just we need to play very good, like very, very, very good.
I see.
Also, how do you feel about going up against Axe? Because Aurora has done so well on that Axe beforehand. You guys let it through, and then you yourself have to lean against it twice.
Yeah, yesterday I said to coach, I don't want to lane against Axe, and today I stay against 2 games against Axe.
What makes him so annoying? Why don't you want to lane against him?
I don't know, hero is broken, he just used second spell, post-4 hit me, and I went jungle on tier level 3, I think.
So does
Classic meld rush jungle.
Yes, it's my favorite strategy.
It's your favorite strat.
Does your coach listen to you then? Like, if you ask him not to play against it and you get 2 games, like...
Sometimes.
Okay,
I said to him I have free hero pool. And then yeah, he decides what should I play.
Is it like if Suxa says something, that goes above what you say, and if Malady says something, that goes above him? Like, is there a pecking order on the team?
I think Axel, Suxa, and Malady on
the same?
Yeah. And then Envy.
And then the rest of you guys are on the bottom.
I feel like it was always like that. They would always see some hero you didn't want to play against, and then you always ended up playing against it.
Yeah.
So CY also didn't listen to you when you were under him?
Yeah, I also didn't really like Tiny, I think, this patch. But I decided to play it myself.
I was kind of surprised that the tiny Alchemist Dragon Knight's like the same kind of guy.
Yeah, but I outplayed this guy on Axe. I toss Lion, I toss Axe, and then I'm 5k minute 10, and then Giga.
Then you're chilling.
Yep.
All right, perfect. I think we're going to leave that one there. Watson, I know that you have to play against LGD. Actually, do you have anything to say on that? Are you excited to come up against LGD again?
No, I go sleep.
Okay, you go to sleep. All right, well, then I won't keep you much longer. You're going to go for your midday nap there. We're going to have a look at, talking about it here. I'll thank you. You can take up your headset, go back and join the rest of your team, because the rest of us here are going to talk about this series, of course, the rest of our day here as well. So Aurora fall into the lower bracket. Yandex continue on, going up against LGD later. But looking at this one now, we've got Kezu rejoining us. you're back. Watson did not expect it to be a 2-0. Were you feeling that way as well?
I just feel like Aurora was a tougher opponent. Like if I had expected, you know, that they were initially, I think, supposed to play Falcons, I definitely thought that was going to be easier. But I think they showed it in the series. They played very well. I like what they did. I think they just had better team fighting. I think they were also just more clear with what they were doing. Aurora in game 1, they're like overplaying. I think in game 2, they're like a bit timid. Like they're not like hitting the balance properly.
But at least like Yandex showed that in this game too, like they were making mistakes. There were team fights that the Ursa, you know, like was able to win, but they adjusted and eventually found like this is the solution to winning the game. With Aurora, it never felt like they were finding the solution. They were like surviving the game, making it last longer, but they never had that fight where like, that's how you're actually gonna, you know, close it out, right? So I think Yandex just showed that ability to kind of understand how, you know, dynamic the game is, whilst Aurora felt it's a little bit more one-dimensional in this series.
I feel like in some ways it's a good matchup for Yandex because I think Aurora is a team that wants to go later. They're not a hyper fast team, and Yandex also wants to go later. But to be honest, it kind of just looked like Yandex are just straight up better team fighters. Yeah. Like I think they won. I think the second game they had a much better draft. But overall, I think the team fought better as a team throughout the series. I think individually they played better. Like I think they did not win this game off of some theory stuff or any of this. Even though the second game is, I think, favored considerably, they outplayed them. It was not that close, and I think if they replayed the series, I think it would look similarly. Like, I think this is a tough matchup for Aurora.
No, I agree. And I think even when it's difficult, which I think it can be for Aurora in this game, like you have ways where you can, because you're playing against Winter Wyvern, you can take like split fights. You know, your Quap can go on one guy, your Ursa can go on the other, then there's Axe who's like waiting, but they're always going on like one guy and they're making it kind of easy for like the overall spell usage. Like you had Melody, like later in the game, he gets like a 3-man curse and he gets a 4-man curse, and it's just like, it's too easy and like overall too simple. Like this too, they're playing on like a high ground ward. What are you expecting is going to happen when you walk into like high ground vision and overall like here, he gets a banger curse. You know, unlucky for Nightfall, I think he blinked like on the edge and then still gets like sucked into it. But it's just like these are the moments where, same as in game 1, when you're going high ground, when you're deciding to make this call, you better damn know how you're doing it and why you're executing it in what way, and that it's going to work.
Great blink itemization from the Wyvern as well.
Oh yeah, the Vlads into the blink. Man, you really had me thinking that.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering
like,
if you were going to bring it up because originally he didn't have the blink dagger queued up.
Yeah,
right?
We can maybe ask him later tonight because the Vlads there was some sussy stuff going on in that inventory.
I'm just surprised that, you know, full circle towards the end of the game you ended up praising him, but the earlier part you're just like,
we don't talk about the Vlads.
What is bro building?
I mean, that's like the type of build that you still get MVP win, like no matter what, you know. It's like you see the Vlads, like, I'm helping the team, thumbs up, you know. There's no solo, there's no random like other item, but the casual Vlad, it's up for debate. Yeah,
it's telling the story. High damage, high lifesteal, makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean, can make sense.
You're really trying to vouch for the Vlad.
No. I think we would talk about it sometimes in the past. Like sometimes it's a good Vlad's game, and sometimes the carrier's like, "Can you buy Vlads for me?" Because it's just one of those games. And I think this kind of makes sense. Like he's getting daggered, he's getting dagger spammed, and he wants to. I don't know what this is, but he wants to sit there and hit. Like, because he can't run away from dagger. He's getting Giga slow. So if you can kind of stand your ground and you can keep hitting with Satanic plus Vlads, like every little bit helps to actually out-sustain the dagger spam, because that's the only thing that makes them lose the fight.
I agree, but it's about a kiting game. You know, you're trying to get in, out, shake it all about. You need a 4-star or yours or something. Like, you know, you need a bit more oomph in your 5. Vlads, I agree, after the fact. But going for it that early,
How else are you going to get a 4-man curse?
Well, the thing, did he end up finishing it? No, right? Early. He had like one part and then he skipped it.
He skipped it and then he just went straight for the blink and then he still had the rest of it queued up.
Yeah. All I'm saying, blink force then Vlads, I'm down to I'll hype that build up.
Blink,
that sounds cool.
force then Vlads.
Yeah.
That's itemization.
But right now, instead of hyping it up, he's throwing it in the trap. That's what I'm saying.
And then they're going to play against OGD and do it again. And then we'll be like, oh my god, this is the best build ever. Oh my god, they're in the top 3. Oh my god, wow.
Wyvern is so hit or miss, I feel, that we've seen in this tournament. It is literally like the biggest hindrance of the draft ever, or it's like, it's the showstopper and you're like, damn, that was a great draft.
And you're also showing the clips as I throw the hand into your camera shot, what can you do? You're throwing the curses where it's like the 4-man curse. Before that, at like 36 minutes and 32 minutes, he was hitting nothing. He was blinking and dying, right? So it's like, there's volatility to it, you know? Like, we're going to show you the good curse again, because we're here to hype it up,
Because he did the Vlads.
Because he did the Vlads, of course. The Vlads actually helps quite a lot. But, you know, again, all little things to think about. Yandex, even though they did win this series, there is still that debate of like, a little bit awkwardness in the early game. There are team fights that they're losing in the mid game. You know, it's not a clean game, but they still just overcome things, which is, again, very impressive. But against teams that don't allow you to kind of come back from mistakes, always need to kind of think about that.
It's just a team with very solid fundamentals.
Yep.
Like they're all very skilled players. They're really good laners, and they're good pairings. I think sometimes you have players that maybe they're all good laners individually, but in their synergies they're not quite good enough. Whereas this team, I think Saksa and DM have a lot of synergy, right? They won one of the Wallachies together. Like they clearly know how to mesh, and I think Watson and Malady have amazing synergy. And even whenever the game doesn't go well, like Watson talked about how he goes jungle like on level 3 on TA. Like they've been through these situations. They played together for a long time, longer than a lot of these players at this tournament. And so they understand that feeling and they communicate well and they just like mesh together well. And I think that goes a long way and it's part of the reason why this team is so consistently solid. Like I think it's rare you see this team bomb out because they just have good synergy and they're very skilled.
Would you predict them to be your Blast Slam 7? Dude, why am I doing this so much today?
Blast Slam T7.
You're gonna lift the trophy too.
Anyway, let me start again. Would you predict them to be your Blast Slam 7 winners?
Potentially. I think Bepum is also very good. I think that is a team that has impressed me a lot this tournament. I think they won, not the most recent one, but the one before that, and they have just looked very solid. I think Kirito just come into his own a lot as a player, so I look at them a lot potentially as well.
I can see them as finalists for sure. I don't know about winning. I think it's a bit hard to just say, oh yeah, this team's gonna win. But I definitely, I can see them there and put up a good fight.
All I'm saying is Kez just took my point. Anyone can win. That's true. No, honestly,
Well, then let's do a different one.
I said they're going to go to the finals.
Yeah,
Would you agree with the percentages that it's 25%?
No, there's no cooking to be done. I'm here just to ad-lib boys.
Like, would you put LGD that high at 16?
I feel like the LGD is maybe recency bias based on group stage. We saw how Na'Vi in the previous tournament had a great group stage and then disappeared from the tournament. I think LGD later tonight will have to prove themselves. So I think that percentage is very skewed based on the group stage. And normally their playoff results they kind of like peter out around top 6, top 4 normally, right? So I just think LGD might be a little higher, but they're also in the best shape, I would argue, of the year. Take that as you want.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a little bit of like, we just saw a series and the rest of it is all based on like group stage and all that sort of stuff. But of course, over at Polymarket, that's the predictions there for our Blast Slam 7 winners there. Whatever sort of arguments you want to make for or against certain teams, it is shaping up that way. The other one that was kind of talked about, and we will talk about them more in depth, is Liquid as well. If you guys were to put them that low, or if you feel like after a break, a resurgence for Liquid, they're on the up.
I don't know where they were, but I would not put them. They're definitely below all the teams we just talked about.
They're the lowest.
I don't think they look that good. Of course, they had a break. They're back. Maybe there's like some pressures off their shoulder because there's like, well, I guess technically we're not supposed to be here, so it's just like, woohoo, like, let's play, be happy, and just like make it happen.
That's when I see that 5-man lineup, they're definitely that sort of people.
I mean, hey man, you don't know what they talk about during the game. They might be like, vibes. It's like, it's good, it's fun. It's like, y'all want to play this here, boom, boom, like, let's go.
Let's go.
Like, it's
5 big
possible.
booms.
We don't know what they talk about.
No, you're right. We don't know. We only know what we're going to be talking about. But right now, we're going to halt that because we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is going to be that second best of 3 for us on the cards.
This is ATF. And now it's time for you to watch Blastland 7.
These are bangers, dude.
We're just squiggled down.
You also gotta enjoy the drip.
They're so good.
I mean, he wasn't far off it.
Wait,
I
what?
feel like he did a decent job.
On what?
Maybe
The
like-
name or the logo?
All of it. Benefit of the doubt.
I'll need to
Bro's
see a
not here for
replay.
his creative abilities, okay? He's here because he's good at Dota.
That's true. We're not judging the artistic style.
Holy
That's what I'm
face.
saying.
Yeah, he's dripper.
What is this jacket? I've never seen this before.
Do you know all of Ace's closet?
He doesn't. Okay, Dota players don't wear that much stuff.
Ooh.
Holy
This is like some
liquid
Formula
jacket.
One
Tripper
walkout.
crown, and they're
Have you
walking
seen
on
this? This has
water.
been out for like a month now. I think it's so good.
Dude, those look heckin' cool.
The,
Yeah, I'm
the
ready.
liquid drip slaps hard. It's
Dang.
so good.
DM's open liquid?
I run in a size small.
Fair.
Medium?
What's? I think I
Are
run
we
like a.
stare sizes? Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a large, but extra large kind of nice sometimes. But I'd say large, just so I don't feel like I'm too big.
Okay, well, what about
And with that,
Liquid
we're
coming
back.
up against Falcons? We can get into the actual nitty-gritty of it instead of, rating them on their dripped out outerwear.
Drip was good.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, jackets. It was-
Outerwear is a jacket?
That's true.
That's fine. Outerwear is fine.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. good.
Appropriate.
Now, let's actually talk about the Dota and the fact that Liquid was not supposed to be here, right? The fact that we're now having a Liquid Falcons matchup time and time again in a situation where we didn't think we were going to have one.
Yeah, it always happens, you know. It's just somehow always happens, whether it be them playing against each other or Liquid sneaking in. I'm sure they're happy to be here, but I think historically this is a matchup that is quite Falcons' favorite. They tend to beat the tar out of Liquid, but if you look at the most recent results, then I think Liquid. To be honest, I think Liquid and Falcons have been in similar form. So the fact that Liquid has had a better matchup, yeah, exactly. They've had better matchup recently is a little surprising to me, and I think shed some light on the series considering that. Off of tournament form, I think you think Falcons is favored. But I think recently Liquid has had a good matchup against them due to, I'm not exactly sure what, but to me it's a little more complicated than just Falcons better than Liquid.
But it's also like Falcons, after winning TI, they won the 21 tournament after TI, and then since then they've not really contested for wins, right? They've kind of been present, but again, not lifting any more trophies. And Liquid, at least throughout this year, I think they've lifted one trophy halfway through. So the form does lean towards like Liquid having better form.
They literally went first to third to second in back-to-back tournaments that they played.
And then they
missed a tournament because qualifiers were played before their first place.
Yeah, it's just a confusing combination.
And
of
then they
teams.
had a stand-in for the next two.
Yeah, like when you look at Falcons and Liquid, in the last like 3 to 4 years of Dota, it's like Falcons had the dominant year of like, what, 23, 24, where they won everything. Liquid, of course, had the second
It was
place year.
24. Can't take away 23 from Quinn.
Yeah, it's end of 23 going to 4, and then of course you had the game in Liquid year where like Liquid's getting second place to everything because of this guy and Pango. It's like it makes sense.
Only Pango, of course.
Of course, only. Like it's weird to note that these teams aren't constantly able to maintain that, but alas, that is the level of competition in Dota. There we go.
It's just that Liquid, they're still trying to, I would say, really find like what really works for them. Like sometimes in the tournament, like they look really good, but then you see them like a week later, and I'm like, it looks a bit lost. Like I don't know exactly if they actually know themselves like where to pinpoint it, because I have seen improvement, but there is still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, well, I want to actually have a chat with one of the players. I know Rhea got to speak with Nisha earlier.
All right, I'm here with Nisha. Very excited to have you. You snuck into the tournament, lucky you. I was wondering, since that happened, what have you guys been talking about that you need to change coming into the bracket here?
I mean, I don't think we're changing much. Like, whatever we did was like decent, but I mean, we got out obviously. But I think we'll just stick with what we practiced before we got knocked out.
Yeah, I'll keep the confidence up. I get that. And going into this, when you play against mid players, do you have like a way that you categorize them in your head? Like, oh, I'm better or worse than this guy, or like this guy's really good at laning, this guy's good at mid lane?
Yeah, I think for sure. Like, I think with Sumails coming in, I think it's just against Madrid, I kind of cannot play. So I got happy after I heard that. Yeah.
I mean, like, there's a lot to unpack in what Nisha gave us there, because he's saying we want to continue the same ideas and form that they had before they got eliminated. But I feel like that's the reason why you got eliminated. But in saying that, their form against Falcons specifically was really good, because what was it, Kezo? A 26-minute win in the group stage against them?
Yeah, no, they did really good. Like, maybe it's like that he thinks the ideas are good, they just misplayed. So like you stick to what you know, but you just need to do it better because he thinks that it wasn't. Maybe it's that.
I think it was definitely a lot of play. I think I looked at a lot of those drafts and their heroes were fine, and they kind of just made a bunch of mistakes. And I do agree. I think this team they're oscillating like crazy right now. Their performance is all over the place. One game they look really good, the next game they look horrendous. And I don't think it's only because of heroes. And so while that may sound a little backwards, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, hey, we're going to keep picking our heroes because we have the read that we just need to play better. And sometimes that is the case. You just got to play better.
I mean, you also just need to kind of find like which player is meant to be kind of your focus point, right? Because when you look at Liquid before, when they were successful, it was like the pacing, the aggression, they win their lanes, and then Mickey's this carry that goes everywhere. It's like you saw a clear identity, but then like every other game with modern day Liquid, it's like, is Ace scaling, or is Nisha going to be that 18-pick puck where it's like, oh my god, he's untouchable? Like, what carries on Mickey? I feel like every game is a question of what core is meant to be the star, rather than before. It's like you already knew the answer before the draft even started. Like, it was inevitable how dominant they would be. Right, again, it's like, there are so many questions around them.
Yeah, I mean, we can paint the picture a little bit clearer for some people and have a look at Liquid's recent results more specifically, because maybe that's going to illustrate Kezu a bit more of like the up-down nature.
Yeah, because it's just like you see them sometimes, it's like, you know, you see a third, you see a second, you see a fourth, but then suddenly, you know, there's like a 9-12, and then even here, you know, if you consider Blast, they didn't actually make it out of the group stage. Of course, they are still here, you know, because of power vision, but it just goes to show you, like, they have really high highs, you know, when the things click, when they understand what they want to do. Maybe it's the right draft, or maybe it's the right gameplay, or it all mashing together. But it's just that they are still trying to find their form. Obviously, you know, they've had Tofu, you know, coming into the start of the season, swapping from 4 to 5. You have Ace, who's obviously also very different, likes to farm a lot. He's with Boxy, Boxy likes to kill. So just having like this overall dynamic of players meshing together, it can take time.
Yep, it definitely can. And I think, I don't know if it will ever mesh this, like, I know you think back to whenever they had 33 on their team. For a lot of that year, they were also quite mediocre.
Yep.
And they just got it together toward the end of the year. I think sometimes these things can take a lot more time, and they can also be very patch-related. Ace, I think, especially as a player, is someone who is a patch-related player. He's not going to be good in every meta, because, for instance, this one, I think, is a harder meta for him. And so I think it makes sense they're doing a little worse, because I think it is a tough situation. He likes auras. He likes playing for the team. This is a very Blink, very self-centered patch, which he can do some of, but it's not fully his bread and butter. And so I think there's going to be a lot of acclimating there as an individual player, but also as a team to sort of fit him in and find a way to make the team style work together.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about that specifically, because you're saying there is longevity in being able to stick with a roster and work through those bad results. But sometimes you have a stand-in for your roster, and sometimes you don't have that longevity. You just have to make it work off the bat. You have to make it work for yourselves in day one of having them. And before we talk about it, I know Rhea got to talk to Amar about having Samael as a stand-in.
Got to bring up the obvious. You're playing with Samael as a stand-in. You played with him way back when you were standing in for Enigma Galaxy for a while, and you played with him a few times since then. But how would you compare yourself as a player now to when you first played with Samael all the way back?
Well, Samael actually brought a very funny fact when we were coming here on the shuttle, that every year he has to stand in for us one time. He's like contractually forced. And well, the difference between like all these years, since I've actually played with him every year, funnily enough, not sure about this one. We're in a fine condition as a team, and now he's coming in. We're in a very random like camp, because like Murray is supposed to get his visa, but it actually got delayed. So I'm very happy to play with Samael. Obviously sad for Stanislev, but I'm still looking forward to rise the king name once again.
Who was it that actually got him to come in for you this tournament?
I just messaged him. Like, we just hear that we need stand-in. I like messaged him 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm like, oh, let's go fast.
Oh my god, he's so reliable.
Yeah, it seems like he is old reliable for the side of Falcons. I mean, the fact that every year they've had Samael play with them at least once, it's pretty crazy. I didn't realize it was that spaced out. I had remembered that they'd had it before, but I didn't realize it was literally once every calendar year.
He's a good player to fit in. He's skilled, and I think like he's also played with a lot of these players over time. He's played with Kurt obviously for years and years. So there's a lot of synergy there and a lot of camaraderie. Obviously, he won TI with AOI, who's not here, but I think that team thinks of him very fondly, and I think he fits in with them on a cultural level like quite well.
I'm just intrigued to know how he's gonna do. Right, like he's escaped contract jail with Enigma Galaxy after having a very interesting stint on
contract
that.
jail?
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Jail. So he's escaped. He's now able to play on Falcons, one of the best teams in the world. And it's like, of course, he just played on Mouse post-Nigma. That didn't really go so well for a Tier 2 event. But again, I feel like whenever you get to watch Sumo play, like you want to see him shine. Like he is that type of player that can take over games. So I'm just intrigued, like what's his hero pool? Is he going to copy other players in the tournament? Does he have his own pub hero pool that he's been utilizing? Because again, he's not been having to compete recently. So it is kind of like a lot of question marks, and it's on Falcons to kind of just help him adjust to like just being back at a tournament again.
It's also like on that note, it's good not just I think for them, because you want the stand-in that you just let him cook, right? You make them comfortable, you let them do the cooking. I think this is great for him. He's like that type of player that he will make it work, and like T is saying, it's good for him to also get his face out there, you know, like again, remind people that I'm really good at this game, look at me play, we're gonna go, look at me 10-0, 10-0, 10-0. He can make it happen if he plays well, ain't no problem.
Or 0-10, 0-10, 0-10, and this is the retirement tour. So hopefully not.
We're going to think on the positive side, because many times Falcons have had to have stand-ins for different reasons and different roles, and they've always said whenever they bring in a stand-in, they like to do it where you just play what you want to play. And I do wonder then how we're going to see the draft unfold, because many times we will have Malreen's hero being the last one that they want to pick out for themselves. Sometimes, occasionally, we might get a Skeeter hero is their last pick, but ultimately, it does normally lean towards the mid laner getting that priority. So is it going to change? You want to pick something for Smail earlier, and so now it's going to push someone like Skeeter to the limits on a hero pool.
I'm not sure about how it changes when the heroes are picked,
yeah,
but I think it definitely will change what's picked significantly. I don't think Sumail and Malreen's hero pool have very much overlap at all.
Not at all.
It's almost completely different heroes. And so I think it'll also change like what crit plays. If he's playing a lot of follow-up damage because Malreen is playing stunny guys, well, Sumail's playing more scaling dudes. He's playing Invoker or Ember or Storm or stuff like this. Maybe that changes what crit plays. And so I think there's different dynamics through a lot of that stuff. And I think to me it's a lot about what, not necessarily when in the draft, but it will be different for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also the balance of like Skidder is the type of player that I want to see in the second phase. I don't want to see him as a last phase carry. Like he's not like the last pick Venge PL kind of guy who's like, oh wow, you take over the game. So I wouldn't mind just seeing him in, like the casual Tinies, the Dooms, the Alks, the DKs, the dude that kind of slots in the middle of the draft with like a Hoodwink pairing, Snapfire pairing, whatever. And then Sumo gets a bit more information, sees his matchup, gets his like Storm or some Voice Brew or some random like Sumo hero that can take over game. Nature's Prophet as well, hero he likes to play mid. Like there is a change in draft pattern, but because, like you mentioned, Falcons have done all the variations before where it's like, suddenly it's the mid last pick, then it's a Mar last pick. I feel like it's not as if it's like a whole new drafting pattern they need to learn. It's like, oh, we're just going back to that one that we did like 2 months ago.
It's also good, we don't really know what Sumail's been up to, like when it comes to pubs, like what heroes he's playing, because it's just about, I think, also comfort and like meta, like what is good. Do you feel like untouchable on some hero? You just jam it or you take it out of second phase? Because I remember like watching a pub, like this was just a month ago, maybe 1.5 months ago. He was playing carry Alchemist in his pubs. Like I don't know if he's like still playing carry, is he playing mid, what are his mid heroes? So we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I think he's just an exciting player to watch. Even whenever he's not like on like the best team in the world or whatever, Sumail is just exciting. And whether that's nostalgia from the old days where he was Lee Sin Al Gaib, or just he's an explosive player. He plays to win the lane. He plays to own you. That's his whole thing, and that's an exciting place to watch. I love watching Sumail. I think it's a blast. And so even though it's sad Malreen's not here, I think seeing a different tweak and a change to Falcons, a team that we know so well, adds that degree of uncertainty. I think is very fun.
I mean, whenever you look at this roster, you kind of look at it and go, if Malreen never appeared, there is an argument that Sumo could have just been on this roster, right?
Okay, don't erase my boy.
I'm not saying he's
Malreen Erasure.
This is Malreen Erasure, and I will not stand for it.
I would love Malreen to stay on the roster for the rest of time.
They did consider Sumail, you're correct.
Exactly. So I feel like when you look at it, it's not as if I'm like, wow, what a weird little thing. Again, we've seen it before. It feels natural. And I'm just excited to watch the game. Like, there's nothing really too crazy. It's just two honest mid laners who are incredibly mechanically good, very good at the laning phase, like old school mid lane. This is not some like dishonest like counter pick shenanigans. It's just a good old fashioned like, I will out CS you. I am better than you. You are gonna go to the lower bracket.
You are dirt.
You are sure. Yeah,
let them.
I mean, you guys according to yourselves, you don't really know what right now is in the wheelhouse for Sumail. We only have history to rely on, so maybe there's something new. Maybe there's a little bit of that dishonesty T is talking about, but either way, let's start our second best of 3 for our playoffs and get our Game 1 draft underway. We'll see what is going to unfold between a team without a coach, well, that normal coach. Actually, both of them without their normal coach.
There we go.
Hey man, no disrespect to Alan Cook.
I said normal coach.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, guys, let's just
sound like we're flaming.
Sound
like we're flaming.
Head coach.
I will.
All right. Primary.
Fight on this one. They are both with coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But not their primary coaches.
Mm-hmm. There we go now.
Very good.
Coaches we're used to.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Falcons having bonkers.
Yep.
Liquid
Crazy.
having jabs.
Exactly.
Falcons having a stand-in. With Smail in mid.
All the facts have been laid.
Liquid having already been eliminated and resurrected from the dead. This feels
First
like the
time
most
in
ramshackled best of 3 you ever could have on a day number 1 for playoffs. And now looking at our Bandit heroes, Lone Druid, Clock, Io, Kez, and a Timber, Husker, and Doom thrown to the wayside.
Pretty standard. I think Doomban, maybe a lot of people do it against Falcons. I don't know if it's necessary, as we saw that hero lose quite a bit during the group stage and early phase of the tournament. But it is good against Tiny and Fertile Blade, lots of chunk damage. So I can see the rationale if you wanted the first pick Tiny.
Yeah, it does protect it quite nicely. I still wonder. I know that Falcons aren't like the overall biggest. I think they very much stick to like what they like, as opposed to, hard countering this guy is always... Because I think Snaking, he can play Phoenix. It's like the type of hero, I still like it a lot into Tiny, because you always see this hero as a core. This hero doesn't really have any attack speed, so that's always a hero that I like and that comes to mind.
No, yeah, for sure. I think if you want to progress the draft quite safely, that is a pretty good option. I mean, Liquid, I am going back like two months, or at least when Facets first got removed. Like Nisha was still playing it mid, going like Echo Saber, Blink, back for like right-click items. So if there ever was a team to think about it mid lane, I think it is Nisha. Like he is going for map play into right-click scaling, sorry. But I am going to blindly assume it should also be the carry based on the progression of meta.
Yeah, mid Tiny is terrible. It's really, really bad. The hero just does not work in the way it used to. And it's also like the disparity, like it's
all right. He hasn't watched the Nisha games from before. It's okay.
Nah. Nisha's a good Tiny player, but Tiny mid it's sussers.
This is, I mean, this first pick is a bit sus right now. Like it's a
this
first
much
pick
reserve
Tiny.
time, by the way.
Yeah, this is what
That's
I mean.
crazy.
Yeah.
1 minute reserve on a Tiny. Okay, so they will do this, which it does. In my mind, this makes a lot of sense. You know, let's pretend mid Tiny can work.
There it is. No need to pretend, guys.
Necro can follow.
Yep.
Necro Tiny is the carry. Necro can follow.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
And some more happily play at mid. So it's just like, yeah, it makes sense.
They took time, but they got there in the end. This is a good pick.
Yeah.
Me like.
Alphabetical order. They had to go through the big list. It's like page 3 of the notes.
Okay, if we're going alphabetical, then our Falcon's gonna ban AA. Because this hero is very good against Necrophos. There's a lot of stuff that's good against that hero. There's stuff like Pugna, AA, Grimstroke. There's a lot of really specific supports that are good. Now, we don't see them that often, but I wonder if Liquid are going to go back for him, because oftentimes the heroes that are best against Necrophos are actually support heroes, not cores.
Yeah, I mean, you can also make an argument that, like, even like a silencer, in the early game when you're rushing the Radiance, all you need is like initiate the hero plus damage and then a silencer somewhere on the map, you press global, you get the kill. So if they want to deal with it through a Grimstroke pairing for the bug, or, you know, the Ancient Apparition for the burst of the tank, there's multiple like niche options they can go for. It just depends on how much respect they want to put on the Necrophos versus like protecting their draft, because a lot of these heroes, they hurt your draft because they're exploitable, and, you know, if they're any stronger, we would just be seeing them, right, compared to the other supports we see kind of opened in the next phase.
You just want a lot of damage, like, into Necro. Like, this hero is very susceptible in, like, the first, like, 10, 11-ish minutes. Like, if you give him, like, a free early game and then he runs around full HP, 20 stick, raindrop, you know, gets his neutral item and has, like, 1200 HP, okay, it's hard to kill him. But before that, if you have, like, a good support duo, whether it's some Techies +1, or T mentioned the Silencer, Quinn, you mentioned, like, Pugna, which I think is a hero we're less likely to see, but all of these heroes, like, you just want spell damage or to, like, kind of overrun this guy early on.
Yep.
Because it's something I see very little. Like, Necros, when we see them, 11-minute Radiance, like hands off keyboard, zero
Radiance, like, come on, like, surely there has to be a point of, like, skirmish or pressure that you apply to him.
I totally agree. I think you want to run at this hero like crazy. He is tough to kill, but if you can, then the hero just falls apart, because if he can't sit in his lane and farm, the hero also needs specific areas to farm. The safe lane is really good because there's 2 spots where you can drag 2 camps together and nuke them both at the same time. If you don't have that and you're pushed like deeper into the jungle, you don't farm those camps as well. You want the smaller creeps because you can kill them, so you can infinitely spam death pulses. So kicking that hero out of his little happy home in the safe lane is like really bad for him.
I mean, Falcons potentially, like, the Ench is available out of phase, but I'm trying to think, like, do you want to take Ench, because then you have Ench and Necro, and then your game plan kind of feels a little bit, like, awkward for the early games. Like, Necro has to win his lane, Ench has to rotate. We saw kind of the issues Yandex faced a little bit when they had these heroes. But, oh, sorry, no, Aurora, not Yandex. But that's kind of like what I want to see. I want to, like, if you take the ranged 4 or something of crit, that I want to see the 5 of Falcons be able to kind of take kind of the pseudo melee, even though of course Ench isn't melee, you kind of play like a melee hero.
That's why in one way too. They will just go for the Lion for now, but Liquid banned out the Chen. I think the Chen Necro is actually quite good together. Having Necro be paired with heroes that save you when the enemies do get items that actually own you, like a Nullifier or when they can actually fight against you later. If you have a hero that kind of helps you skip that timing, whether it's some Cold Embrace or Divine Favor from Chen, or even like a Tusk Snowball, like any of these tools are super useful for this hero.
Yeah, it is really nice. I'm curious if it's just guaranteed safe lane Necro or if they would consider playing it offlane. Amar, I don't think I've really seen him play this hero very much. And I also think offlane is probably its worst role because the hero is very greedy. It's very farmy. We saw 33 play it a lot to very little success. And so to me, it kind of says, this hero, it wants to be more of a carry. But then it does scale well against Tiny, but it's also a response that it doesn't directly counter Tiny early in the game. It's a later scaling thing, and that is often it can be a good response, but it's also sort of unusual. I think a lot of times these days people respond to lane, and if you're not laning against it, then was it the best pick? Maybe. It's still fine, but it's a little unusual.
Amar has, at least on Dota buff, never competitively played Necrophos.
What the fudge?
Oh.
Told you, they're vibing.
They are vibing. I did make fun of you, but you were right.
Don't these 5 heroes kind of give you the vibe of like what you do in your first 100 games of draft, or like in pubs? Like when you queue up and you tell.
My game last night. What are you saying?
Exactly what I just said.
I like this hero, I like this hero, I like this hero, let me try it.
Like if you tell your friends like who are going to come play Dota, because of course we have a great new player base, like what heroes to play, I'd say these 5 heroes probably are in contention for like, you'll have fun just playing them.
Yeah, Pudge Snap are definitely like my upper level. Even Necro. There's some people who are going to hate on Necro, but playing Necro and you're owning, that feels good.
Yeah, that's some dopamine. And then Pudge, of course.
Also Lion. If you're playing Lion and you got like 8+ stacks at any point,
I mean,
feels good.
I mean, Pudge is like surprisingly, you'd think that Necro's good against Pudge because he's like strength fatty melee hero, but I think Pudge is actually pretty decent against Necro because he's super slow. And heroes that are really slow are just bad against Pudge because they're really easy to hook. And on top of that, Pudge is like pretty high kill threat if you actually can land it. So if you pair Pudge with something like, I don't know, Viper or some hero that wants to play through kills in lane, you can play into that avenue we were talking about where you just sit on this guy and you do not let him play. You hook him and you gank him and you keep like being oppressive to this guy.
But it also it's just like, Falcon's ability to fight is like the Scythe, the Hex. Like you're killing that one guy, of course, Pudge hook, haha, gone. Like there needs to be more layers to Falcon's fight, because even though you don't see much Pudge, like Yamich, Mouse, they're not really in tournaments recently. Like displacing against like single target aggression, Pudge can full counterplay. So yeah, I don't mind seeing the Ember just for hunting down the back, being a bit more chaotic, providing you ways to just stop Pudge getting these defensive hooks.
I mean, this is the biggest difference between having Sumail and Falcons compared to having Malrine. Normally, I'd be pulling up the sub 50% win rate on Ember and being like, this is an immediate loss, but there's more legs to it now.
There's got to be counter picks, right?
Sniper.
Okay, it's decent. Okay, it's a very good game counter, I would say. So I do like it, and the Pudge protects it. But is there like a more nuclear, like the
you can't do the
Ember?
Yeah, you can't do the Monkey Kings because there's a Phoenix in the game, so that's already quite a nice cover.
You can still do it. It's a little more ballsy, but it is still an option.
Okay. But you also need to like respect that you have Tiny Snap Pudge as your first 3 heroes.
How about Viper?
But if you start taking that, then your entire draft feels like you win lane, you walk forward, like you need to play on the Shard of the Viper, take the tower. Like it feels very kind of scripted game. Something that Aurora fumbled quite heavily, having that script. But they go for the 18 pick buck for Liquid. We do need to get a stat on that at some point. How many times
Nisha got this?
Yeah. And of course it's win rate.
Too much. I mean, they went the complete opposite route of what you said, Kezu. They did not go for the lane counter pick at all. It's drawish lane at best. I think Ember probably wins this lane slightly. But it's very good in the game. Necro doesn't do anything to it. Phoenix doesn't do anything. And Ember also in the game doesn't do anything. It's just the early game that's a problem versus Ember. So if you get off to the races, it can be very nice.
Yeah, and also it's like Liquid, they can play quite a map playing game, right? Like Snap can push wave, Puck can push wave. Tiny with Silver Edge will then utilize those waves pushed to find a pickoff. So Liquid can kind of like disappear in the fog to then find a pickoff and then group back up to make a big move. It's not as if like Falcons, like your Necro wants to walk down the lane, support sit behind in jungle. Like there is a very clear difference in like playstyle from the teams. And even the bans from Liquid taking the lifesteal away, they're respecting that potential Necrophos to offlane a first time competitively for Amar to then find a new carry.
What do we think about the Snap Pudge? Because at least for now you have Falcons who are banning out Oracle. I mean, obviously Boxy can play Pudge. Can Ace play Pudge?
Yes.
I think he has played it.
He could.
Because I guess they do have some options of like where these heroes go. I mean, ultimately, I think the Snap and Pudge will lane together. I don't know in like which, you know, constellation of roles.
I don't think Ace is really an offlane Snap guy, though, I will say. I don't think that very fits him very much.
Then have him be the Pudge.
So yeah, based on Falcons ban, like, yeah, one has to be though. I'll say has to, but they're at least respecting a new 5 being the problem.
Yeah.
I guess core Pudge is possible. I didn't even think of it until you said it just then, but it's possible.
But like core Pudge, then I'm looking towards like a Tofu Morano or something in the last pick. Like have a bit more like egg kill, map play, Moonlight Shadow to enable the pick off even further.
I think the worry with Pudge core is that if you're not killing this Necrophos, then you're miserable because the passive lane is not a thing.
Yeah.
Pudge against Necrophos. So it's very all in. I don't know if that's something you can reliably do. Compared to if it's Snap core, it's more stable. Because you're ranged and you have a nuke and you have good damage, like you'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, the Pudge, it can work, but there's a, I guess also with what there's like a finer line. Like I think you really have to execute like the first couple minutes, otherwise you're just kind of watching the guy freeform. But we'll see, because they do have options. Like they could pick, because these could be their 2 supports, I guess, as well, right? With the Pudge and the Snap. I don't know if I would love that either.
Ooh. Yeah, the last time, Ace only played 2 Pudge games competitively. Last time was in 2024 when he played against Falcons. And they lost, so.
Personal vendetta.
We lost the Falcons a lot that year.
Major vendetta, yeah. And then Snapfire, yet to play competitive. So it's 2 games on Pudge, 0 games on Snapfire.
It's offlane Furion, I guess? Yeah. Okay, this is weird, but I don't think it's bad per se. It buys Vessel super early. It's 2 ranged heroes playing against trees, and those trees beat you up on heroes now, especially ranged heroes who don't have the Stout Shield block. And it's a ranged hero that's going to play with Pudge. I can see it.
I mean, Falcons lineup, it's a little clunky. Like, with items, sure, it's great, but like Phoenix, you need a bit more. Your egg in the early game can be a little bit vulnerable, especially to Pucks and Snapfires and Prophets. Necrophos as well, you want the Radiance. We said it wants to be punished. And Liquid, they have the heroes that will break down the game. They will overlap quite, comfortably, and they will try to make moves. And then Falcons' response to all of this is, you know what? If you want to be this skirmishy, run-at-you type team, and it is an offlane Snapfire, so the first time, I believe, for Ace, then...
It's also an offlane Necro for Amar.
Also, a first time, exactly. So 2 first-timers in this game. But yeah, I think Falcons just went, you know what, we'll part the brakes. We'll shove waves, let you run at us, and we'll just try and out-greed your aggression timing.
Okay, so now it's a 5 natures, which, when it comes to the laning, you can beat, I mean, you kind of beat the crap out of the line in the lane, which is good, like, for your early starting. And while the draft looks a little clunky, I will say, on Liquid, because I think the last pick Alk is quite good, but what Liquid have going for them with, like, Pudge, Snap lane, it's super aggression, like, in nature. You have a Nature's Prophet who can TP there also, which at least, I'm hoping for. Because I do think they need like early connections and like make stuff happen on this type of map for Liquid. Because if I see Falcons play like a very, chill game, Al gets his farm, Necro stays top, he free farms as well, and then like they feed some Aghanims around, I think Falcons are very happy if the game goes chill.
I am expecting Sumo to try and play the game where it's like, once lanes break, he's like running around the enemy jungle, got Flame Guard, like hitting some camp, poking you a little bit. Like, he's just going to absorb so much time that then you go, oh damn, there's an Alk and a Necro in the game, because Ember's been such a focal point. Even if he's getting coiled, like, that's kind of Sumo's job, just kind of like throw himself into the aggression early.
I actually like Liquid's heroes. I don't think this Necrophos switch to offlane is that powerful, because I think Furion support should be quite good against it for the same reasons it would be good against Necrophos carry. I think it's a really good puck game as it scales, and I also feel like this Snap will do fine, or potentially even win in lane against Alchemist. Yeah. So to me, I think you have enough stuff that's good early that eventually you just get Nisha showed. His puck, especially on 18, does not lose very often. I actually lean Liquid.
I mean, Liquid's draft is like, when they were in their prime and you hyped up their game plan, this is the type of heroes that you wanted to see them have, right? Like the randomness of the early aggression, the fight. So it's like, if Liquid are in form, even though they're the eliminated team coming back, redeemed by P-Vision, whatever, like if they're in form, I can see it working. A couple mistakes and Falcons will just be able to kind of like park the brakes on Liquid.
All right, well, it feels like a lot is weighing in favor of Liquid. If you want to give that a mix of Quinn's very accurate prediction of how draft should play out, along with KheZu vibe checking the team Liquid over there. Either way, we're going to have a lot of fun with this one, especially because our casters are Owen and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to this one. We were looking forward to this one already before we saw the picks. But now the picks have come out here with Falcons and Liquid. Yeah, what's this Pudge doing here? I think nobody really expected that. I think, you know, the panel kind of liked it. Do you kind of like it? Do you see what they're going for? Or are you a little underwhelmed by a Pudge?
It's definitely volatility, right, from Liquid. Definitely quite different from what we've seen. I don't know. This is going to be an interesting game, that's for sure, because I can see kind of what they're going for in terms of aggression. Yeah. I just think this Alchemist pick also seems very good versus the timings that Liquid's trying to play for about playing aggressive, because then you just need to get so much done, it feels. But maybe it is just going to be one of those niche puck games. But it is into a Lion as well, too.
That's true.
This is definitely
got the ways to catch it.
Interesting.
Honestly, I feel like if you look at the two drafts, you know, no doubt about it, right? Falcons lineup, it makes a lot more sense. It's unsurprising. It's pretty strong in this meta. It's everything that you kind of want. I'd say the outlier maybe being, well, Amar taking the Necrophos to the offlane. Yeah. This isn't really one of the top Amar heroes you think about when you think about Amar, but it is a hero that can be greedy, and it is a hero that can carry the game right.
It can. I just am wondering, are they going to do the double Radiance thing? How much are they going to prioritize? Very likely that they do, of course, do that. And then what? Aghanims early for the Ember, so that he can play very aggressively around that. They do have some good Aghanims to give up early. Of course, we only see the one given usually in these games. And that timing, I mean, it's good on Ember, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see what this one's going to look like. Because it's also, thing is, this carry Tiny just does so much, but the problem is it's a Tiny into a lot of percent base damage. So that's where I'm like concerned for Liquid. If they do start to struggle and it's just Nisha, he's playing into control, and the Mickey Tiny overall is playing versus Heartstopper Aura. Phoenix, right, one of the hardest counters versus a Tiny core in the game. So let's see what does end up happening. And I saw them talking quite a bit inside that all chat, by the way. Bronze, not even bronze Snapfire for Ace. I know a lot of these players we mentioned, they do have Smurfs and whatnot, but they'll say quite a bit if they don't play it that much.
He says he doesn't have Dota Plus.
He does, yeah. Not Dota Plus, that's why.
Okay. Well, we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, of course, in this game brought to you by the official live prediction market of Blast Slam Polymarket. And the lanes, for example, when we were seeing the draft, there was a lot of versatility with what Liquid had, right? There were these questions like, who's going to take what where? Do you think with the way that they've ended up with the roles is sort of the best way? Or were you maybe leaning towards having one of these heroes played in different capacity? Like offlane Snap, was that the best role for this game?
I think just because they saw this little switch up, and I think Nisha overall just likes to play the puck more than playing the Snap. I think has he even played the Snap? Did we even see it recently? Like he played it, because I feel like
the ones who's brought out the Snap. Because obviously a lot of mids right now, they absolutely love the mid Snap.
Exactly. I feel like
maybe you know Nisha. Maybe it's too kind of hipster for that. He's like, I don't want to play the mid Snap. Everyone else is doing it.
I think that actually is the case.
Because I think he was definitely doing it before it was cool, like he used to.
Sure.
Oh no, never mind. He was playing it. Oh no, but
no, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. Oh, hook! First hook. It's a hit. Boxing gets on a crit, and that's going to be first blood for Liquid.
+2.
Easy hook.
That's why you picked the Pudge. But seriously,
we are going to be watching and judging the hooks, of course, as has to be the case. Anytime we get a Pudge in the game,
it's all centric around the Pudge.
Oh, here we go. See again. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
+2.
Look at that. Absolutely bang on target there from Boxy.
And let's be honest, like, let's look at the lane in particular, right? Because that's something we do have to talk about heavily, is this bottom lane. This Snap plus Pudge, right? Pudge repositioning on top of Snap, so Snap gets the full bonus damage for when you do get a target. I can see the concept, especially because this lane overall from Falcons, it can be a bit fragile early. Let's see what ends up going down here. I've seen a lot of teams struggle to pressure the Alchemist, but maybe this lane, because of its overwhelming damage, can actually do it, right? Pudge hook, it's pure damage.
Oh, there we go. Boxy, he gets the hook. They haven't quite got the blast back on off cooldown though, so he'll get the lift this time. But Boxy's showing he's not going to miss a hook this game.
And Nisha, he's playing this puck versus the Ember. I think we've talked about this matchup a lot more recently. The puck does great now because you don't max slight.
Honestly, talk to me about this as well, because I thought, in the previous tournament, this mid-Ember Spirit, it actually wasn't doing too great. It was like 38% win rate, but I was seeing here at Blast Slam 7, it's like currently like 65% win rate. What, did the Ember players suddenly get good? Why are we seeing such an improvement in win rate on this hero? And is it, which is the fake result? Is this hero bad or good right now? Where do you sort of place Ember Spirit?
I think it's good.
Yeah.
Yep. I think all the spirits are pretty good right now in the mid lane, especially when you're playing versus so much magical damage. This is a S tier Mage Slayer game.
Yeah.
So I could absolutely see that.
Is your favorite of the free spirits right now that are played in the mid? Would you
pretty tied with Ember and Storm. They're pretty similar.
Void's, he ain't anywhere close.
No,
Void's he's down in the dumpster.
And then Earth Spirit is literally just one player in the world at the moment playing, and that's Chira Jr. So look at the lane so far. Tiny is struggling. So this is one of the lanes I'm a bit concerned about also, because yes, you have the Nature's Prophet, which you've got these trains to work with, but your playing is Necro. So those trains, if they do die and Necro gets the last hits, just gets that bonus regen, is able to pressure pretty heavily.
What do you think they were looking for with the Nature's Prophet support pick? Like what? Because
just early tempo, right?
Nobody else is really playing support Nature's Prophet. Are there any other teams playing support Nature's Prophet right now?
I've seen it more in like the pubs nowadays. People are rising on it because the trains are so strong, how much they've gotten buffed to be able to trade. I just don't know how good it is versus a Necrophos lane in particular. If it was a different off-laner, maybe.
I mean, because this is one of those lanes, right, where the Necro, Amar, he's loving it. He's going to have zero pressure on him. He will never die to these two heroes in the lane, right?
Shouldn't. He should not ever die to these two. But a third hero, very likely to rotate, right? The Pudge will probably make an early move. But
honestly, yeah, it's all on Boxy this early game.
Yeah, I
turn up, get the hooks. He's the one that's going to be having the potential to make the moves around the map. The problem is, I mean, on this bottom lane, is a Snapfire happy to be left alone early on?
No.
No.
Definitely not. So I don't know how much. Maybe he can do like a portal move, get a quick kill, something like that. But unlikely. So yeah, very likely that we do see Amar just absolutely free farm on his gold tier Necro. Also have to point out the gold tier since he does. That is one of his metrics.
Indeed, that's this is not one of the most played from him, but it does. I feel like it does fit the Amar archetype with just a hero that can kind of be incredibly greedy and can carry the game and can be the top of the net worth. You know,
Bottom.
Every possibility he can. If he gets good timing on the Radiance, he might just be able to stay ahead of even if it's his own carry. Which actually almost certainly be the case, right? Because Skeeter's going to be buying Ag, sacrificing his net worth, and so we'll likely see Amar stay at the top if he continues to have a chill time in this lane.
It's a standard
Radiance timing.
It's a standard Amar kind of concept of hero where it's a anti-carry in a way, right?
Is, yeah.
So it's an anti-carry that also scales super hard, and that's literally the Amar, right? He plays like the Razors, the Vipers, even the Slarks back in the day, etc. So,
and especially having this, you know, Necrophos just feels great, right, in a meta where you're having these really high HP target enemies on the enemy team.
Yep, and he's got Lion, so you got the combo early game. Reaper plus Finger,
stacks.
Very early kills. I will say though, for the Necro, at some points in this game, right, the Snapfire can absolutely be a problem. A Coil plus Kisses will probably just ensure a kill. So we'll see what itemization they do to counter that. Maybe a Yule's, Wind Wakers, etc. down the lines to save. We shall see.
Yeah, and of course, you know, whenever you're playing the Lion, you've got an Alchemist on your team. The pressure's on. Because everybody, if you're able to get 5 stacks by the time the first axe is out, you claim priority to that first Aghanims, even if you're a support. That's what happens. So we'll see if Crit gets gifted by Ski.
He will not. I don't think I've seen I don't even think I've seen a second Aghanims be gifted out in most of the games with these Alchemists.
Honestly, that's true. It's mainly been 1, sometimes 2.
Yeah.
But this game, it will be at least 2, right? Because both the Ember and the Necrophos. Or is it not really worth sacrificing your game for 2?
You don't sack your game. Especially not versus these cores. When you're playing versus like Puck Snap cores, you want your BKB to pretty early timing.
Sure, you're going to need to turn up and fight.
Yeah. So we'll see how these timings do end up looking since he is getting pressured in this off lane. That's the power of this Snapfire being put down there with the Pudge. And so far, Boxy's doing pretty decent.
Offlane Snap, is the build any difference from what we've been seeing in the mid? Or is still... Are we getting the Blink online early, or is it...
Standard.
Kaya's?
Just a standard, yeah. Maybe you can slot the Blink in if you feel like you want to get it super early, but yeah, I think it's quite standard across the board here for this hero.
Are you even buying the... You're also buying the bots as the offlaner?
No.
You don't buy the bots?
I don't... No. Never buy boots to travel in the offlane.
Okay. But mid-snap, you would buy. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. Well, not all players, because we've seen even GPK go treads, so...
That's true, though. Some of them do like the treads.
Yep. So, I mean, we'll see. Right now, just standard kind of builds, going for pressure. Skitter.
Here we go. They want to try and slow down Amar's farm. He's been having a very nice time up top. Onisha comes in with a rotation.
Break the coil.
And the toss. And that'll do it. So they're able to take Amar down, but honestly, he's probably not too upset with that. He has been having complete free farm in that lane.
And it means
it was a necessary kill, but not the biggest of losses there for Falcons.
Yep, and it means
slow-paced game. I mean, it was 6 minutes in, it's just 2-0.
And now Sumail doesn't have to worry about Coil, so they can look to play around him, hit the mid tower. He does have Catapult as well there, so should get pretty good damage here.
I mean, Crit, he's hanging around. Is there a chance to look for a kill on Nisha?
Unlikely.
Yeah, Nisha fully aware now. Crit's just happy to show. We'll see Boxy in the neighborhood. Maybe see if we can get a hook on the Crit. Okay,
just the Catapult. Yeah. This is something that's actually like the Pudge and Maranas of the old days, even though the heroes are not popular really right now. Just hooking creeps sometimes is very good. Hooking catapults is massive. Arrowing catapults.
I guess, and Pudge is arguably the better one at that, right? Because with the arrow, it's like sometimes you're like, oh, I don't mind tanking the arrow to save the siege creep, but you don't really want to tank a hook because then you're going to end up underneath the tower.
Absolutely.
Pudge superior in that regard.
We're bottom. Rotation from Sumail.
All right, let's see if he gets the hook in box. He might actually.
Ace.
Oh, the hook onto the Ember Spirit, but won't save Ace. Remnants at the ready. So, as we've seen now, both mids effectively making the rotation to their respective safe lanes to kill off the off-laners.
Very cookie-cutter kind of gameplay right now.
Close.
Very close on the board. Necro's doing pretty well, but they did do the gank that the panel was talking about where they want to... I want to see one more, honestly. At least one more onto Amar, set up for a kill onto him, because that's how you slow down the Necro.
What's going on there?
What's what?
Boxy walked over to the Shrine of Wisdom and then decided he didn't want the Shrine of Wisdom.
Maybe he's giving it to Ace for the 6.
Looks like he is. Look at that, a team player.
If Ace forgets it, though.
I mean, if he doesn't know what... I think Boxy thought
Maybe he thought he grabbed it and
what?
he didn't.
Come on, these are professionals. He just didn't take the Shrine. He stood there for a bit and then he's like, no, I'm good.
Did he take the Watcher and then he thought he took it?
I don't know, but he didn't take the Wisdom.
Well, we'll say that he's saving it for a teammate.
Okay, well, if they lose that Wisdom, it's a nice hook, though.
Skater.
He might not get the Wisdoms, but he hits the hooks.
But he missed the cookie. Unfortunate angle.
Now, the question is, if you're, like, a smart player, do you do the maths and look at these two and be like, they didn't pick up their Shrine of Wisdom?
Oh, that's too hard to call.
Yeah.
That's way too hard.
I mean, Snaking is a smart lad. He might be thinking that. He might be like, these guys didn't take their Shrine of Wisdom.
Boxy, I think, is
he's going to get it now.
I think he's going to be... Wait a minute.
He's like, wait a minute, I'm still level 4. What happened? I thought I took a Wisdom. Oh, never mind. It's still there. There we go.
There we go. All is good and right in the world. Lanes. Ace is now not doing so great in the bottom lane. The Alchemist is free farming at this point now, even though they did get the early setup and kill onto... Actually, did get just the first blood, right? They didn't really get much else, so not able to pressure the lane. Have kisses. Let's see if they can... Who they're going to go for. Now the question is, do you want to shut down the Necro? Do you want to shut down the Alchemist? Where are you going to use these ultis?
Now, with the offlane snap, as we were sort of talking about before, you know, Ace on a lot of these other heroes right now we've seen him play, you know, even if he does have a rough time in lane, but something on like his Night Stalker, right, he's running around the map.
He's going to do that.
Getting himself back in. Is Snap kind of a similar type of hero that you can get back into the game during that top lane? Look at the setup again. Toss going to be off the mark. Doesn't matter. Easily enough burst. But the kiss is coming in from Ace. So there's that rotation.
So the choice...
Look at the C. Turns up top. Kills off the Necrophos again.
The choice is for the Necro, though, right? So now that means your damage in this laning phase, you can't actually... You probably just can't go for the Alchemist until you have kisses back up. Unless you get some, like, god-tier hook under a coil. Yeah, it's very unlikely to kill Skeeter.
Coil toss combo. And unlikely, I think, that Mickey on the Tiny right is going to be looking to make sort of... gate movement towards that bottom lane.
When they get 6 on Tofu, perhaps they can look to threaten with a 3-man rotation, but right now, I would say the Falcons feels pretty content about this game state.
Let's have a look mid. TP backup's going to be coming in. We get the silence out of the two of them. Boxy closing in with the rock. Tofu TP's in as well. They've got the Sprout down on a crit.
He's living.
On the run. The shield helping him out, but the blow grenades to the face will take him down. They will manage to find the trade, though, bringing out Boxy in return. And you know, let's talk about these mids as well. Obviously, you know, Samael turning up, and he has been turning up so far in his first 10 minutes, right? He's come out of the lane pretty much even with Nisha. So hot start here for Samael on the Ember Spirit.
Matching rotations too, right? We saw Nisha make the top move. He made the bottom move right afterwards. Got pressure on tower.
Absolutely.
So far, looking pretty good around
like
Samael.
he's not missed a day of playing pro. He's turned up and he's matched up against Nisha, you know, one of the best right now in the game, and he is looking good here, Samael, in his first 10 minutes.
And let's see what he chooses to go for, right? Because he's holding gold, perhaps deciding if he wants to just buy a full Mage Slayer over the Vessel. We shall see. These Ash Legion shields, by the way, almost ends up saving Crit. They had to blood grenade.
They had to blood grenade him.
Yeah, so that was double Ash Legion shields on both supports. They grabbed those very early on the side of Falcons.
Pressure on. It looks like he's going to lean towards the Vessel first.
Okay.
Which, it's going to feel pretty good. He's going to have it super fast, right? And it fits sort of what we want to see from Samael on the Ember Spirit. Hyper aggressive, up and down the map, speeding up the action a little bit. We've only had 6 kills here, coming up to 11 minutes in.
It gives them more kill threat onto the Tiny in particular, right? Rather than a Mage Slayer, which is a bit more of a defensive kind of style. So I can see that. But yeah, I think Falcons overall, looking at it, they're pretty happy with the lane state because Alchemist, I think they know that every time Kisses is used, they're going to kill one core, and then the other 2 cores are very safe to play in most situations until more of these 6s come out.
Some of the smoke time, they want to try and use the coil and the hook.
They got to execute it cleanly. They have to, I mean, essentially, they have to break the coil.
We'll do it. But not super easy to hit.
Coil.
Not super easy to hit, but
Flame Guard's cooldown.
Looks like it wasn't necessary. They get him with the silence, they'll kill him off. No hook, no hook required.
Flame Guard cooldown for 1 second. If he has it just a bit quicker, they will survive. Wow, like, surprised that they're able to just do that without the hook break. Didn't have a buddy to help him. Mid snaking is level 6. Trying to give crit that 6 as well for the finger to be online. Very close to that. So Liquid, overall,
they want to speed up.
They want to speed up, right?
Absolutely.
Do not want to play slow versus Alchemist.
Against 2 Radiances?
No.
You don't want to sit back.
So overall for Tofu in particular, I want to see this Nature's Prophet teleporting into almost every single team fight now at this point. He's going to have the Vessel at a very good timing as well. Mid, Nisha.
Set up here. They'll drop the Supernova. It's a solid hook.
Vessel.
Allows him to get the phase shift off. Doesn't matter. Still dies. Samel gets the kill. Starting to get those Vessel charges up and again just ready to just run at them. Not a lot really he has to be super scared of when the puck and the Dream Coil threat is eliminated.
As long as he's got Flame Guard available in most situations, he will live. But if he doesn't have it on cooldown here and he gets caught...
Oh, it's a nice little hook. Into the bite.
Ace
here. The cookie. Jump forward. Had the blast. Samel.
No way.
Gets the Flame Guard off, but he ain't getting out of this one. The right clicks from Ace will take him out.
They got him again when Flame Guard was cooldown.
Killing him without the need of the puck of the Dream Coil. That's a lovely hook. Now, Bogsy, he's hitting those hooks. We'll see it again. It's a lovely one.
That looked like it kind of went through the golem, too. But yeah, look, Flame Guard still on cooldown for a couple seconds here, taking perfect advantage of it.
Yeah, no remnants and no sleight of fist, both on cooldown. No way out there for Samel.
Active game. Starting to speed up. 4 to 6. How's that Radiance looking for Amar? Pretty quick, but the other Radiance is already done. So Skeeter, the pressure is not on him. And a lot of these games with these Alchemists, if they do get these Radiances this fast, it can be quite hard to at least find him and pressure him because he's always farming in a very safe position. Let's see if Liquid can continue to accelerate. Wanting to go for probably just these tier 1s, right? That's the other thing the Nature's Prophet can give you is opening up the map. And let's see when Mickey wants to get involved. He does have Echo Saber.
And so we get Ace with the snap, going for the Blink Dagger first.
Blink Shard.
This is fine or this can go wrong?
I think it's fine.
It's fine to still get the Blink first.
Absolutely.
Gives him
out. It allows him to follow up a lot easier in case of things. He doesn't always have to use kisses from the back line. He can follow up with a cookie into a coil, you know. So I just feel like this does suit the aggression that they're looking for in their draft. And the Vessel, it's coming out for Tofu now. So overall Liquid, their kill threat has gone up drastically onto these cores now as these items do start coming out. And Mickey, we'll see which one he does opt for. I think he's been the one that goes the Blink the most for me lately. Him and Nightfall have been varying with when they buy the Blink and the Shadow Blade. And again, for similar reasons as the other one, right? Like breaking the coil, getting in.
You want to get him for the coil tossbacks.
So I can see why he want to prioritize Blink in this game as well, too.
Now Tofu, he's now finished his Vessel. A couple of charges ready to play with that, so probably looking to Liquid to make a smoke movement soon. They've got Dream Coil, also has an Invis Rune in the bottle. Nisha.
The Radiances are online.
They are.
Falcons, they're going to hit the creeps.
Yeah, their goal's going to start ticking up pretty fast on Falcons. And Liquid, not really the fastest of farmers in terms of their draft here to keep on par with this Alk and Necrophos.
Yeah, they want to probably look at this mid tower next as soon as possible here, but not super easy to just go for it. Either.
Because that's the thing, right? The fact that they're 15 minutes in and they've been able to hold on to their tier 1 mid feels pretty good for Falcons.
Nisha is Invis.
Prepare for sentries, they're ready for him. They're going to try and burst through Boxy first with the finger, but not going to work. Boxy's going to live. Gets the ult off and a hook. Samel's got a remnant still available to jump out. Tofu, he very aggressively tried to finish off the kill. He does not succeed in that. Ends up feeding his life away to Skeeter.
Fingered the punch, not the puck.
I mean, was he close to getting a kill on the puck? I think it...
Nisha dropped to 500 something HP.
Finger and a punch might have done it. But
maybe,
anyway,
maybe not.
Didn't happen.
Catch.
They're going to get him in the combo with a cookie to follow up. Samel still ends up going down. Skeeter.
2-man stun.
It's a good concoction. That's a good hook, though. Gets Ace away from the Supernova and the Alchemist.
Liquid's going to look to perhaps chase this now. Power Rune spawning in 5 seconds.
Let's have a look. Mickey back in. Makes the jump. Ace. Not quite able to follow up, though. The dive's available. Snaking gets away. There's still a bit of painful time with Samel off the map. A couple of deaths now starting to add up on the Ember Spirit after a very smooth start in the lane. Starting to see that separation now between Samel and Nisha on the network. We'll see again here.
Did he... I mean, he's in
I mean, I don't think even with the finger and a punch, he probably wasn't killing Nisha anyway, though, crit, right?
He's got it close.
Right. Well,
Either way, whatever. It happens. Maybe he just moved from the sentry for a quick second there. Liquid, they'll take that. But back to farming. Falcons still up to the 2K when they're able to just go and hit those creeps with the Alchemist Necro.
Pretty fat here on the Alchemist.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very fast first Aghanim's timing. And that is what going to Sumail.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Depends how good of a case Amar can make.
So what happens though in these type of games, if you have 2 Radiants, an offlaner and a safe laner, your mid has to either get kills or there's nowhere to farm. Right? That's kind of the design of it, because these two are going to occupy. Even though the map is so big nowadays, it still does limit the farm of the Ember Spirit. So.
But can't the Necrophos, if you buff it, he's going to be able to farm super aggressive, or not necessarily against this lineup? Like Liquid will kill him.
They still can kill him, I think, even if he gets like Aghanim. So I don't want Sumail to fall off super hard in this game. So I prefer if he's able to get Mage Slayer, get the Kaya Sanj at some point, get an Aghanims, and play with that plus the shard timing.
Yeah, super close. It's about 500 gold away from having the Aghanim Skeeter.
5 to 8. So even though things were accelerating, now back to hitting those creeps for Falcons, and yeah, that Ag's coming very soon.
It's gonna be here pretty much. What did you say? Yeah, Sumail's got to make some magic happen with it. After a solid start, has started to fall behind a little bit.
They do scale pretty well though, but overall, not sure whose I prefer more in terms of overall scaling. Probably Liquids as it gets to crazy later stages, right?
I mean, honestly, you're not wrong. Yeah, Nisha Puck, you know, in a 60-minute game, 25 levels up and above, he's probably going to be quite the threat. And we've seen how crazy Tiny
that's the big thing too, right? It's a Mickey Tiny. It's one of the better ones, so.
Unless kind of you're looking at like a 7-slotted Alchemist, you know, or something. Yeah, the scaling does feel favorable, honestly, to Liquid in that.
Yeah, perhaps so. So let's see what Sumail does. Aghanims is given. He's got that Spirit Vessel. They did not get the mid-tier one yet. I did see one at Snaking.
Snaking's got one at the moment. Who do they want to bring in with this? Do you want to bring in Amar, or is he like, let me get the bots?
Probably just get the bots.
But then is he also like, let me get the BKB, or do you think he's happy to turn up to these fights without the BKB, or is it too risky?
He'll probably turn up without it. So looking at something Tofu's doing, since it's a farm lineup versus a pressure lineup, Tofu's sending Treants. He's blocking camps. So being very annoying versus these Radiants is like this is I think this is the 3rd time I've seen him do this now, but I think Amar has killed him a couple times.
He's trying to get rid of them, Amar. Yeah.
So this is pretty smart plays if they can actually do this.
The Ancient One's going to get away
shutting
with
down the farm.
Bottom lane. Oxy. See if he can get his way out of this. He's going to have Tofu to back him up. Comes in with the Sprout, but Falcons, they'll bring the numbers. As Boxy and Tofu will not get away with that play. Falcons very much prepared, almost just baiting that. We see the rest of Liquid considering heading over. I say rest is actually just Nisha and Ace, so probably not too interested in trying to take this fight, whilst Falcons still have as many as they do around. Skeeter's going to have the Blink online.
Big timings for Falcons hitting together now. The Ags on the Ember. Now they've got the Blink for the Alchemist to follow up. They have the Radiance on the Necro, plus the Boots of Travel, plus the Shard.
Yeah.
His timings are fast. Liquid probably wanting to continue posturing around bottom. They don't want to give a Tormentor for free to an Alchemist lineup who's just farming. See if they will be able to contest that or not.
Dire's middle tower.
Very close having the double blinks. Crit just a few hundred off his.
I'm looking at Skeeter and I'm like, if he can get maybe after BKB he gives a Necro and Ags, I can say in this game. I think just because he's versus Tiny also, it's just so strong.
It's good.
We'll see.
And then he's got to leave Amar to get the BKB in the heart. Mid, they get a good jump here with the tunnel of the two of them, but Mickey comes in with the avalanche. They'll lose Skeeter. Jump forward here with the Remnants. Can they finish Mickey off from return? They can.
Look at Sumail go.
Cleaning up here, getting the triple. I mean, they went all in with the fact that they saw that sweet opportunity to come in with the avalanche, but they don't end up coming out on top. Amar's too strong. Tofu's trying to bring down Snaking. Will get him.
Can he get out?
Will actually live by the looks of it. Crit's heading over. See if he's able to find Tofu. Should be speedy enough here.
He's got no boots.
Profit.
Crit has Tranquil Boots.
Crit's coming.
The chase.
Oh, he's coming. And look who's coming as well. Sumail closes in with the Remnants. And they'll give themselves another, so a very good hold there underneath their tier 1. Liquid ending up just going a bit too aggressive with that jump. As I say, Mickey obviously saw the opportunity to get in with a big avalanche. Wasn't quite enough. Necro turns up, and Amar's ready to keep the team alive pretty much.
I mean, look at Snaking. Snaking's level 12. This Sunray in general just completely decimated them, and it's going to be this % damage overall that it continues to really hurt the Tiny. Mickey does have to be very careful of these fights when he turns up if a Phoenix is there. Like, Snake is incredibly high level this game in comparison to the other supports. He's 13, and the next high support is, what, 10 or 11? Yeah, so
yeah, that's pretty crazy.
We've seen him have some pretty crazy Phoenix games. Of course, we did see it kind of slip away where he did drift toward other heroes. But yeah, this game versus a tiny core definitely looks like the dream for him. Sumail, another setup.
Boxy, come over the hook.
Remnants.
That's indeed with the Aghanims. Very easy to close that gap. They'll get Ace. Can they get more? I mean, Amar's pretty scary. You have to run away from this Necrophos right now. You're not going to get the chance with the chains coming in onto Boxy.
Liquid is losing fights big time
here. They can't fight right now.
And
I mean, if anything, it feels like maybe they do have to lean into
farming.
The potential of going late, and now it's kind of flipped on the head where it is indeed where Liquid don't really want to fight into this because this timing from Falcons right now seems a bit too strong.
This is dangerous. Amar literally just got boots of travel. He got 3 levels afterwards, and now pretty much has a full BKB just after that entire sequence.
Absolutely destroying them. They can't deal with this Necrophos when he turns up in the middle of these engagements.
Liquid's got to get pickoffs now. Can't let the snowball just continue, even though we were saying about their scaling. If they're too far behind.
But who are you picking off, really? It feels hard, right?
Catch some supports.
Sure, the supports, or maybe Sumail, right, if you can catch him without the flame guard. They'll get snaking, and as you say, high level, so
yeah,
decent kill to find.
He did go bots on Ace, by the way.
That's what I was saying, because this is when you're playing...
I guess Necro went bots also, right?
That's fair, but you're not cleaning the map up as much as a Necro is getting around right with his bots, so... But obviously it's understandable because it's what you want on the snap because you always want to be there. Top lane,
you get skittered.
You get the pick off. The side comes in, not enough to kill Nisha.
Can he get out?
Sumail's going to be on the chase, and he'll get him, and he's ready to try and go for more. Do they have detection? They do. Amar, he's prepared. Has the dust at the ready. McKay going to try and make his way around, but the BKB's up from Amar. They can continue to fight. They'll block the hook. He doesn't mind getting hooked at all because it means that McKay's left in position to get killed off by Sumail. Boxy's going to try and TP out. They've got nothing to stop it, so he'll get away. But that's Nisha and McKay dead. Sure, Skeeter's gone, but any sort of trade where any of Falcons' cores survive, they're going to be happy. You know, Amar continues to stay incredibly farmed and obviously inflated by the fact that he got given the Aghanims. You know, Sumail, he is up at the top. I think he's pretty much got the Mage Slayer, just lost a bit of it on the Courier, so he'll have that in about 30 seconds.
But he bought the Shard, so he's able to play super aggressive with these Remnants, get the replenish every time he gets a kill on top of it as well, too. He's doing quite a good job for the team right now in terms of fighting early, being there for every fight. And I was thinking more about these boots of travel, too, just to the point. I think because he also has Nature's Prophet, you have the Trance, you can TP in, you can bring the numbers every time, too. So little extra things besides it just being...
It's just interesting to see. So pretty much the offlane build from the snap is pretty identical to what you see from the mid snaps. Yeah. At least with the way that Ace has gone for it this game.
I want to say Collapse did it a little differently the 2 games I saw, but yeah, we haven't seen that at least in some time. 7K lead. Continues to grow. And as you said, the Mage Slayer, it's coming out. The Aghanims, or the potential BKB early for Sumail if he feels like he does need it this game. They're starting to get a pretty big snowball on the side of Falcons. Liquid have to hemorrhage the kills that they're giving up and have to get some more timings, at least the BKB for Mickey.
And actually, Ace talking about the BKBs or the lack of BKBs. He did have it queued up, but he's actually opted to put it on hold and just go for the Yasha Kyra upgrade first.
Wants to play more aggressive than defensive because they're behind is what I would say.
Yeah.
Because I think if they do go too defensive now on Liquid, they're just not going to have damage to kill some of these cores. Foxy. Caught again.
Can anybody come and help him? No. Sumail. Continue to get these kills. Another one for Sumail. Said had a little bit of a slowdown coming into the mid game, but now he is back on fire.
I'm loving the way his build. It's quite natural that you get to do this. You get to go Kaya Sanj afterwards as well too, right? So his damage is going to be pretty ridiculous in these team fights.
It's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah.
If he has the Flame Guard up and with all these stats, especially if you take you with the Mage Slayer, it's you know, not an easy target to take down. And in particular with the backup, because you have both the Necrophos and this Phoenix ready with a Sunray. It's a pretty strong combo that Falcons have together right now.
I was about to say, like for Falcons, you can look at, they have a ton of sustain in their draft. Even like Flame Guard blocking, Chemical Rage, Necro, Phoenix. On the side of Liquid, there's really nothing.
The closest thing they're going to have is there'll be a pipe eventually on top. But it's going to take a bit of time to get there.
Very good pipe game, to be fair.
For both sides, right?
Yep.
Snaking, of course, also trying to get one online for Falcons.
So that could also be a pretty big difference maker in terms of team fight, depending on who is there. Nisha.
Crit. He got the opening. Skeeter's ready with the follow-up. Boxy will try with the hook to save it. Well, he gets blocked by Skeeter, and Nisha is gone a few times now. Did they catch Nisha out?
That was, we said, right? They did pick the puck into the Lion, and so far Crit is having his number a couple of these times.
That's definitely I feel like we see a lot of puck players do this, though. They're like, I don't care there's a Lion, pick me the puck. Sometimes it doesn't work out too well. They give themselves the Tormentor.
They are getting so much on the map here. And Liquid, they're not really getting much of anything. Mickey, he's struggling to even farm properly and get this BKB finished at an essential time for his team. It's, yeah, great. Finding the angles.
Yeah, absolutely. And Boxy hitting the hook, but in a situation where he didn't really want to hit the hook. Honestly, if he got the puck anyway, probably was not going to be enough to save Nisha.
No.
Nisha likely still dead with how easily Samel can chase him down right now with his Aghanim's Remnants, and even easier, more so, if once he has the BKB online. It's about 800 gold off that from Samel.
Nisha is definitely feeling the pressure. This is one of those games where he has 4 deaths. He's the bottom core. This is pretty rare.
And he's got a lot of sentries queued up. Is that normal for Nisha? Because if it's not, I feel like that's the classic thing you do as a core.
Where are the
when
wards?
You're a little annoyed with the teammates.
Yeah.
You know, it's the step closer. It's not actually buying them, which that's what happens in my case. If I die, it's like sentry, you just buy them all. And
it's not the
he's
Midas.
Close to buying out the sentries.
It's not the quad Midas Amar queue up.
That's true.
Not so much as that one, but definitely you can see that he's feeling that pressure. He went Lincolns too, so that does kind of say a lot here. Even though it's a very good Lincolns game, a lot of things to break it too. Always the mana drain. So.
No, he's definitely, I think Crit's definitely getting in his head this game as the Lion. As I say, we've seen Pucks pick the puck into the Lion and get away with it. This time round, though, Crit is making sure that that's not going to be the case here, doing his best to make sure that he has Nisha's number in these plays.
Falcons rallied it around Sumail. Skeeter is still just going to build for himself, so he's just going for the AC next, but
I think
see.
after that, right?
Perhaps, I mean, perhaps.
Once he's got the BKB and the AC, then you're going to hit this really good timing where you can get that Aghanims sort of in time with Amar getting the heart. And then that's going to be a pretty brutal timing. If you can give this Necrophos Aghanims when he's got a heart picked up, on top of the fact you have this AC aura on yourself.
And you're versus Tiny.
Then you can just barrel down the lanes. Yeah. Like, how do you stop that right now if you're Liquid?
Split push. Split push and find pickoffs. As the group up does look like it's going to be a bit hard to at least contest into. Around the Roche, too, whenever they do want to go for it on Falcons, they have to be... Ace has to be in position to kill the Egg, right? I think he's just got to save the Shredder, go for Blink killing Egg if they want to take a team fight. Because if they take a team fight and they don't kill Egg, I think Falcons just auto wins this fight. Unless the Egg's in a horrible position, of course. Because it is like the hardest counter in particular versus the Tiny, who does have BKB now with the Shadow Blade. So let's see if Mickey can find some pickoffs, as everything has slowed down a lot for them.
It really has. They've got the pipe done.
Okay.
Here on Tofu, I believe same to be said for snaking. No, he's a little
short.
He's pretty much got it. Yeah, about 80 gold and he'll have it. So both teams likely to have the pipe online for the next fight.
And let's see where that fight does kick off, because they are scouting Roche. You can see Liquid was perhaps aware that they are going to go for it soon, so they are sending Treants there.
Definitely feels like the game's fallen into that unfun bit for the Pudge, right? Because it's like, who do you feel good hooking?
A teammate.
Yeah, teammate, yeah, pretty much. You're just not going for the... Oh,
Here's Dave, and another catch.
Oh,
he's got his number this game.
He really does. As I say, so many pucks think they can get away with picking it into the Lion. And, fair play to Nisha. He's a pretty good puck. He thought, I don't care. But he's making sure that he cares.
Big timings flirting out, too. Everything being picked up here for Falcons. I believe that's a heart, a pipe, a Force Staff, an AC.
It's
definitely Roche time, I would say. When it shifts toward the top side, let's see if Liquid's going to be able to get pickoffs before that does happen. They were looking for it with Mickey.
And Amar, he's going to get denied for another item. So, Skeeter's like, I want the Abyssal Blade. and then he'll maybe treat Amar to an Aghanim.
That's fine. It's not like he needs the Aghanims on the Necro, right?
He's already kind of doing enough. That's probably the case. Skeeter's looking at him as like, you're probably already top net worth.
Oh.
I don't want to make myself look too bad by giving you 4K of my net worth.
Who takes the illusion? You definitely give it to Skeeter.
You give it to Skeeter.
Amar's like, wait, give me the illusion.
That's true. I mean, if he was closer,
he would
not be waiting for Skeeter to come and pick that up. He would have taken it from him.
And now this Roche, with all these item timings coming together, does Liquid have...
You can't fight.
No, Liquid doesn't
Unless you want to go for some crazy blink steal.
Maybe Ace can just shoot the kisses and they do that, right? Maybe they have to. I don't think you... Maybe you just don't want to give it up. It's tough to say. The fight is pretty impossible in the area, though, versus this Phoenix.
The game is starting to look very tough.
It is.
In general for Liquid.
Just make it unable to turn up to the fights. The one time he did turn up, it was versus that Phoenix who just burnt him to a crisp. And Nisha, 3 pickoffs in a row they've gotten on him.
No, he's had a tough game.
Yes.
This time round on the puck.
And overall, the volatility that we're seeing, at least from Liquids, it's not fully paying off. We did see, the Pudge and the Aegis Prophet support's not the traditional one so far here.
very much, as I say, Samel turning up today as stand-in, and for first game here, looking pretty fantastic, fitting the sort of timings they want to put. I've just jinxed it.
Thank you, Kirk.
I know I have. He's got BKB. He's fine. Sleight of fist. He's got the remnants. He's going to have the remnant out, though. He's super low. Skeeter. He's got the Aegis. They'll get the coil out on both of them. The pipe's up, keeping Skeeter alive a little longer. Finally, he'll get taken out. That's the Aegis gone. See if Liquid can get out now, because they can't deal with Skeeter on round 2. Tofu's not going to be able to TP away. Amar's already chasing down the backline. Jump forward here with the concoction. Skeeter, he's found himself. Mickey, do they have detection? Yes, they do. Amar, he's done it again. We saw him earlier. He might like to get the big items, but he always makes sure he has detection.
Good use of Aegis. Sumail forcing things forward, has so much HP, they can't bring him down. Alchemist uses it, has BKB chemical ray, doesn't even have to use the BKB.
Yep.
That was all the timings coming together. And Sumail just leading the charge, confident in his HP. It looked scary for a quick second there, but Crit does have the cancel, does have the save.
I just couldn't do enough damage quite here. Liquid, finish these kills quick enough. The pipe comes out, takes a little bit longer to take Skeeter, and eventually Crit down. And yeah, by the time that his second life's up, they've got to run. They cannot deal with Falcons in the capacity that Falcons is right now.
Amar feels, honestly, all three cores feel pretty unkillable unless you perfectly chain stun and perfectly execute it at this point. You see a nice juicy Reaper from Amar there.
I already see already Crit, who's kind of searching around the side of the map. You know that he's after this puck every time.
They're going to get the Nature's Prophet, at least they look to see. I mean, they know exactly where Tofu is.
Should be a nice, easy kill for them.
Easy.
Go.
Big money for Skeeter.
Big money, yeah. Coming up to nearly a 20k lead here for Falcons.
I think this Alchemist pick was a bit too much pressure for them to deal with. At least so far it is seeming so, because they're just, who do you kill, right? You want to kill the Necro, you want to kill the Alchemist. It's a lot of different things, especially in the early game, that didn't go perfectly. They do get a connection.
They'll get into the Dismember, but he's getting healed up by the Sunray. The BKB's out. He barely falls under half HP. Samel's fine. And Amar running at them.
Mickey.
Liquid have to bail out of this one. The side comes in. Mickey's gone. It's starting to look like it's getting into we can't play this game anymore territory, Fog. This is looking pretty rough.
Amar's 25.
Yeah, this
That's
game one might be in the bag.
Give him an Aghanims. Now he deserves it. Come on, Skeeter.
Will he get that axe before the end of the game?
Maybe. Either way, level 25.
The end of the game might be pretty close. I don't know how Liquid can turn this one around. Mickey is dead for 50 seconds. No buyback.
He does not hit heroes very hard whatsoever anymore. Actually, ever in this game in particular.
Samael, he was never at any concern that he was anywhere close to dying here in this fight.
No, this snaking Phoenix has just done too much in terms of just the Sunray potential. 2 or 3 fights in a row.
I mean, it's looking pretty great. And again, we were sort of talking about this a while ago when we saw him bring it out. It was like, where has it been?
Yeah.
You know, because it is one of his best, and there was definitely a period, right, where Phoenix was kind of hot, but snaking wasn't really touching it. And now he's like, well, you know what? I'll just bring it out. You know, he was just trying to go easy on them before. Now he's bringing out these Phoenixes. It's looking pretty impossible.
It seems like I mean, whenever you can pick this hero in this current meta, it feels amazing because these Tinies and Timbers and Axes and everybody's so tanky.
You're either going to have one of these tanky bruisers on your team or on the other team, or more likely, they're going to be on both. So the heals, the damage, it's going to be insane.
And he's a greedy 5 position, which for Phoenix, it's the best possible way to be. So yeah, definitely. I would say this plus just maybe the stress of the game. I used this the other day, the word too, when you're playing versus like an Alchemist +1 lineup. It just feels very stressful to constantly put this pressure on. It's like the old days of the the very old days of the anti-mage that we used to talk about, where it's like, where's that where is this AM? Of course, very old. He did give him the Axe, by the way. He gave it to the Necro.
I just saw one. Yeah,
he earned it.
Did. There we go.
He earned it.
Deserved. And look at that now, 30k net worth. Amar will be happy with that one. Crazy farm on the Necrophos. Of course, slightly courtesy to that. Aghanim is gifted to him, but still.
Mostly him.
Impressive numbers here from Amar today.
Let's see if Liquid can put together one more fight.
It might just be that one more.
They have to throw everything onto one target. Absolutely everything.
They've got to hook him into the fountain.
Yeah, probably not the Necro. I think throw it on everyone else.
They do have the toss and the hook. You toss someone back, you hook them in, you can make some pretty good distance with that.
True. I think they'll live in the fountain.
Honestly, yeah. Most of them probably.
The Necro at least.
Yeah.
I think Amar
can. Out's going to BKB and pop Chemical Rage. He probably can.
Yeah. Well, they're going to try it.
Yeah.
So we shall see. 25,000 gold lead. Falcons, when they do get these leads too, containing the lead is something they do like to do. They also don't, I wouldn't say, have the best tower hitters in general. Alchemist Stacy's okay.
Pretty much just the outcry that you're sending up there, and he might not want to do it until he gets that next Aegis.
Yeah, they might just play it patient.
They might go mode chill right now, wait for the next Roshan.
They're on the hunt anyway. Crit's like, I can keep scaling.
Oh,
we can all keep scaling.
He wants to go for Nisha anytime he knows that that puck's out on the map. He is having a lot of fun with this, I would imagine.
And Liquid's not getting much farm either, right? It's a Tofu TPing around.
Tofu.
Potentially getting caught as well.
Oh, nice sprout. Not nice enough. Goes straight over it.
Another sack.
Him out.
Mickey's not. He's okay. Gets to farm one wave here, but he's not able to step outside and get any farm with how Falcons has contained the map now.
Yeah.
Nice to see, right? Around Sumail as well. And overall, in the group stages, most of the games that... I think the game that we casted when it was Falcons versus Liquid, Liquid destroyed them in 20 minutes, right? So at least we're seeing a bit of a change-up in terms of how confident they can be, even though they have Sumail instead of Malrine.
No, yeah, Sumail is fitted in fantastic here in this game one.
Because, yeah, it was 5-6 days ago. Liquid beat them in 26 minutes, so...
That's pretty crazy.
Right?
That's when they got this IO lineup. Right?
It was the IO Drow and...
Oh, and it was the mid Monkey King, and that is probably one of the more volatile mids you can play right now. The game can collapse very quickly if you have a rough start as the mid Monkey King, as was the case back then. But yeah, here this game, so far so good from Sumail.
Crit almost getting Nisha again. He's really got his number here.
And I guess that's the question. For Liquid, is this a game that they can write off and blame the Pudge, like we do so many times in our pub games? Do you blame the Pudge pick?
You can.
You can.
You absolutely can. It's not like he didn't play great, but he didn't do what like this Crit is doing on a Lion.
Let's see what they can get here. Talking about Crit, they will manage to kill him.
Amar.
Looks like they're having a TP out though. They killed the Lion, they TP out. Tofu's not going to get the luxury. But they did get snaking. Nisha actually able to find a big kill elsewhere. Did kill off the Phoenix.
Has it 22 off of that too. 2 for 1. You'll take that. You'll take that all day.
When you're 28k down at 38 minutes, you absolutely do.
Yep.
A little glimmer of hope.
Tiny glimmer.
Tiny.
Roche though. Let's see how they can contest a full overall fight. Liquid, if they can execute. How's Mickey doing on his next item? He's having to pivot a bit in his build. This is probably because he's playing versus versus the egg, and just like some heroes you can't just walk up and hit very easily in this game. All 3 cores kind of in a way are difficult. So,
but does this really do much? When
I don't know.
You don't really have kind of like the day listen up parts of the build.
Or perhaps it's just the guys want base defense. We're full base defense,
but you
and I'm
still
just
got to stand near trees, right? Are you at Sprout? It's the rare Sprout combo.
That's a good call.
He throws the Sprout at them.
But it does feel quite underwhelming.
This is why they picked this draw.
Feels quite underwhelming to be Daedalus. Top.
If they can kill Sumail.
Can they bring him down?
Heals are coming in. They've got a lot
They
of
can.
It's enough. He's going to buy back. Sumail's angry. And he wants them dead. Over to Mickey they go. They got the finger. They'll burst in with the side. And look at... Oh, they get the hex on the into the concoction.
Okay.
Hook to drag it back to safety. Oh, Sumail's on the chase. Nisha's got to run. Looks like Nisha will be okay. So...
They get to have some fun.
It's a buyback. They get a buyback out of Sumail. They do still lose Mickey at the end of it. Mickey is dead for 70.
They have to do it pretty much in perfect coordination, though. If one other hero is there to stop the chain stun, Sumail most likely just lives.
Yeah, they have pretty much all the stuns they had.
It was everything.
Like
Yeah, it was absolutely everything.
We'll have a look again. So what do we have coming in? The Dismember.
Cookie.
Avalanche.
And Toss. Oh, the Toss actually didn't hit, but it was enough. The double Cookie.
That'll do it. Amplify damage at the bottom. Coming up close to the Roshan respawner. Here, 30 seconds. Now, of course, in the midst of that fight, did get his next big item online. Has the Octarine done. Also, of course, the upgraded boots of travel.
Now Nisha's getting to play a bit, though. He is starting to get some extra scaling. Hasn't done caught in a while. He is looking very dead.
Brings me back to the days of the cliff jungling Nature's Prophet. Those were good times.
The worst of times and the best of times.
What was more grief? The Nature's Prophet cliff jungling or the Necro?
The Necro. I knew you were already gonna. I already was in your brain. I knew it.
I see.
That Necro.
What about the Huskard cliff jungling?
That was actually not that bad.
I've never really caught on that.
But it wasn't that bad. Foxy will get caught on. 8 stacks.
Get him an Aghanims. Where's Skeeter?
No, the thing is, like, also he took the 20. He took the radiant. I mean, this is the better talent, to be honest with you. But the finger kill one is pretty.
Oh yeah.
Don't say no to me, Mr. Observer.
If I'm clicking my line and indeed he didn't take the extra finger of death damage, he is not getting an Aghanims. No Aghanims for you.
This cone stun is incredible. Honestly, it's absolutely amazing.
You're playing the game properly as Crit. Professional player here.
And Roche, it is that timing now for them here. As I said, Nisha, he is starting to get a bit more scaling. He actually is looking.
He's got a lot of money.
He pretty much has the Octarine, I think, almost finished
He
up.
probably wants to hold on for buyback, right? It's getting pretty tense.
Yeah,
Are you going to spend up as soon as the courier's up?
I feel like he might have to spend in this game, to be quite honest. So, Ace also has been able to get a decent amount after that time. He's actually the only one having a pretty good game on this team. 7-2 and 4. Has full Octarine in a second if he wants after the Shivas. When he hits 25, their damage increases drastically.
I mean, this is the thing, right? I feel like both the Snap and the Puck are kind of these heroes that
they can
do
get
hit
to the
that
point.
crazy kind of burst of late game potential when they get there. So
I mean, same for Tiny. It's just, we were just saying, like, they just have to get there is the problem, and this lead is very difficult to bring down unless you can just keep holding your high ground, keep holding your base versus this Aegis. So, I mean, we'll see.
Because this is the thing, right? For a team that's been 28k, nearly 30k ahead,
they're getting stuff.
They're slowed down a little bit. It's not turned into an immediate victory. Liquid holding on.
And if we've seen, they can all in the target as long as they're not prepared for it. In particular, Falcons. Tofu.
Oh, and I'll get a side stack.
Oh, he does not.
Oh, he doesn't.
He actually
Wait,
did not
get no.
No, he gets the finger, but no scythe.
True. Yeah.
Either way, up to 5 anyway. Bottom, Sumail setting up with snaking. I think they're doing a pairing, as we're seeing here now on Falcons. They're not leaving Sumail alone, since he did have to use the buyback. Just has to make sure that he has one defensive support behind him to stop the chain stun.
Yeah, because
even a force staff would save him.
He can die.
Yeah. Like, even just a force from snaking will save him. So I think that's why Snay went back for this force staff as well.
Well, let's have a look. Sumail's got the BKB. They're going to have Amar boxing over to help out. They've gone for the Dismember onto Snaking. We'll see the TP out from Boxy. The chains are there. Stop the TP out from the Pudge. Skeeter's going to move in on towards Nisha. Boxy, absolutely dead. Can probably back up. And, oh, actually getting the courier as well. Do they...
That's the gem.
Yeah, they get the pickup on that, right?
He was trying to save it. Wasn't able to there. Snaking in position again. Sunray able to protect versus the majority. The Globs did do a lot. Ace did hit 25.
They're looking for a risky play. They were seeing if maybe somebody stepped away, but this is 3 versus 5 and into an Aegis.
And Crit.
Oh. He's going to leave without the Lion. That's the biggest threat of the Puck gone.
They might go for snaking here if they can get the wrap around Liquid.
I mean, Nisha's got big damage. They probably can kill him if they can catch him in the opening set, especially with Ace. They can avalanche into a cookie and the damage from the Puck. They will take snaking out of the fight.
20 seconds for kisses.
They got to go for it. Straight in, get rid of the Phoenix.
That's one.
Can they deal with Amar? Amar and Sumail.
Immediate retreat.
Ace. He's got the BKB, the coil as well, holding back two of them. Orbs back up, Nisha. He'll manage to jump away. Tofu, he's heading in. Mickey wants to go for this. He's coming with the toss of the avalanche onto the 3 of them. The kiss is coming in. Skeeter, he's on the run. He's getting out of there. Sumail and Amar sticking around, seeing if they can clean up the big boys. They got the scythe. They've got him. Mickey's out. As the scythe comes in, Snaking burning them down with the Sunray. Skeeter jumps back over towards Ace. Ace gets a cookie off, but it won't keep him alive. Ace is gone. Tofu to fall. As Falcons, they can step back up to the high ground, get this push back on. 3 dead on Liquid.
Well, kisses can do a good damage if they connect. The problem was they just danced around them. I think half ended up, or maybe more, 3/4 of them do not connect on the heroes.
Speed it right, feels like half the map boost to travel too.
Yep.
They're running all over the place.
With Chemical Rage, just zooms past it, and Amar just is untouchable. Look at him go. 14 and 2, queuing up the moon shards as well.
He's got a lot of money.
The richest Necro we'll see.
11k in the bank right now for Amar.
He's got the 1k GPM, right? Well, not technically because it was gifted to him, but he does have the 1k
I can't remember,
GPM.
when you get your net worth inflated by the Ags, does that count towards the GPM counter?
I think it does.
Because he just works on kind of timing and your total net worth? Yeah.
So he's at, what, 950?
Pretty good numbers. Buyback from Mickey.
Foxy.
It's a hook onto the Necrophos, but not really a whole lot you can do with that right now. But as farmed as Amar is,
3 core is just too strong, and look at Snaking's position too. He's just ready in the back to get the Sunray going for his buddies.
A 43k lead here.
Megas.
Falcons having a pretty safe time in. Not the quickest of times, you know, we're 46 minutes in, but one that's looked very hard to find a way for Liquid to come back into this game 1.
Pretty smooth sailings overall, right? The Necro only died twice. I think we wanted to see it a couple more times in terms of laning, but this is, this is the problem when you're looking at this lineup, right? It's you're like, we need to kill Necro, but then Alchemist is just farming Radiance and getting Aghanim, so it's like all this timing.
Yeah. Great kill here to just really, well, the kill was great, but the result after was not so much. They sort of had the idea, but when you're 30k behind, jumping and killing the Phoenix probably is not going to do too much for you. But it was the best they could do.
And look at this, like this looks okay, right? And then you see the kisses coming in, you're like, okay, there's something potential here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think none of them hit actually. I thought only like 3/4. They actually all didn't connect. Either way, one of them had a BKB on, and the others are extremely elusive.
Yep. Well, we're going to see Amar treat himself to next. He's just going to be buying a refresher.
He's maxed, like actually maxed already at this point.
I mean, I feel like the least he could do is he got an Aghanims from Skeeter. At least give him a Moonshot back. That's a
hell no.
What do you mean? It's a good trade.
He can do it himself. He'll hit critical.
You've got to show the Alk some love. He's giving everyone Alks. He doesn't get anything himself. He's crying.
Never. Never help your Alchemist. He should, but.
Nearly a 50k lead. This is probably going to be one of the biggest net worth leads we've had at this Blast Time 7. It probably is the biggest.
It is going to be the biggest one, probably. Especially because it's Falcons, right? So it's probably going to continue going up, that lead.
Yeah, Falcons are having fun. As I said, Amar, he is absolutely loving this game. He knows that he's going to be setting some pretty crazy numbers. So he's in no rush to close it up. Here we go. They've got to get the ether lenses online for the Fountain hook potentials. You've got to have ether lens on Boxy. Honestly, sell those treads, Mickey. Get an ether lens as well. We're going to need to toss people back to the Fountain. We need that cast range. That's the only way. You're 50k behind right now.
He's almost at 2 toss charges. There you go. That's the other big one.
Toss.
Toss, hook, refresh, toss.
And I didn't take the toss requires no target right there.
No, you can't as a carry. You just legitimately cannot take it.
I mean, that 60 damage ain't going to do anything more than, tossing someone back into the Fountain. You know what I mean?
Sure, in this type of game. Shut up.
Headset.
Headset. Like, all right, guys, how much more do they want to suffer? Wait for next Roche? Okay, yeah,
we've actually hit the 50k now. 50k. 48 minutes in.
Insane.
Yeah.
I was just looking. I was looking forward to see what item builds if we were going to see anything like different or fun.
Stuff, yeah.
Sumail's gone more standard. I was hoping to see because I've seen. I believe I've only seen like 1 or 2 players do it, but like the Hydra Breath potential on the Emperor is a last item.
Well, I don't know about that one though.
You did see it.
I've seen it.
What about the old Bloodstone? What happened to Bloodstone? They all went away from Bloodstone Embers as well too. I want to see if he'd go back to something like that.
I don't mind the Bloodstone. The Hydra's Breath, I feel that's a bit. You're trying to be a little bit too cool with that.
Like, hey, XM did it.
Look at that, I can put it on everybody with a slight of fist. It's like, yeah.
I'm pretty sure, I think XM did.
I think he did.
I think he did. I know somebody did it. I was like, okay.
I mean, there's a reason why the other Embers are. Tofu.
Caught again.
Can we get up to the 60k number?
Oh, we will.
You think?
Oh, we will.
When's the next Roshan?
It's a minute. It's about 5,000 gold that they're going to farm. Because they are farming like 1k GPM on each hero or something. So.
I mean, in this, as I say, they couldn't have really asked for a better start to the land portion, right? When you're turning up with Sumail standing in. This is like Sumail's going to be feeling great about this one. He's just turned up here in this game 1, and it's one of those performances where if you didn't see the names, you couldn't tell this guy was a stand-in for this team. He is played absolutely on the same level, and it's not like they sort of put him on a hero that can kind of play on its own island. It's a hero that plays with the team, and he's played with the team perfectly.
And it's a hero that can just get counterpicked and dumpstered in the lane that we've seen a lot. Sometimes we've seen the Embers just suffer so much.
Last tournament, it was a 38% win rate hero. It did not do great in a lot of the games. But here's Sumail.
Nisha?
Fantastic time. Nisha's been caught.
Deleted.
They've got buybacks. The kisses will take out Crypt. But Sumail able to jump in with the remnants over towards Ace. Ace cooking his way back to the Fountain.
All right, we need the
creeps are in.
What are the tosses?
Here we go. Can they get somebody into the Fountain? Probably not. Oh, they can get a creep. That's probably going to be it. The Ancient falling as this game is over. 50 minutes in, 57k lead. Falcons will take game 1, and always love to see a Pudge. And as I said, it probably isn't the Pudge's fault. It's not the Pudge's fault alone. But
we can blame a lot of things.
You can blame the loss on if but you're like, it's the Pudge picker's fault. It's always the case in the pubs.
A lot of this
is the case in the pro games as well.
A lot of this is just Falcons. They're the ones getting the constant kills in the early game, and it's not Liquid. I feel like Liquid this game, they need to be getting kills. They need to be getting towers. I'm not sure exactly how they need to do it because, like I was saying, there's pressure on all fronts of who you want to gank, and you want to shut down the Necro, but you want to shut down the Alchemist. So perhaps some things they could have changed up maybe the pods like we were saying, but either way, Falcons, they played through their times beautifully.
They really did. They really did. Falcons here turning up in this first game, the best of 3. And yes, Amail, the stand-in, 10-4-19 on his mid-embers. One of the best embers we've seen in quite some time. Absolutely smashed it here.
Well, we weren't sure which way it was going to be after not seeing him for quite some time. But yeah, Smail standing in for Falcons is looking really great. In fact, all the Falcons, pretty seamless, I would say, in this game number 1. At no point did I really feel that it faltered for them once they moved out of the laning phase.
No, the horsemen, they let me down. The horses and birds, I put my faith in them. I said, hey, this Nisha Puck. I think their heroes have some
puck as well.
They have some ability to play a little fast, to keep things going, but they suck big cheeks. And they lost because of it. I think this game, I still believe I don't think they're favored, but I think their heroes can win. But they just looked disjointed and uncomfortable on the heroes, and it was just not super clean.
I mean, they win for like flawless early game, like every teleport connecting to a kill, that kind of like snowballs into another move, and it's like hook after hook. But the way that Falcons played, it was like they just built this brick wall of like farm and efficiency, and then Liquid just one by one just ran into it, broke their face, and then went, oh well, we can't do anything else anymore. We're like too, you know, concussed. There you go. That's a great word to be able to do anything. Like,
is that a word?
It is a word.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Today I learned.
It was okay. Cool. I'm just panicking for a second. But yeah, Falcons. What do you say? They got like they're just chilling. They got out farming one side of the map. They got Necro farming another. They got Sumo the King running around, going all psycho mode in the early game. It's like it's exactly what we expected Falcons draft to do. They did it. They win. They're very strong. And for Liquid, many changes have to happen in the second game. Like they have to contest that early game.
Yeah, like Sumail gets, it's Ember versus Park. It's kind of chill. You're playing well. You get fed and Aghanims. It's like it's a chill game. It looks more like there's very little pressure on them. When you overall look at this game with like what happened. And I agree with T. Like where is this overall aggression from Liquid? You have the Nature's Prophet, +5 late in the game, like where he's picked. They didn't really pressure the safe lane that much, like the enemy one. So just look honestly like not that good. So like maybe there is a lot of vibes like we have the Pudge, we have the Snap, but even so like. Because I agree, I don't love their draft when I compare it to Falcons, but there is always gameplay to be had, and I don't think they played their draft to like the best extent.
No, I don't think it should be on Snapfire, I'll be honest. I think he is like mechanically capable of playing this hero, but it's so different from the rest of his normal style of playing. Like it's very much like a whisper hipster, like you do your own thing, vibe it out, kind of, and I don't think that's how Ace is a player. I think he wants a little more structure. I think he likes being a tanky guy, and Snap is the opposite of that. It's like full ninja sniper, like mid-hero cosplay hero, and I don't think that fits very well. And they also have Pudge, which is like just awful. So I don't know.
That's a tough hero to make work.
Yeah, that hero's really bad.
There was that earlier moment though when we're still in lanes that we saw an early rotation from Ace on the Snap, and you're like, oh, okay, so maybe what you were saying, Quinn, there is an avenue in which they could play lanes and transition out of lanes to sort of put that Snapfire up onto a pedestal.
Yeah, I think early on he kind of did exactly what he needed to do. As soon as you get 6, you insta-use this ulti somewhere. It doesn't matter where, but you use it somewhere. He ports top to tower and just globs this guy. Like, this is a cool kill. It's a nice move. You get ult and you instantly use your ult. Like, that's good stuff. Ace is obviously a very strong player, and his KDA looks pretty good too. But I think it's also like it isn't all on him either, because there was some good stuff. It's just like they're on a timer this game. There's an out clock ticking, and there's a Necrophos ticking. Like, Tiny won't carry against these heroes, and that is a big problem when you're not playing really fast and really clean.
And like they didn't find like their earlier timings, because I think Falcons did quite well. I think it also happened like later in the game, they're going for a smoke, but one of the things that Falcons do like very well is I think overall like their positioning in terms of also how ready they are for you to attack them. And this is also one thing that like happened in this game where they're going for like a smoke, and then like, because they know that they need to play fast and like kind of make it happen. But then it like comes to minute 20, they go for a smoke on like the mid-tier 1, and it's just not really happening. Like they're trying to execute it. Like if you look at Liquid, right? So because they're down 3k gold. It's against an Alchemist, so it's like kind of okay. But look how available they already are. Like I think first of all, Liquid are kind of overreaching. Like that's an Ember with Flame Guard in his own tier 1. But like Snaking has this is max level Sunray, at minute 20. Like you're not killing this guy. And Amar just comes in with a triple kill. And then later when the game goes on, this is a Phoenix inventory at minute 30. Like Solar, Chris Pipe with the lineup you're playing. You are kind of cooked. Like at this point, the game is over. So I think Liquid need to look for like a slightly different draft, and also then the windows they do have to make plays, they need to hit. Like you can't overreach.
I mean, it's even like when Liquid eventually kill the Ember as well by like the top tier 1 area of the map. He then just insta buys back. Crit's already there on the line. Like he's like blinking in. Like they're counter playing. So even if Liquid find a chance, it just disappears. Like, I think the problem for Liquid in this game is like any kill never netted continuous map play. It was like kill, reset, games back to even balance. And when you have Alk and Necrophos, and like, what was it? What was the net worth of like Amar at the end of that game? It's like 50k or something. Like, when have you seen two cores in one team have like nearly 1,000 GPM? It was like 980 on the Necros.
I mean, they were both rivaling each other, which in itself is insane, and you're 900 plus rivaling each other.
Yeah, it was 990 on Alk, 983 on Necrophos. Like, if that game lasted like an extra like minute or two and then they kind of just went mode farm, it would have been absolutely insane to see two 1,000 GPM heroes again in one game. Like, sure, the map's very big, but you don't exploit it that much for a team. So there was like near to zero punishment from Liquid in this game. Like, even though it's a 50-minute game and there's kills going 56 kills across the board, like when you have a Mar with stats like this, it is just like one of those inevitable Falcon wins.
And you were saying when it came out in the draft as well, it was their first pick for the side of Falcons. They did use a fair amount of reserve time to think about it and end up locking in the Necro. But it was the first official Necro game for Amar. This is the first time we're actually seeing him playing an official.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, the hero's not hard, honestly.
He's not.
And we were talking about it backstage. Like, it's good for Amar.
I mean, Quinn likes it, so...
He's a farmy guy. He just farms. And Necro is not a hard hero. You just press Q, and you have infinite regen. You buy radiance, you farm. Whoa. You press Psych when they're half HP. Like, nothing about this hero is hard. So, of course, Amar can play it. Like,
you buy Shard, and then you have to press a different key to then jump, which is basically the same as Q. But it's like...
So then press the other key, and then press ult.
It's like maybe as hard as Bristleback, because Bristleback has like Goo and Quill, and then what?
But you have
Necro
to turn
has like
with
Death Pulse and
I'm not participating in this conversation.
So,
I think Bristleback is the only hero that I have over 10 games on, and I've never won a single one.
Wait, the only hero that has more than 10 games?
For me.
You gotta try it again. Try it.
Dude,
No one beats your
I
Bristol
cannot
more than
play
10 times.
simple. What? What did I say that was wrong?
More than 10. You've played more than 10 games on one hero, right?
The only
and zero
wins. I was like, did I say something wrong? Or did I not speak English?
No, that's me. I just didn't hear the and. I was like,
yeah,
you've played thousands of games. What are we on about?
Yeah,
my bad. Sorry.
No, that's
Back to you,
okay.
Nat.
That's why I'm saying you guys sit here and you're like, it's easy. It just makes sense. But there's still a nuance to it.
I mean, to me, one of the things that stands out the most from the clip where they go on Ember is the fact that they are jumping him in the first place. Like, it's next to a tier 1 tower. Ember is full HP. It's super disjointed. The puck jumps, and then the snap ult's a full second later, and then the tiny jumps a full second later. Like, it's the kind of thing to me that, I don't know, it feels like people are doing it because they feel pressured, or because we're supposed to, or we're losing, and you feel the clock ticking, and you sort of just force something that's not supposed to be there, because it's not a natural move. It's not a move that makes any sense. It's very, very forced and very icky and ugly, and that's not the kind of way you want to play. You want to play in a way where it feels natural and nice, and you can make moves on your terms.
Bad move.
Yeah, a lot of what you guys were talking about there, where it's the Ember's going to take that limelight. They're going to be wanting to put a lot more pressure onto the Ember, and then with that, the Alk, the Necro gets away with it, and Falcons, they walk away with game number 1. Going to break on the other side, our best of 3 continues.
My name is Nisha, and you're watching Blast Slam.
How would you rate that Blast Slam intro then, T?
I respect the fact that after drawing the Blast logo, he looked into air and went, I need to fix that, and then going back for a second run. So, yeah, my guy's just an absolute wizard.
I mean, that could be the same sort of thinking they had after their Game 1 draft. You go, well, didn't do that great, need to fix it.
True. I mean, yeah, 100%.
I'm just thinking about what they're talking about out there. Also, I assume this is between games?
Can they get out of the road, please?
It's between games.
The car's trying to drive through.
Crazy work. Also, Skidder looks like he lost, by the way. That's kind of crazy. But anyway.
They're just locked in.
He's in thought.
Oh, will I play Alchemist again? Will I break 1,000 GPM? Will Amar steal my 1,000 GPM?
Alan Cook GOAT. No, like, I think for Liquid, it's... A lot of it is figuring out how to have different, easier heroes, because I think it's just tough. It's tricky if you're not going to execute super well, and they're not right now, right? They're not in peak form, and so you're not able to play a very, very high execution lineup. And so I think that should be what they're talking about there is, hey, this game is kind of tricky. After some point, the game is just hard to win. We should just play something that's a little bit easier, a little bit nicer.
That's why I wasn't really sure in the pre-match interview from Nisha how much of it was chalked up to, oh, this is just a stock standard like player answer, and this is like how much they believe, when he said we want to continue playing the same way and with the same ideas that we had before we got eliminated out of Slam, right? During that group stage and that best of 3 that they had to play, they wanted to keep running those ideas. And so then when I see that Game 1 go this sort of way, I'm wondering, yeah, how much stock do we put in an answer like that from him?
I'm honestly like not sure. I also wonder like where they want to take it into the next game. Like if they feel like, okay, it was only about like the way they played and not something else, because the first pick Tiny, like I think it's okay. It didn't really look incredible, but then I think also like the support duo around, like surrounding it later too. There are a lot of holes where I think if you don't hit the gameplay, like the game just naturally can become like a little bit harder to play. So maybe just trying to simplify it in whatever way they think. You know, they just talk about it during the game or between the break, whether it's hero picks or the way they combine heroes or how they execute. There's got to be something.
I mean, it's also like you're overcooking a bit, right? Because like Nature's Prophet, if that was their idea to beat the Necrophos in lane, why would you not pick it earlier in the draft? Then you can like flex it between some roles, you can see what happens. Like if you already know it's a 5, why hold it to the very end? Then like why are you taking Snap to force Ace onto it, taking a Pudge that you haven't really played in the tournaments? Like if what they're saying is true in the interview, we wouldn't have been seeing this draft. Because like this is like a new Liquid from groups to now. It feels like they've kind of like thrown random heroes since getting here, going, let's give it a try, let's see what happens.
I think there's also another level of credit needs to be thrown towards Falcons that Liquid maybe just got. When we look at their last 2 bans in the previous draft, it's a Lifestealer and a Tide. They split their bans between a carry and an offlaner because they don't know where this Necro is going, which ultimately goes into the offlane for them. And they have overall last pick. So there is an element as well where I think Liquid did just get surprised by a Necro offlane.
Yeah, the flex of it was really powerful. And you're right, they didn't expect it. And I think it is... I feel like more teams should have been doing this, to be honest. I feel like this hero is a very powerful flex. People should be playing in all 3 core roles, or at least considering having that option open. And it is going to potentially lower the value of Tiny throughout the series and potentially throughout the tournament. People see this and they're like, hey, this looked really good throughout the game. We should keep this in mind. So I think it's something to look at for next game to, hey, maybe we need to back off a little bit on Tiny, or we need to up the priority a little bit on Necrophos. Either one, because I think Liquid have also looked pretty good with Necro in their own hands.
Yeah, because it is just like a tradition in Dota 2 where it's like, okay, a hero's really good, he keeps getting promoted, but after a while, like you can't first pick the same hero over and over. Like people will theorize, okay, this hero's good, this, or maybe this combination. So I do think there is something with that, because when Necro gets to the stage that he got to last game at like minute 30, like this is the Exodia item build on his hero. Wraps, Radiance, Travels, you get your shard, you get hard, and he gets fed the Ags. Like, you're not beating this guy.
Yeah.
He is literally like one of the strongest heroes at that moment, no matter what you put up against him with any net worth.
Yeah, he is the nuclear bomb, and you are the coughing baby, and he just sort of approaches you, and you die.
T, can you translate that to English, please?
He is the strongest thing.
Can't crawl away from a nuke. What can you do?
And Necro's the nuke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back to you now.
Just clarifying there, because there were
I feel like you also translate. I
was just
can
a little bit.
That?
Huh?
Can you translate what?
I don't think I can. I think no more translating. Instead, we talk about things that we know and love, and that's a draft for our game number 2. at the end of game 1 with the Falcons win, we kind of chalked it up to maybe Liquid just got by an offlane Necro. And so now looking towards the fact that Falcons are going to have first pick, just exactly where will the heroes fall for themselves? Falcons take out IO, Coddle, sorry, I almost said gender. Coddle, Kez, Lone Druid, Clock, Doom, and Timber being taken out by Liquid.
So Tiny's in the pool again. Necro's in the pool.
I mean, you're not going to do the tiny Necro trade if you're Falcons, but can you open with a Necro?
I would not like a first overall pick Necro. That's also some overcook, in my opinion.
Really?
This is interesting.
Okay.
I was going to hope that both Tiny and Necro got ignored, but I wasn't going to go down the path of let's talk about Drow Ranger. That probably wouldn't have even been in like the top 5 Falcons heroes. But we have seen, of course, Spirit XG both try and force Drow Ranger into first pick.
Yeah.
Even Liquid themselves have been enjoying playing this hero. It is very dominant against the kind of blob offlaners. You pair it with a strong 5, you go for the kills. Like, again, it makes sense. It is a quite powerful first phase pick if you can protect the Drow the entire draft and minimize kind of the gap closes on the enemy team.
What surprised me a bit, because again, you know, it's like the type of thing where you have the first pick core, you're basically saying, okay, this is so good we can build around it to cover the counters. But I would have assumed that there are bigger counters than Tiny out there. You know, whether it's Liquid, also one of the best teams at playing Nature's Prophet. You know, like this hero can still be played as a carry or wherever you want. Like diving this hero is very good. I still think Lycan is very good against Drow. Yeah, you have seen Drows like beating Lycan, but if you really build on these things, I think that's one of the ways that you can go around it. But yeah, look at this.
Yeah, zero Drow Rangers, and it's very uncommon for them. They also don't really play with ranged heroes plus melee, or sorry, ranged carry plus melee support. It's something that is a little unusual, but I think a lot of teams, they sort of stick to one style. The carry plays either melee ranged, and the 5 plays the opposite. And switching that up changes a lot about the style of play. Now suddenly a hero that's going in that wasn't, and the kill pairings change a lot. It's more than meets the eye, and so I think swapping that up is not easy. And I'm curious to see how it looks for Falcons, because it's not often done.
And I just, looking at that graphic, I was also doing the same research for Skidder Drow, and it's like, it is 2023, the last time Skidder did play a competitive
Oh, I think you meant right now.
What, the year? It does feel like it's, I mean, the way that they're playing Dota does feel like we're going back in time.
Everything's always very cyclical with Dota.
You want to know his win rate on Drow for Skidder?
Can we guess?
How many games?
Yeah, you can get. I mean,
Can you tell us how many games first, and then can we guess win rate? Quinn, don't look. You
He's literally just looking, but it's okay. So
Yeah,
he's
y'all can
got
guess.
35 games played in his career. 2023 was the last time he played it when he was on Tundra.
54.
I'm gonna go 62.
Okay. And then Quinn, you looked?
I saw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to announce the number?
48.
Damn. Okay, I was either gonna go just above or below.
Yeah, it's like 48, especially because it's like a team like again, hasn't played it on Falcons, so it makes sense why it's not been inflated due to how dominant they are. But when you look at Skidder in general, like he's
it was only on the other team that he won TI with.
Yeah. The hand's so heavy with the rings, but you know, it's like there's only I think a couple heroes he has that are sub 50% win rate, which is like Troll, Razor, PA, and the Drow. All the other like top 20 heroes are like 60%, if not more. Wow. Like he is like, of course, Falcons. They have inflated the win rates on many of their heroes, but still kind of uncharted territory for how they'll play this. Again, it also kind of opens up the debate of like, is Drow a hero now available because they have Sumo in the mid lane? Like, is the hero pool of Malmarines to Sumo shifting, the playmaking of mid, enabling now a new style of aggression from the safe lane, where it's like, after Malmarine returns, we won't see this again? Like, is that, I feel like maybe even an option, especially how Sumo played that last game.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure, because also you talk about like how it changes the dynamic of the 5. Obviously, you know, Snaking is capable of playing melee 5s, but it is like a meta overall where it's just harder to kind of make that work. Like I was thinking maybe there's some, you know, some Undying in the pool, you know, cool against Tiny, lanes with the Drow, but you know, they're just gonna go for like good lane, solid, you have attack speed slow against the, which is most likely Boxy's task because he's a giga on this hero. So it's still good for the lane.
It just feels like they're screaming at Amar to pick like the Mars last pick in the second phase, right? Like we want to round out our lineup. You got 3 ranged heroes. You need to have a massive hero that goes, this is our fight location. Because right now, only Lion can do it. Only Lion has the lockdown. So I am looking towards Amar kind of playing more towards the team fight off lane rather than that kind of greedy scaling that we saw in the first game.
I agree with Kezu that I think picking Tiny into Drow is not that good. I think Drow if you have Shadow Blade and you have Pike, and if you're not getting tossed back in at the start of the fight, then Tiny doesn't do anything to you, and Tiny can't play this carry style against Drow. And so I think because you have to sort of play for this Blink Silver Edge, you're playing to go in and out of the fights, and you're like playing a pseudo carry style or pseudo mid style rather from carry. I think Nisha's last pick needs to be the kind of hero that scales really well against Falcons, because Drow Ranger 2 to me is you commit right at the start of the fight. If you're not jumping this Drow, you will lose the fight against Phoenix and Drow because they have infinite damage, right, as a fight progresses. So I think Nisha is set up to, he needs to be the star of the show. If he's not, then I think they have problems.
I mean, at least Liquid are drafting in that style, right? Go for the offlane Dawnbreaker. They have Blink Tusk on a Blink on the Tiny. There's like, no matter who jumps the Drow, there will be follow-up. Like, the heroes naturally will play themselves to get onto that Drow. The thing for Falcons, of course, the Solar Crest and pipe that we saw from the Phoenix. Of course, maybe it's not going to be a pipe this time around, but you go Solar Crest and then you put all that gold into a 4-star for Aurora or something else, and you have the equal amount of kiting that Phoenix can bring. So it really is on Falcons to kind of find solutions, because Liquid, they have the way to find the Drow. They have the damage for the Drow now with the Hoodwink as well. Like, they have the tools. It's about reliably doing it fight after fight after fight.
I mean, they are trying to enable Nisha's last pick, I would say, as well. Like, they have okay amounts of catch, they have decent damage, so he's like a bit more freed up with what his last pick can do. This Ember pick, in my opinion, is quite scary for Liquid. Their heroes don't deal very well with it, and like unless they gank him, you know, before level 6, sure. But like later, he's just gonna dance around them. And I do wonder, like, for their lane, yeah, you know, Dawn Tusk is a very strong lane, but as Drow, you can skill Gust, it's quite good. You can also, like, put Lion in the safe lane, it's, like, not that bad at all. So, like, if you want to combo break the Dawn, if you feel like, okay, that's, like, their one avenue of winning, you know, the game, they stomp us in this lane, we put this guy here, I do think they have answers. So, myself as well, my eyes are on Nisha's last pick, because currently I'm not the biggest fan of what they're up against.
But even though Nisha has the counter matchup to the Ember, like, looking at Amar's hero, there's still, like, the Razor in the off lane, sorry, just to run in first, to be a blob for the Drow. There's like the Vipers if you want to try and just fight the Tiny Knight. I feel like there's still pretty good options for Amar just to be toxic. Because like when you look at this lineup, as much as I said the team fight aspect is really important, because you have the Ember, he can bring enough tempo that it's like if Amar can win his lane and Sumo brings the tempo, you don't need the team fight. You just play on like the progression of keep getting kills. But if they don't have that mentality, sure, we'll just see some like Blink Stunny Boy. But I could see them trying to play for the lane win due to the Ember.
Huskar's not banned because Mallory's not here, so it's not first phase banned every single game because it's only Amar that plays it. Sumail does not play Huskar. So that means that you could get last pick Huskar, and they don't ban it. So it's an option. Now, Huskar's really bad against Drow Ranger because, once again, she has infinite damage, and Huskar wants to sort of run into the fight from the front, and Drow Ranger is sitting in the back and shoots you, and Supernatural Silver Edge Buyer. So it's not a great matchup, but it is playable because you can buy Blink Ags and things later with Dawn ulti follow-up. So I'm curious to see if they sort of call their bluff and say, you typically Huskar us, well now, shoes on the other foot.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean,
they banned it themselves.
Falcons banned the Viper, which we talk about for them, and Liquid banned the Huskar that we talk about for them, so.
I guess just scared that Amar would play it, which is interesting.
Yeah, just like the lane domination that he also mentioned, like also like Drow Aura, you know, with any of these like range heroes later when they have a good time, I can totally see it.
Sure, just like offlane Huskar and just, you know, haha, it just exists, right? Yeah.
I mean, to me, what looks solid, like in terms of like rounding out the draft, I think heroes like Tide are kind of chill. It's not a hero you see that often right now. I think T mentioned Razor, which is also fine. Like every player has like their stylistic choice. Yeah. So it's like, it kind of depends what you want.
But again, it's like, I think both provide that ability to stand in the middle of the fights between like minute 15 to 25. And that's all you need.
Oh yeah, this one works too.
Okay. So Underlord gives you the kind of the pacing that Liquid would bring, where it's like when Tusk jumps in with the Dawn, then of course Underlord will follow. You can buy a Crimson Guard to deal with a massive amount of physical damage that Liquid will be bringing. And yeah, I don't mind it. It kind of goes back to the farm game where like Drow will fight Hurling and farm, Underlord will play his lane and farm, and you look towards Sumail to kind of connect the dots in that aggression. It worked beautifully in game one, and it's now on Liquid to try and overcome that inevitable Ember play, be it through Nisha's pick in the next 20 seconds.
Sniper, sniper, sniper.
You're still calling for it.
I think it's good. I think they need some hero like that scales well. If you look at Falcons heroes, they lack a lot of jump. It's kind of just Ember, and maybe like Ags Pit at some point, but you can have BKB and things. I think they need DPS. Yeah. Tiny Dawn is a bit, they get it kited a bit too much.
One second.
That's the same type of deal where it's a range damage dealer that gives you a hero that can carry the game. I think it's worse. But
the lane matchup more than anything was where you think it's worse though, right?
Yeah, it's definitely worse there. You can argue it's better in the game. Invoker is very kitey and difficult to actually get on top of, so it's not a bad pick. I think it's a good pick. I think it fits what they need. It's not as cool as Sniper. But.
Yeah, it's slightly volatile. I actually would have liked the Sniper suggestion too. Just like when I'm playing this, like if I'm Underlord, I kind of like you definitely look at Exort Invokers like that. You can maybe get on them early because also Ember has some pressure on Invoker. You know, Invoker shouldn't really play on like full HP all the time. Like Phoenix can go there, Ember with level 6. You can maybe gate into this lane too. So overall, it gives them, I would say, a lot of security. Like it can, you know, help them feel like a bit more chill. You know, Ace is gonna get fat on his Dawnbreaker. You ulti in, you get to have some Tiny with Alacrity later. So I like this a lot more than game 1 for Liquid.
I'd just like to see Mickey maybe consider the Blink Dagger on Tiny instead of the Silver Edge. I know I spoke about it, but normally carries go for Silver Edge. I think Yuma from LGD showed us what a Blink can do. That's the type of game I'm looking for. I want like explosive damage before Underlord can actually just Fiends get in from the other side of the map. Like I want to be like, you are dead, and now I'm just like, okay, now do we want to take this 4-on-5? And that type of mentality could give Liquid a pretty good edge in this game.
Yeah, and he likes buying, I believe, like the Echo Blink, which for sure in this game is super good.
I mean, you have to be like the initiator, right? Dawn isn't really that initiator off laner. She's the one that likes to follow up.
She's always the follow-up,
Yeah.
and you can't expect like Boxy on task to just run around for 30 minutes.
He doesn't want to be the one blinking in either.
He'll do it for like 16 minutes, then it's the time to take over, guys.
I mean, Skitter's also just playing Drow. We have to remind everyone that like he hasn't played it since 2023, hasn't played it on Falcons. Can he even still play Drow? Has the old man still got it?
Okay, he's not that old.
How old is he again?
He's like 26
or something.
Or 7?
Sub 26 for sure. I think he's 25.
As a corp,
No, I don't think he's
guys,
that
we know the stereotypes. The older you get, he's gonna have to be support soon. You know, all it takes is one player to retire.
That's true. They do have 2 old people as their support now.
Yeah, exactly. Get rid of one. Skitter can move later on once he gets to like 27. You know, retire. I mean, again, it's just a lot of pressure on a Drow Ranger.
I have faith in him. You know,
Yeah.
so I was like, nah, he can play this here. He can only do that. He's the worst.
You want him to shut the
this
haters
guy's good.
down.
Yeah, he's gonna shut the haters down.
I can feel it. All of Reddit right now is already pre-typing their message. Skitter, Drow, huh?
Question
They're
mark,
gonna have
question
to
mark.
delete it.
Well, the thing is, they won game 1 with a Mars Necro as the first official match for him. Now, I know it's not the first official match for Skeeter and Drow, but you're saying on the side of Falcons, maybe the trend continues. Maybe a game 2 is a surefire for them, or maybe Liquid have figured out the issues for their draft here. Maybe game 2 is going to be stronger for them, but either way, I know for sure we're going to head on over to Owen and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, looking forward to this game too. And so some heroes that we haven't seen from the specific players in quite a long time.
True.
Skeeter bringing in the Drow.
Very nice.
We'll see what he can do with that. Overall, what do you make of the drafts? I'm seeing, Falcons, they've stuck with 3 of the same that we had last game, and it was a good 3. Right?
It was.
Crit was popping off on the Lion, Snaking was popping off on the Phoenix, and Samael was popping off on the Ember Spirit. They keep those the same. Liquid, they change it up a little bit.
Thank goodness they changed it.
I mean, yeah, last game, that's true. No punch, though. We're not going to get to see a punch here. So
Ever again in this tournament.
That's a
Sadly,
little
the
bit
one and done, I think that was it.
They might bring it back.
No.
Hey, maybe in game 3 if they win game 2. We'll see. We'll see here. But indeed, Liquid's lineup, they change it up. They keep, you know, they still want to build it around this carry Tiny, which is understandable. Tiny has been fantastic in this meta. Do you like the way that they've got this sort of built up a little bit more this time, or do you still think that they might struggle?
I mean, definitely.
A pretty scary looking Falcons.
Definitely way better than last time. Crit getting body blocked nicely here from Foxy should just be a free kill onto Crit. Yeah, I mean, it looks much better by design. The one thing though, or not one thing, but something they do have to worry about, of course, is they do have a lot. At least 2 of the main cores are strength cores versus percent base damage. Underlord plus Phoenix, the melting. I always have to mention it whenever there's a tiny core or even strength cores in particular versus Phoenix. We saw what Snake can do with the Sunray, so we'll have to say.
I feel like in a lot of the other drafts, a lot of other teams that want to play like this carry Tiny, they ban
They
Phoenix,
banned the
right?
Phoenix.
There's a lot of Phoenix bans being floated around.
Yep.
Not here in this draft, though.
No, and overall, their egg hitting, it's pretty atrocious, I have to be honest, right? Like, no, they are not going to hit this egg. They're disengaged from it.
Well, here we go.
Should be able to find Snake, or maybe he skills the
Yeah, he's got a skill
dive.
dive and opt to not die.
Very aggressive plays, though. Tofu.
If he can get Tofu.
He should be pretty
Yeah,
dead.
they're going to find him up at the high ground, but the flood grenades out. They might.
Oh, Crit. Ace is going to take so much damage here.
Yeah, they're going to stop again in a second.
He is going to take
Runs there.
so much damage here.
Flood grenade as well. I mean, they've got him right.
I think they might.
All right, they might not have got the first blood, Falcons, but they get a couple of kills back their way.
And that's, I mean, really the dream for Skeeter in particular, right, is the Drow Ranger getting any type of boost versus this super aggressive, because we do have to talk about the Liquid lane. It's one of the highest damage duos.
It is.
However, it isn't a 2 ranged hero, so it can fall into complications of closing the gap.
Yeah.
And if when you close the gap, you might have lost too much HP already.
I mean, and that's the thing. If this duo is not getting the kills in the lane, it feels bad.
It does.
You
Does.
you have to get the kills. If you're not killing,
you're wave pull.
Things are going horribly wrong.
Yeah, you either kill or you wave pull. And I see Boxy having boots when you're playing first Phoenix. You're going to wave pull and then look for kills after. But yeah, absolutely. The design from this lane is to kill and shut down this Drow Ranger. And a lot of their draft is, right? I think they are looking for a lot of kills. That's why they also picked this Invoker last pick, since it gives that extra threshold. Maybe they won't get the full connect with the Dawn plus Tusk, but a Sunstrike might just be enough to finish off some of these side lanes. Amar playing Underlord. This is one I also wanted to talk about because I feel like he's strayed away from this hero a lot recently. He used to love it, and then he just kind of stopped picking it, so...
That's true. Back on the... I feel like back in the Creep Wave days.
Yes, it was like
when
his
it was
most
kind of like
played.
Amar, Underlord.
And Tidehunter. Every game.
Absolutely. But that was probably quite a long time ago.
It was.
That was a while ago.
Definitely interesting to point that out, but can definitely see the reason. I think it's one of the best heroes in the game versus Dawnbreaker in general. She ults in, you drop the pit, she's stuck, you can get restuck percent-based damage as well, and you have atrophy. So it's just, and you match global.
And in terms of the item timings, I feel like it's one of those offlaners that we've seen a lot of the time work very nicely with what the Drow wants to do, right? When you have the Underlord with the Drow.
100%, yeah. And you can get these auras online very early, and a lineup that sometimes looks like it has overwhelming damage can start to look like it does not really have that much versus this Underlord. But we'll see how he does, because as I said, I don't feel like I've seen him play it that much recently, but let's see what he can do, because he has a lot of potential with the global matching and all these different cool plays that he can do. Snaking. Forced to dive again.
Should be all right here. Boxy not really able to do much here with just the shards alone if he wanted to. So
the fact that he doesn't have Fire Spirits, though, you're seeing this Dawn, even though she died, is being able to just last it. You're farming. You're not getting whittled down as much in this lane. So it does make a big difference that he had to skill that.
Now we'll see what Samel's able to bring us this game in the mid lane. Last game came out pretty even with Nisha on the puck. I mean, this one, honestly, it shouldn't be any harder, right? This should be even chiller, right? In the lane against an Invoker as an Ember Spirit.
Pretty even. At some point, the Invoker does have some kill threat on him, because he can do the combo plays.
Sunstrike coming in top. Nisha be able to take out Crit with that one, with the setup from Mickey and Tofu.
The Force Spirits start to add up when you have, just a constant harassment. It's not the best clear. Some of the heroes in mid, you can't play with your Forge Spirit because it just dies instantly. Ember can't kill that Forge, so it gets a little annoying for him. Skeeter won't get the gap closed onto him, and now Snaking has hit too. So Fire Spirits, the harassment is going to start to add up versus Ace and Boxy.
Trying to close it onto Skeeter.
Gets the hit.
Yeah, good connection there from Ace.
That's the gun. We'll take a beating for it, but does at least connect on that third swing.
Now, one of the differences between this and last game, I imagine, will be obviously how much both of these mids can do in the early game. Obviously, Nisha has the Sunstrikes at the ready, but when needed on the side lanes, top lane Mickey and Tofu able to take down Crit without any required Sunstrike to back them up. But there'll be this time, right, where Samel, like last game, will be TPing into towers, creating chaos, and it won't really be matched by Nisha when he's on the Invoker, right, outside of a Sunstrike.
No, not early game at least. And Flame Guard overall, I was mentioning to you, I was trying to remember one of the points that I made to you when they were drafting. The Flame Guard this game, there's not the best magic damage early to break like a max Flame Guard, right? Sure. Avalanche is probably one of their best magic damage tools early, which is pretty, dangerous thing to say in terms of the aggression that the Ember can put on with it.
Because with the Invoker as well, right, you don't get the availability for Tornado early with this.
You do.
Oh, you do?
You still do. But you can play around it as the Ember. You still get it at like level 6 most of the times on the Invoker, unless you want to do the double point for the Forge Spirits, which I haven't seen people doing recently. But last hits right now, Falcons.
Quite a nice move from Crit mid. Might catch Nisha off guard. Yes, a nice stun coming in from the trees into the Hex. He's actually able to turn. Sunstrike's in. Never mind, Nisha. He'll live a little longer. Does still die. But at the least, able to bring down Samel with him with a nicely placed Sunstrike.
He gets the first kill. Very important for him. Rotations. Crit, I think he realized he's not really... He died twice top, so it's just dangerous for him to go back up there. And Amar's actually farming pretty okay on his own so far, so it does look to make that quick little move around 5 minutes.
Is there any sort of crazy, greedy build that Amar can go for as the Underlord, or is it going to be pretty much the stock standard auras?
Treads, Atos, and then perhaps auras. Maybe he doesn't even go auras this game. He might just do Treads, Atos, Aghanims type of style build and play around
that's
fighting.
true. Play aggressive.
Yeah, we've seen not fully straying away from the auras.
No, but you can indeed not. At least not rush them.
Yeah, like this game, it's not a very value pipe game until later stages. Early game, the pipe is useless. Late game, it's amazing versus the Invoker, but I don't even know if he's going to end up doing that, so we'll have to see. Because they'll probably have the Mage Slayer at some point from Sumail.
Yeah, I imagine Sumail probably will stick with the same builds as last game, right? The Vessel, Mage Slayer.
Vessel's even better this game, I would say, than the last game, since he's versus the Dawn and the Tiny. Crit, trying to secure the stacks. Liquid looking to contest. Sunstrike. Should have him here.
Get him.
Throw the blood grenade though, minus 50.
Now we'll get the amplified damage rune.
Big that he's able to get the rune. That's one of the other things whenever you're playing versus the Invoker. The Fort Spirits are always going to be checking the rune, so the fact that he gets the first power rune, it's actually quite significant. They could maybe even set up a kill early. Could look for Nisha again if he's not careful.
And of course for Sumail, it will be a little bit more of a test this game, right? Last game, he did get a nice bump up from the Aghanims from Skeeter. He's not going to have that luxury this time around. And before he did get that, he was falling behind on the net worth. So it was quite a key part of kind of just propelling Sumail into the point where he was able to absolutely pop off in that first game. So
and there
will be a bit harder now that he doesn't get that free Aghanims from Skeeter.
And there's way more stuns. Last game, they had a Pudge and a Nature's Prophet supports. This time, it's natural disables coming from the Hoodwink and the Tusk. So it does look, on paper, much more difficult for Sumail to just take over. 7 minutes.
Now Sumail wants to be there.
He is very strong right now with this
level 3 and level 4. These two are a little vulnerable. Sumail's got the amplified damage.
They can't fight this.
They cannot. Liquid's got to give up on this Wisdom, surely, unless they bring in further TPs, and they're not. So, well, okay.
They are.
Nisha's here with a tornado. Boxy's here. You're all right. Backup does turn up, and there we go. Pushes him away. Ace is still super low.
Okay.
But Boxy will manage to take the Wisdom. So TPs do come in, and they will keep their Wisdom safe.
And yeah, he's just going to have to Tornado the Flame Guard, I think, every single time in terms of early game. Which isn't always the greatest. When you're playing this Exort Invoker, it's not the best range, and you don't get that second point till quite later on, like 12 or 10.
Top, they're going to have a bit of a try from Art.
He's got backup.
And they're taking a lot of damage.
Sunstrike?
Sunstrike comes in though, brings Amar down low, snowball over, Amar will die. But able to bring down Boxy in return.
Gets the trade, but Mickey will be the happy one. He kills the big Pinata up to level 6 now for him mid. Spelling that Flame Guard.
Very good catch here with the Bushwhack. The Remnants at the ready.
Ooh, Rune will spawn bottom. Sunstrike. Oh my god,
he nearly had the read on that. He nearly had the read on that, Nisha.
Careful, Sumail. Game looking infinitely better for Liquid this time around than last time already. And it's honestly the supports, I will say. I didn't want to flame the support so much in the last game, but you're seeing the difference, just the natural rotations that they can make with Boxy on the Tusk in comparison to a Pudge. He just walks in and clicks tag team.
That's true.
It's just infinitely easier to do.
It ain't no Pudge.
No. Even though Boxy does play a very good Pudge.
And he did hit the hooks.
This hero just, yeah, he did. And he did get the first strength of the game, right? He got that first blood, but...
And as a good Pudge player, he'll tell you it was the team's fault that last game, not his.
Always.
Yep.
Always. Ace, level 5, close to 6, wants to push Snay out of lane. They've got the backup here with Tofu as well, and I think they saw Skeeter.
Yeah, Skeeter's probably just going to have to bail on Snaking. There's no saving this Phoenix.
Give him the kill with the Sunstrike.
Oh, Shah's nearly catch Skeeter. He did a good job to back off when he did there as the Drought.
They are enabling Nisha nicely with his Sunstrikes. He's gotten, what, 3 now of the kills because of it. 2 on crit, plus 1 there. Bounties. We'll get 1. Sumail will be able to take away the other one. Yeah, looking at the 2 supports. Level 3 tag teams online. Tofu and Boxy just looking for plays all over the place. If they see the Drow, very easy kill setup with the Dawnbreaker now.
On mid. Look to collapse in onto Nisha. TP's coming in.
Where's the Solar Guardian?
Coming across with the Fiend's Gate.
Doesn't want to use it. I don't think Ace wanted to join that.
I mean, I guess not. I don't know. Could a Solar Guardian have turned that around?
Probably not. He was probably scared to land into Pit and Firestorm and Chain Stuns and then just die as well, too. But not using it early doesn't mean that Nisha...
you know, in a lot of situations, the Invoker player wouldn't be too happy with his Dawnbreaker player.
Especially if they don't get the kill on Skeeter here, because they did use Solar now.
Let's have a look. Under the tower, Skeeter's able to turn and get the slow off onto them. He's probably going to be fine, Skeeter. They killed Boxy.
He's got another hammer up in a second, so we'll be able to disengage in the Sunstrike.
He's coming close with them, but sometimes, close is not close enough.
And there it hurts a lot, right? Because maybe if he did Dawn ult mid, he could have potentially turned something around, but this is maybe the call being made by Liquid saying, let's use this in an aggressive way rather than using the defensive. Ends up not working out for them.
All whilst this is going down, though, obviously Mickey having an amazing time. Top. Super farmed, not slowed down whatsoever. 2-0-2 here on the safe lane. Tiny. You know, this is sort of the timings, right? If he does indeed want to get this blink early, he has queued it up now, so the echo into the blink. He's going to hit this at the dream timing. And that is going to be a bit of a nightmare for a carry such as the Drow, right? If this Tiny's turning up and jumping in with the combo, you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, let's see if the supports can bail out differences, right? Because this is what the Phoenix was able to do in the last game, just having that early level. I mean, what? It was a max Sunray about 20 minutes. This game, he's a little slowed down, but we'll see if that is the case. Because also Drow just low HP pool, so you can't just get burst before that heal comes in.
Yeah, not as easy to keep the Drow alive as it was to keep the Alk alive in game one.
No, definitely not. And Namar, he is just, it looks like it's just going to be Ags Rush, right? So
okay.
It is
I like it.
pretty hard to
it's
play.
It's the aggressive build, and it's the fun build.
It is, and it's hard to play Dawnbreaker into it, right? You get pitted, and yeah, matching the global potential every single time with it. 8-8 though, so you said much more even early game here. Nisha Meteor Hammer timing is ideal,
and not a game where you know it's not a Falcons with 2 Radiances lineup where it's like, oh well, they're going to be able to farm if nothing happens. No, they also need stuff to happen. Both teams are going to be looking for a fight this game.
Yeah, there's no time. There's no like, oh my god, the stress of the Alchemist. I just feel like this happens too often when it's like a last pick Alch that just becomes, oh my god, we have to get too much done. This does not feel like the same type of statement. Another move.
Nisha. Not getting any backup. Okay, now he is, but it's a little late.
And now he's going to land into the pit, but they do get the kill.
They get one of them. Can they get some mail? He's got the slight... Oh, actually not able to dodge the Starbreaker last hit, but doesn't matter. Gets the chains out. We'll be able to walk away.
Does he get the power rune, though?
Radiant's top tower is
I thought Topu was going to kill it. Huh? Oh, guess not. Topu was in the area. I thought he would just kill the Arcane Rune, but Sumail's going to be able to get the fill up. That's
well, okay. He says thanks for the Arcane Rune. Pretty nice one to grab as well.
I guess maybe Topu didn't see it.
I'm telling Nisha's like, Ace, where's my Solar Guardians? It's the 2 times now. He's not getting saved.
He did use it, but it was a bit late.
It was a little bit late.
Yeah. And now Mickey top percent damage is coming into play. Spirit Vessel as well. Oh, he is very dead.
Oh, look at the Skeeter throwing a
tip to Nisha. Tip? Wait, what the?
I mean, because he knows that Nisha's getting a bit angry. He's like, I get no Solar Guardian.
I guess so, right?
Last game, he was queuing up the sentries. He's like, where's the vision? I keep getting ganked. He's getting mad.
I mean, it's literally right as he's dead.
I mean, there's a vessel on him. Nisha
needs more help. That's for sure.
They gotta help him out.
At least stay behind him with the Tusk or the Hoodwink. Nisha again stepping forward.
Oh no.
They've got
He's
Nisha's
dead
number.
Again. Oh, they do.
They will. Okay, well, Nisha will solo Skeeter.
There we go. At least they're able to bring down Skeeter with him. And yeah, we'll throw the tip back. Yeah, there we go. Absolutely. Absolutely. Give a tip back for that. And they get grip.
Gets involved. Nicely done. Boxy will come in. Does get Vesseled. He's going to take a lot of damage here.
It's good bushwhack. Mickey's rolling up with the damage.
Not quite having the stun just yet. Still on cooldown for a moment.
All right, a little bit of a kickback there.
Little bit.
But still, Nisha dying again. 4 deaths already here on the Invoker.
Yeah. His farm is still pretty damn good, though. His lane was very nice as well, too. Does put the second point in the Tornado, or the Wex early on, so he can't have the further distance of Tornado to protect himself. Sunstrike. Just mean. Power Rune. They're set up for it on Liquid.
Let's have a look. What are they going to get?
Ooh, tries for the steal with the slight.
Oh, it's still there.
It is.
Boxy will take it, but he's rolled in and he's super low, so Boxy, he'll die for that one. Dive forward and with the Sunray, look for the Tofu. Yeah, Sumail can find him, of course he can. Slight chains.
Sumail. 6-1 and 3.
He's having a good time, and as I say, Nisha's not having as good of a time.
No.
He's struggling a bit right now with the amount of focus that they're putting to him in this mid lane.
And that's the big thing, right? The focus. I feel like maybe more focus at least to help Nisha.
I mean,
or the Hoodwink. They were there.
He's not standing. This is his real team, and they're not helping him out. Sumail needs to stand in, and his team's helping him more than the team is helping Nisha.
Hey, sometimes this does happen, though, right? You got to make your stand-in feel very, very good. So that's what they're doing.
They're giving Sumail the sort of deluxe treatment with that. The ganks and the focus in mid. And he is doing the absolute world with it here. 6-1 and 3 on Sumail here. Top net worth. He's going to show that he doesn't need no free Aghanims to be able to pop off this game.
He's playing it very nicely. Crit, super active this game as well. He's died a lot, right? He's got 6 deaths, but he's made 11 kills already happen with the rotations from this line. He's close to blink. Liquid I imagine this is Mickey with Blink Dagger looking for a play. Do they find Skeeter?
Skeeter would be the nice catch.
They see his courier.
He's a bit of a step ahead of them. How deep do they want to go? Not that deep.
It's a bit too deep there. There's an Underlord. Don't want to go too far. Even though you've got the global potential, so do they, to be able to match with numbers. And Snay, that's level 9 now. So level 2 Sunray is online quite early. Gotta keep tabs of that one since it is a lot of percent damage that they do have in their draft. And there is limited ways to hit the Ag. Snay is pretty deep forward here.
I think he knows, though.
Let's have the ward
knows
down.
that there's a lot around, so we'll be very careful on showing.
Ace Echo Saber is done.
I mean, they could try and bring TPs in and try and pinch them in. It's no Supernova actually for 20 seconds, so actually Snaking is looking very dead. He did not know that there was that many heroes around.
They were suspicious of Mickey being somewhere, but they didn't know exactly where. Crit, during the whole time, though, he just farmed 900 gold top. He has a Blink Dagger done. 20 gold for him.
Oh, that's...
So pretty early timing, he's able to get that.
And we saw what happened to Nisha last time Crit started getting line. And you know he's going to be out for him again this game.
Skeeter getting soloed.
Backup's coming in. He'll take out Nisha.
Essentially a solo kill. So even though Nisha's not getting help from his teammates, he's saying, I don't need you.
Exactly.
You know,
I'm going to carry you guys anyway, even if you don't want to help me.
Yeah. We do that. Those shards don't matter. That was a solo kill. We'll give it to him.
He's nearly got the bots on top of this, so you know Nisha, despite getting bullied in the mid with these constant ganks and these 4 deaths that he's had to endure, up there at the top. Fantastic timing on this Atos Meteor Hammer bots. Just a couple hundred gold away from having the bots recipe.
And I mean, Skeeter is he is starting to fall insanely far behind. And this hero, if you do fall very far behind, you can't just die instantly, especially versus high burst heroes, which they do have on the side of Liquid.
Top. Ooh.
Oh.
Oh. What was the toss? That's not the combo, Fog. I don't think you're meant to toss them out of the Solar Guardian. It's meant to...
He does TP out, but okay. Miscoordination coming out from Liquid here.
That's not the combo, kids.
Nope.
Don't try that at home. You'll get a very angry teammate. They're not doing great for the morale here, Liquid. They seem like they're trying to annoy each other.
A little bit, but they're doing all right. They're doing all right in the game, right? Mickey is super farmed. The Drow Ranger, Skeeter's going to struggle. I feel like Skeeter's going to really struggle to catch up in this game because you look at his HP pool, right? It's like 1,200, 1,400 on Strength Treads, a tiny combo, a Sunstrike, just a Tusk hunting. They absolutely have ways to just find Skeeter, so he's got to find ways to just protect himself and just get safer farm.
Yeah, he's going to pretty much rely on Samael and Amar to kind of just keep these waves shoved out, try and keep the pressure off their half of the map.
And these two heroes, they do that quite effectively, right? And they do scale in a nice way, the Underlord and the Emperor, but you don't want your Drow to be too far behind because you do need that extra damage that persists through a fight.
We'll go top Nisha. Got the setup onto Amar. Backup comes in from Mickey. They'll take Amar out. Oh, Samael.
He's coming through the portal.
He's turned up. Gonna see if they can try and fight back, but the Meteor Hammer does come down on towards him into the snowball, but he's tanky as Samael. He's ready to fight on forward. Mickey.
Egg.
He's gonna look for Crit. He's got the combo on him. Mickey will get the kill. But Samael does end up managing to chase down Nisha to kill it off the Invoker. Still though, Mickey getting out alive, getting some kills from these early bits of action. He's still doing a fantastic job here in this early game. Top net worth, going for the BKB next. And of course, once he has that, not really a whole lot they do to kill him through that other than the Drow. And as we're seeing at the moment, the Drow not really in a position where Skeeter's going to be turning up and looking to get in position or having the chance to get in position to hit this Tiny. So this BKB time is going to be pretty strong. Mickey.
He can solo hunt.
He'll get another one. Oh, maybe not. Snaking. Not enough damage to kill him off.
He will survive. Does know that there's a ward there now.
Where's the Sunstrike?
He's looking.
Seconds. He's planning this. Is it how much damage is the Sunstrike at the moment?
It'll kill him.
Do it.
No, he ticked up too high anyway. Yeah. It's only like 420 or 425 at this point.
Didn't want to hit it anyway. Yeah. But he went for it.
And Mickey, that's the other thing too, is it's tiny. He doesn't have to play farming game anymore. Right now, it's time to show up every time. The Drow cannot do that. So Skeeter, once he's got Manta, perhaps he can start to show up a little bit more confidently, but it's still not going to be an end-all, be-all save.
Yeah, Mickey's turning up every time.
Yeah, they have a lot of AoE as well too on the side of Liquid too. So this Manta, it's not like he's going to dodge a Doom or these small little things. There's a lot of AoE that he has to watch out for.
Samael trying to get the pressure back onto the tier 1 mid. Yeah, he's coming across.
Just wants the rune. And his Mage Slayer, since it's been dead on the courier for some time.
If he can get himself something nice, it is going to be up top, so Tofu will take that away from him. Smoke time.
Tofu.
I don't know why I went all posh there. Tofu with the host rune. There's some rare coming in onto Boxy. Boxy turns with the snowball, looking for the Phoenix, but the dive's there.
He's melting.
He's looking pretty dead skid. Ooh, that blink though. Oh, that finger.
What if he misclicked the creep? That would have been.
That would have been. Don't miss the finger on that. And he doesn't.
He does not.
Finger comes in. How's he doing on the stacks? Only 2 so far. Bit of a slower game.
Not bad. His blink is fast though. 20 minutes, 21 is going to be coming around soon.
Mickey.
Wisdom. Mickey.
Seeing if he can find some of these freebies with the combo. I mean, him and Tofu can... I mean, they probably can't burst Sumail with a Flame Guard, right? Or they can.
With Mage Slayer, no. Maybe with Sunstrike, actually.
Yeah, combo, ult from Tofu and a Sunstrike. It's
got to be perfect.
Might just do it. Honestly,
it's got to be close.
The Flame Guard's just going to tank the full damage from what, like the Bushwhack and the Avalanche and Toss. So.
And they did see, I believe, I think they saw Snay on the back line with that ward that they had for a quick second there, so not wanting to make an aggressive move and the Sunray's available. Inching forward here again, though. I mean, no, they can, right? Avalanche, Toss, Hoodwink, Dawn ult, Sunstrike, absolutely.
Oh, with the Dawn. Yeah, okay, if you're throwing a Dawn in.
I was like, if you throw the Dawn in, I'm like, they should be able to.
Oh, yeah, if you throw the Dawn in. Good. Oh, mid, crit!
Nisha.
He drops the sentry down, and he finds Nisha sneaking around. He's going to get the backup of the Solar Guardian, but the damage from the Sunray burns through Nisha. Mickey comes in with a full combo onto Snaking in return. Tofu's there with a sharpshooter to take him out. Sumail turns over towards Mickey. The punch comes in, trying to control Sumail, but Sumail's ready to push on forward. Has the vessel down on a Mickey, looking to run this Tiny out of the fight. Tiny's trying to run, but the slight change comes into play from Sumail. Another vessel charge thrown down upon the Firestorm. Amar able to put an end to Mickey's streak, and Sumail, he's ready to start diving the tier 2s. He's looking for Tofu. He's going to find him with the slight chains. Jump forward from crit. They've got the Hex as well onto Ace. Falcons.
Look at them go.
They're setting up to get the team wipe, and they're going to find it.
Dude, they're playing so well with Sumail, actually. I mean, he absolutely deserves the tip here.
Is this guy actually standing in? I don't even know. It looks like he's been playing with his team since day one.
That was a super good aggressive plays, and a lot of it around Sumail's small little usages of abilities and items, right? Throwing the vessel multiple times on the Tiny. If they don't have this, they do not have the damage to go through them. They just completely persist and chase.
Look at this.
What is going on with these two?
And great awareness. I mean, at the start of this fight, right, Crit just drops the sentry. I don't know if he saw necessarily the creeps or something, but he knew that Nisha was hanging around Invis, which was a bit of a greedy move, right, when you're trying to just hover around the mid lane under the cover of Invis. They're probably going to find you.
Yeah, and they did. And look at Sumail, right? This is the chase. This is the item build he's gone for, too. The Shard plus the Vessel always has these remnants to be able to play on, too. But look, just sticking on Mickey. Don't let it run. Throw the Vessels on him. Buy the dust.
Because he's the big kill.
I mean, big plays from Sumail.
And at this point, even as low as mana as he was, he knew he could get under this tower, trusting that the team that he's standing in for will be there to back him up. And they were ready to dive on forward.
Nisha.
And get this team one. See if they can do it a little differently this time. Liquid, they will. They'll start off with a kill. The Supernova, can they kill it? They can. They bring the egg down. Sumail's going to jump in. Right with the BKB, looks to find Tofu in the trees. Tofu will go down. Skeeter's on the run, trying to get away from Mickey. He's into the trees. He's going to get away from him because the pit comes out. Amar, he'll catch the 3 of them. As again, Liquid cannot take a fight right now against Falcons. As the king is back. Sumail chains out on towards Ace.
Look at him go.
It's another team wipe. This ain't no replay. This is real time, boys and girls. 2 team wipes back to back with Sumail leading the charge.
Doing all the little plays, tread swapping in between, ensuring he has all the mana to go through. He was doing everything.
Tread swapping in a fight like that.
Could
you imagine?
He had 29 tread swaps in that fight. Just to point that out. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. No, I mean, insane individual gameplay coming in. It doesn't show it. It's actually on the bottom. I saw it though for a second there. Snaking has been getting killed at the start of a lot of these fights too, and either way, I mean, craziness.
It's going to be a Roshan in ages.
The control.
Game speeding up.
Yep, and just the overall team fight just in general, like back to back to back, and Amar and Sumail are just able to stay alive, persist through. Really good plays from the 2 of them there. Skeeter surviving too.
Liquid still have a chance though, despite sort of the brutality of these 2 team wipes. They're 7k behind.
They cannot.
It ain't no 50k gold deficit. No. You know, they've dealt with worse. They didn't deal with it, but they endured it. They've been in worse situations.
Like, Nisha cannot be gone on first, is the main thing here. Nisha has to survive very long in these team fights to get his spells off. Yeah. This one he lives, but it's into BKBs. They have to commit so much for that egg there.
And again, just Sumail just getting to do so much as well. Again, with so little, it always feels like he's completely out of mana. But with what he has left, he makes work. And of course, a beautiful Control coming in there from Amar with a pit onto the 3 of them. You can't run from this, man.
No.
You cannot. We saw it last time. We saw it again in this fight, minutes after the previous one. He will chase you down to the ends of the earth.
And I'll attribute a lot to his item build, I will say. Yes, it's like the Vessel Mage Slayer, but buying the shard in between is actually massive. And he's done it both games.
But you can keep going,
He just keeps replenishing and then replenishing and replenishing. He's just able to persist and chase. And that's why he is running out of mana. Usually this hero doesn't have mana problems this early. But the fact that he's getting those remnants replaced, getting them on top of this Tiny over and over again.
We got a nice little shard for Skeeter.
Oh, wow, yeah, he actually gets it. That's...
Well, you know, that was the plan all along, you know?
Wait, what?
It's... Yeah.
I mean,
well, everyone else pretty much had it right, just Crit.
Yeah,
between Crit and him.
I mean, it's still very nice that your core is able to get it here.
Yeah.
Amar also, do have to highlight his shard, but this one is purchased a lot more often, I feel like, as a second item. Has just been able to throw it onto the Ember Spirit and he just runs rampant with it. 7K lead. Falcons have gotten, I mean, it's 2 or 3 back-to-back enormous team fight wins.
It was literally 2 back-to-back complete team wins.
Yeah. And they lost what? Just a support? Or just the support?
A couple of kills maybe.
Lion and Phoenix.
Fights, yeah.
Phoenix and Lion, and then 1 Underlord. So essentially just sacrificing their supports for...
I mean, they need this BKB timer right for Nisha. This is the big one. As you say, every fight is getting gone upon. They're killing him. If he can kind of free cast, they can still stand a chance in these teams.
Yeah.
BKB's nearly there. Few hundred gold away from having it done on the Invoker.
It's just, I think for Mickey, his BKB is the most important because he needs to start fights. Because them starting fights is super awkward. Otherwise, it's the Dawn has to ult defensively every single time. Because like Tusk isn't going to just run in and start a fight. It's a saving hero, right? So it's a little complicated how they want to play defensively and aggressively.
Rough trying to come in with the Solar Guardian, of course, when you're doing it against this Vessel.
It's and versus Underlord. And that's why I was mentioning it's like the hardest.
You're going to end up in the center of the fight. You need a BKB. Well, he has got the BKB, of course, ready, but...
He does. But yeah,
and there's the second one. So yeah, Nisha's got his online.
There's a reason this Underlord was picked in its position, as we're seeing.
If they can get the kill. Oh, they're going to turn now. The pit's out. The Fiend's Gate as well. Mickey's got to run.
He's burning.
He's running.
He's burning. Again, the BKB's coming out on the courier. Didn't quite have it.
Didn't quite get there before they were sort of playing around pretty deep on Falcon's side of the map. They need the BKBs in their hands.
I think there's a pretty big difference. I think maybe Liquid, because we mentioned the other day how they got to play fast, right? They were able to take advantage of Falcons, which is sometimes a slow team. Falcons is not playing slow, and perhaps it's a little bit of the Sumail factor.
That's speeding up.
The aggression that's coming in from him.
Sumail is, it definitely feels like he's a bit of the driving force in both of these games to just get the gameplay going.
Yeah, he's just super aggressive, super confident. They're playing just,
I mean, maybe you got to ban the stand-ins Ember. That might be the case, right, when you're going against Falcons in this Blast Slam 7. You're like, well, we've got to ban Ember. He's played it 2 games, and he's looked pretty darn good on it.
Honestly, just maybe.
Yeah.
Right, both games, we were mentioning, right?
It's fitted perfectly with what Falcons want to do.
Yeah, and the Ember, a lot of games, has been counterpicked super hard in lane, just get shot. This is just, again, not really the case. Yeah, he struggled a little, but they ganked the Invoker 5 times. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, definitely not a matchup, really, that the Ember cares about too much whatsoever.
Nisha, Amar, he's found him. He's trying to Ghost Walk bomb, and they know exactly where he is.
Straight over from Tofu. Gonna die in the trees.
Nisha has to BKB, and it might not even save him here. Has to juke around in circles.
Oh, they're after him.
They got him.
They have a finger and a slap to the face there from Crit.
When these players know how to play versus Invoker now. You see the Obs and Sentries being placed on the outskirts of the map. That's essentially, they only have it on the top side, but they expect it in bottom as well. This is what these Invokers do when they're behind. They Ghost Walk, they play with the Shard, they try to farm, so they'll catch him. And another catch perhaps, but this time.
We'll get snaking. Can they get out? Where's Sumail? He's making his way over. Ready to jump in with the remnants. Closing in now. Sumail's turned up. If you're Liquid, you probably want to get out. Crip. Gonna find the Hex. We'll set up for them to take out Boxy.
Ace.
He's not gonna want to be around him much longer. Ideally, doesn't want to have to press the BKB.
He might have
feel forced to. He's got to press the BKB.
Oh, that feels rough. He might even die anyway.
And okay. Sumail, a back out. Wondered if he was going to stick around there to try and get another sleight of fist off, but he'll show some mercy.
But Ace shows up, throws a and just is forced to use BKB in that type of manner feels very grim for him. Mickey will find another pick onto a support, but again, it's just the supports dying on the side of Falcons.
Okay, yeah, so getting that little bit of a pickup and off the BKB. He's closing in on the Demon Edge, about 700 gold away from having the Silver Edge.
They're just, the problem is that they're falling behind, not just on the cores so much, it's the supports a significant way too. The Tusk has almost nothing, and the 2 supports on the side of Falcon scale incredibly hard. And it's, again, snaking, doing for the same build that he did last time. He's just going to be going the Auras rather than the Underlord.
Yeah, I mean...
And the pipe gets good as the Invoker gets these levels, like we're mentioning. In the early game, it's not the greatest. In the later stages, this pipe is going to have massive benefits for them.
No Nisha was playing around with here.
He's got to be super careful. Even the BKB, as we've seen, is not always going to protect him.
No, not so.
And Sumail is just on him.
All he knows he's there.
Root does not stop the portal, though.
Sumail's going to look to follow.
He's already less than half HP.
It's a hard one to chase.
But Sumail out on the chase. He's got Underlord ulti. He's confident in chasing forward.
Oh, he gets a nice slight change onto Tofu.
He just shows.
Will turn. Sunstrike and the cold snap. He's able to break out of it. He'll catch Tofu with this one. Nisha should be fine. Ace not so much. As Skitter's in with the damage. He'll try and pull himself up to the high ground. They'll turn. They'll burst through Sumail, but Ace is killed off. He'll attempt for the TP out. Mickey does make it away. So Mickey getting a big kind of pickup from that, of course, ending Sumail's godlike streak. So a lot of money going to Mickey. Still, though, the trade not without their losses. They lose Tofu. They lose Ace again.
At this point, well,
it's a big kill, though. Yeah, Mickey. I'll be the Silver Edge. On top of that already, he's pretty close to getting the Harpoon completed. So big jump up for him there.
And Nisha lives. That's the big thing, too. Nisha's able to disengage, turn, get the Sunstrike. Potentially looking for another move around top as well, too. Might see snaking.
Oh, a nice cold snap.
He got him. Can they actually kill you? Yeah, they get Alacrity.
Get that Alacrity out.
Easy. Boxy being careful, just in case there was like a blink stun or something that came in there. Snowballs away. Getting themselves back into things.
Like, relative to what Falcons have got going on, right? You know, Ace on the offlane having a bit of a tough time this game. They're dealing with him pretty well. And as you say, the two supports also falling behind on Liquid. But maybe Nisha and Mickey here on this Invoker Tiny duo can do enough to shake this game up to get Liquid back into a position with a chance.
Always still possible for sure. Invoker has insane late games coming. I've seen Invoker solo carry. I remember Niku in particular, one of the standout ones. It was some time ago, but literally solo carried a game.
And I feel like that's also where Nisha's Invoker kind of shines. You know, sometimes he can kind of struggle in the early to mid on the Invoker, but the late game Invoker, I think that's where Nisha, he's hitting all the combos.
Yeah.
If they can get there, him and Mickey might be able to keep this game under relative control. It's not going to be easy.
They've got a good amount of catch, though. These last few pickups are pretty huge for the side of Liquid, too. Having the Hex now on Nisha can look to set up plays on the map globally with the Dawn as well. But they have to do it cleanly, because there's always going to be the response from Amar. And if you don't kill targets fast, as we've seen,
I mean, looks like they're maybe
get stuck in the pits.
Baiting something here a little bit top, because Liquid are prepared for this. Crit.
Crit.
Get the instant Hex off. Ooh, Mickey's going to
Blinks out.
Prince actually able to dodge it.
What?
He blinks past him. The Solar Guardian is coming in, but it's only coming in to really help out Boxy. Amar pushes forward, looking towards Mickey. Skitter, he's turned up. He's got a butterfly, so dishing out crazy damage now as the Drow. Mickey's got to get out. Goes to the BKB TP. Nisha's going to try for the TP. He won't make it away. This time Nisha goes down.
Oh, this timing is going to be very difficult to deal with. And Skeeter goes to the build that I was talking to you the other day that I like over the Aghanims in a lot of situations. Just goes for the raw damage. You see how much he's able to dish out. They immediately run.
It's very nice here, especially against heroes like the Tiny. Takes away a huge amount of his kind of burst when he's coming in with a jump on you. He's going to miss a couple, maybe one or two of these hits with the right click.
And you have 70-something,
keep you alive.
72% physical resist too. So those hits are not going to be even as strong as you'd anticipate. Crit. And this was crazy. Blink dodges like all of the spells pretty much to get the stun onto Nisha. That was a hot blink.
Yeah. Not quite the fight that Liquid looked to be setting up for then.
An attempt there from the toss, but Mickey, as soon as he sees those right clicks coming from Skeeter, he's like, I need to get out of here.
It's big damage.
Was used.
Might have a lot of HP, the Tiny, but Drow. Give the Drow a few items and they'll be able to deal with that HP. They'll have the damage to do so. Okay, gonna try for Amar.
Not gonna happen.
Now Fitz got the Hex on him, and Mickey, his BKB's on cooldown.
He's dead, isn't he? He gets the Harpoon out.
He's able to harpoon away.
He actually might gonna be. He's alright because of Harpoon. I thought he was probably gonna die.
Sumail's coming. So he's gonna catch the two supports over the chains. Mickey has no part in this fight. He's got to keep on running. Crit jumps over from the side.
Missed the stun.
He's got the Hex. And the supports will suffer.
Again.
Never really getting out when Sumail turns up. He'll have Tofu and Boxy every single time.
There's too much catcher control between the Underlord and the Ember as soon as the supports are caught. Even though they have, what, I think 4 staff and Lotus to try to get out of these pits and chase. It doesn't matter. It's just too much persistent chase. Mickey does have BKB available enough for the next upcoming fight, though he didn't have it bottom.
Oh, yeah, still cooldown.
Yeah. Push coming forward, though. Aegis on Skeeter.
Sumail
kills it very fast.
Ready to hit these buildings.
He's doing it all. Dropping pretty quick. Okay, looking for a toss back angle. He's getting, trying to get in position.
Somebody's got to do something.
They know exactly where he is. They pinged him.
There's the jump. They get the avalanche on the two. The Solar Guardians coming in as well. They have the Hex, the lockdown onto Samel. They've got it. The Ember's gone, but they can't deal with Skeeter. Skeeter turns, shoots down Boxy.
Ace.
Silence onto ASMR, attempting to push forward. Ace has to BKB and run, and even with that, he barely gets away. Won't manage to get back into the fountain.
Skeeter deep.
Onto the Tornado, into the EMP on a Skeeter. Skeeter turns, looking towards Boxy, but the Hex back up, into the Deafening Blast, controlling the Drow. Samel will bite back for this fight, looks to get over and continue to keep this fight in the favor of Falcons. As Ace, he'll fall. Mickey,
what a buyback.
Will try and run, but Samel indeed, he's ready to be done with this game, wants to put an end to it, and with this buyback, he might have just been able to do that. Nisha's gone.
Wow.
I mean, with the whole team dead, only 4 of them. So 4 of them without buyback.
What a player, honestly. This game, he's just styling, going out of control. Baits, they maybe not bait, but they use everything to blow him up, and he just buybacks, rejoins
Ready
in.
to rejoin, yep.
That's a buyback to end the game.
And that's probably it.
Yeah, that's playing to win.
Liquid. See if they've got one final fight left in them. But as I say, 4 dead without the buyback. Only Ace with the buyback available.
Yeah, insane performance. There's not much else to say, really. Sumail, 15-3 and 22. They enabled and played around him beautiful, but that's exactly what you got to do for this guy. And Amar, this Underlord pick. As we said, we haven't seen it too much from him recent times.
Now, both of these games, right? Bringing out the Necro last game.
Yep.
Don't see a lot of that from him. And now bringing back the Underlord. So switching it up, and it feels good. Maybe this is sort of the adaptation, because he's playing with Samel back.
I think it is. I think it perhaps is.
Sort of the older style that sort of matches what Samel wants to do when he's on an Ember standing in for Falcons. And it's looked pretty perfect.
And now they've got level 25, they got Mega Creeps. The game is just done. Underlord drops the ult, the pit just melts everybody as well.
Boxy tried to get the jump on towards Skeeter. The heals are coming out with the Sunray though. This game, this series, likely to be over. They'll fortify. They're trying to hold on to the bitter end here. Liquid, but they will not manage to turn this around and will just end up giving away some more kills here for Falcons as they take out the Ancient, close up the game, close up the series. 2-0 here for Falcons today against Team Liquid, and the Falcons turning up with a stand-in. And my goodness, as I say, this might have to be very much at the forefront of the drafters' minds when they go up against Falcons in this Blast Slam. The Ember Spirit for Samel, he's just shown it twice. I don't think he's going to get the chance to show it again.
Either counterpick it harder in the mid lane or get rid of it or be better prepared for it. Something's got to go. But overall, they did play really nicely with their 3 same heroes that they had last time. And they just incorporated these other 2 very nicely. This Lion, this Phoenix, this Ember, they did punish Nisha very heavily. You don't see Nisha usually having like 10 deaths.
No, he had a tough one. He had a tough one, and definitely one of those ones in the early game where he might have been like team. And I said, I think Skeeter knew it. He was throwing out tips. He was like, well, you're not really getting much backup from the team, are you, in this early game? No, he had a sort of tough beginning into this one, and Nisha. Same to be said for Skeeter on the Drow in the safe lane, because he managed to pick it up a lot when they hit their timings right. We saw that Skeeter was behind on the farm, ends the game at 11-2 and 15. Really just absolutely smashed it with the timings when it came to just getting involved and fighting around this team that was just... I mean, I feel like that tricore, right, it just feels right. You know, having the Drow with just the aggressive Ember in the front, and then also the Underlord just being that frontline beef. It seems like the pretty perfect playground to set things up for a Drow in a team fight, and it was.
And it's really nice kind of counter picks versus the Dawn, because you match the aggression of this overall, right, the global concept. You have the pit when she lands, and versus the Tiny. It does feel like it did tick a lot of boxes. This Atrophy Aura as well versus a Tiny who has 300-something base damage. It did feel like kind of a perfect pick.
Yeah, just not the approach here today, unfortunately, from Liquid. And as I say, for Falcons, a big morale boost to come into this stage for Samel in particular. Right? We're seeing him turn up here on LAN. These 2 wins are going to be feeling pretty good for him.
50,000 hero damage dealt, by the way. Next highest was 39,000, and it was the Underlord. Besides that, it was like 26. Like, he actually went, he went Super Saiyan mode.
Yeah, pretty insane stuff from Samel, and I believe we're going to be able to head over to the stage to hear some words from him.
Ooh. I am here with Samel, the best stand-in of the day, that's for sure. And you just had a phenomenal Ember Spirit game. Like, how do you feel coming off the back of that one?
I mean, yesterday we scrimmed and it was really rough. I was expecting we were going to get to it today. So pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah, we talked with Amar earlier, and he was saying that you've played with, you've played with them now for like every year at least. You know, how comfortable does it feel to be in that environment? You have Amar all chatting king, you know, as you pop off. Like, how good does that feel?
I think it's a double-edged sword because they feel like I'm a member of their team, so we don't have this honeymoon phase where we, you know, we get the boost. So yeah, I think it goes both ways.
And it has been about like 6 months since you last played in a Tier 1 tournament now with Nigma. How does it feel to be back on the stage? Are you looking forward to doing it again soon, getting back on a team?
I'm taking it slow for now. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play more this season. Yeah, just letting things pan out.
How would you rate your form right now, like compared to other Tier 1 mids? You know, are you feeling comfortable about your Dota play?
I mean, every time I start the game, I feel good about it. Outside the game, it's like there's some thoughts for sure, but once the game starts, I think I'm pretty like satisfied.
Yeah, I think we were all really satisfied watching you play this series. So thank you for being here. Hopefully we'll see you in more games soon. I think the fans at home really want to see you. So yeah, just seriously thank you. And we'll throw it back to the desk.
Aren't you guys sweating as well?
I told him
He's
to
here,
stop
baby.
talking because I told you to stop talking.
Hey man, he's doing great.
I really
He's
tried
stating
to
facts.
protect you. Anyway, it's Skeeter's first time on panel.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us. But yeah, firstly, I want to shout out Samael, Raya there, giving us a good little winners interview there because Samael standing in for you guys. So Skeeter, I'm going to talk about that one first. You guys had to pick that last minute choice of having a stand-in. You went the way of Samael. Did you really care per se for you as a carry player? Do you mind so much who's going to be the stand-in?
I mean, we had Sumail stand-in for us once every year.
Yep.
So this one hasn't happened yet, so we had to like do it. And also he's a big friend of Amar, so it was kind of obvious choice.
Yeah, the thing that I want to really talk about more than anything is the drow coming out from you. There's a big discussion about how you don't really like to play ranged carries too often, especially the drow being something that you haven't played competitively since 2023. So how long have you been waiting to bring it out, and how happy were you to get to play it in Game 2?
I mean, the hero just is in every pub, so I just tried it and it feels pretty good. But I wasn't even involved in the first pick. Amar told me, you're going to play first pick draw. I was like, okay, I guess.
It's kind of base though.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It just takes off the pressure off me. It just tells me I'm going to play this hero, and that's what I'm doing.
Have you tried different builds on her?
Yeah, I mean, I tried the Ags. I tried like the Yasha Pike, Yasha Manta. Honestly, I don't know what's like ideal. So I'm just kind of freestyling.
Have you tried like an early specialist array? Or do you think that's like too greedy like in comp to make it happen?
I just feel like you already have multi-shot to help you farm, so I don't think you really need it.
How about for the Hydra's Breath later? Or is that not the one you want to buy?
That item is kind of trash.
Ooh, Quinn?
I mean, Hydra's Breath isn't good. Specialist array is good. Hydra's Breath
I
is
feel like this guy's capping.
No,
He's
what?
telling me it's good.
No,
he said you pick it because of how pretty it is.
It gives you a slot. It gives you a slot. That's what
my It's like you have a Pike and specialist array, and like it's kind of like begging you to finish the Hydra, but you don't wanna. You wanna have Pike, so it's kind of like baiting you. But I like specialist array as a standalone item.
Yeah, it's Giga.
Yeah, it's good.
Especially on Sniper.
Yeah.
I was curious about y'all's like how you feel about your form progressing, because y'all have you know pretty rough beginning to the year and it's slowly gotten better. What do you think do you think it was just hard work and you just had to like shape up, or like what was the difference maker?
Yeah, I think we had a lot of problems because we've been playing with each other for so long, so we had to go through that, and also we kind of realized that not only you have to put in effort as a player but as a human, so all those things kind of like
Who triggers you the most?
Say again?
Who triggers you the most on the team as a human?
Yeah, why?
There's no way that's
really? I mean, that's a safe answer.
There's no way that's true.
No, it's a safe answer. Yeah, so it just takes some time to accumulate all the work, and it's gonna start to pay off.
Do you think it's the kind of thing that is like actually, like if you were in theory to play another year after this one as a 5-man roster, do you think it's possible, or do you think there's an upper limit on how long a roster can play together in Dota?
To be honest, I was very keen to break the record Lions had, so I wouldn't I mean, it's gonna be hard to play one more year. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think that's possible, but I would not mind it if we would have a good run in EWC and TI, but it kind of depends how we do
yeah. Fair.
I was also wondering, like, when you are a team for that long, because you guys are like either really good or like you have some drop-offs, right? I think it's kind of normal too. When you go through those phases, do you feel like you have similar issues that you face like once a year, or are they always different in like your down phase?
Usually the issues are the same, but you have issues on every team. So for me, I always look at it like the grass always looks green on the other side, but I always was a fan of solving the problems than trying to like replace it, and then the other person will have different problems. You know, at least you're familiar with the problems.
Yeah, and also like when you have those problems, do you have like maybe your own philosophy? Like, do you feel like you look more within you to like then help others, or do you think it's like, is it more like a human or like mental level, or is it that you think that okay, someone isn't doing it individually, they need to step up? Like, is it more one than the other?
I used to be like the mentor role on this team when we started, because both Maureen and Amar weren't that integrated into the scene. But the more we play together, more I'm kind of like just taking a step back and just focusing on myself.
Do you prefer that?
I like both. It just, you know, when you help other people, you get like the fulfillment out of it, but also it takes the resources from yourself.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's a just trade-off.
Yeah. How does Alan Cook play into all of this? I feel like having this guy around is
he's
just
the
aura.
best coach. He's
Yes.
defeated Liquid. He had some drafts ready for us, so that was amazing.
Yeah, shout out to Alan Cook.
Something else that Tamil mentioned when he was on stage is you guys scrimmed yesterday with him there, and he thought you guys were gonna, as a whole team, get O2'd. Was that a similar, like, were the scrims actually that difficult, or do you think he's extrapolating a bit and he's blowing it out of proportion?
No, we got smashed both games.
Oh, okay.
The team refused to play third game with us because
They smashed you?
Yeah, they smashed us so badly.
Who was it? Are you
Name drop.
reveal that?
It was Aurora.
Okay, they
Oh,
absolutely shit on you, and they're just like, we're not playing a third one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was because of we sucked ass, but you know,
probably
they just refused to play the third game.
That's why Aurora lost earlier.
That's karma.
That's karma.
That's karma. I have a follow. You tipped Nisha in this game. What happened?
It was just he kept sunstriking me.
Okay,
It's just
so I thought
annoying.
it
He
was
just like removes 500 HP on draw, and I just have to go base. You know, it's just so annoying.
Okay, I thought it's because he was feeding. So it's like
No,
more
no.
he was annoying you.
No.
Okay, it's
I
more
mean,
chill.
he was annoying with the sunstrikes.
Yeah,
but
for
like,
sure.
There's nothing there.
Okay.
Do you do any beef tips? Are there any beef tips? Or is it all meme?
I mean, I rarely tip.
Yeah.
I don't really do beefs because I just feel like I have to act my age at least a little bit.
How old are you? We were discussing this.
I'm
How old?
23.
What? I thought you're 25. Man, I'm wrong.
No, I'm
He's
not.
lying.
It's
I
like-
know
it's
he's
like,
lying.
there's no way
As soon as he
that's
said it, you did this to me that like the fucking two months ago as well.
No, I'm not 23.
25.
No, more than that.
My guess is 26.
No.
You were all wrong.
I'm 27.
Okay, same.
I said that. I said he was either 26
I'm gonna
or
turn
7.
28 in September.
Oh, same.
In September as well?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What day?
12.
Oh wow, you guys are 3 days apart.
That's right.
What are you?
9.
That's normally.
It's a good number.
Yeah, good number.
All right. Well, I
that up next.
feel like we've derailed the conversation enough. You've given us a lot, Skeeter. Congratulations again. You guys continuing in the upper bracket. But I'll let you go back and join your team there. Thank you so much for joining us, having a lot of fun. We can see the Falcons, with a 2-0 over the side of Liquid. They do continue up. They're going to be going up against BetBoom, but that's later. I was going to say later today. No, that's later in the tournament. That's going to happen tomorrow. And a big shock, it sounds, for a lot of people coming into this one, that they weren't sure how they were going to shape up as a 5-man.
It happens. Like sometimes you have scrims that go like trash. He's saying like when a team stops playing you in a scrim, you know it's bad. Like they stomp your ass twice and they're like, yeah, we've got better things to do than that. But you know, I'm ready for the beef. You know, maybe they can play up against each other. Like show them again. You know, don't cancel scrims against us.
I like the storylines, and it's true. Sometimes your scrims go really bad, and then your officials go really well, and it's just sort of like, okay, maybe we weren't trying, or maybe we're just a better official team. Like it's kind of random, so you can't always trust your scrims. You have to like put a little bit of a caveat on it.
I just like the fact from the interview we had that, you know, he has to act his own age, you know, like with the
Pretend.
tips. Like, yeah, I like that part. It was just nice. It was wholesome, you know. He's not trying to create drama. It's chill.
It wasn't about the tips. It was about not having beef. I wanna reiterate. This goes like outside of in-game. He's literally trying to not have beef with people because he's like, that's just something someone 27, 28 wouldn't do.
But it's a life lesson for all Dota players. Like, you don't need to create beef in your Dota games. Like, you can just, you know, talk to each other. You can be wholesome. Like, if there's a, you know, problem, you can maybe talk it out.
That would be nice.
In like a, you know, human way where you just get to know the person. You don't have to have a bad day. Maybe that's what Skitter's telling us. Maybe Skitter's telling us that we should stop having so much emotion pent up into the MMR and think more about the people we're playing with and enjoy the moment.
That would be nice.
I think some beef is kind of fun though.
Yeah, fuck
You want some every now and then.
Some beef, like there's a line. You don't want too much beef, you know, but some beef.
But you're also saying like he wants to act his age. He then literally lied about how old he is, so he can act
He does
23.
this all the time. He does it all the time. It's
Gaslighting
actually-
How old is he again, sorry?
27.
He was like, I'm 23, guys.
I'm one of you young kids.
Yeah, we're old. Anyway, back to you, Nat.
Anyway, we're going to talk about the game here because we didn't really break down much of game number 2 between Falcons and Liquid. Whilst we got to hear the viewpoints from Sumail and both Skeeter, I wanted to ask you guys about it because, Quinn, you liked Liquid's draft a little bit more. You thought that they had cleaned it up, and we could see that for some moments of them being able to get rotations, pickoffs, but it still felt like it was a bit lackluster when it came to team fight.
Yeah, they just didn't answer Drow that much. We were talking about it a lot backstage, but you pick Dawnbreaker into Drow Ranger, and if you don't stomp the lane, then Dawn's whole concept is you jump on a guy that you're already on. But now all your eggs are in Tiny jumping him, and if Tiny doesn't, then no one can touch the Drow, and she just shoots everyone. And you can see it in all the fights. Same thing with Phoenix. Like, I don't know. I don't think I haven't seen a first pick Drow lose. No one knows how to respond to it, or maybe they don't. If they know how, they're not doing it. But first pick Drow keeps winning. So I want to see someone pick something better against it.
But maybe it's just a matter of like Liquid weren't ready for both of these drafts, right? Like the Necrophos suddenly going to offlane, the first pick Drow that even Skidder himself's like, oh, I'm playing first pick Drow, sure, you know, in the interview. Like maybe that shock value, Liquid's like scrambling to their prep, going to like line 50, oh, they're doing this one, you know, like let's try and throw it out, because it just felt like there was no real substance. And then of course we got to see 2 Ember games where he just created so much space that Skidder and Amar had farm. Like Sumo just created so many opportunities that it just felt like a very easy game twice in a row.
Yeah, like there are ways to like answer Drow, but this wouldn't even be like my, let's say I can make 10 fantasy drafts of what I want against Drow.
Yeah.
Not
Dawn
more,
never enters it?
Like 2 of these heroes would maybe show up in 1 of them out of the 10. Like there's a lot of other ones that I would theory craft that are better against Drow Ranger overall, so I just don't really see it. I think also the Invoker later, like while it's good, they played very well against it. Like they're always on top of him, so I think there's just stuff for Liquid that hopefully like during this time now, obviously, you know, they lose, they get some time to talk and like talk about like what's good, what's bad, but they need a mix-up. They need to play better and they need to have better ideas.
Yeah, the last pick Invoker is what you were bringing up, and we're seeing it on draft when it was just on screen. It was the last pick for Liquid, and we thought that this was going to be something you even didn't mind the pick itself, Quinn, and you're like, yeah, I could see a little bit more happening for it, but ultimately they put in so much effort to ensure this Invoker did not want to be in mid lane anymore.
Yeah, they camped him like crazy. And it's really hard to stop the bleeding once you die the first time, because the first death is the hardest one, right? And then after that, well, now they're higher level, and the next death is easier, and it's easier. And they keep coming there over and over and over again to kill you. And you're Invoker, what can you do? Your best play is to go invisible. They press 80 gold, and now they can see you. Okay, your escape is gone. And he just died like 4 times, I think, in the early game. And it's just, Invoker's not a hero that you can have that happen to you.
I mean, it's you can just see from the balance in how Falcons played it, right? It's like the first couple clips, it's with the Fiend's Gate. Then the next clip, it's like, it's Nisha trying to push the limits a little bit, you know? When you buy the Meteor Hammer, in the back of your mind, it's like you're either using it on the wave or a tower. If there's no wave, you use it on the tower, right? So it was just Falcons just completely reading Invoker perfectly, and then Nisha not really adjusting, and also Nisha just kind of being on an island. Because in most of those clips, it was like 3 Falcons versus 1 Nisha. It wasn't as if there was like multiple Liquid players also coming into the mix. So yeah, it was just kind of, the last pick Invoker just shut down before the game even started, it felt like.
Yeah, I just really like what Falcons did, like overall in the series. Like I think they understood, like, okay, draft is over, what matters? Like, what do we need to do? Okay, we picked Underlord for this reason. Okay, cool. They have Invoker, we can go mid, you collapse, you make it happen. They just did like all the right things. And I think then again, you know, for Liquid, you can always take this as like a learning lesson, because what they showed today wasn't that good. I think Falcons, they should be incredibly happy. You have a stand-in, you're kind of chilling, games are good, your drafts are good. Everything's fine, be happy, move on, tomorrow.
I like something you talked about, because so often we sort of see Skeeter playing on these heroes, and everyone has said it in a different way, but at the end of the day, he is playing a core role, a carry, that is a hero willing to connect with the supports, willing to fight early, and it's a Mar that they're always making the space for. But this time around, having Sumail get to play something like the Ember, and to play it at the level he did, you now get 2 side lanes going well, and you get 2 core roles that have all the space in the world.
It is the perfect combination for Falcons.
I mean, it's just like good, like for what they're doing. You want them to like play in this way where they're always going to connect and like be together. And you know that Skeeter, he is the type of guy. Like I think this guy has always been discredited for what he does, like on the rosters he plays for, whether it's Tundra back in the day or it's Falcons right now. It's like, oh, if this was any other carry, they'd be doing better. Like I don't think so. The people just like to hate on carries that aren't, you know, the flash farmers and whatnot.
You could have just said people like to hate.
People do like to hate, like straight up.
Quinn, one of them.
But here, you know,
I respect Skeeter greatly. Like I fully agree. I think one of the areas he's disrespected the most, and one of the areas that you can't see the impact the most, is the impact out of game.
Yeah.
And I think you can hear from how he talks. I think he's very responsible and understands the interpersonal dynamics a lot, and that it's not just about like the drafts and the heroes, but it's also how do you feel, and the way people feel is a lot about do people respect each other, are you enabling people's ideas, are you making the atmosphere good, and I think he is a very useful player in all those categories. I think he like sort of plays into the age thing, and that I think he treats himself as, I need to be mature in the team. I need to be a voice of reason and of glue, of bringing people together. And I think that is one of his most valuable traits, is that he's willing to sacrifice and he's willing to build into other people. And I think not many people are good at doing it like he is.
Okay, now say something nice about Amar.
He's really good at Dota.
Okay, now say something nice about snaking.
He's really good at Dota.
Why does Skeeter get
He's really good at Dota, and he's got the, what is it, the wooing?
Yeah,
he's got like
he's making
memes.
woos. Making woos.
Okay, now say something nice about Crit.
Goated.
Now say something nice about Smale.
He had a banger
literally the king. He's literally the king.
You don't just see the graphic, he's wearing a crown.
He's the king.
Yeah.
Bro comes back, plays 2 games of Ember, shits on the enemies, has a free game, says we got some yesterday, today is easy.
Young clean that up and then leaves.
Well, I feel like maybe that's it. That's how we wrap up the end of that second series. But it's not the end of the day. We're fitting in 3 best of 3s here, and we still have LGD to come up against Yandex after this break. It's been a crazy day already. We saw Falcons 2-0 Liquid just then, but earlier in the day, we had Yandex 2-0 Aurora. And so now they get the luxury of playing a second time today. They're going to be coming up against LGD, and it feels like a very full-on day. Normally we have it that if you drop to the lower bracket, then you're normally playing twice in one day. But now, because everyone started in that upper bracket, it does just have to be those matchups. And of course, coming in at 1 or 2 in group stages gives you that luxury that you're going to be playing up against a potentially exhausted opponent.
Yeah, the question is, did Watson have a good nap? That's all that matters.
He did say just that he wanted to leave the interview just to go and have a sleep.
Yeah, but like, are you a nap kind of guy? Like, for me, it's like a nap hurts my day. Like, if I have a nap, then I'm ruined for the rest of the day.
I'm a big napper. I love naps.
30 minutes, no longer, boom, I'm ready. But if I have 2 hours, I'm cooked.
Yeah, so, okay, for yourself, nah, what we say,
okay,
half hour, 1
so
hour?
there is like a study about like your REM cycle and how anything more than 25 minutes is not actually good for you because it cuts off at a point that you can't enter a deep sleep, but you're entering it when you cut it off, and so it's not like this shallow nap level.
So anything pre-25, Watson's in prime. Post-25, he's cooked.
He's in trouble.
I can tell you, he was not sleeping. He was scrolling TikTok.
That is his version of sleeping.
Oh, yeah.
That is worrying.
This is dopamine. If it helps, man. You take that.
Sure.
And I mean, for Yandex, they're going to need that because we talked about it. Yeah, they had a really strong 2-0 against Aurora. Game 1, maybe I wouldn't actually use the word strong, Kezu, but it was still They knew how to play out their draft. They knew how to make it through the tougher part of a strong early Aurora.
These guys are good. I love this team. Like, I think also, like, just looking at the group stage overall, like, Yandex weren't present at Dream League. We didn't really know, okay, are they that good? Are they not? But coming in here, I think they look very hot, as do LGD. So I have very high hopes that this is even just like I'll say the match of the day for me, you know, whoever won going up against LGD. But Yandex, I like them a lot. I think they have very improved players. They have very cool players. They have cool drafts. I like it.
I totally agree. This team is beast. They have a great identity. I think DM has changed their identity, but it still is similar in a lot of ways. And I think they play around Watson. He is the focal point of the team, and I think as it should be, they understand how to enable him. And I just like watching them play, and I like them as an addition to the scene.
The thing is that like LGD is so aggressive that Yandex earlier today, like they were making these moves, but they're still making mistakes, but showing adaptations. That like I am looking to see like how quickly can they make those adaptations against a team like LGD. And I was lucky enough to talk to Saxa with a replay review, wild I know, so we could think about those changes coming into the LGD series. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this clip. Yeah, so it's 23 minutes into the game. You smoke your tiny bottom. I believe on the mini-map that you'd seen at least like Axe, Ench, and Ursa's positioning.
Yeah. In bot lane we saw Ursa and Lion. I think we saw our two guys top, and we understood like we want to connect to each other through gates here. Like basically, the three of us are gonna look at this Ursa first and this Lion and look if we can get a pick off with this new tiny blink. And if we don't, then we can look at gate and connecting to our two heroes top.
And then is this like a high value play even though the mid wave's pushed in? Because normally that mid wave being pushed in kind of indicates this move. Like did you not care about the mid wave in this scenario?
In this scenario, no. I think we just ended up in positions where, I mean, with mid lane, it was like a few creeps pushing, so it's like not really a threat. It's like, we don't see it, there's nothing like pushing it, like an edge creep or something, so I don't think we need to deal with it for right now. And we knew they had a ward here also, and we were thinking about maybe killing it. But once we saw the Ursa, we decided to go for a smoke and do the play instead. And we see our two guys top, so it's like, it seems like it was like in a moment decision where we could make a play on this Ursa, and after, if we don't, we either get the ward bot and then connect to top through gate.
And in this moment, when you kill bottom, are you communicating to your team like kite back to the twin gate, like we're coming through twin gate, or is this kind of just a natural assumption that obviously you guys are kind of in tune to each other's play?
I think we were communicating, but it was a bit chaotic in this moment. I think top lane we were kind of going a bit too deep. Maybe they didn't understand that, you know, we are like a bit late and we are going for the kill first. So I think here they should honestly just kind of chill for a bit, wait for us to come. Like they should understand that also Lion gated, so maybe they can get a kill. And then once we kill the Lion, then we connect to them, and then this is going to be a really good play. I think we were just like they were a bit too early here on this jump.
Bit too keen, because as well as like later in this game as well, we don't need to show the clips, but I felt that there was plays like this where it's like you had good intention, but you were kind of rushing it. Is this something that you've kind of talked about before going into a series against LGD, trying to like hone back some of this aggression? Because if you make this move against them, they will bring like 4 or 5 heroes and they'll try and obviously kind of counter you a lot quicker than maybe Aurora did.
Yeah, I think we talk about it a lot. I think we talk about also kiting back and playing together in fights and looking at each other a bit more, which sometimes we're like making the mistake of like people are going too deep and they're like not paying attention to like where the others are. So something definitely we were focusing on, and I think we're slowly improving on it.
Cool, thank you very much.
Saxa giving a lot of information for us, and very valuable too, to just get to see his thought process reflecting back on it, as well as what was happening within the moment there, Kezu.
It's just like high-level Dota is very fast. You can also tell with like what he's saying. He's like, okay, we're seeing 2 people top. That's why we can go through the gate and kill this guy. The moment we kill him, they need to kite back top, and we're gonna go there. And it also shows like Dota just evolves. Like back in the day, was a lot of like about okay, the mid lane, it's pushing, you can do this. Now it's like side lane control, engage. You can constantly connect from like top to bottom, one way and like or the other. So I think it's just honestly like a really nice review also for him to like be open about it, like what he thinks, what he sees.
Really honest.
Yeah, it's just high skill.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's really cool. I don't think I've ever seen something quite like that, and I think it's very neat. I also like the comment he makes about people looking at each other. I think it's like it sounds very simple, but in fights, I think a lot of times you get tunnel vision and you see a guy and you want to kill this guy, and it's a skill you have to build over time to be able to have sort of vision for what is happening overall and look at your screen, and don't just look at this one point on your screen you're focusing on, but have a more generalized view and understand that you can play the fight a little slower and see what happens and wait for the right moment. Sometimes you need to really seize that millisecond, but in a lot of cases, playing a little more chill and just like looking a little more, like giving yourself a breath, can be a really valuable skill to build.
Yeah, like people think communication in high level is like literally saying quite a lot of things, but in this scenario, like when they say, like talking about the look at me, like the phrase will literally be look at me, that's it. No one else will say anything else, and then if someone else has more importance, then they'll say look at me. And it just literally, you're saying that one phrase constantly, and it's like, if let's say the core is really important, he'll say it, you look at him, and then let's say the offlaner steps up to initiate, then it's like, now look at me. And it's like they have this balance of like top teams will just kind of shift the focus, and they're not over talking, they're not saying like a million words, it is just like, where is the perspective in the fight? And that is something that they said they wanted to improve on, because of course, like you saw there, like they're taking one fight in the twin gate, they're still initiating on the Timbersaw and the Invoker. If they delayed it by let's say 5 seconds, kited back, then maybe they're getting 3 kills, no deaths, and it's a much better fight. But in the moment, they didn't have that kind of team vision of the kind of the fight, and it was a bit more skewed as like a 2 separate skirmishes, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, looking at LGD though, they're the team that likes to go, 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 go. So even if you want to draw back a little bit, maybe kite, reset, play it more patient, I wonder if you're ever really going to get that opening against LGD. One of the things that they thrive on that we've said for so long of almost any iteration of a South American team is how much they love chaos, how much they like to throw everything towards you and make sure you're the team that's panicking and always on the back foot.
These guys are cool. Like, you know, they've got the stuff, they play aggressive.
Certified Kezu cool?
No, absolutely. Because like these guys, like when you just look at what they do, a lot of the time, like I don't want to say that their plays don't have logic, because most of the time they do, like 99% of the time. But sometimes they will make, you know, 4-man or 5-man moves where other people will not. And it's like also, where have you played like all the pubs of half your life? You know, South America, it's like, it's crazy shit happening there. You know, you have Schofield in every second game, guys running around doing this and that. So I think there's like a lot of flair, like not just to this team, but also like the individual players, like Whisper, you know, he has very different heroes. Tai Lang, he's like the new prodigy on the block. They just have like a lot of very interesting things to like look at when you look at the gameplay. And I think it kind of speaks for itself when you just watch this team play. And it's similar with like also how they flex. No one has played Axe support. Like, what is this? You know, if you go to queue this up in a pub, people might be like, brother, you are cooking a little bit too hard. You know, they have an Axe 3-5 flex. You know, they play Kez in the 1 and the 2. And I will say Kez mid is ultra good. I think it's the role for the hero. Night Stalker as well. No one really touches this. I think there was someone else that tried it. Didn't go too well. But then also like the Beast 3 and 2, the Largo in the mid and the offlane. It's just, they're making a lot of use of like small things, and it looks really good.
I mean, as always with like a team like LGD, X-Heroic, Heroic, it's like they're going to be on that line of their creativity will be the point in which the analysis will go, they are good and bad because of it, right? And right now, because you kind of found this perfect harmony, I think it is like the praise you have to give them, like the draft flex they have, like even Tai Lang, like when you look towards him, like there's some damage stats on him, like he is popping off on average as the most damage dealer at the, what was it, 20, can't remember what minute mark it was. I think it was like 25, 20. It was 20 minutes into the game, that was it. So he is number 1 of all players in the tournament, 60 players, he's number 1. Then of course you look towards KJ, he's in last place, all right? He's doing the least amount of damage of anyone.
My poor guy.
My poor guy.
Doing him dirty here.
I mean, he's flexing the muscles, but they ain't damage muscles because he's doing map play, all right? You've lost Schofield, and you know, he was the guy that makes the moves. And I feel like KJ has kind of taken the role of like Schofield's mentality, but towards the 5, where he's running around doing weird things. And then you have Tai Lang, who has finally found his hero pool after multiple tournaments us questioning it. He's finally found it. And on the stats wise, he's pumping out the damage always.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I think this team is the complete opposite to Yandex, where Yandex is about structure. It's about Saksa having the big ideas that have been passed down from Tundra and the past teams now to this team, and now Saksa comes in and they all worship him and they follow his ideas. And his ideas are the structure and the calmness, and Heroic is the complete opposite. They go hog wild, they go crazy, they want to kill you, they're going to bring numbers. They're playing off of individual raw skill. And so I think every series that LGD goes into, in some ways, is about, are they clutch enough in the moment to make their playstyle work? Because I think it's harder to do it on a consistent basis, to win off of skill and reading the moment and going crazy. That's a really hard way to play. And so I think that's why they are so cool, is because they play in a way that almost no one else does, and it's really difficult to make work. So when it does work, it's really impressive.
The caveat to that is sometimes we're seeing them draft in a way that is purely to cause a chaos. And then you're sitting here and you're like, okay, but who's going to take objectives? Who's going to be able to push the map? Cool, you kill everyone off, but at the end of the day, how are you closing a game out?
They have found ways to balance that quite nicely, right? Between having a Kez in the mid lane that has physical damage, you can actually itemize towards it, even Viper with a shard, like they've got Beastmaster. I feel like every draft has an element of it. It's just like the chaos comes from the fact that they have no cares in what they do compared to other teams where it's like they need to hit certain checkboxes to make moves. I think LGD they have that freedom, and it is enjoyable to watch. Not many teams have so much freedom in play.
We like to see freedom in play, freedom in draft, more importantly, just a draft. So let's get into it. It's our final best of 3 for day number 1. Two very different styles come into play here to continue the journey in the upper bracket. Yandex, who likes that calm, collected atmosphere around them, and LGD, who like to just break it all apart. And also, you've talked about flex heroes, Kezu, but there's also just very niche heroes for this team. And so whilst Yandex aren't going to be a roster that doesn't do their research, they're well aware of it, it does bring into those questions when you get to the draft, how heavily do you focus on that?
No, for sure, because also like the way Dota is played, like not just gameplay-wise, but also draft, is that what your opponents do, like it heavily influences obviously what you're gonna do, right? How am I moving on the map? What items am I building? What heroes are we picking? So sometimes you can like, you need a nice balance of like not getting sucked in too hard, but also respecting what the enemy team is doing. And you know, mid Largo is not something that you see all that much. Offlane Bad Rider is not something you see all that much. I think even like offlane Snap is more on the rise, but when Whisper plays it, like it's not like, it doesn't look like it's something new. It looks like something he's played 2,000 games before. Like there are
Probably
things,
has.
Honestly, he might. My bro, he's vibing, he's playing his pubs whenever he wants, like, and he's playing like the most random stuff, but he's actually making use of it. It's not just like for funs and giggles. He's bringing it here.
Yeah, that's the tricky part of drafting against his team and playing against his team is it is just unusual. I remember playing in South American teams in the past, and you really have to drill it into your brain before you play that they're going to act in ways that other teams will not. They will TP more heroes than you expect to this fight. When you go near this tower or you hit this hero, everyone's going to show up, and it's going to mess with your muscle memory. And so you have to really be present and conscious and give them the respect, because they will bring more numbers and they will play in a crazier way than a lot of other teams will.
I mean, there is no perfect way to play Dota. Every day a new hero gets introduced and a new kind of concept comes into play. I think the teams that are stubborn and say this is the meta, this is what you should do, this is optimal, they are the ones that often get broken by teams that are able to just do the randomness and kind of accept the fact that they are kind of inventing new things.
I mean, that's why you sometimes see like a tier 1 team lose to a tier 2 team, by definition. It's just because they're bringing something you're not really expecting. There's always going to be something that will break even the strongest of formations.
That's literally like with what Quinn was saying too, you know, against other teams, maybe you get to dive them at the tier 1, or you get to dive them at the tier 2. Because they will like bring one guy and maybe you kill the bonus guy. But against some other teams, they will literally bring the entire family, will immediately TP. So what you should do is you touch the first guy, you throw like 2 spells, and you know they're gonna TP, and you just immediately back off.
Yeah.
Like there's some teams where you need to like be just very aware of what's gonna happen and actually just abuse like their stylistic choice, whether it's draft or gameplay, even itemization. Like, you know, some guys, they're more aggro than others. You know, Yatoro is gonna try to clutch out a late game, whereas some other guy is gonna be like, build 5 defensive items and just sit back and chill.
Yeah, there is one thing, at least with LGD, that we spoke about the draft, the creativity, the good, the bad, but I would argue that they also are a team that often they live more on draft than other teams. Like when you look towards like a Yandex or a Falcons, like they can have like what looks on paper a weaker draft, and you can see the route to like coming back into the game. For LGD, it's like when you see the good draft, like you can see the win. But sometimes if you see the weaker drafts, like you can kind of already chalk up like, I don't know if they always have it in them to play on weak drafts. Maybe that's why they're volatile in tournaments this year. Right now, we're liking their drafts, why they're in the top seed coming into playoffs. So for me, I hope they have like consistency and they don't take the success of group stage and try and go even more creative. I kind of feel like you need to kind of hone in on what got you here and then try and just replicate it now that you're in playoffs.
By the way, I think we found out what Watson was doing in his time between Series 1 and Series 3. He was telling his coach that he really didn't want to play against Axe. That's what he said to us, and well, they do ban it out there along with the Beast and the Husker. LGD on their side, they're going to take out Lone Druid, Shadow Fiend, Enigma, and Snapfire there.
He had to endure it twice before getting his wish.
And then he's like, fine, okay, we'll ban out the Axial, make sure you get a better lane.
So now if they lose, it's Watson's fault, and if they win...
He was right.
Yeah.
He's the GOAT.
So it's basically all on...
It's a win-win.
All pressure on Watson.
I tell you what, it's kind of good for them that they have DM on the team, because Watson hates Enigma more than anything else.
Yeah.
So the fact that Enigma is first phase banned every game is like Watson's dream. He hates playing against Enigma with his whole soul.
It's classic carries and mids. They just hate like half the pool. It's like he hates Axe, he hates Enigma. But I mean, to be fair, a lot of the offlane heroes, they're just toxic assholes. Beastmaster, Lycan. You have Enigma. It's true. I speak from experience.
I mean, no Dota player wants to be forced to play a hero, right?
True.
Like, if you're a carry player and you see Enigma, like, it's like, okay, do I play Gyrocopter carry? Am I playing Auk? Is there maybe like a Dawn carry route back in the day? You know, it's like you're forced. You don't want to be forced. You want your creativity to shine and allow for your hero pool to not be forced. That aside, Clock and Timbersaw, usual suspects in the first phase if they're not banned. naturally, I think I just always lean towards the clock team, the 70% win rate, the cogs, the mana burn. Even though Timbersaw is very good, I think this version of clock can just annoy Timbersaw's early kind of map dominance that he aims for.
Yeah, I think what I look for most against Timbersaw these days is, first of all, you do well against him in lane. But secondly, you don't win the lane and then just sort of chill, because the hero farms, and even if he's 2,000, 3,000 net worth lower than you when he hits 25 minutes, he's still insanely strong. He's got that invincibility factor. He runs in, and it makes the fight weird to play, because there's this big, fat, invincible hero standing there, and now you need to sort of move around him or ignore him, and he's in your face, and it messes with a lot of your concepts, especially a team like Yandex that wants to play structured. And so I think having something that plays fast and keeps on this guy and doesn't let him farm, because he is slow when he loses his lane. So abusing that and having something that also can annihilate him when he runs into you is the biggest thing.
It's definitely nice if you have like damage like throughout the whole section of the game. The one thing also that's cool for LGD is that like they were playing the qualifiers like the last couple days, and it's one of the first times I saw Tailong also play Timber in the mid lane. I'm pretty sure Whisper's Timber is like statistically and skill-wise better, but there is a world also where they can flex. And I think having this like overall just in the draft is very good. Obviously also their second pick, you can easily abuse it. So just looking also like, because their creativity is just like one of their biggest things. So they're absolutely, you know, they will keep it in mind.
The key thing is that if they are flexing, they need to make sure they have the balance of what are the strengths and weaknesses of Timbersaw. So if it goes towards mid, you're kind of fixing that in other lanes. Because again, that type of draft, like I'm thinking of Tumulta, right? When the Enigma went to mid, they kind of didn't fill the gaps, they just put it there. I didn't catch that qualifier game, but I'm going to assume that they have kind of progressed and improved on the kind of the balance of drafts to ensure that flexes aren't just kind of thrown there for the sake of, ha, we got our pick against you, you know, like that's like old school drafting from this team.
It's funny that I think the flexing in some ways is a very cultural thing. Like I think SA teams have always been like this, even if I think back to like Thunder Predators and things. They would flex everything to the end 100 million ways, and then last pick they'd switch everything to everywhere else, and now you're counterpicked. And this team in some ways I think is the spiritual successor to that team, and they're very aggressive and they're crazy. I think playtime is similar, and so I think it's cool to see that like cultural legacy sort of still in these teams, that they've improved and they've adopted a lot of like the European ways of playing Dota and increased their skill, but at the same time they have sort of that old SA flair to them, which I think is like fun to see.
It's also like kind of what you need, because at least in this tournament, I think they've played very much like up to par. You know, like the type of drafts that they are playing, these are the heroes. I think like you need to perform on them. You know, there isn't always like that much room for, if we mess this up, then we have a later timing. Like they generally will like really push it, sometimes even too far, which is totally okay. You know, you just need to learn from it and tone it down. Double pick from Yandex, I think looks pretty chill. I think the Rubik is ultra good against these two heroes. And Drow, we've seen her many times, even last pick in the last series. It's looked good.
I mean, they have a way to displace whoever's getting gripped. You have the laning aspect that you want with the Clockwork. You said about chasing down the Timber constantly. What did Skidder just do in the previous game with the Drow? You're going to be able to do the same thing here with the Drow in this game against Timber. But LGD, technically they are flexing Largo and Timber to the end of the draft. I feel like Largo probably will be the better offlaner to fight into the Drow, because when she goes to right click you just lick into Frog Stomp and then you're half HP. Especially
could also
if
be
the
a position 4.
Sure, I hate Largo support with a passion. I think only teams that want to lose do that.
It's an option.
Yeah,
it's an option. There's a lot of options that aren't good out there in life. My life lesson 101.
Quinn said about everything flexing, SA haha. I hope that's not the case here. I kind of want Largo to be offlane. Done.
Holy based.
But based on them picking Alchemist, then technically yes, they are keeping everything open.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. This is weird to me that they pick all 3 cores with second pick.
Yeah.
So last pick, you're just last picking a support most likely, unless it's Largo support. But I don't see...
Which is bad.
Why? I don't see why. I do think this Alch pick is also weird. It's 3 strength blob cores who are run in against Drow.
Yeah.
The queen of shooting you when you run in and just killing any hero no matter how tanky you are. So thematically, I don't particularly like it.
But is the assumption they're going to go so wide with the volume of their heroes that they can just overwhelm the Drow? Like the Drow, to kill an Alch, let's say it's like 9 right clicks. Then to kill a Largo, it's let's say 8. And now, suddenly it's like, can she get all of this damage out whilst all of them are just beelining towards her? One will fall, but 2 will kind of get through.
I mean,
it's uncomfortable, but it's an option.
I just don't like the double pick because this hero's still in the pool. Like, let's say you are going into this phase and you know that this is like your 16, 17, because obviously this is like premeditated. I don't think this is like some anti-drow thing that's coming out with you picking Largo and Alk. Because like, first of all, Alk is really bad against Doom. Alk pooling Ags to someone else is also quite bad. It's like, I mean, Doom is good against a high net worth hero. Alchemist funnels it either to himself or someone else, so I hope that they have other stuff that they're cooking here, because at least for now, I'm not really following it.
Yeah, like LGD's entire concept is just weird mass timing that just feels like you are going to make one bad option and then Drow gets Aegis and you're fine. Like, you never care about the game again. Like, LGD need to like full snowball the lanes. Like, I'm looking at like Largo getting like 3 kills on a Drow Ranger, like that level of stomp to be able to maybe play out this game, at least at the moment with how we're envisioning their kind of hero to roles. For Yandex, it's very simple. Like, everything is clear. They have strong lanes. You know, the scaling. They're going to get some CJ active mid laner to bring the kind of the draft together. I mean, for LGD, like, is the fix just finding the 4 position that brings that damage? Like, I'm trying to double check. Like, the hoodwinks the dude just to go through some stun and get a kill.
I guess so, but these are not like draft changing heroes. Like, they will complete it, but it doesn't change like the overall picture. At least for me, we can still wait for like the last 2 heroes to come out, because maybe there is some cooking. You know, there's still some flex I'm not respecting or something else, or I have a wrong read. But the heroes I would assume to come out, they're not doing it for me.
The read is Largo to 4, Timber off lane, and they find a last pick Tai Lung hero, and then through the mid, he gets to create this chaos and go crazy on the map. He gets a croak from the Largo. Again, it's like with the Queen of Pain banned from Yandex, like, they are respecting this. And like, the only way that Largo support really functions is if he can walk to a lane, press croak and go thank you for the carry. You're gonna do all the work for me. So I think that Yandex is respecting that route, because if it is Timber, Largo, Alk cores, there are some weird problems that they have to kind of like solve for themselves.
Yeah, I agree. I think their best bet is to commit to the bit and do the flex shenanigans and pick something that's better, because I don't think if these are their triple cores, you will beat Yandex. I think it's... And I also... My real question mark is, can you actually beat Drow Ranger with this lane? Because you have Clockwork, and this hero is very good at being a body, and the hero is very imbalanced right now. So is it... Like, are you actually able to kill her and run at her? I'm not sure if you are.
With what I'm seeing picked, I don't see any combination that will dumpster the Drow. It's already kind of hard by nature, like there are very few dual lanes, so at least if you don't own her in lane, you want stuff that kind of like owns her in the game, but I don't really see that presented right now either. Like, sure, there's always the stuff like, oh, you have Alchemist, you know, you can give Ags away, you have like a really strong timing, 15 to 25, and maybe people get to like overrun you, but if I'm Yandex right now, I feel quite chill about this draft, where I just feel there is very little pressure on us. Like, Alk and Largo are very similar in terms of what they do. They just farm. They need time.
So is this where like all Yandex or CJ needs to pick up is like a Pango or some... Oh, Death Prophet. I was going to say some like chill dude in the mid lane to shove it out. Just so then it's like you shove mid, you play your stable side lanes, then you have like no threat. Because like if they gank a side lane, your mid can rotate. If they gank top, like, everything feels nice. But they go for a Death Prophet and into a Largo mid or a Timber mid. Death Prophet will just farm for free. She'll take your tower for free. So if anything, Yandex are kind of going, hey, you need a new mid laner because we will take your tower for free because of our Death Prophet pick.
You want Sniper again?
I mean, I do.
You got 3
Even when
of
it's
the
a bad
biggest
sniper
blobs.
game, you went sniper.
And this one's still pretty good, I would say. Outside of Clock, maybe.
Yes, I don't think Clock's that good anymore, to be honest. Like, because you push him back, you don't stick him in the cogs.
Yeah.
You don't want to. You don't do any damage if he's there. So I think Sniper's fine against Clock. I don't know if they'll pick it. I don't know if Tai Lung's the biggest Sniper guy. I also think it's not that amazing, because Sniper's kind of garbage with Alk, because the Ags is not that giga. And Timbersaw is super farmy, so you got triple farmy bros, and no one's really a move maker, which is also a bit weird.
I'm looking for something spicy, because something casual won't do it for me.
I kind of agree. I think the DP pick is also very cute.
I think it's quite cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's classically great against Bane because you silence him when he's gripping, and it will obliterate these heroes in lane. DP's laning is not okay.
And also, it's like, it's not as if LGD have incredible map pressure. So it's like Death Prophet, if she presses EXO, you gank her, you kill her, she has no map state. Game's weird, but that's not to be the case. Like, she is just gonna be able to stably play her game. So it is gonna be Bane 5. Out carry.
They have not decided what Wind Ranger is yet.
It's
I mean, Timber, Largo, and Wind Ranger are all still yet to be picked, which is weirdly worrying for the flexibility.
Well, I believe they will put Largo mid, and I will not like it.
Whisper's not. Okay, so
Wind Ranger. Okay, at least I'm happy Largo is not support, but also.
So then who's mid? Largoba?
They're still debating. Maybe they play rock paper scissors at some point.
The problem is like DP is somewhat in. This hero is underrated, and I think also like with Drow, she's very strong. Like she's gonna like open up the map. Whoever goes mid out of the last 2 heroes left, I don't give a damn. They're both gonna suck it. But like DP gets old people go there, this lane is in trouble.
So then you're looking towards which hero can at least skip waves more and like prolong the game of the mid lane, right? So they put the Timbersaw in the mid. He's gonna shove a couple waves. Eventually, if he's lucky, he'll get to a 6 before his tower's gone or pressured. He'll then just go behind tower, keep taking the wave. So DP never has a wave to play on. But still, I mean, I think the Death Prophet pick is just really clever because the 2 heroes that we were talking about for mid, as we've already mentioned a couple of times now, hate playing against it. So now LGD, their own creativity, is now their opponent.
I hope that LGD find a way to stop CJ from going ham squeezy in this early game. Like the supports like look mid, help the guy out. Even if you're offline Largo in this game, if you don't have a lot of pressure on Drow, like you're very happy like TPing mid, going to the active runes because you need to offset like some of this early game pressure. But out of the drafts we've seen today, this is the one I feel the least confident in when it comes to LGD. I know that they are very cool with like what they do and the gameplay can back it up, but I think they really need to back it up with gameplay here.
I just want to see like Tylon get like Blink Dagger type of Timbersaw. You know, I want him plus Yuma. Like you see Drow like try to blow her up. If Doom steps up to go being aggressive, then you jump. But like their draft is so high skill that a couple mistakes, they don't have insurance to play out against how disciplined and how honestly beautiful Yandex's lineup looks like. I feel like that lineup can pretty much play any game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone else smells smoke, but I think they burned the food.
They might have overcooked
Get out.
Might have to evacuate the building depending on how this game plays out. But it's an upper bracket best of 3 between LGD and Yandex with Owen and Fogged.
Thank you very much. Now, yeah, let's see how this one plays out. The draft coming in from LGD looked, you know, not too exciting, I'll be honest. But then they switch it up to make it a bit exciting because we're getting the Timbersaw going in the mid.
Which he's done
for Tylon. And obviously with Yandex, as you were also saying to me, and we were hearing from the panel as well, lots of good stuff, cool stuff going on. I'll be honest, the Death Prophet last pick, I keep hearing that this is a cool pick.
It's good, Owen.
But I'll be in the games I'm seeing it in pro games, it never looks that cool. Cool maybe for the opponent, but you're telling me like it's got potential.
It does.
And this game should, of any, be one where you're telling me by the end of this game I'm going to be sold by this Death Prophet.
I don't think you'll be sold, but I think some people will be.
Yeah.
It looks quite good just because of the limited damage early that they can do to get on top of DP. Something DP hates playing against is super high burst damage. Yes, Timbersaw can apply that, usually just versus like the strength heroes though, and versus DP closing the gap is dangerous. And it's a triple melee core into Death Prophet. That's my concern, really. The Wind Ranger and the Bane, I feel like these 2 supports are going to have to do insane heavy lifting in this early game in terms of either lane rotations, checking runes, just casual power shots to change the way these matchups might look, because I look at Yandex and it ticks all the boxes. It looks very nice.
I mean, because what are the other concerns you were having with LGD's draft as it played out here in the draft?
They pick Alk without protecting and banning Doom. I think I've seen this. I actually could probably maybe get like some stats perhaps from somebody or something. Like, I want to know just Doom versus Alk in general, because I feel like it's just like one of, if not the hardest counter in the game, since AA is just non-existent. It's unplayable pretty much. Doom is, you just Doom the Alchemist or the hero that he, you know, gives all the agonyms, etc. too. You can just hard counter pretty effectively. So I'm gonna have to be proven wrong, and I hope to be proven wrong, because LGD, they're the team that I've actually been looking at in terms of they did amazing creativity. In the groups, right? Yeah, just these creativity and right now. Styling and doing just crazy aggressive play. So I hope that they have something up their sleeve, and let's see if they do.
All right, dude, getting ready to get into the action here. We'll find out and see if this sort of switch up from LGD running some mid timber's going to work out, or if Yandex, with that final sort of piece to the puzzle, the Death Prophet coming in, are going to have the answer for them.
Because the lane, it's the problem, right? The Timber versus the Death Prophet. DP in the past, when it was very popular, versus a lot of the Spirits. I think you remember, I mean, this is now a couple years ago, like 3 years ago or so, when the DP started getting picked a lot, it would just destroy the Spirits in the lane.
Sure.
It was a Chris Luck era, if you remember. When you would play it. Yeah, they would like, literally just crush them, push them out of lane, and just kind of snowballed from there. So on paper, that's what Chira Jr. is looking to do in this game.
Oh, look at this. This is quite the wraparound coming in from LGD off this smoke. See if they catch any unsuspecting players.
Definitely want to get a first blood, I would say, for them. Obviously, both teams would like to, but I would say that LGD has much better chances of getting the first blood with the Bane plus the Largo.
Oh yeah, if they get the sort of setup. Watson would be the dream catch.
Gonna break. He knows.
Not going to get tripped up by this.
And another thing, I'll check right now before I talk about it, because DM ends up playing like a lot of the same heroes. I feel like he doesn't get chances to play his Doom as much anymore.
Because it's banned quite a lot.
I know it's banned a lot, but I feel like I just haven't seen him play it in like, I want to say over 2 months. Oh my god, it's even longer than that. Yeah, he has literally not played it in... Wow, I mean, I'm going months and months back, right?
Filter by heroes.
Yeah, I know. I just was looking to see if it was recent.
You could see it at a glance, but...
Okay, once
3 months.
3 months ago.
But yeah, only a few times this year. Literally, 3 games this year.
Okay.
But not one that he's been playing. And well, he hasn't won with it yet this year.
Not yet this year.
3 games this year, all losses on the DM Doom.
So we'll see how he does do. So he said this game set up for success versus the Alchemist in particular. Has a clear Doom target in most situations. And a pretty limited damage lane, right? It's an Alch plus a Bane. Building a Doom, pretty difficult down here, especially with the Rubik behind, given the Fade Bolt damage reduction.
And all in all, the approach from Yandex this game with this Drow, Death Prophet, looking to be a little bit faster than that LGD want to play this game?
They can play fast, they can play slow.
Sure.
I think that it hits most timings. It hits objectives pretty nicely. I think for LGD, they want to just play very aggressive, especially in this top lane. Just get some kills early on Watson. Which is definitely possible. The power shot plus the lick. Largo plus any high damage 4 position does have decent kill threats at times. Just versus Clockwork, are they going to be able to do so? That's the big question they were saying too on panel.
And so in this mid matchup with bringing the Timber Sword to the mid against the Death Prophet, how hard does this get for the Timber Sword?
I think pretty hard. I haven't seen this matchup in particular since any of these changes with the new reactive armor. I say new, relatively new reactive armor, but it does feel hard. I don't know. Death Prophet's laning is pretty insane. We'll see if Tylon can end up enduring that pressure. Top though.
Watson able to take the core down, and also put some good pressure onto Whisper under the tower.
And that is not what they want to have happen in this top lane at any means. They want to be the aggressors. KJ also.
He's in trouble. The Scorched Earth bringing him down low. The telekinesis back up. It's going to be a kill coming out in both lanes already here, 2 minutes in for Yandex.
Just very strong. All 3 lanes just look super strong.
I mean, this is some good damage. He nearly has him there.
The stout block, the innate block, just what, blocked 16 there. I think he was dead if it didn't.
Another nuke might do it, and it does. Jira Jr. able to get back and get the kill, and he will die to the tower, but honestly probably doesn't matter too much. Gets the reset, gets the bottle refill, of course, back to base.
He died with 1 damage overkill on Shiro, by the way, but either way, it's fine. Those type of deaths in the mid lane, when you secure the kill, you back up, you reset, like you said, get the bottle fill up, you'll be pretty happy. And he did miss a full wave as well, Tai Lung.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, he literally missed all 4 of them.
That's a lot.
Yeah. A designed lane. Designed across the board. Top lane is the one that's a bit more volatile, I would say, because it just, yeah, sometimes this Largo can
get that lane, you're like, for LGD, that's kind of rough if you start losing here.
Yes.
That one should be doing more.
Because the other 2 lanes, I don't think they can win on paper unless there's just massive mistakes that come out from Yandex. Doom double bracer now. Like Bane and Alchemist, they can't touch him at all. So DM set up the free farm down here. And probably going to open up the map for Soxa to move. Because he could just leave DM pretty soon. Since there's just no damage down here.
And I guess this is what you have to do now is the Timber just grab the creeps. Not play the lane.
He has 10 CS. He's got to dance it around.
That's another thing, actually. Have we had some Tai Lung Timber?
He played. He played it recently.
Where he did it mid, right?
Yeah. I was talking to Misery about it actually, but I'll bring it up for you which one it was because I think I saw it a couple days ago.
I just wondered how rare that is.
Probably pretty rare.
Of course, back in the day, we did have quite a few mid-Timber players, but in this patch, not so much.
Yeah, and it's usually pretty hard to...
We've done it a couple of times.
It's usually hard to just move it from the offlane, because it's just, yeah, it's so good.
Oh, that's true, this isn't necessarily him playing it mid. Right?
Yeah, he didn't play it, actually, recently, so... Bottom, they're bringing a 3rd hero. The DM is unbelievably tanky.
Yeah, you're not killing this dude.
No, and KJ lives versus the Blood Grenade from the Tango. But you don't get a kill with your tri-rotation. So that is also quite grim. And again, very low damage. The Bane and the Wind Ranger pretty level reliant on having that damage, even though Power Shot does good when you have level 1, level 2.
Yeah.
He's literally level 2, so it's not even level 2 power shot.
All 3 cores having quite the time here on Yandex, getting the free farm. You can see them all getting plenty denies.
I'm so worried for them. Whisper. One more cog. Oh my god, the fairy fire saves his life.
He's not in a happy place though, Whisper. He's probably got to walk back to base bottom. They're going to try for Sexa.
And they get the kill with 2 heroes versus 3. Owen.
This is
it's
rough.
a disaster.
This is, yeah, like what do you do with this sort of start? I mean, it's early days, but it's not good early days.
No, and the way that their heroes function also, they're more of these heroes that want to play from ahead mostly. The Timber, sure, you can play from behind pretty easily when you get your 6. You go Ancients, but oh my god.
As you say, they turned up this bottom lane with 3 of them, and the 2 of them, Saxa and DM, they shut them down.
I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I thought it was going to be bad, but not this bad in the lanes. This is disastrous.
Everybody's... I can't remember the last time we sort of see 3 cores, right, 5 minutes in, and it looks like they haven't had to lane against anything. You know,
They have
30 and 12, 26 and 15, 26 and 10.
What is this, 38 denies? They almost have more denies than the enemy team has lasted.
That's got to be the highest denies teams have 5 minutes into this tournament. Easily, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you got to do something.
Taking so much away from them.
You got to break your lanes now, though, right? Yuma now is making the move top.
I mean, you sent 3 down bottom. You got to send 5 down bottom.
Oh god, Owen. Look, there's 4 heroes in the top lane.
We're working up there. 4 to a lane, and then we'll do 5 to a lane next.
Well, okay. So the most important thing is though they're trying to do the switch ups. It's not hitting. Yandex with the more comfortable, just great read across the board. Cheer Junior 6. And he's gonna get a shield rune as well to continue with the snowball.
He's not dying anytime soon, and I mean they could just walk up, pop the ghost, and start hitting that tier 1, right? If you want.
They sure can.
Who's gonna turn up?
Either you and you got to just start stacking or something on the side of LGD to get your Timber back in the game, but they actually already have an obs ward placed in the area to scout it. So Yandex is already prepared for the potential stacks. They will get the sleep.
All right, here we go. He's coming in. Watson, he's gonna be dragged back by the lick.
He's alive.
Fine.
Oh,
the other core's dead.
It's a disaster.
This is.
Imagine they weren't so low level, then he probably just dies. But the fact that these lanes went so badly, he's chilling.
If Watson gets a quick 6 up in this lane, like you don't want to be ganking the drought with these sort of attempts anymore.
No, and DM now at this point can just be left alone. He's about to hit 6. So the Alk is going to get pushed out of the lane.
Clock's coming over for the 7-minute wisdom. Is he going to be able to do this?
He's versus Bane, so KJ should be able to secure it. Yeah, he's got it.
So at least able to secure that. Here, King Jungles.
God, if they lost that wisdom, I think it's a end mid.
Well, talk about mid. Tier 1's gone for the
Already.
first ghost. The whole tower taken there with the first exorcism.
And I want to see what build Chiro goes for, because I've seen people go like 15 different builds on this hero. Is it going to be some Witchblade that I saw some players do? Is it going to be Yules? Is it going to be Atos? Let's see what he's going to do.
I'm feeling the Atos this game, right?
I'm happy with Atos. Yep, looks pretty nice.
Atos online is going to feel really nice.
Yeah, they lack a little bit of catch too, right? The clock and the Rubik are going to be it, so if he wants to.
Wim Ranger.
Yep. And super aggressive warriors we're seeing as well. Yandex covering the ancient area, covering this aggressive area too, so they can watch if there is going to be any of this jungling. Oh, did he just sleep himself?
I said yes.
And with 4 heroes, oh my god, they can't. Now you seen the Death Prophet, Owen? Are you seeing it?
I don't know if this is just the Death Prophet. I mean, he's doing a great job with the Death Prophet, but I think there's so many other things that just are not going great for the enemy team.
Going horribly wrong, yes indeed. Yeah. Whisper also brought down.
Wow.
DM is taking a... If you're a Doom and you're able to do this, this is the best feeling. I'm hitting the tower, guys. Yeah. Like, nobody's bullying him out. He's got the full thing already finished. Phase drum going to be the course. Very fast-paced, very quick
how
timings.
did this, do you think, during the draft, seemingly at the moment, go so fundamentally wrong for LGD?
They didn't ban Doom and they picked Alchemist. I think it's all 3 heroes are redundant, and they didn't ban Alchemist. I think Alk, Timber, and Largo in this type of
ban Alchemist, they're playing it.
Sorry, ban Doom.
I mean, it's not going great. Maybe they should have banned it.
I think all 3 of the cores are these melee, like, tanky bruisers in a way that don't like to play versus full heal negation and versus high range damage, and it's literally what Yandex's draft has across the board. So I think it's just now kind of hope in a way that you can back up and get this farm, but you're playing at a deficit with an Alchemist. Feels pretty grim. A deficit as an Alchemist versus a Doom. Yandex continuing to look to play aggressive. Chira has an Arcane Rune.
Run. And the ghosts are out. Tylung can't get down to the low ground.
Oh, and look, the stack. As we said, they had this ward. It's only a double.
It's a little
either
stack.
way, like Tylung's like, no, I need every little bit.
But it's an honest stack, and it's all they have. True. It's taken away from them.
Theolagor trying to kill a Centaur versus DM. That's the most exciting thing that he tried to do there, but it did not work. Try to delay, get your Radiance online, play from there.
And yeah, why not at this point? It's like, I'll drop a Doom for this one. No, DM doesn't need the Doom really to kill a lot of the other targets, so easy, secure. Theolagor's life.
LGD probably saying, though, Yuma, you don't have to worry as much about Chemical Rage. You have to worry about everything else. Or you don't have to worry about Doom, you have to worry about everything else. At least he'll get some freedom, perhaps, to farm, but immediately Saksa is going to at least stalk him and push him away.
That's going to be a slow Radiance.
Super slow Radiance, super slow Largo timings, and as for most of the times when these two heroes do have a slow start to the games, it's very hard to see how they recover. And yet Timber mid, I have to talk about this too, right? Not a hero that we see picked in the mid lane almost at all.
Well, why is that? Because indeed in the past, right, Timber mid was absolutely incredibly viable, right, with some of these players, but now it's, you know, what is it not anymore?
The way that personally, I like the way the reactive armor works when you're playing versus two heroes rather than playing versus the one, since you get these big bonus stacks from hero hits. And I think you can rely more about just playing on Q and E in the off lane, and in the mid lane, you kind of have to skill chain early, which doesn't feel the best. But I think the hero's just gotten quite a bit of nerfs, at least in terms of what it can do in the mid lane in comparison to off lane. And if Malorine's not playing in the mid lane, and Falcons isn't playing a Timbersaw in the mid lane, I don't think many should, unless it, has to just get moved.
Watson, of course, having a fine old time up top.
Full chillin'. At this point, right, all of Yandex, I think they're like, we did pretty much a majority of what we need to do this game. Don't feed and hemorrhage kills, and then play around timings. Once we get the first few item timings, then go from there, right? DM, he's got the drum. Once he has Blink, very likely to accelerate. Same for the Death Prop when she has Yules.
Yep.
The pressure they've applied is pretty damn efficient right now. Level 7 on Saksa. KJ is level 4.
Gonna be one of the slower level 6s we've had.
And a very, very good Rubik game, do have to mention that as well too, right? A lot of good spells to steal, just small ones, and then of course the Fiend's Grip.
Feel the core.
Might just get slapped and caught.
Look at this.
This is an insane
nightmare.
steal.
Back over to the Drow.
This steal is gonna get Saksa a lot of kill setups around the map, because that's something that they are lacking slightly on the side of Yandex, is just setting up for kills early. But now that they have this sleep, it's a dream setup for pretty much anyone that wants to come in. Chira now has a point in the silence as well too, so Tai Lung has to be very careful with his positioning.
And as you mentioned already, if they're sort of like level footing, bursting the Death Prophet is just not something their lineup does.
Oh, off the mark there slightly, but shouldn't matter anyway. Yeah,
But how do they kill the Death Prophet?
The Drow is killable, but the Death Prophet and the Doom, look at their HP pools at this point with what they have on LGD. You have to have them stuck inside of a Whirling Death or a Chakram.
Oh, Theolagor.
Caught again.
Having a rough one.
The last pick as well, too, which I was quite astonished with, was a last pick Wind Ranger. It's done nothing yet. The two supports.
I mean, this is crazy. Again, you know, this ain't any old team. This is LGD, who had an incredible time in week 1 right here, top of the groups.
I think they, honestly, from what I've seen, from what because we casted them all week, their drafts just looked way better. This one does feel like one of the...
It did feel a bit off this draft. Maybe trying something a little different or overreacting to how they felt, you know, it would be a good way to approach playing against the style that Yandex do. But yeah, Yandex were... I think they just sort of ended up big braining themselves, LGD, and end up ultimately just playing into the hands of what Yandex want to play against. They have all the answers, Yandex.
Quinn was saying it too, right? I think somebody burned the food. So maybe perhaps overcooking a little bit with how they were going to flex the Timbersaw, because they picked it first, and they were probably in their heads like, hey, we're going to flex this here, and we're going to pick Alchemist, and then Doom comes down, they're like, oh god.
They forgot about that.
Oh god, we maybe forgot about it. Maybe. I mean, it could be something that happened.
And maybe it is, as you say, because they were looking at the stats numbers, and DM doesn't really play Doom that much.
Maybe
you know what I mean? Maybe that's the thing, right? Yep. It's short in this meta. We know that Doom's great, and indeed the matchups are good for him. But DM hasn't played a lot of Doom.
There's no way they're not going to pick Doom when you have Alchemist, right? Like, I don't know. Either way, mid. Tai Lung, this is probably the roughest game me and you have casted of him. I think most games that me and you have done of him,
Tai Lung's been like crazy.
Yeah, he's been lane dominant.
This feels like kind of a crime. Like having him on the Timbersaw and he's not getting a pop-off.
Yeah.
Like, indeed, Tai Lung has been an insane player.
Another kill. Tylung has been the dictator of pace for this team in a lot of games. This one, he's literally not a hero.
No, I don't think he's going to want to play Timber mid anytime against it. It's like, sure, you know, it's not him. It's just kind of the hero in that position, not looking great. And there's so much more that Tylung can do when he's honestly on kind of anything else.
Yeah, because he can't even rotate, right? The panel was talking about how they wanted this Drow to die multiple times in the top lane. They didn't. They just didn't get him at all. They tried to bring multiple different heroes. It didn't happen. And they even gave the first early kill, right? Theolacor dying up there. Kind of set the pace for this.
Looking for Malady, but...
Another Nightmare steal.
Oh, good shot behind them. Kira Jr. is here with a wraparound. King Jungle's dead again.
Yules.
And they've got the setup to head over.
Oh, the cog was still there.
Gets him on the way back down, into the Nightmare, and into the right clicks of Watson.
This is just brutal beatdown. And this Death Prophet pick actually feels so good into what it's playing against. Even the silence feels super effective versus everybody at this point.
As you said, I wanted to be won over by Death Prophet, and he's doing pretty good.
He's doing pretty solid.
Maybe in a small part because of the fact that the whole draft of
I can hear
LGD
that you still hate it.
Falling apart.
I can hear you hate it.
I'll give you the Death Prophet looking pretty nice here. From Kira Jr.
Doom is not up. Looks like they'll just walk away.
What?
Saxa?
They're gonna get a kill. Maybe? Oh, no, they're not. They're not.
And now he's got the better spell.
And Theolacor's dead again.
Asleep to set up. Chira's here.
King Juggles might have just lost his life for that. Whispers here at the side. Tylung's heading over.
Some damage.
Yes. Not enough.
Here comes Yuma.
Maybe they can get Malady. They're gonna get him. Concoction. What? Yeah, they got him.
There you go.
There we go. They're
Maybe
bringing down the clock.
No, they're not healthy enough. They get something, but it requires everything.
Or lag. They're like, hang on, we lost a teammate. Must have lagged.
Yeah, wait a minute. How do we lose?
How do we
anybody?
lose a teammate?
Excuse
We're
me.
17-2. What's going on? But they did. They got a kill.
And looking at Watson during all of it, right? He's just like, all right, guys, good job. Got my Aghanims finished
Watson,
up pretty much.
He's chilling. Yeah,
and this perhaps is the other thing, too. This is a first pick Drow, right?
It was.
And it's a triple healing core.
How do these first pick Drows keep winning? Does nobody know what to do against a Drow in this day and age? I feel like we saw this like last week as well. It's back in Dream League. These first pick Drows, it goes pretty hard, Fog.
These safe lanes are pretty broken right now, right? It's just it's the ranged turret plus a
Drow
clockwork
SF
or a tree or a whatever. Undying in some games, as we saw Schofield pop off on one of them, but yeah, you can see just no damage, right? Tylung, he brings in, he gets an okay chakram, but he gets fade bolted, the damage gets reduced immediately, and then they're just getting owned by Malady, so they have to just turn and settle for a clockwork. He almost lives. What, a split second from him getting that hook shot to disengage, perhaps. And when you know a clockwork is having a good game, you queue up the old clockwork item.
What?
Queuing up Orchid.
Oh.
That's the old throwback item.
I thought you were going to say just get mass chainmails and stuff.
No, that doesn't exist back then.
Yeah, well,
This is the real. This is the real old tech. This is Ice, phase boot, Orchid, offlane, rush, clockwork. From the 5 position, though. 10k lead, 16 minutes.
17-2?
It's in. I mean.
And this is, again, 10k lead against the Alchemist.
Against the Alchemist lineup.
How's the farm looking? Yuma, what do we got?
Relic.
Radiance is nearly there.
He's got it, but the Doom has it as well. DM decided, screw Blink. I've got a free game, phase drum. I can also just scale tremendously. And he's not wrong. Cheer Jr., BKB soon on the horizon before they've been able to get a setup in 17 minutes. KJ has hit the 6, but it's so hard for him to use Fiend's Grip this game.
It is. It's not an easy game to get the Fiend's Grip off.
Their damage is extremely lackluster at this point, and also can just get stopped or stolen immediately. Can they set up a kill for a core? I kind of want to see them try for DM, because he's the most vulnerable, I would say, because that's where the Timber can actually do damage. But it is still just hard. Because if you don't insta-kill him almost, right, they're just going to turn on you. Whisper. They're not even letting him farm the creeps. They're just stealing them away. True bullying. And the other thing, too, I was going to mention is, who gets the first Aghanims? Is it going to be the mid laner? Because usually it's not a Timber Saw.
No.
So you're going to give it to the Largo, to the off lane. Which, yeah, Largo and Axe
probably have to. The Largo Axe is probably going to change more than the Timber's Axe, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to change. I don't think anything is going to change anything at this point. Really.
I mean, is he going to be able to get the Axe before the game falls apart?
That is true.
Maybe he just gives it to himself.
Maybe he gives it to KJ. Not sure. DD rune bottom. I think Chira's gotten almost every single one of the runes. They can go Rosh pretty soon.
Yeah, why not? Pop the Ghost.
Yep, Ghost plus damage. Can look for it, and LGD can't fight in that area.
I mean, they're setting up. Do you get the shackle? Oh, they got him. They have to use the grip.
Use the grip? Oh my god.
They will get him.
A kill's a kill. And he can't really use the grip anyway on anyone else, I guess, so. Chira immediately, though, to Rosh. DD is popped. I believe they saw them walk into the pit, but the coverage is there from Yandex.
I mean, you send someone over for the steal attempt, right?
At least the other quarter power shot.
Yep.
Yep.
See if you get lucky with the kill.
Not going to be the case.
Oh, stick around for another one, surely.
Oh, definitely. Oh. Yeah, he should. I think he's a little afraid.
Give it another power shot. Here we go. Here we go. Get ready. Oh, it's always done it!
Got it!
Oh, he's done it! They're back in the game!
Calm down.
Okay, they're not. But he's done it!
That was sick. That was actually awesome.
Yeah, here we go.
The other course, that's
He's
why,
locked in.
That's why I'm the last
You'll
Win
kill
Ranger.
me 7 times, but I'll kill your Rosh. He tells them. LGD. Tough times ahead. But that 8k lead was a 10k lead. There's a little bit of a turnaround. Getting that snipe on the Roshan.
They are starting to get to hit some creeps here with Yuma, at least, right? The Radiance is online, point booster as well.
Oh, see that beautiful shot again from Theolacore. Perfectly timed. And perfectly.
Oh, DM almost ran into them. As DM like reduces the damage from it while he walks through, and it's not enough. Would have been close. There is one thing that these heroes do very well, right, on the side of LGD. They do hit creeps. Timber Saw and Alchemist, if they are able to sit back, they can get that farm.
Oh, King Jungles.
It's just
He's been found. These kind of games where it's not fun to be a support, you're probably going to die quite a lot of times.
They do have 13 between the two of them. Top lane, DM, does he have Blink? Can't quite close the gap onto the Largo.
That first axe nearly there. 1100 gold for Yuma.
See if it can make it. Ooh. Wait. He's smiling. Like he's like, don't look anybody. Back to base he goes. He was scouting. Got hit by a rocket mid lane.
Oh, nice hook shot from Malady. Stops Tylung from getting a chance to Timber Chain out. Another kill for Chira Jr.
I mean, Malady's having the time of his life, getting to play Clockwork and having no concerns in the game whatsoever. He can just freely cog all 3 cores quite easily. Theo.
Malady's on his way over. Ooh, but the blink pickup does allow Theolacore to get out. Ghosts are out, ready to get back on with a push here. Yandex around the Aegis.
They're ticking the boxes, right? From objective to objective to objective. Tormentor perhaps next, unless they want to poke high ground, perhaps. Oh my, they almost didn't pop Glyph. I was like, oh my, it's almost not even using their tier 2 Glyph.
And they do get the top tower.
Get
able to push back a little bit.
A small.
Aghanims, 300 gold. As you said, we'll see where it goes. You would imagine, though, Largo still taking precedent over the Timber.
I think he might actually just give it to Timber.
You think he just give it to Timber, try and allow Tylung to live?
Because then he can actually frontline and maybe can see something different happen, but
yeah.
He might just get doomed and then it just goes through with the BKB and just dispels it anyway, right? So that would be really sad if you do give it to the Timber and that happens. So maybe you do just give it to the Largo.
We're seeing Yuma. He's just hiding most of the time. He's like, is it safe for me to farm here?
There's not many places for him to farm.
And honestly, he's doing a good job finding these sneaky parts of the maps. Because he's only died once on this Alchemist.
Very true.
Yuma has been finding some pretty creative places to be. And has managed to avoid the movements of Yandex as a whole.
And he's very vulnerable too, right? If he just gets found by almost anybody, he is just dead. So playing it quite nicely on the outskirts here. At least for the farm. For the game overall, Don't know how much is changing, even though they are getting some of these items. BKB done for Tai Lung. First Ags, it's coming out.
Okay.
So let's see around this timing if they can bring it to Yandex, who has still ages for 80 seconds and a absolute free farm at Drow range.
I drop a Doom.
Every time, on a support. Godlike for DM.
As I said, this is going to feel good. As far as we can see on the stats, he'd only played it 3 times this year in Pro, and were all losses. He's finally about to get himself a win this year.
And he's godlike.
Doom.
Literally godlike. Yuma, this time, they have found him.
No Doom, though, of course.
Don't. Really comes
a lot of damage.
Yeah, they just literally walk him down with ease.
Sorry, did he give the Ags out? He did not.
He
on
did
the
not.
courier.
No.
We'll have to wait until he respawns to see who's going to get gifted that.
And I was talking actually backstage a little bit too. Is just more. I really hate how good healing is at the moment. So just looking at anti-heal restoration, they do have crippling crossbows, so they also have that versus the Alk, Timber, and Largo lineup.
Okay.
So extra little things to factor in, because their lineup is all about sustaining long team fights.
Here we go.
Spur.
Setup comes out. Theodore tries to jump in with the shackles, but he's running. He might actually live here on the Wind Ranger. No,
nope.
Just kidding. Watson gets in. Same with Chira Jr. with the final bit of Ghost. Tier 2 in the mid's gone.
Well,
about to lose the ages. That's
hitting,
about to wear out.
They were hitting some creeps and all that, right? But this, yeah, Yandex is just untouchable as they actually can just walk toward the high ground here. Glyph is popped. Oh, he can keep them sustained too. He did steal Largo ult, so they might just be able to push for the racks here. Gonna keep them full HP.
He's not giving the axe yet. Maybe he's just gonna keep it for himself.
He's keeping it.
To keep it for himself. He's like, he's got to play for himself right here. Team's not doing too hot.
No, his Largo's dead, so he can't give it to him.
Oh, that is probably true.
Yep. And Largo does have Lotus, so I feel like you got to just kind of go for it at some point. When the next Rosh is probably up, you just go with your Ags Largo timing with the Lotus. He buys Shard, and you double Lotus people and hope that you can have a fight win.
All right, here we go. Sending Ags on the Largo.
Let's see what he can do.
Can they pull together a team fight?
Can he close the gap so that he can actually utilize the Aghanims as well, too, to deal that little extra bit of damage, too? Because running into this lineup is very difficult. Death Prophet, Doom, and Drow.
He's going to run straight at the Timber.
He's just gone.
Get the BKB off, but the Doom's upon him.
And the Largo.
Tylon gone.
Yeah, this game has been done and dusted, but now that might just be the end.
They're thinking about the game too, Strap.
I would hope.
Which is, I mean, this is, as I say, LGD have been phenomenal in the first week of the group stage. This is a rough entry into the second stage of Last Slam.
And this might be one of
that I think
drafts.
we're not going to see LGD suffer like this again, right? It's going to be better in game 2.
At least do something more clever, and perhaps if they're going to do something with this draft, like I know that I think they overthought things, but I think at some point you're going to have to like just, think about a better idea, like try lane earlier, perhaps get a kill at the start. I'm not sure.
This might be the death that causes the GG. Yeah. Yuma.
Truly
hunted down by Saxa.
And overall, right, for LGD, the games that we've seen that they've done very well, it's when they're aggressors. This game, they're just on the defensive posture the entire game. So it doesn't even look like LGD.
No, the draft just, it didn't feel like it was it.
No.
For LGD.
No.
And I think they're going to be feeling that as well in the play of this game.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, this weren't it.
And Yandex says, I mean, it does feel like a very good draft in almost any type of games in particular. Just look at the 3 cores. Pretty strong Death Prophet, perhaps maybe a question mark for some people, but Rubik, Clockwork, super strong heroes with what they're up against. Clockwork especially, broken. And yeah, you can't, the top lane, right? You just can't have that. There's no, like, you built this lane to be able to try to shut down the Drow Ranger. You cannot give a kill. Easier said than done, of course. Bottom.
Setup's there. Straight in.
They just got to watch him die every single time. This Yules has, been pretty much perfect. We were wondering which one it was going to be, that Yules or Atos.
No, the Yules has been great.
Yeah, it's gotten
so many setups from Chira Jr., much more reliable than an Atos pickup. As
another one.
Team. Godlike for him. Now on to the bottom lane. It's still a tier 2 on the top.
I cannot believe they haven't tapped out on. I gotta be honest, this is painful. They're like, we got a tier 2, guys. We still have a tier 2 remaining.
I mean, it does feel like, without a doubt, this is one of those you know, dream games for a Drow, right? When you roll up into the game, you pick Drow. Watson's had an absolutely blissful experience.
All
Got to
three
hit the
cores.
creep, turn up, easy little kills here and there. He's been living the life this game on Drow.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is truly all three cores. The DP pick, as we saw, kind of perfect. The Doom, untouchable.
They're going to try and go all in for a play here. And they'll get Saxa. Won't get anything else. Well, they
get the
wisdom, right? So.
Yeah. Well, they didn't pick it up.
Oh, they didn't?
I mean, it's there. There we go. Field core's getting it.
They need that XP. They need every little bit they can get. So we'll get the shrine under their control.
And they've gotten Saxa twice. I mean, Saxa is having a bit of fun in this game also. He did buy Boots of Travel on the Rubik, which is a no-no. But it's okay in this type of game. As Chira also does get the GD Pollen Bag. Hell yeah. So more anti-heal coming into play versus the Alk Largo. LGD is trying to find somebody split up here. Roche coming back up in about 10 seconds. Tai Lung.
Oh, Chira Jr.
Gets the BKB out.
He does. Well, actually, we get him with the stun. Very quick with the BKB, Tai Lung.
Still a Doom available if he wants to go for it there. Looks like they're just going to go for the Largo. More than enough damage. And there's the GD Pollen Bag, reducing the healing. Hell yeah.
Time to bring it down the mid. As I said, there's still a tier 2 top, so if they... Well, actually, yeah, if they bring it down the mid, they're just going to have to look for the tier 4s, because obviously 2 sets of racks already taken.
It's Roche time.
So, yeah, probably Roche and then deal with the top lane.
Yeah, Roche and have somebody just shove it out. Maybe perhaps start doing that now. Looks like it is maybe going to be Saxa up there. Maybe they kill Saxa again. Or maybe Saxa kills them. Haha!
They're going to kill Yuma.
He's got Frog Stomps. Insane damage between the two of them. And potentially another one.
I think they might.
Look how fast he is.
On the chase.
Hello. Frog Stomp. And the Shackle.
And at the same time there, we're getting the Roshan.
They're chilling. Doing whatever they please. I actually need to see damage number. I think this is probably going to be the lowest damage numbers on all of LGD's players in all of their games this year.
Will the lowest damage hero on Yandex have more than the highest damage hero of LGD? That's not.
That's a stretch. It's going to be close, though, I think, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty close. Because Cogs do quite a lot in the early game, same for just Rubik Fade Bolt harassment, so it
I just call them rocket flares, right?
It might actually
get your damage up as the clock.
Yeah, we'll see at the end of things here. 34-4 continues to be an absolute stomp. Silver Edge for Watson.
Tier 2's gone. They've opened up the final set of barracks here onto the tier 3.
Banner down for the double siege as well. Can't even clear out the catapults. Gotta just watch your base die. Gotta walk up to try to get an aggro onto it. We'll get one onto the high ground, but the second one's still beating. There we go. Licks the second one up.
LGD. Can they pull together some sort of insane high ground defense? It feels like they just don't really have the heroes for that, right?
No, I mean, Alchemist has absolutely nothing on. He does 0 damage. I don't think anybody's going to hit anyone. Just feels like a very well-designed approach from Yandex, and it literally making, like, I mean, maybe like one miniature mistake, but besides that, it's been flawless execution from them, following the cookie-cutter path of winning the game.
At least they got that Roche snipe, though. That was pretty high.
That was the one little mistake.
That was pretty high.
From Yandex. Items just continued flurry, and Shivas for the Doom with the Congregations, the massive AoE stun. Yeah, just full items being picked up from each of the cores here, as LGD's just nothing has been progressed.
Chiro Jr. ready to bring in the top wave. Has the Ghost at the ready. Watson with the Aegis ready to get what he can out of the next couple of minutes he still has with it.
How long are Ghosts? They are up. Might just go for that push here when Chira has the plate mail as well. He's level 20, so he's got the extra spirits, and the Shiva's coming. This is probably the final push here. Arcane Rune is well bottom, so Chira probably backs up, grabs that, and goes for the push. full core item on each. As we said, for LGD, nothing's been really grabbed. Whisper is trying to get toward his BKB. But yeah, not really much being gained. Timber did get Shivas, but it just doesn't really do much to be able to fight versus this lineup because you just have no damage and you have no way to get into the Drow still.
It's very hard to see how anyone, at least any of the cores, die on Yandex.
Yeah, they might kill both supports on this for LGD, but killing the 3 cores just seemed quite a mountain to climb. And it's about full items. Yeah, Watson maybe just waits for the Lincolns as well too. He's incredibly patient, not looking to make any mistakes.
No need to risk it really for Yandex. Even though they are as far ahead as they are, it's not like kind of sitting back and waiting to get those items is going to really allow LGD to change the outcome of this game.
Maybe they're going to smoke into the base and look for a final team fight, or if they just catch someone outside. Bring DM into the smoke. KJ, careful. KJ did get to finish his Ags.
Straight in on the field of court. Chira Jr. makes the jump. They will be able to drag him to the side here, Whisper, and get him out of there. King Jungles will not be as lucky as he's out for 30 seconds. Whisper popping the BKB.
Dying through it. The ghosts.
He's trying to get close to them, but I don't know how close he wants to get. Down bottom. I mean, Yuma was looking towards Malady, but the rest of the team just turn and take him out. With the ghosts out, they can look to clean up the mega creeps. Trying to jump forward. They do manage to burst DM down a little bit. We'll get the BKB out of him.
Whisper. Trying to get close. Can't end up bringing anybody down. Not bad versus DM. At least push them back here a bit. Buy more time, but more suffering. It does feel like only for LGD. As Yuma dies the second he shows himself.
Amplified damage rune as well, ready for them. If they want to grab that on Watson.
It was Arcane Rune Ghosts as well, too, so they're going to be coming back up pretty soon, about 30 seconds until those do come out. Hesitant on just full forcing, though. Bit surprised if they are this hesitant. With the next EXO, very likely they're going to just go for that force play, but yeah, just giving a good amount of respect to LGD. Because it is 4-36.
Yeah, one of the crazier kill differences we've had.
Yep. And they've only had one tower brought down, and the mid one was only tapped a little bit. So there's no space for LGD to even get out and farm. And just no ways to really deal with this Drow. This death, the 3 cores, as we're saying. DM, maybe he can die, because he is playing in the front line, and they do have good burst on the front line, but the back line heroes, they're getting a free play.
Again, as I'm saying, is there just not better ways to kind of come in and deal with these Drow carries? Not just this game, but just in so many when it's the first pick. Is Drow really that crazy? The first pick Drow is so OP, teams can't deal with it?
There's definitely got to be...
Have you got to start bringing back the old school counters
I think
the Drow carry?
Probably just don't want to give the clock as well with it. Even though there are replacements, the tree is...
Well, that lane, it just, as you were saying, bro, clock and the turret hero feels pretty phenomenal.
But they'll replace this clock with the tree. It's Malady. Yeah. Like, Malady will play tree in a heartbeat. It's like, it's his most played hero in comparison to Clockwork, so... Yeah, I don't know. It does look complicated. But this approach, absolutely not working.
Wow. No, not at all. Not at all.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Whisper not even able to get his courier back to base safely.
That was a land.
Ooh, full heart.
That's not one we even...
On DM.
I don't think I've ever even seen that picked up on a Largo.
I mean, it's so you can lick him into the fountain.
So yeah, I guess something like that. Whisper.
Yandex with DM charging in on the front lines. Chasing LGD back to the fountain. Immediate buyback comes out from Telecor. They got the fortification. They will stop the push a little bit, but not for long. I say that Yandex again respecting the fact that they're here with the defense.
Yuma stuns himself.
They push him away.
They'll play careful. They'll play. This is the most careful I think I've seen them play. Gonna probably just maybe wait for the exorcism to come back up. They still have it lingering for a couple seconds in this area.
As you say, they're not in a rush.
Nope. It is 100% win probability now, so maybe that's what they were...
Is it actually on 100?
It's at 100 now. They can't hit the backline on. DM bought a heart as well too, and the Death Prophet and the Drow just get the free play. Even if they get more items too, it does feel very complicated. Of course, if the Alchemist is able to get to some actual ones, but just not been the case for him. He cannot play the game. All right, back to farming the map. Wait for DPXO to fully force, 50 seconds. And DM at this point is starting to switch up items and just have fun. Went for the heart, then he's going for the overwhelming blink. He just wants to be that annoying beast that blinks into the back line. Roast spawn, pretty fast.
Heading down towards the bottom, maybe see if they catch Yuma out of the base.
This is incredible. I mean, like, incredibly over-disciplined almost, perhaps, from the side of Yandex, but really not wanting to give any hope.
Yuma gonna make the jump. He's in on a Watson, but he's pretty much doing no damage at all here as the Alchemist, and he's taking a hell of a lot of damage himself. He has to run back up to the high ground, get away from this Death Prophet. As again, both supports pretty much immediately die.
And
Thailand caught by the Doom. And in the base, Yuma Jr., he's got the BKB at the ready. Yuma taken out. He does not have buyback. They have other buybacks, and they're going to use them.
Here come the ghosts.
King John goes back into the game, same to be set for Tai Lung, but now it's 3 versus 5. See if they can hold it.
Fancy play with the blink, but the base is dead. And Yuma blinks, it does it literal 0 damage. It's like a creep hitting Watson at this point. Level 18 Alchemist, level 25 Drow with almost full slots.
Tier 4s.
By the way, we did get chainmails, by the way. So yeah, we did get 1 chainmail.
Oh, there we go.
It has been eaten. It was pointed out before and I didn't see it, so.
Whisper's dead. Trying here with the Aghanim's grip, but it's not going to change anything. GG is called.
I mean, it's been done for a long, long time.
Well, game 2, it's going to be better than this.
Yeah.
LGD Yandex, it shouldn't be like this, Fog. LGD, they were crushing it in week 1. They just turned up here today and they got crushed by Yandex in this game 1. It wasn't even close. They're going to go back to the drawing board. They're going to get a new drawing board. Completely scrap whatever they tried to do here and get back to the good stuff that we were seeing from them before.
Yeah, 3 melee cores that rely on healing. Don't ban the Doom. The last pick Death Prophet is perfect because they know this Timber Saut's going to go there. He styles, he just gets to play free. And then the top lane gets the first blood, and then there's no pressure on a Drow Ranger. It just felt like free cruising from Yandex, and for LGD, yeah, just completely changed.
And it did pretty much get there. The lowest damage on Yandex was Malady at 16k. Highest damage from LGD was Thailand with 17k. Yeah, so only just, but nearly all of them as an individual doing less damage than the lowest damage dealer on Yandex. A tough one there, to say the least, from LGD. Yandex, they take game 1.
They're going to need a new draft, a new drawing board, as Owen said there, but we have a new panelist.
I'm their new drafter.
Oh, is that why it went so bad?
I think they've got much better chances for next game then.
Yeah, we got Raya joining us here because we're talking about this game of what it felt like, even though the in-game timer was quite long, essentially a stomp. There really wasn't much LGD could do.
It was an exhaustion play. I'm gonna say it again, it's an exhaustion play. These guys played in the morning on Yandex, so LGD very tactfully are like, if we just draw this game out as long as possible, take it to 3 games, hour long if we can, they will be so tired they simply cannot beat us.
Okay, but then like, why not pick like real heroes and play a real game if that was their strat?
Yeah, where's like the Underlord, the Zeus, the Keeper of Light, like all the wave shots,
that would stomp them too quickly.
That would, yeah.
And then that would give them a fighting
chance.
That
would stomp them too quickly.
I think they would have better chances if they pick Coddle, Sniper, Tinker.
Yeah,
Underlord
that exact
and Zeus.
draw.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Like legitimately, like
Probably.
This was probably the, at least in recent history, and there have been some pretty bad drafts in playoffs for Slam, but this is probably like #1, I feel. Like, especially when you put into context like the opponent they're against, the progression of the draft. Like this was just torture watching it. Honestly, it was. I'm so sorry to all the viewers who had to watch that.
Also, a special anti-shout out to LGD for sitting in base for 10 minutes when you literally have 0% chance to win the game and dragging it out for no reason.
Oh, no. I think that I will stand by.
No, no.
You, even if your ancient is alive, you play to the very last second. You do everything in your power. That I can respect.
You know who else does that?
I love
Enigma
hour-long
Galaxy.
games, 2-hour
You know where they are?
Yeah.
Not here.
At home.
But you know, this defeatist mentality, it will lose you games in the future.
Not a
This is
defeatist
defeatist. That's
mentality.
realistic. That's realistic.
This game was over to be
Are we
clear.
watching
I
the
respect
same
that.
game?
No, you're gonna cry. And I made a graphic about this.
GG. This is realistic.
Look at this graphic, guys. Lock in right now. This is all that matters. They had great drafts in the group stage. They were a real team, a respectable team, a team that was creating waves and fans and future prospects of a TI based in China, sponsored by China, Chinese org, and their SA, it was cool, and then they go into the playoffs and they just car crash themselves into whatever the fuck that was. So I just hope that game 2
you do know in that meme that car doesn't crash, right?
In my head, that car
I just want you to know, in that meme, that car does not crash.
That car has totaled over the barrier. There's currently like emergency services trying to pull them out of the wreckage.
We are the emergency services.
That is us, but
for all the LGD fans.
All I know is they've scooted themselves into just, despair.
Amen.
Wow,
Amen.
you weren't even going to try and fight back after the fact he was going to shut down your whole. They were.
Oh no, they should absolutely have called GG. That's indisputable. But
Never call GG, guys. Play to the bitter end. If you're 4v5,
in pubs,
you
I
play.
agree. This ain't no pub though. This is professional players. They ain't gonna make no silly mistakes to the same extent.
I was gonna say.
Dota Plus said 0. Where's the heckin' camera?
Actually, it went
Goose
to,
egg.
actually when it
Give
said
me
0,
full
it
count
then
again.
ticked to
Or this
1%.
one. That
Oh,
one's
can we
okay
get
too.
Quinn solo
Can I
again?
get full?
Quinn wants his solo.
There
Yep.
it is. Goose egg. Thank you.
But 1, actually. It changed to 1 when we saw 0.
At the end of the day, there isn't much that you can break down. We already significantly favored Yandex's draft, and on top of that, while sometimes LGD have been able to pull out plays that still garner them success on unorthodox draft, this one just wasn't it. And so to have some fun, not only did we bring Raya on, but there's a special. I'm gonna say you because I feel like you know more about this than I do.
Do I?
Maybe you don't.
What do I know about?
The PowerPoint.
What we're doing? We're doing a PowerPoint! Oh my god.
What is
Oh,
this
it's Quinn.
terrifying AI picture of me from hell?
Is that?
No, I think that's real.
I think that's from like
No, look how
I
it's,
sent it to them.
Your eyes do look
no, look,
quite...
it's edited. I look like a demon, like more than normal.
Oh,
Alright,
it's the PowerPoint guy.
Are you reading this? Who's reading
Wait,
this?
what was the title? Can we go
I think
back
we were
and
all
read
reading
it?
Why is my
Oh my
what is
god!
this picture?
Excuse
me!
Wait, not even a like blood!
Oh my god, wait, did they actually
They had
show that?
full nip.
Excuse me.
Full nip. Oh, wait, you did post this online, right? So
Yeah,
it's not-
but I not on stream.
It's
Yeah,
a
but, like, you
public.
posted.
If
Okay,
it's
where
a
did you
public
post it again?
display
On
on your
Instagram.
Twitter.
Okay,
or your
okay, if you
Instagram.
post
And it was
on
the second slide. You had to swipe.
Yeah, but that's okay. Show
I
the
didn't
pic.
flashbang people.
Show
For the
the
record
picture.
here, I don't think
That
you should be
is-
ashamed of this picture.
my
This is
God.
good, bro. This is
Excuse
good,
me.
brother. Let's go.
Standing ovation.
That's my
at the
analyst.
Cold Slam
Quinn.
Desk
To be
for
fair, I
Quinn's
lost like
progress.
20 pounds. I don't look like that anymore. So.
Okay, well,
Brother,
we'll get it.
congratulations.
Fine, you're good.
Dude, that was sick.
Why is Aiden on this as well? And
He's
everything
looking at you.
Viscous from
Because
Deadlock.
he is
likes what he
enjoying
sees.
what's on
He's
that
like,
Why
slide.
is Viscous from? Oh, because he has Pango roll. Okay, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Viscous from Deadlock. Oh my god.
Anyway,
What's
yeah,
that game, sorry?
Pango. Huh?
What's deadlock?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
I'll tell you when you're
Don't
older.
Thank you.
So we be reading the PowerPoint. Valve freaking hates him. 97 nerfs, 11 reworks since launch. Still a pro scene icon. Worth playing in pubs? Or? Question?
When you're supposed to answer that.
When, please.
Yeah, apparently, clearly so. The hero is. Oh, in pubs? No, not in pubs.
New
Heroes
patch. Time for your
do
rework.
not. It's not safe for. Sorry, not safe for home.
We are in agreement that the hero should not be back in play, right? Like, it should stay dead for a little bit. Like, it shouldn't have buffs and be back again, right, Quinn?
Oh, I agree.
Okay, cool.
How long is this PowerPoint, by the way? How?
We'll find out.
No idea.
10,000
We're all going in
slides.
blind.
Quinn,
you
tell
wanna
us
read
about
this
your
one?
secret
Top 5
Imba build.
China. What the? Apparently, I smurfed the top 5 China. Is that fake me on the Chinese leaderboard?
There
That's
is a
kinda hype.
fake.
That might
there
be
is a fake you.
fake you.
Why is there a fake me running around on the Chinese leaderboard?
No, this is your secret. You go and play on the Chinese server to hide your Penga build.
Yeah, the
Right?
famous phase boots, chaos. What is this called? Chaos orb. What is it?
Chaos, Chasm
Chasm Stone. That's what it's
yeah.
called.
The Chaos Orb.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Explain why this
I
build
didn't even
works
know what
on
item
High
you were pointing at.
I mean, I'm assuming Hydra's Breath procs. I don't know why there's an E-Blade. Duels used to be good when you could chain some people and they couldn't press BKB.
I like that.
And he's buying Soul Ring. That's also bad. He doesn't buy Wand apparently. So this guy's smoking crack. It's not me. I'm not affiliated with this build.
But your name is on it, so how do we know that's not true?
Okay, I'm supposed to read this.
Oh my god, yay.
And now for a dramatic reading by Quinn Callahan featuring the panel.
That's me.
Dude, can you pick a real hero? Holy crap. Why are we picking Pango in 2024? Aren't you trying to play pro or something? How about we play heroes that aren't objectively the best heroes in the game? You're genuinely a horrible player. You just draw aggro off cooldown and I've lost all respect for you. Now imagine trying to play pro and picking Pango every game in pubs. Truly disgusting. You're a coward, to be honest.
Oh, he's pulling a
You don't know what's good against Lash, so you pick Pango because it's easy. Every game you pick that hero, you get worse. Yet you're already horrible.
Oh, CJ's dust there. Do you want to talk to him again about it?
Conclusion. Pango is forever. Dota's power couple is me and Pango.
Oh my god, it's you and Pango.
What is
You're
this
making
weird
a
anime AI heckin'?
That's
anyway,
not AI. That's human drawing.
Yeah, it's not
That's
actually
real
drawing.
human.
It's far away.
It's
Sorry,
literally why.
sorry.
It literally
Can we
says
go to
I can't
Can we go
see.
full
Far
screen
away.
so
Look,
you can
it's
see
okay.
it?
Thank you, DC Chan. It's sorry. It's not AI. I apologize.
Look, there is nothing more important and strong in this world than the Fujoshis, bro. We need you with Pango
I don't know what that
cuddling
means,
up.
and I don't want to. None of those words are in the Bible.
Well, I appreciate the dramatic reading, the fun to get to go through that. Of course, the PowerPoint getting made for us as well. But we got to go to a break so we can continue this best of 3 between LGD and Yandex.
Hola, soy Whisper de LGD y estás viendo Blast Slam 7.
Try. He didn't even try.
Burzo was so...
He may have tried
He's
harder
got
there
hooked
than
his
what they did.
handwriting with that one.
The brief was raise your arm. He did that, all right?
Yeah.
He followed the brief.
Do
to a
emotion.
T.
He did. He succeeded.
Move your arm. Anyway.
I feel like what do you think was put in more effort had put in towards it?
The drawing.
That
The
drawing.
drawing or the draft of game one?
That drawing. Yeah, the drawing.
That's like unanimous there, but we are seeing the
To be
images.
fair, to make that draft, I think you also have to try.
I
Just
agree.
a really bad way of trying.
I think 5 randoms might have done a bit better.
Because I heard it was with the Caudal, Tinker, Zeus, like
Yeah,
plus one, the random
Sniper.
shenanigans. Yeah, I'm down.
There is a stack, so when I play unranked with some friends, there's a stack that when they queue against us, they will always pick Underlord, Zeus, Sniper, and they won't kill us. They play for 0 kills.
I kind of respect
their
that.
mission, if they see my name in the game, is to make it an hour long, 2 hour long. So our job is to pick heroes to just try and end the game. So it was a battle of like, they could have just copied this unranked strat.
I think
And they didn't know.
everyone's done something a little dirty in unranked.
Probably.
Yeah,
I respect that one though. Like,
It-
that's
I've
my
done,
guys
I've done the
doing
cliff
up.
strat where you just pick heroes that will just keep someone cliffed consistently for the whole game.
I like that.
No,
That's content.
that's also sick.
Yeah, I've done that.
That's what unranked should be. Just queue up with some lads, do some random shenanigans. That is what it's for. And that still was better than the game 1. But luckily, game 2 exists. So just do something from group stage, please.
And it will be better.
It has to be.
I was gonna say the fact that it's a best of 3, it's not a magic trick, guys. It's not like, oh, here's a game 2.
Trust me, whatever we saw there, that was a train
Your
wreck.
game 1 is gone.
I can give you, I'll give you a magic trick. I can do anything right now. Whatever they will cook on the screen, it will be better than game 1.
Okay.
Because we're not seeing that again.
That feels like a promise, not a magic trick.
I mean, whatever. Maybe that's my magic trick. It's a promise to you. To all of you and to you at home.
I just wanted to delete my memory of the last hour. That's it. Having that like stain in
I
my...
will cherish it.
You cherish it?
That was hilarious.
There might be something
sure.
Kezu really cherishes from that last hour, last 10 minutes.
What, that gameplay?
No,
No.
Kezu, what did you just witness offside when you were watching
I
that?
was paying attention to that player cam, so I'm not sure.
No, but like on the
Oh,
PowerPoint.
yeah, the
Dude, I was really trying to set him up for this.
You really did.
The best thing, literally, about the presentation, it's your body, baby. It's gotta be his body.
Let's go.
Oh, you're such an idiot.
You keep that up.
You keep that up.
We're keeping it up. Now
Quinn,
back
you
to
gotta
you.
be don't
Get it
lie.
back together and keep it rolling.
Give it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I had production talking in my ear literally as you all went silent. Could you just keep talking?
So basically, Kezu's thirsting for Quinn's labs. His arms are
Okay,
also quite
I didn't want
beautiful.
that. I was hoping a little bit of like Dota analysis because you
Really?
said, yes,
Oh.
of course, because you're
Can we
saying
bring up slide two
whatever
again,
they
please,
do
production?
is going to be better than game one.
Yes.
You're saying, and I took it as a promise here, Kezu,
Okay.
so I will hold you to this.
You bet.
What exactly is LGD going to do? When you come back to the drawing board and you go, damn, that draft was absolute dog shit. What is game number 2 then? How are you going into? How are you feeling as a team?
I think the easy thing when something is this bad is to just move on and because I will go back to the fact that you cannot make a draft like this. Like, there's like literally 3 or 4 major levels of illegal stuff happening. That's like not normal. You can't pick those heroes into those matchups. It's not okay. Or if you do, you need to ban properly. They didn't do that. Or then your gameplay needs to match up, which it didn't also. So it's like, I don't know what's happening. Like, it's gotta be better. Okay, I don't know what promise I'll give you, but what's happening? It's gonna be a good game.
Maybe they just got baited, right? Because
By
like they finished the Slam group stage, right? They were doing so well. Then they go play some qualifier, some teams that wish they could be at tier 1 events. They're playing some little Western Europe.
They played Na'Vi.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Na'Vi also lost 2-1 to some team called like Hot Flames or something, some legacy, some pub carry player. It's like they weren't looking too good. So maybe they just got baited by this little blip of a qualifier they had to play during Blast Slam, and then they used this qualifier as their info for this playoffs, rather than the group stage, which got them first seed. So the qualifier, even though they did qualify, is the reason why they are now doing bad in this game 1. They're
Therefore,
using the
kids
wrong...
don't play qualifiers at home.
Exactly, or during big major events like a beautiful Blast Slam.
I feel like we're just going too many levels deep here.
I mean, I think they need to ban Clockwork.
I think that too.
I think they should.
That's a better start.
People should not give that hero, and I think another big problem is it sets up for the turrets, and nobody knows how to beat Drow Ranger. No one can beat this hero, and I don't think anyone's really given it a very good try, but at the same time, people are just getting shellacked, and so I think you either need to have an answer for Drow Ranger, or you need to ban the melee heroes to set her up, or ban Drow herself, or something. But I think a big part of it is just something different. Do not run back the same opening, slightly alter your ban slightly, or switch sides and run your other prep if you think your other prep is still solid, but you can't go back into the same scenario because this obviously wasn't okay.
All right, well, hopefully they're not going to go back into that same scenario, but we are going to go back into a draft. A game number 2 in this best of 3 draft is underway. Yandex and LGD. Some people trying to forget the last hour. Hopefully LGD don't, because I feel like it's a very steep learning curve that they have from that one. And they are going to be first pick in this draft, an opener. So maybe actually they don't want to ban the Clockwork. I say as Yandex have banned it out themselves along with Snapfire, Shadow Fiend, and Timbersword now taken out of the pool.
Yeah, I mean, LGD, they potentially will get their Kez or a Lone Druid or a Beastmaster. There's even the... Actually, Snapfire's gone. So there's options, of course. LG actually banning out the Lone Druid, which is relatively rare. Normally, teams who are first pick, the other team bans it out, you then get kind of a free ban, right? So LG not wanting to play this hero.
They must be thinking about another hero that they just have like kind of prepped. Maybe even thinking like they were expecting Yandex to maybe ban this one, and they have like a very clear idea of what they want to open up with, like, in this game.
I think the Timbersaw ban's weird. Like, LGD Whisper is the Timber guy, and Yandex only picked it in the last game because they first picked Tiny. So if you want to first pick Tiny, then sure, if it's a prep ban. But if it's not, then I don't really think it makes that much sense.
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's just to like cleanse whatever happened in the last game, and like have it not be in the pool.
Yeah.
But I do think it has more to do with like some setup that they're looking for.
Yeah, that is something this team likes to do, I think, to sort of think like, to try to think a step deeper and have like set things up to where X and Y work because you ban this other hero.
Is that maybe like Kez related or something? I mean, that's maybe one reason why I can see the Timber ban. And then the lone is just like, okay, if they have choice of one or the other, they would prefer to like open up the draft with Kez over lone. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's also like, yeah, you got not only the Kez, but the Tiny. There's like, there's options in play here, but we'll see if LGD is going to go for either of them. Okay. So they don't care about any of this, and they just lock in. And I will use the phrase, of course, casual here. Like, this is just, it's a Bane, right? You are opening yourself up to get potentially like enigma'd in the offlane, like strong offlaners that normally get banned out against Yandex in the pool. So as much as the Bane is like draft progression, it kind of does push Yandex in a certain direction, at least for how they might want to respond here.
Kezu, would you say that this is a better?
We're safe.
Oh, but okay.
Currently, everything's safe. It's just a
no
Bane.
levels of illegal.
Not yet.
Because one pick.
Like also like your draft, it depends on what enemies also do, right? Same with like your gameplay interacts with what enemy team does. Like when you have Bane now, like some of your next bans is already, T-Governor mentioned the Enigma, you know, there's Lycan as well. If you want to protect it properly, like you have to go avenues. You know, it's about how do you pick, then how do you respond to the next picks? What are you banning also for your heroes? Because I think whatever they did last game, it was not on point.
Yandex, they don't want to show a course, so they go for the Rubik. Again, we already seen its strengths against the Bane and what it's able to do. So there's really no question there. Looking towards the bans, I think that's way more important than talking about the opening supports. And there is respect now put on the Drow. I mean, there isn't even an argument for Yandex that they could have probably just Drowed on 9, responding to the Bane, and then progressed the draft like that. They could have done that, but they don't want to reveal cause as of yet.
Yeah, they must have had other stuff in mind, because I think it's pretty clear that Drow was not going to get into second phase, so you either picked it there or not at all. And I think they understood that. So to me, it says we have other stuff that we value. They think we're going to get down the line. We don't need the Drow.
It's also just because like we talked about the summon heroes that are good against Bane. Like when you're looking at those, you know, maybe they're like there's a chance to have like a Lycan Clinks in the next phase. Maybe it's unlikely, you know, because you're a second pick, you don't have like the closing phase of the next pick, but it's always like about thinking forward of what do they actually want to like end up with some of the hero pairings. But at least for now, like both teams, you have your supports, it's very chill, you ban some heroes that you think the enemy team plays. Like for now, everything's very normal.
I mean, for Yandex, it's a debate on doing or pick another support or go for the, you know, the Slardar type hero that they like to flex between multiple roles. Again, you don't see anything, so it's kind of difficult to want to pick a hero like that. Again, before this tournament, Pangolier was like the flex core that you'd pick, but again, losing a lot of favor across teams. Not really a Yandex thing too much. Okay. So they just go for the Largo themselves. And here, I look at Yandex and go, okay, this is the offlane combo, right? It's the pos 3 Largo, it's the 4 position Rubik. Quite aggressive in nature. Like you have the lift back into the Frog Stomp, you have the lick as well to keep them in the Frog Stomp. Like if Bane wants to step up and try and like fight the other support, you're probably gonna get 2v1'd. So you just have to be mindful. Like this is quite a potent lane.
Yeah, I agree. I like this. It's good synergy. And Bane also can lick off Nightmare, and you can cancel the grip with Frog Stomp. So it's just a good response to Bane. It makes sense. It's logical.
I've not seen DM play it. Obviously, he can play it, and at this point, most offlaners will be able to. And you guys also just mentioned like the reason why, like it's good against Bane overall, but it's not one of his like Siggies. But it does make sense on the slot.
Do you think you would have preferred seeing Enigma or like save it down the line for Lycan, or you think it's fine just taking it here?
It's probably okay. I would assume that they just have an idea of like what other cores they want, and so instead of maybe you have like some turret guy where you think the buffs are better from a Largo, because I can definitely see a world where maybe you pick another sub here and then like you get your double core on 16, 17, because I would assume that LGD will show one more sub here, then maybe you can like Lycan, be super annoying.
Kez is fine. They flex it, so the hero doesn't really have bad lane matchups, really. The hero kind of always gets through lane. He's ultra broken laner. And the fact that it's a flex on top of that just gives you some nice options a little bit later down the line. I don't think it's incredible against Largo. It's fine. It's nothing crazy, though. Definitely not, like, terribly bad like the last draft. You've also not picked all your cores first phase, so I think we're already off to a better start.
It's also that KES is like one of their better heroes.
It is. No, for sure. They're better hero, and like the way that they're playing out the games in the group stage, it's like you have heroes that always go and find information through Hoodwink and Bane. Like, they will always do that. And then a KES with one item can get kills. No, most likely Whisper or Yuma, because they have draft priority later down the line, they're going to have a good matchup to also do that. So this time around, like it feels like it will be able to play into the lanes, it will play into the game. Like, it's not as one-sided as the last time.
Looks like carry Wind Ranger?
Cool.
With the tree, yeah. So Yandex was protecting Chiro Jr. in the draft, knowing that KES can go multiple lanes. They just pick very kind of farm-focused side lanes, right? It's like a tree will make sure Wind Ranger will farm. The Rubik will make sure Largo farms. It's like you're not doing any quick map plays that break anything. It's just we will just be efficient, we'll get our items, and then we'll like croak up our Wind Ranger and we'll go kill some stuff.
And I also like Wind Ranger quite a lot against KES. It's like one of the, you know, couple of the carries that don't get like instantly blown up by the guy. You have Wind Run to protect yourself. It's a nice lane with tree overall. And it's also like you're gonna look at still for like the mid playmaker who can also use the croak. So, you know, it's not just the Wind Ranger. So this double pick from Yandex, I like it quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the mid lane still has options for like the Queen of Pains, like the classics. Even though there's a Bane, like you could still make an argument for like last pick Pango, depending on how LGD draft. It's like, pretty much whatever CJ wants to be a playmaker from, you just pick it for him. It's like, that's kind of where they're at in the draft.
Do you think the Yandex are scared at all of Enigma here? Because it's in the pool this game. And if I think about the heroes that Whisper's had success on, Axe is banned.
Yep.
Snap is banned.
I think it's a really good call.
So, and Batrider is pretty bad against Wind Ranger in lane. So Whisper hasn't, I think that's the only stuff he's played. Unless there's one random game I just don't remember. But
there's probably some other ones that are also good, but Enigma to me it is quite scary for Radiant. Sure, you don't have like a melee guy you play with, but you still have Bane, and you're incredibly annoying for like a Wind Ranger tree and lane.
My only concern for that is knowing that CJ has last pick. If he gets a good matchup and can rotate to Enigma lane, then it's like you are putting a lot of focus on Enigma needs to win his lane, create the tempo for then everyone kind of to slot in behind. But they are going to reveal that KES goes to carry and Puck goes to mid. So we'll see if Yandex respects the Enigma in the bans, right? You've still got 2 more bans before Whisper has to reveal his hero.
Yeah, it's a good Puck game. We saw it lose earlier today on 18, so the hero is clearly not infallible. I'd say this is a better Puck game than that was. And they also have more solid lanes. Like KES will just never lose lanes, so you'll be okay in your other places. So Puck has time to be stable and sort of do his thing. Because Puck's kind of a slow farming hero. You need Witchblade before you're really that powerful. Okay, they do ban the Enigma.
Yeah, but I just think it was a good call on the Enigma, because if I think of like overall mid heroes, Puck is very good. I totally agree, but I would see the Enigma as like a bigger changer, like a bigger game changer when it comes to the draft and like the dynamic of what is going on. Then again, it also goes to LGD. What are like the multiple options that they have? Because on 18, you're deciding on like the role that, okay, this is our most powerful one. For the other role, we have more than 2 options.
But with CJ, it's like into Puck, it's like Nightstalker, Slaughter. They're the big 2 that he likes to lane into the Puck. So they ban out the Ember. Again, we saw the Ember beat out the Puck earlier in the previous series today. But it does mean that one of the more comfortable matchups for CJ is available, and into Wind Ranger, map progression, being able to kind of take the Roshan, Tormentor, etc. It will feel quite nice. And there's also an option that the Death Prophet that we saw before, if you really want to, sure, it's not great lockdown for a Puck, but when you hit 6 on DP, you just take her tower, and Puck just stands there like with Orb and Coil, and unless you can bring all your supports to mid, it is still quite an awkward matchup. Sure, in the game later down the line with like Parasmas and Shivas and all this stuff, it can kind of go back the other way, but I can see a world where Yandex run back to the DP, but Slada feels a bit more stable.
Yeah, like the little bit of catch, I think, would be nicer. Like, while I see the DP work, it's, I guess you narrow the way you can play the game a little more, which can still work, but I like just having it a bit more chill. Like right now, you've got the Wind Ranger, which I think looks overall pretty nice. You have the 18 Puck answered a little bit. I want to see what Whisper cooks here.
Okay.
Fix it anyway. I mean, they don't ban it for a reason, right? I think Batrider's pretty bad against Wind Ranger generally, because he can't kill you with Flame Break, and he can't run you down with Firefly. So he has no threat on killing you, and you're just going to shoot him. All lane, constantly shooting him. And at some point, you're going to have Focus Fire or Overgrowth, and now if Bat tries to run on the lane and charge at you, you will just kill him with 2 ultis. So it's a bad matchup for Batrider. They're picking into a bad matchup. They're basically saying, hey, we have the Whisper factor. We don't care about counter picks.
It's good against Tree, but yeah, it is not good against Wind Ranger. Like, this is seen as a counter pick for a reason. This is like really where you have like the player who needs to make the difference. There's very few other offlaners, maybe none, that would pick it in this like stage. So you're really saying that I don't care about this matchup. This is one of my best heroes. We've won with this hero. Let me cook.
Yeah, the main thing is LGD have the lockdown. So when KES has like 2-3 damage items in a coil, in a lasso, like you're going to get that kill. The main thing for LGD needs to be like consistent, like you are jumping the Wind Ranger or the Largo. Like it can't just be you initiate on support, so now your big lockdown's already used.
I mean, it's good against it's good against Puck. It's fine. It's good against Hoodwink, I'd say. Everything else is sort of so-so. It's not incredible or crazy. I think I'm always skeptical of this hero because I think it's really hard to pull off. If you make any mistakes, you fall behind and then you run out of damage. So while I think it makes sense of their lineup, they wanted a playmaker, they wanted a hero help Wind Ranger hit stuff, and it's good against Puck. I always have my doubts.
How good against Puck though? Like how would you weight it? Because I do remember many eons ago at Arlington Major, people were picking Void into Puck thinking it was good, and Puck would still come out top in the matchup. It then since shifted and went back to being Void favored. Now I want to know where exactly does it sit over that many years of time span.
Honestly, there's an insane amount of variance in this lane. I think it's very, very skill-based. I think it can go anywhere from Void Spirit winning like 70-30 to Puck winning like 60-40.
I actually like the Void Spirit just because like the Largo factor overall. You want like another guy that you're playing with, more like the magic guy. And I think while the hero has like, he has his own problems. He has a lot of backup. You know, Largo will help you. He can go to runes. You have 3 and armor to play with. Like, this is the type of game where the hero can shine. But ultimately, for me, LGD have a playable game. Like, this game isn't just cooked at like minute 5, 6, or 7.
Maybe if they run into a Lotus Orb, they might have some problems, right? You know, with Bane and Batrider on the same lineup, especially if Largo like to buy it. But you know, I'm just happy that I look at LGD's lineup. I go, these are heroes with the respective players that have won games with this like type of combination before. So it's like so much better than the previous game. But Yandex, it's just got that stability that 4 ranged heroes, 1 melee, very specific timings. Lotus Orb counters it. Like LGD, they have to play very well on LGD once again to be able to win with this one.
We said it before, we know that stability would come from Yandex, but LGD's ability to create chaos might just break what Yandex have pictured for themselves. It didn't work out in game 1, but game 2, their draft is looking much better. And you know, there is now that chance we could see the chaos break Yandex. But we're gonna head on over to our casters, Owen and Falcon.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, we're getting ready for this game 2 here, and I think we can safely say this is going to be a better game of Dota 2 than game 1.
Yes.
We're looking at the lineups here.
Much better.
It just looks
much better.
Night and day, really, the day 1 draft, the day 2 draft that we got from LGD. I mean, just straight up the fact that they've got KES. They've got KES as a carry. So this hero pretty insane right now in the hands of some of these crazy KES players like Yuma. Sure, obviously Yandex's draft again looks strong, but I gotta be honest, if anything, I kind of like why LGD's got cooked a little bit more. What do you reckon, Fog?
Both drafts definitely have their merit. I can see the concern, what T was talking about. That's one thing that I was also thinking is when I do see Bane and Batrider, bit of single target that can come in. Lotus Orbs can be incredibly good. And if there's a Largo, you have 2 with the Shard as well, too, that you can play around. So some timings that LGD are going to have to play around. And perhaps look to try to play, I just want to see them play much faster. And probably a lot of it around Whisper on the Batrider in particular. So they saved them for the last pick. Even though it's not the best matchups, pretty hard matchups, in fact, versus the Wind Ranger. I think they're just like, guys, we cannot have this type of game from last game. No. We need to be able to play our heroes. We got to actually play the lanes.
Yeah.
And yeah, this looks infinitely better.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the question does lie that, you know, is there a chance that LG might just not be on top of the game today? You know, when you look back at that first game, how much would you say of it was draft to play?
I mean, a lot was draft. I don't know how much I'd want to...
90 draft?
80 or 90 draft, I would say, yeah. I just don't know what they can do once they do start to, like, mess up a little bit.
Sure.
And, like, even, like, a slight outstep in the lane, it just... Yeah,
okay. So,
this
new game, new draft.
New game.
We should be seeing, again, the reasons why LGD made it here in the style that they did. Had a fantastic group stage performance.
I think they just really messed up with, like, not banning Doom, picking triple healing cores, right? This is just totally different, right up their alley, too. Very aggressive.
And there's nothing really in this draft that you'd say is a bit... Well, I guess the only question sort of as the panel was posed was the bat into a win range.
Yeah, that's kind of my biggest thing.
Yeah.
How is Whisper going to do? He tends to do quite well in a lot of these matchups, and it's not only just versus the Wind Ranger, right? He wants it versus the tree.
Because he would have called for this, right? He's like, I can play into this.
Absolutely. But we'll see, because it does look hard on paper for him, but we'll see if he can outplay, because that is what he does quite a lot. Mid lane also, I wanted to talk about this. Tylung didn't get to play Dota in the last game. Now he's going to get to play Dota.
And this is one of his best. Right?
This
is one of the heroes we were seeing him absolutely destroy games with. And getting to play it up against a hero that, again, obviously in terms of CSing in the lane, can have his advantages against the puck. But overall, the Void Spirit last month or so hasn't looked like the hottest mid laner, but still, so many of these mid players, they still want to keep picking it for.
It's like Clint was saying, right? It's like a bit of a volatile one in the mid lane, but overall in the matchup, you can do amazing versus puck, and you can itemize to catch as well too. I've seen some Yules even picked up. I don't know how much I liked it in particular, but yeah, they just wanted it, and I think they wanted something that can actually use Largo's abilities, right? They wanted to be able to use this Croak of Genius to an effect. I just wonder why it was the Void Spirit in the highest priority. But we'll see from Chira.
Be able to get sentries there. In turn, King Jungle taking a lot of damage there from Saxa.
Careful.
Let the brain sap to offset some of the damage coming in from the from the Fade Bolt, so he'll be fine.
He's got to be careful up there. This is a pretty decent Largo lane, I would say. In the last game, ended up being pretty bad pretty quick as they gave the kill initially. In this one, if Sox is able to just like live in the lane, just stand there versus the Bane, they can trade pretty effectively. Getting gone on Lu. Level 2 has hit their Yuma. Can't full commit though.
Then obviously for Yandex, when kind of team fights kick off, they are going to have like a Largo at the front. Is the bat at the front going to be enough for LGD? Because they don't really have any frontline beef on their lineup, right?
They have a lot of poke, right? They have to just find the certain specific angles to go for that play, so... Yeah, I feel like Yandex can look for fights pretty early, even though I would say LGD has a bit easier of execution in terms of catching some heroes. I think Yandex just can kind of stand their ground around the Void Spirit in particular. That's probably why they wanted it. Because he's tanky this game. When I'm looking at the Void Spirit for Chira, with tree armor, the refraction being built into, he's going to be that frontliner to soak spells. Same thing for the Largo, and for LGD, it might be a little bit more difficult to just do so. Right now, lane is looking very good for Chira. 13-3 to the 10-0. Getting a couple extra denies.
Yeah, we're likely to continue to be this way unless they come in with some sort of support rotations mid.
So just on paper, on design, right, 2 lanes looking quite good for the side of Yandex. The top one perhaps is the one that is a little bit more volatile. But as you said, let's see the Whisper factor. Let's see what he can do on this Batrider. He's able to get these early kills in particular, and what he's going to itemize with in general, too.
And it's always fun to see, right? Because he's pretty much the only offlaner that would pick Bat like this, right? And nobody else is doing this.
Pretty much nobody. Watson, they get the stun. Stick. He's got Fairy.
They're going to have it.
I Whisper. As you said, he's one of the only ones that can do stuff like this.
They know when to go. You know, they know when this lane has that potential to just sort of get in there, reach in with the damage. Get the kill, get that first blood, taking down the Wind Ranger.
A pretty, like the panel was saying, one that on paper shouldn't really happen. Watson just stepping his ground too far, running forward, I think, for like a neutral token. Ends up getting brought down from the nice flame break.
Now mid, Tylung definitely have to be careful with these remnants being sent out now and then. A few opportunities from Chira Jr. to trip him up. Keeping that edge in the last hits and having that
cheating.
Slight lead in denies.
It's cheating with the living armor, Chira. Blocking that extra bit.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy with that. It's one of those, you know, sure, having the clock's nice for the lane that he's in, but, you know, for Chira Jr., he doesn't mind when he's on the tree instead.
Yeah, Malady overall on the tree is always a force to be reckoned with, as Whisper's trying to get the stacks up onto him. Can't quite.
He's got to be a bit careful himself, Whisper.
Yep. He's got Wand and Lotus. They were aware of the Hoodwink's position. If Theolicor was there for a Bushwhack, that's a kill on Malady.
Messina did get that kill, but not really slowing down Watson's farm and not getting a whole lot of farm himself, Whisper.
But that's his design, right? That's how it tends to be how he just plays the Batrider. It's all about just pressuring, looking for these early kills. Continue watching mid, Tylung pushing the limits. Let's see how Yuma does overall in the Kez, right? I feel like I've seen it on Whisper.
Whoa, that was a rough death from him.
He popped his stick, but did not get the wand.
I mean, he can't have deaths like that. He was kind of just walking around in circles. He just forgot that there was a tree in the lane.
Tree punch, too much damage, no sentry. Blame the support. Now a sentry gets placed by Theolicor, but the damage was done.
That's a rough death there from Whisper, and a rare one as well. He didn't normally make these mistakes when he's on his back, but getting completely caught off guard there.
Definitely don't want to see him die again in particular. He already got the one kill that was kind of unexpected, so I don't want to see him have too much more struggle down here, because he can just catch up with Firefly if he does have some struggle. Just definitely doesn't want to die. Don't want to give Watson any more extra farm. Power Rune, 20 seconds. Sock's already getting in position for it. Deal the core as well. So Whisper does have to be careful of his position. Top. KJ's getting to sleep.
Now they want to drive for DM whilst they know he's on his own. Bring the rotation and they'll be able to find him. Successfully punishing the fact that supports have moved over to the mid, but that does mean the supports in the mid. They get the chance to set up for Chira Jr. to take down Tai Lung. Rune's going to be there.
Yep,
Chira Jr. grabs that.
Yes, I feel like a lot of overall LGD, at least when we've seen them, what we were talking about earlier, a lot of their early game does come around Tai Lung. Tai Lung and Whisper tend to be those space makers pretty heavily, especially when they're playing these type of heroes. And already getting a lot of damage onto this mid tower here. Chira even having the shield rune, he can pop it and stick in the area. They've got backup.
Oh yeah, they've got Malady wrapping in from the side. Can come in with the wraparound. Steal the coil, get the bushwhack off. King Jungle's trying to help out.
Good coil.
They do manage to turn and catch Chira Jr. in the coil. So we'll get the favorable trade.
Can you get another?
I've got the sleep. They might be able to get a bonus kill.
Should have.
They drag back Saxa.
Much better.
People will find him. So response there from LGD, making sure that Yandex don't get away with that, and they take out Chira Jr., which is going to be big news for Tai Lung, as Chira Jr. was having that slightly better time in the mid.
They took 2/3 of the tower, but ended up getting it brought down there from the coil. It took them a little bit too long to bring down that Hoodwink. Shrine. Even exchange. Watson now level 6. This is where, I mean, Whisper, you probably just jungle until you have your 6. And then perhaps if they can find a rotation, close the gap on Watson with a lasso, they can look for kills here. But ideally wanting to wait for lasso before he walks back to the bottom lane. And DM overall, better start for him than Whisper, but kind of by design, right? Even though Whisper got the kill, it's a very, very difficult lane for him versus this Tree and Wind Ranger. Well, for the Largo, he can kind of just stand his ground, and there's the mechanics, you know, that we mentioned, or I've told you about, the Frog Stomp versus the Kez can always come into play when he's trying to get the Raptor dance off. You get stuck
in that animation.
Yeah, and I've actually only seen it happen in one pro game, which is a bit surprising, but I've seen it happen a lot in the pub games with them. You just get you literally can't cancel the animation, so you just get stuck winding up. DM also finds a pretty big courier there. That was the Ring of Health of the Kez.
Good read there from Theolacor, knows that he's been stalked by Malady. Entry down.
DM is far forward, and they set up for him here. With the two of them, it's a bit difficult. He does have a lot of sustain, but bringing a third.
He's still going to be able to run.
If they brought I think if they bring the Hoodwink like right away, perhaps you have a chance, but still kind of complicated. He does have that tree armor coming into play now.
He's a difficult one to kill. I'm talking about the Tree Malady. Continue to get further info behind the towers.
Very deep ward again.
Seeing them push in the bottom lane as at the moment, as we're seeing, Whisper does not want to show in that bottom lane, has to stick to the jungle.
He's getting a lot out of the jungle though. Is up to level 7, has the Kobold Cup too. This item is really nice to close the gap versus ranged heroes as well. Having that quickened Kobold Cup could actually make the difference for him to look for a play onto Watson.
Checking the sort of stack situation, will manage to block a bit of it. Did get hit with the scan though by the other core.
Just disrupting things. The supports both in this game, right? Both on the sides are a bit lacking on the levels. Level 5 for KJ, he might hit the 6 first. Much better. The last game was already over. To be honest, this one's infinitely better. Kez Puck doing pretty good. Batrider, non-traditional offlaner, doing pretty decent. And the supports kind of equivalent on the opposite side, so I think both teams pretty happy.
Does feel like though if they want to get kills, LGD, they have to bring Tai Lung in. I've seen a few times now. They're poking at DM.
Yeah.
They force him to run away, but these two aren't really having the lockdown to stop this Frog just playing his tune and running out.
Yeah, Yandex overall can easily find kills with maybe just 2 or 3, while LGD probably needs the 3 every single time to go for them now at this point. Unless the bat's there, Whisper. If he wants to go for a lasso, but right now it's just farm build. Boots drums, doesn't even skill the lasso. He might get gone on if he does show himself.
Jr. wants to go for this with the haste rune he has.
This is a dangerous spot for Whisper to be.
They even get a mini shackle. They actually get the connection. That'll be enough to buy time. For Jr. to close in.
He has a lot of places to farm. The fact that he takes the risk there, that's exactly what it is. Right? It's a big risk.
That's pretty much the first time he showed back in the lane, right?
Yeah.
He's probably like, well, that's why I wasn't doing that. I probably won't be doing that again anytime soon. Yeah, the jungle was proven to be much safer and much more beneficial for his farm, keeping him in the game.
Just showing up to the Wind Ranger lane is dangerous. You're going to get focus fired immediately off cooldown. And all 3 cores bottom, plus the tree. I'm going to go for this tower here. They are smoking out.
They want to go for the twin gate.
They're wrapping. If they can get a big coil, it'll be pretty huge.
Have a look.
Get the catch initially on Tai Long.
I think Yandex know that this sort of play is coming in, now that the puck showed like this.
Watson.
Yuma, gonna find him, and they've got the grip. Straight away, they look to lock down Watson, take the Wind Ranger out. Now the coil onto the 2 of them, DM and Chira Jr. They're gonna have to split. DM caught by the nightmare. LGD, they set up to take out the 2 cores. Chira Jr. is able to run. Lovely little wraparound, and one that you could tell Yandex that they kind of felt that it was coming, but they didn't sort of react quick enough.
The wraparound was just a bit too fast for them there. KJ got the catch onto the Wind Ranger, and yeah, the coil, I believe, catches 2 afterwards. Tai Lung doing his job. Should be able to turn this into a tower much easier in comparison. A totally different game from LGD. You can see the confidence that they're playing with as well, too. Level 6 on both supports. Well, still not quite level 6 for Malady. They're bringing defense. Do not want to lose this tower. DM.
I mean, he's still pretty beefy at the moment. It takes quite a bit to bring him down here in the early game.
Anytime you can keep these T1s alive when you play with Treant Protector, all important. That extra bit you can delay, you can just heal it back up. Probably the reason why they're doing this. So
and they're
going to bring everybody.
They want to try and force the fight and force the tower. They get the bushwhack in onto DM. Coming in with a lasso, locking him down, killing him off. And now with the nightmare setup, they can look to get potentially more. Stolen lasso is there. It's dragging Yuma back a little bit, but the wraparound's coming from Tai Lung. It's starting to fall apart for Yandex around this tier 1. They've got to completely split. But Saxon's going to get chased down by Tai Lung. Malady is being hunted for by Yuma and Whisper. They won't quite find him as he gets back into the trees. But they can get back on with the push and ensure that they do their best to get rid of this tier 1 tower before Malady can heal it back up. They take it
Good
down.
persistence. I like that they even bring the puck again, just in case of things. They had just the form. They're like, Tai Lung, get down here. We want to get this tower, otherwise it's just going to get full healed up. So up to 2k lead now. A lot of it around this puck, a lot of it around the Kez as well. Making these nice early moves. And KJ, as we said, the supports just having an infinitely better time on the side of LGD this time around. And now that they have levels, they can set up for these easier kills onto these squishier cores. Watson's 0-2 in this game, and now pushed out of his safe lane too. And overall for Wind Ranger, you want to stay in that safe lane as long as possible. You do not jungle as fast as a lot of other heroes.
No, not the quickest hero by far to clear the stacks and such.
So those 2 kills, they're pretty damn important that LGD was able to get that and slow down the timings of Watson. Does mean that the Kez is going to have just overall better timings in the game until Yuma dies, which he has yet to do so. Early Witchblade, too, for Tai Lung. Standard item, but versus the Wind Ranger, even better. I think he's always just hit through the Wind Ranger, continue to play aggressive. It's an early 3k lead. And Whisper's just going to go bearing. Be able to match the movement speed of the Largo.
Yeah, super important when it comes to chasing down these heroes. Or just keeping to the edge of the fight when they try and make the jump first. Malady.
Yeah, it looks like for Yandex overall, much more defensive.
He was trying to get it, but Whisper makes it over just in time to stop Malady getting the steal.
Mid tower. So Yandex wants to do here to set up for it. We're seeing, I mean, Chira Jr. starting to fall pretty far behind in terms of farm. Tai Lung's level 11 as well in comparison, almost 12.
This is very much looking more like the LGD that we have gotten used to seeing after the groups.
And Yandex does feel like it's going to be a bit more time of sitting back, hitting the creeps a little bit here. They can play aggressive with Chira, but the other 2 cores probably just want to hit some creeps, and they could just get punished. LGD playing fast.
Yuma finding himself another opportunity to get involved.
Punishing the greed. Kill after kill after kill.
Kez is a hero in the right player's hands. As he tends to do this. He can really pop off and look pretty
pretty darn strong. 4-0-2 so far from Yuma. Some great moves to get involved in the early action.
Great versus the majority of the lineup, right? Just
Watson.
It's versus the Wind Ranger. The question is, Watson gets
He's
caught.
not going to get any help. Nobody's coming up to here to save him.
He is super dead. Tylung will take that. A third death for the Wind Ranger.
This hurts. I mean,
He's stuck around. I thought he was backing away, but he's stuck around, I think, perhaps for another creep wave or for the neutral camp.
I think, as you say, you know, as the Wind Ranger, you're desperately trying to find a lane to sit in.
True. Yeah. Socks up. Will break the smoke. Has the orb. They're just going to coil him. No getting away from this. Another pickup.
It's speeding up.
It is. And
Yandex has got to find a way to slow this down. And I mean, honestly, their lineup doesn't really have the greatest of ways to kind of push back on waves, right? You can't safely clear waves out without putting your life at risk.
No, the Largo and the Void Spirit in particular, right? They don't really do it. You don't want to risk Watson. But
So
Watson
who's going
maybe
to deal
has
with
to.
all this pressure?
That is a good question. They might just have to do it through fighting. But at this point, a 6K deficit, much harder for them to do so. Tylung is kind of just cruising the game.
He's been found.
This puck's out of control.
This is, you know, as I say, last game was, I mean, that was something. This it will never be quite what game 1 was.
No.
But it's definitely starting to get, oh my goodness, the damage from Yuma there coming in. It will get shackles.
Heals.
He's still alive. They couldn't kill him. I mean, they tried to put together a fight there to punish them under their own tier 1. They don't get anything.
Oh, and it's starting to look like the last game almost.
Maybe it is starting to look like the last game.
Oh my, they show, even Watson TP's over to join and dies instantly. Yuma lives. He had a greater healing Lotus. It literally just full heal.
Look at they all turned up and it looked like, okay, maybe they're going to have something here, but they really didn't. And now they're going to lose their tier 1 tower. The damage coming out there from LGD, I think it caught Yandex just as much by surprise.
He just had got the Deso, and he gets 2 stacks. He gets a 3 or 4 man Echo stack.
Yeah, that
too,
damage
right?
coming out. That absolutely caught them by surprise here.
Because look at the Yuma. I think he had, they were marked on multiple different heroes, so he gets the multi-cleave, and then he gets healed from the Lotus there.
And they could not quite get him. Able to live.
And it's Watson who turns up again to try to find these kills that he desperately needs. This is accelerating it super. It's 10K now in 17 minutes. Every fight has just gone LGD's way.
I want to have a look now. What was it 10 minutes last game?
It's, I think, worse.
10 minutes last game, it was 5K. What are we on?
10.
10?
That was 10 minutes in.
We're on 10 minutes now.
We're at
we're 17. Sorry, I can't count.
It's about the same.
It's about the same.
Yeah.
It's confirmed the same level of stomp that we had last game from the other way around.
Is it Largo's fault? Do we blame Largo?
I mean, I'm down to blame Largo. Ain't nobody want to play this hero. Ain't nobody want to watch this hero. There's not a lot of Largo fans out there.
I'm kind of joking. I'm kind of half joking.
Sorry to all the Largo
but like
fans
the thing about this hero is though is if you don't have a successful lane, you kind of just become this AFK farmer.
You just run around,
and you're not really
play
helping your
guitar.
allies. Like so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's falling into a very dangerous territory that might just snowball out of control very fast here. Tylung has Blink, has Witchblade. Very hard for them to lock him down with their natural heroes. Rubik overall, pretty conditional hero. Has to get a quite specific steal now at this point. And when you're on the deficit, when you're on the back foot, I think Rubik looks a lot worse than when you're on the aggressive. Similar to what we always talk about as the disruptors. Whisper has a Blink as well, too. Yeah, they got so much out of those last 3 fights.
But I guess the difference here being, even though they are behind as much as they are,
their lineup plays.
I was going to say, right? Even though the numbers are showing it's a similar spot as what game 1 was the other way around, this one is different, you would say. In terms of, they still have a chance.
Yes, the Wind Ranger can actually do stuff in comparison with the Alchemist could not do anything.
Oh, that's a good lasso. They got the forward, they certainly do. After Yule Scepter to buy him a bit of time, gets out of the silence, but straight into the grip and the Dream Coil. And here comes the damage. Focus fire.
Can't throw the
back, but they'll get him. But they've already lost 2, and Watson is going to be chased down by Yuma as he'll die again. Did at least get to pick up a double kill on the way out, but it's still not great news here for Yandex.
And DM also very likely to get brought down. Another stun.
And another Deso stack for Yuma if he can get in on this, which he can with the Echo Slashes. Another one for Yuma.
10 stacks for him already. Top of the net worth. BKB soon on the horizon as well. Whisper, he'll give his life for this, but well worth it. Jumps in, gets the grip with the lasso. The supports are about to overtake the cores even before they get the Tormentor Shard. Theo the core, 6-1 and 11.
I mean, this is crazy because we've got to remember back to kind of coming out of the laning stage, right? Chira Jr., he was doing amazing against Tylung. Had a
And
great
just
lane.
Quickly.
But
fell
now
apart.
at this point, his net worth, as you say, dropping down to the level of the support. Having a really rough time.
And maybe part of this, the Void Spirit thing, right? This is what we were talking about as well. A hero that's pretty volatile.
It's not been great for him.
It has not.
In fact, can we have a look at the win rate? It's not been great, right?
Okay.
It was not great at Dream League. I don't think it's been great here either. But something about this hero, the mid players, they keep wanting to play it. Let's have a look, Void Spirit.
There we go.
I've only seen 5 times, 40%.
I'll go to the last tournament too, though, just to
Yeah,
get.
that's where the real damage will be shown.
Actually, we'll check multiple different things. We'll check a couple other things.
Okay.
Because we all keep seeing it, right? And we keep talking about how it
Is
does.
it ever going positive on the win rate? Okay,
in
some qualifiers.
In some qualifiers, it was like 56.
Qualifiers are hard because there's a lot of kind of one side in this,
There
right?
are.
In the qualifiers, between kind of the top teams and the lower teams.
Just feels very low damage if you do start. A lot of the heroes that they have do feel kind of weak once you start falling behind.
Even though you got because you got the Largo combo right, talking
Yeah.
about, it's still not seemingly enough.
No, definitely doesn't feel like it.
It's tough. 20 to 6 here, 21 minutes in, 12k lead for LGD and
at this
an out of control Kez for Yuma. 608 and the BKB's coming out, so he wasn't dying before the BKB's probably not dying after he's got it.
And Yandex is probably looking at each other and being like, which core is going to bail us out of this at this point? All 3 of our cores are now in a really difficult and dangerous spot.
Yeah.
They've got the Kaya Sanj to farm more for the Largo, but this isn't too much to help in terms of fighting. You know, the ideal position that he wants to have is the Lotus Orb plus the Shard afterwards, so he can at least prevent a grip or protect versus a lasso in a way. But they're going to go with this timing. Shard was picked up from Cheer Jr. Kaya Sanj for DM. Let's see what damage Cheer Jr. can do now with this Croak. Watson also does have the Mjolnir done.
Oh, King Jungle, they know he's in it.
Just a Bane kill, though.
There's no one else around, so...
They wanted a bigger one. 5-man smoke to get the 5 position. Not ideal.
And LGD completely split across the map, getting to be rather efficient with this time.
And being smart with their purchases, too. Tai Lung, they buy him an early gem. You're playing versus Treant Protector. You just have to control the state of the map, control the vision.
He was ready to
overall.
go in. Oh, he was tempted to see if he could get a grab onto Saxa there. Oh, Saxa, he's stuck!
Got licked. That's not his fault.
Come on, DM's got to get him out there.
They're controlling the map very nicely here, though. As we said, the Bane is the only one who died. Scouts out a bunch. Gives information. Straight into Roche now with the Deso. Yuma, these must be some of the faster timings we've seen on these Kezes, too. Mage Slayer, BKB, and Deso at this point.
This is a super farm Kez. Anybody going for a Roche steal? We saw Theolical do it on his Wim Ranger. Where's Watson?
He's nowhere near. He does not want to be near that
BP
area.
over, firing a power shot. Come on, let's go.
He ain't no 4 position or 5 position. Too important. And they're all going greed, too, on Yandex. So just, I mean, they kind of need to, it feels like, at this point, to just try to get to the point where they can fight, but...
So the next fight, Yuma not only going to have a BKB, but he's also going to have the Aegis. Yet to die. Whisper.
Another catch.
Saxa jumps up. Oh, actually doesn't see exactly his position.
Wait,
Saxa's
what?
able to juke him.
Oh, right around the tree line. Ring around the Rosie. Whisper's like, wait, what? Where'd he go? And that is one of the faster timings, too. Whisper, a full Aghanims is pretty much done for him. Continuing to have this insane aim as well. From the Alpha.
Yeah, always impressive to see, as we say. Pretty much the
only one.
The only player that would do this. Yep. Nobody else is going to be able to do this on their bat. Whisper, he can.
The Phoenix as well, too. I think the Phoenix is more people, right? I think him and DM play, which, you know, both of them are in this game, but yeah,
that's
the
true.
bat.
DM does play a pretty mean off-lane Phoenix.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's done so recently, right? Have we got to see some core Phoenix?
He did. He played it recent. I don't remember how many days ago it was, but it was a couple days ago. Maybe it was yesterday.
Aladdin Watson just trying to find the safe parts of the map. Right now, their own half not too safe with the pressure from LGD coming in.
Just difficult for... Ideally, right, Yandex, they want to try to find a fight to get some gold for the Wind Ranger since she still doesn't farm the best in particular, but you just can't fight into LGD right now. Into this BKB, into this crazy farm puck. Just limited control for the puck. We're seeing that absolutely. Only the 1 death right now for Tai Lung. And Chira's caught again.
It's an easy kill once they catch him with a coil.
Yeah, I don't know. Void Spirits.
Maybe it's got to go.
I think for me and you, they never deliver.
I can't remember the last time I saw an impressive Void Spirit performance. It's been an underwhelming hero. in a lot of the games that we've covered.
And Watson, they seem to know exactly where he is right now. The line is drawn. They know that he's backwards farming. Probably going to catch him on this hard camp or medium camp.
They're coming for him.
Hello.
They got him.
It's 2 supports. And Yuma will claim a Deso stack.
Let him
Hello.
There we go. Let him get the kill.
Why not? MKB gonna be finished pretty soon before Watson even has this, first item kind of in a way after the Mjolnir. And hard for them to put together fights without the Void Spirit being able to jump anybody. Perhaps when Shira has Aghanims, then they can look to catch the puck off guard, but by then there's gonna be another full item for Tai Lung.
Yeah, they're just getting so much progression here on LGD, whereas obviously the game just slowed down over and over again for Watson.
Yeah, he just died over and over and over and over again, just every time he turned up. And DM, all 3 cores, right? 0-5 on DM, 2-4 on the Void Spirit, 2-6 on the Wind Ranger. This time it's not support, it's just dying.
I mean, and with the just sort of lead and the movements that LGD makes, it does seem like they just need one of these ults, right? And they guarantee a core kill. A Dream Coil or a Fiend's Grip, they're getting a kill with it. They're still yet to lose a single tier 1 tower.
And this, like you said, this is the LGD that we got to see. So many games.
Yeah,
I thought the last one was such a
game?
standout weird game from them.
I think maybe you could say it was pretty much the draft.
Oh.
Entirety.
Wait, what? Did you not see that? Malady blinked to punch the bottom tower because it's 20 HP and he canceled his own auto.
Well, he got a little scared. That's a scary tower. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome.
Soxa will go for it now, right? He's in the triangle. Maybe he'll blink and hit it. Come on,
he won't.
They're pinging it.
Go for the tower.
I'm telling you, they're pinging it.
Here we go.
Do it. Whisper's expecting
Whisper's
it.
here.
Whisper's expecting.
Oh no! Yeah, got to get out now. Keep that tower alive.
And KJ, hot on the trail. Does he get the vision? He does not see Chira on the side. Chira will be okay.
Ooh, that's Chira Jr.'s courier.
No, it's not.
That was his ad.
No, it's not.
Oh, it was the point booster, Yuma.
Oh, that is brutal. It's like one timing. It's like they're one timing to play around, and he loses it for 2 minutes.
They're gonna have him. They might actually win this game quicker than they lost game 1 somehow.
It's possible. It's highly possible.
That last game went on for 40 minutes, believe it or not.
Not sure how. I cannot. Oh my dude, that's like the most painful thing. You're like, oh guys, I got my item timing. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Into the Aegis as well too. It's still not the easiest way for them to get out and go for kills, but they could perhaps have caught Tai Lung maybe if he just overplays his hand a little bit with that.
Yeah, there we go then for Yuma. MKB done. He's in position to, let's hope he's looking at the time, to steal that 28-minute wisdom. Yes, he is. He knows what's up. He's ready to make sure they can steal the wisdom.
Bring everybody, Yandex.
I don't think they're gonna bring anyone.
They better bring everybody.
I mean, they are coming, but I don't think they're gonna get it soon enough. A little bit slow on the timing. Yeah, they just have to let that go to Yuma. So
and Malady
trying to wisdom for him.
He's caught.
Was trying to see if he could get the steal on the other side of the map, but Theo the core.
He'll save. Oh, he doesn't save the sun. Can he actually make it out with the TP?
On the way over. Other side, they do get the grab on a Yuma, but Yuma's got the BKB.
Oh my! Yeah, it just evaporates them. Whisper has lasso as well.
He's got the coil.
Crazy cast range with the lens.
Another one for Yuma to get involved. And he's doing up to, 20 now on the Deso. 28 minutes in.
The puck and the Kez out of control. The Bat's done his job as well. Got the early kill to slow down Watson. And now all his job really is grab Watson. All he has to do is just lasso this Wind Ranger.
I mean, what do you think sort of the reaction is going to be if this does indeed go the way of LGD and goes into game 3? Is Kez kind of first phase ban material against LGD? Because some of these teams it is.
I think so.
And is LGD one of them?
Yeah, I think him, Nikkei, right, and Satanic have shown that they can just kind of dominate games if they do get given. If they get given a lane that's just completely free, they just dominate everything. They just run around and have solo kill potential too, it seems.
We've got the Aghanims.
Okay.
It's back up on the courier, so Chira Jr. was able to get the pickup.
2 minutes later, though, than they wanted, and it's been 4K or 5K gold that LGD has gained during that time. BKB is cooldown for Yuma. He is not fragile, though, and they have a save. They do have the Bane sleep. And my goodness, this Bane, he also has Aghanims. LGD. Ready for any fight. Watson, as you said, he's just going full greed. BKB doesn't really do much for him this game versus the Bane and the Bat Rider, so trying to forego it. Not again.
You need a bit of time to react to that one. was very much caught by surprise. It looked like he didn't expect this bat to just turn up on top of him.
He didn't get anything off.
Having a tough one.
LTD just playing to their strengths, playing super comfort across the board. It just looks like a completely different team than the last game.
And I guess that's probably would you say the concerning thing for Yandex in this matchup, the fact that they're kind of receiving this level of like stomping from LGD in a situation where it didn't look like their draft was completely outdone, right? Whereas in game one, that sort of one-sided affair was largely because of a draft offset. When we're seeing kind of the playing ground a little more even, we are seeing Yandex struggle.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe a lot of it is around like the Void Spirit kind of thing, right? Where he doesn't get a lot done, he falls behind crazy hard in comparison to the Puck, who farms and gets a lot done. But can't just blame, of course, one hero, so yeah, Yandex trying to get some catches here. They have to kill somebody. They're not getting any farm on the map.
Honestly, probably just all in on the bat.
You want a core kill, a bigger core kill in particular, but might have to settle.
There's the Dream Core gone. Whisper gonna be able to get that lasso. Drags DM back in.
They got the Hoodwink.
Can they get more? They have to be so careful pushing forward because Yuma's here ready to fight back.
Chira.
To jump away. That's the yours to buy him a bit of safety, but the silence is in.
No safety. Just looks super hard for Chira and for DM. I don't know, they walk in and they just die. So much overwhelming damage at this point in particular. Watson.
In with the chase. He's got the Manta and a win run in a second.
He is very dead. Yeah, well, this one might actually end before the last one.
I said that's the time we're looking towards now. Game one was called at 40 minutes in, or at least that, the throne had falling in that one. It did, right? They waited
about 40.
But it was 40 minutes. Can they beat the 40 minutes?
Uh-oh. Can they actually both disengage here? Oh. All right, at least they'll get out. And they took, I think, almost none of the stack. They were just trying for something cheeky. They know the position they're in.
Yeah.
They literally can't farm anything now at this point. And can't even get the big kills. They only find a support. Even though it's a support who has a Hex, which is pretty insane. Theolikor, you know, keep mentioning how good of a game he is having. They need to get the big core kills. And poor Watson, that's the 7th death for him.
Now, Yuma's got another item. He's got his Aghanims done. Aghanims is complete. He's going to look to get the Aegis.
He is cruising. Him and Tai Lung, right? Just completely cruising. After having absolutely zero game.
They had no
last one.
I can't even remember what they were playing. They had that little of a game.
I don't remember.
What was it?
Really? Timber out.
Timber out, yeah.
Come on.
I forgot about that one. I think so did that. They were like, well, let's not remember that.
Probably best for most people to forget that one. At this point, they're just hunting, and it's Yandex trying to desperately find things on the map to get themselves into a comfortable position to fight, but that's really all it is.
Yep.
Whenever that fight comes to the high ground, it's gonna have to be some huge mistakes from LGD.
And they weren't really making mistakes.
And even when they do make them, I think the CEST is still probably gonna kill everybody.
Yeah, that's everyone else can probably make mistakes, and Yuma will be able to make up for them with how far ahead he is on this CEST.
Jump. Catch two.
Oh, there we go indeed. Gets a lovely double lasso. Sets up for Yuma to get in position and bring him down low. DM's gone. Malady trying to fight back here with his Aghanims, but it's not going to do it. As he's gone. No buybacks on the two of them. Grips there on a Jira Jr.
Control on Watson.
Godline for Yuma. Silence come in. He tries to Manta and run. Won't make it away. They take the Aegis out of the hands of Yuma. There's only Saxa left. LGD can start cleaning up the base.
Bingo mid. Yuma's still full health.
I mean, this is the thing. You know, Yandex, they don't want to lose quicker than they won in game one.
So they're going to stay for another 7 minutes.
Absolutely. They're like, we've got to try and hold for 6 more minutes. We can't get stomped more than we stomped them in the first game.
But I think they have. LGD could likely just persist around here. Whisper, he's got Lasso again at the ready. They've got Coil also. They can just stick around.
How did the goal compare? What, 35 minutes? We were at 26K?
Yep.
There's 31K.
Yep. And it's Mega. And they're going to end it.
They're stomping them more than they got stomped in game one.
They're going to end it. Or looking to. Tai Lung. trying to stun him, but he's got a BKB at this point.
And they get the coil out on the two of them. Tylung jumping in aggressively. Chira Jr. dead. No buyback on him. Yuma, he's ready inside of the base. We'll be able to drag him back with the lick. Watson looking for the shackle. Doesn't get the angle.
They're hanging on.
Saxa.
Saxa, careful.
Oh, Bushwhack won't hit onto Saxa.
Throws a long distance stun.
They get the grip. They'll just grip the Rubik. Take Saxa out of the fight. Does have to buy back Saxa.
And with that, they'll buy. Reset on HP. Get full items pretty much delivered now for everybody. KJ a blink. There's just no damage at this point. And poor Chira, in particular for him as the Void Spirit, it's just not much that he can contribute into the fights. Just even a silence kills him. Like one Waning Rift and he's dead.
I mean, is this a game where the lowest damage of LGD will be doing more than the highest damage? Probably not.
Probably not because of Bane.
Heroes, right, yeah.
Yeah, Bane just is not the same as like a Clockwork Rockets and all that, so. But my goodness, these timings are going to be pretty insane. Yuma Satanic is about to be done too, so he's got the Dispel versus the Overgrowth. Speaking of Malady's Overgrowth too, I didn't even get to see this, but he is an Aghanim's 5-position treant, which I don't think I've seen an Aghanim's tree in a professional game.
I mean...
Do you remember what it does? Let's see.
It makes you really big.
It's a big one.
It gives you cleave, right?
It does.
And it sets your movement speed to like a set number.
I didn't know that one, but yeah, I think so. Last hurrah.
Yeah, with a fixed speed of, you get a set movement speed.
It's a very underwhelming item.
So sell your boots, cash them in, you don't need them.
Extremely underwhelming item. They're gonna go for the play. Yuma.
This will be a massive kill. Is there any way they can kill him? No, he's able to get the BKB off. They try and come in with the overgrowth, but he's already out of the side. Looking towards Watson. They get the heal up with the Raptor dance. He's onto the Wind Ranger. Watson's gone over to Chira Jr. Yuma ready to clean him up again. GG's called, and they've done it. They get the win here 37 minutes in. They do it 3 minutes faster than Yandex was able to do in game 1. So we've just had two crazy one-sided stomps, folks.
Wow. Like, this podcast went absolutely out of control, but the rotations, I felt like it was just night and day support differences. And for Theolacor this game, he was actually able to do an insane amount on the Hoodwink. When last game on Wind Ranger, he did literally nothing.
Yeah,
so
absolutely a complete contrast to what we saw in game 1. Both teams have had the chance to stomp the other one. How's it going to play out in game 3? I can't wait to find out. It's 1-1 right now between LGD and Yandex.
The fact that we also get to talk about the potential, well, not even the potential, the fact that there is a game number 3 is so enjoyable, especially with how LGD were able to win a game number 2. It was off the back of a lot of matchups where Quinn either said there's going to be a lot of skill played into this, or it has to be this hero, this player carrying this hero, this player being on a comfort and knowing the matchups better than anyone else possibly can.
Yeah, they played incredibly well. I mean, Whisper is the best bat core for a reason. The guy has a ridiculous amount of games. I've been solo killed so many times mid by his mid bat. It's unbelievable. He is ridiculously good at this hero, and he showed it this game. Tylung also massively popped off. I think probably slightly winning the lane against Void Spirit, the hero that counter-picked him. I think they said, hey, last game was totally on draft. It was not about play. This game is about play, and then they saddled on him.
No, for sure. They showed it here. Also, like, I love when this team plays CEST. Like, they are just really good with this hero, whether you put it carry or you put it mid. Like, Yuma had a very good performance. I mean, as did all of them, because, like Quinn just said, like, it's easy to at least take the last game and be like, okay, none of this again. Let's go into the next game, do it clean, play well. And honestly, they absolutely did. They just kind of smashed from start to finish.
Yeah, and the maturity as well, like, to look at that game 1 and go, we're not going to have any element of that game in this second game. Like, this felt like a brand new draft, brand new team, the LG that we expected to see, right, in game 1. Like, this game 2 feels like it should have been the game 1. Now we're entering game 2. What's going to happen? But yeah, for LGD's sake, they got it together. They got their CEST. They got their heroes. They just demolished the game. Like, we are kind of repeating. At least this time, it's not because the team's draft was so bad, it's like free win. This isn't just a honest LGD, played their draft really cleanly. They knew what they had to do, and they just utilized it. Like, the amount of stacks that Bat had, the amount of stacks that CEST had, the itemization of CEST to take the fight. Even Theolacor was godlike on pos 4 at some point. I can't remember when last time I saw Theolacor being godlike in a game. You know, he's like a team player. He doesn't like kind of take the kills and stuff. He's kind of just like throwing his body in like a kind of a future Schofield style player, you know. But here, very, very good game.
I don't know, maybe you could put 20, 30% of it up to draft because Yandex did the BM of picking the Wind Ranger and the Largo despite beating it in game 1, despite seeing how bad it performed there.
Let us show you guys how it's done.
Oh, let me show you how it's done. And then continue to lose
it.
it.
It happened that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Largoba especially, we were talking about it backstage. This hero just...
This hero is sus.
It doesn't look very good.
Can you do your signature?
It was not good. Like, this hero, like, I keep seeing it and it has success, but it needs specific heroes. Like, we talked about, like, Storm and maybe the Queen of Pain.
Yep.
But out of this, it's like, it doesn't really work. It just looks like trash.
I mean, I think there was a period where Largo could be, like, casually picked in draft and it would find pressure in the offlane. Like, it would have that chase down. But at least in the games that we've been seeing today, maybe in the 10 and the group stage, it's not as potent. People understand, like, okay, respect the level 3 timing. Don't overplay your hand. Maybe concede one wave to then pull the camp and then don't give Largo, like, kill threat. Like, there's ways to respect Largo, and clearly it's happening. And I hate Largo support. I think game after game, I'm slowly starting to also hate Largo core. So
you just hate Largo?
It's fair.
If we're getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Third step is, and I think I just hate Largo.
And then it's like a little bit more, and then it's like, I hate this guy.
It's more just like when you look towards your offlane, unless you're like riding through the tempo of the game, like buffing a queen or something that you mentioned, that feels good. But as soon as the game gets even, you kind of just wish you had like a Tide, a Centaur, a Mars, an Underlord, a Dawn, like someone who has like multiple ways to play the game. Largo, it's like, I must walk in the front, be tanky. If at any point you're not tanky, you're griefing your team by being Largo. Like, so you always have to have item advantage.
Yeah, it's a hero that has no ultimate, right? For the majority of the early game, the first 10 minutes, the ult is not worth using compared to right-clicking or casting your first 2 spells. It's really weird to have cores who have no ult. They need to have insanely good other spells, and your third spell early game is also useless. So you're basically a 2-spell hero, and that is a problem. It also is a hero that has no stun and doesn't have like clear big item timings. Every item makes you incrementally stronger, which means you need to have a constant flow of pressure and doing things really well, because there's no easy check marks. We get this, we go fight. It's all up to you to decide. It's like a choose your own adventure hero, and that's hard to play because there's no structure.
Like the main problem that I have with this hero is like the fact that, so first of all, you don't pressure much, and not pressuring in a competitive game is like really important. Like you see all these carries when you're laying against Largo. They're like 10-0, 12-0, they go through the gate, they're gonna kill everyone. So then at least if you don't have this, then later you need someone to play with. But when you have neither, I think that's really when this hero looks like a debate and like he's not really doing much. And I think it's just one of the things that in the top level, it matters a lot. Like suddenly the pro players can treat this game like a pub because there is no pressure, then it's really easy to play.
Let's turn back to what you're talking about as well, Quinn, because I did bring it up in the draft and you gave me a bit of an answer where it is so incredibly skill dependent, but the Void is slightly favored, and how it eventuated in this. To see CJ on the Void kind of really struggle compared to having the Puck on the side of Tylong.
Yeah, Puck is just a better hero, straight up. And while they did manage to gank the Puck one time, you can see him here porting back in from base. You get a little too cocky, and you die one time on Void Spirit, and suddenly it all comes crumbling down. You just can't die like this, really. The Void Spirit hero is about building a very slow incremental advantage because you cannot farm neutral camps early in the game unless you max your W, which he didn't, which means your hero is all about you play every single wave, you're playing for denies, even at like 7-8 minutes, you're denying, you're harassing. It's very mechanics focused, and if you mess that stuff up, well, now you can't farm neutral creeps, and Puck can, and so you will get out economy. It's just how it works. And so you can't make these mistakes. On top of that, I kind of hate this Eul's build. I've seen people do it all the time. You're spending 3,000 gold on an item that gives you no HP and no damage on a core hero that is also in people's faces. It's a really big problem. You can see this game. I don't think there's a single kill that Eul's got them. I don't think it happened one time.
No, I think it just delayed like the bad things that happened to them anyway.
Yeah. I assumed it was going to be like a Mage Slayer, right? When you're playing into like Batrider with Puck and all this random damage, getting a Mage Slayer, it's going to feel okay. Again, Void Spirit's not a hero that you go, wow, it takes over the game. It's just a Void Spirit. But you need at least a Mage Slayer to make your game. If you buy Eul's, like you are going, I've messed up my lane, I've messed up everything, I'm just hoping to help my team out, please carry me. It's not like you're owning the game. So Eul's, it was like a very defeatist item build, I feel.
Because it's like all the things you guys are talking about, and then like the pressure we said with the Largo too, and then LGD understanding, because they played very different like in this game compared to game 1. They're actually like, they're bringing heroes to the like areas that they should, like when they're collapsing, they're doing it together. It's like what we saw from them during the group stage, where they bring all their numbers to the enemy tier 1 down bottom, they're gonna go there, they do some nice collapsing, then later they do it on like the mid lane as well. And it's just, this is the type of LGD that you want to see, right? Like even here, like Yuma, I love this position. He comes from down below, you know, Raven's Veil on all of them. They just have super good, like in terms of what you want to see from this team is that they go together, because we know that sometimes, you know, maybe the draft looks a little bit wonky in game 1. Absolutely, it did. But here, it's just, look at all the angles. You know, they attack from the front, they're baiting a bit, but they're already on the side. You see Yuma again, and it's just what you want to see, especially at this stage of the tournament. You want to see clean gameplay. If someone gets attacked, there's purpose, there's a reason. We're coming close, you know that he's baiting, and it just looks good. Like Yandex, this game, they were caught a little bit slipping, but LGD, I think they massively stepped it up.
I mean, it's like also for Yuma, right? In regards to like the last game, I don't think he played Alchemist in the group stage, and then you look towards him playing KES here, having that positioning, wrapping around, like the entire game from LGD was a matter of like one person bait, and then they're always there. Like having Yuma be present, having the 406 on the, you know, the KDA, being able to have 10,000 net worth. Soon after this, he had the BKB. Then suddenly he had like MKB, AGS, and everything, right? It's like there's a completely different game, but Yuma was present, and I think that's the main thing. I don't really want to see them play Alka lineups unless their mid laner is the Beast, the Quap, some random hero that can like utilize Ember as well, for example. Sure, pick the Alk. But if you're not doing that, I want to see Yuma on the carries that just, you know, pokes his head into the fights and goes, I'm here too. Like, no more Alk.
Is that the traditional way for KES as well, or is this one of those factors of it is Yuma KES and it's an LGD and SA KES that adds that extra little bit of you're always wanting numbers and they're comfortable playing more in numbers?
It's probably a bit of both. I would say like it comes from a good player, a good team. Also, I would say like how much pressure there is, but also just understanding. Like, you know you're ahead, you're winning your lane, you can go through the gate, make it happen. I think this comes from good gameplay.
But are there many other KESs doing this?
Satanic
is probably the standout one. Yeah, Mickey is really good too.
Probably these three.
I think those three are the top birds, I'd say.
Yep. And the rest just aren't playing as aggressively as they are.
They're not pushing like the limit as much as they can.
Yeah.
And you can see it in clips like this where it's like, it's not that he's the last guy or he's joining to something. He's the reason the play happens because he's already there when it all begins.
Buying Mage Slayer is just so important, right? Like, there was a period of time where certain KESs would try and go Battle Fury. Like, that is just not the build now. You want Mage Slayer, you want Dessa, you want BKB, then get Ags. Like, every item, you invite your team to make a move. And that mentality for LGD is their winning mentality. So it's like, I just feel like, of course, KES, there's a reason why it was banned in game 1, letting it through in game 2. Maybe that was the mistake because it clearly is one of their most confident heroes. And, you know, if we can have Stomp 1, Stomp 2, then hopefully game 3 is a little bit closer and not so stompy.
I think there's going to be a little learning lesson. So that's very much on the cards, T, that we're going to have a closer game 3. But either way, to get that, we got to get to a break and then we'll come back and talk more about our game 3 here. LGD and Yandex push it to a game number 3. Our first 2 best of 3 as well. They were all 2-0 stomps, I want to say, because it did not feel competitive at all. And whilst game 1 and 2 might have had a similar sort of story, I feel like we're in the position to have a much closer game number 3.
I truly hope so. And that is the treat when you don't often get best of 3s this stompy, but when they do happen, it is the quickest way for the coach and the drafter to kind of like wake up into the series and identify.
Are they going to say prove
the
themselves?
That is always the case in any tournament, right? But yeah, they need to earn their paycheck for sure. Because coming into a game 3, there is lessons that have been learned, and it always kind of creates the best game possible.
Also, like looking at these 2 teams, like going in, I expected close games. Like not one stomp this way, one stomp that way. So now both teams had like 2 games to like calibrate like themselves, but also calibrate to your opponent. So I think this is the game where you can lay it out, the draft you want, make it happen, have the gameplay, be ready for their moves, because you've now seen and shown your opponents what you do. So I think it's just fair game from here.
I think in a lot of ways the onus is on Yandex, because we saw that LGD have draft priority, so they took first pick, so they'll have the same order again, which to me says Yandex, well, you got heckin' whomped in this last game, so you need to change something. So it's sort of on them to decide what they're going to change, what they're going to alter, and LGD is in a more comfortable position of they can change if they want to, but they could also just run it back because it worked pretty well.
Well, that's lucky, because I do know that whilst that game number 2 was going on, there is a internal competition that's happening right now for Blast Slam. Everything will be revealed tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in for that one as well. But Caps was playing it literally as LGD won.
Based. That's
not right there.
Was literally playing the minigame as their team was winning.
He was like, this one's in the bag, I'm going to play some customs.
He queued up for some customs there.
When he looked at his draft, he looked at his players, he left the booth, he probably always like, you know what, my job is done. Like, if you lose this game, it's on you, because this draft, it is literally 2 LGDs perfect. Like, if you were to have like page 1 of a strat book, like, this is the draft. This is the thing that you want your team to have. So again, I can see why Cass was just mode chill. Like, again, he knew game 3 was inevitable.
You're saying the onus then is on Yandex to change it up, but where exactly would you be looking at that change coming from, Quinn? Do you save it all the way to that last end where you didn't like the Void Spirit pickup, or is there much more in the earlier part of that draft where you go,
I think the Drow on 9 instead of the Rubik. If they run back to Bane, pick the Drow.
Okay, all right. We'll see if they have that sort of viewpoint there, and well put. As we're going to get into our game 3 draft. It's Yandex up against LGD. While Quinn and Kezu are busy trying to mug the camera, we'll see who mugs this draft. LGD still getting that first pick, and SF and a Lone Druid taken out there, so Yandex have to have the internal conversation. I can see you two laughing.
I'm actually just smiling because I'm having a good time. I'm happy. I'm looking forward to this game.
They're going to have a great draft here. Sorry, I guess I won't enjoy Dota anymore. It's fine.
No.
I'll just stop smiling.
Like, I'm not on camera and she's just like trying to throw us under the bus.
Bring a bus on stage and that could push us under.
Yeah, Quinn, when you've been talent for more than a year, you're not allowed to be happy anymore.
It's been a year for me yet, though.
I know.
That's not even true.
I still have the happiness pass.
No, yeah. I'm so sorry, Quinn.
Well, to bring it back to the draft, because in my mind, Team Yandex, you cannot give the bird for free. Like, come on, they took first pick for a reason. At least at this point, you don't got a choice anymore. If they want to have Floppity Bird, they can pick him. You can't stop them. But give me some better answers. Because the Largo that we've seen, like, outside of just Largo, like, Largo seems to propose some problems. But when you see heroes like Kez, I would like them to be shut down a little bit more. Like, slow down their tempo, whatever it is. But this is also not a hero that LGD have played to a lot of success with the Snap.
Yeah, of course, the offlane Snapfire, I mean, you are going to expect Whisper to be playing it, and then Yandex getting the clock. Very comfortable from both teams. Again, the clock can be good into Snap, because of course you can hook shot onto the Mortimer Kisses, you can rocket flare. Even in the lane, just sending Cogs to burn some mana at level 3 feels really good. But I think both teams, there's a lot of room to build on here. There's no real kind of hole that they have to already fix.
Yeah, Yandex took a very, very different approach. They didn't ban Clock and they didn't ban Snap, two heroes they banned both last game. Instead, they banned Huskar and Batrider first phase. So getting some of the, I guess, LGD respect bans out of the way to start, compared to they banned Huskar second phase and Bat not at all. last game. So a very different priority. They clearly changed things.
I feel like if you're a second pick team and having to waste a ban on Huskar in second phase, you haven't respected the Huskar team enough in the first phase. And it's like, against Falcons, you always ban it first phase, right? So if this is a hero that you think about, it needs to be in the first phase ban, because if you like, you need to pivot, right, as the draft progresses. And banning Huskar is not a pivot. That's kind of like a, oops, we need to like cover ourselves.
It just makes it so much easier, yeah, like for them to, you know, prolong the draft and like go about it later. Because I think also they must very likely have like overall ideas of also what they're playing for. So it's not just, you know, Huskar just, he's not just out. He's out for a reason. You know, it opens up other avenues and other heroes that they do want. So I do like the thinking ahead.
I want to know what they consider to do here with the turrets, because TA is good against Snap in the game, but in the lane I think it should be bad because Clock is melee and TA is basically melee.
Yeah.
So Snap will shoot you a bunch and be potentially a menace in lane if it's Whisper off lane. But the Drow is banned and the SF's banned. That's the two long-range turrets we've seen. So I'm not sure what they're gonna do in terms of the carry pick. Are you taking Kez and playing double melee? What's the deal?
I mean, isn't Yandex just TAing?
Possibly.
Like you can just blink away from the mono kisses.
It's volatile, at least early. There is also the world where Clock doesn't have to be your 5. He can lane off lane and you can like look for range sub with melee carry still later down the line, if that's also one thing you want to do.
So you don't take the bird here. Yeah, okay. I think this is the right play. I don't think CJ plays it, so it is just the Watson bird.
I think so too.
You didn't put him in your top 3. When you
no, I don't think he is.
Yeah, his name doesn't even come up when I think of Kez, so I don't think we've seen him play at mid. I agree.
No, I was talking about Watson. Sorry.
Watson plays a solid Kez.
He plays a good Kez.
Yes,
he's chill.
It's a good Kez. It's not the same. I think the other team just play it more, but Watson is very competent on it.
I mean, it's kind of opening up for, if you are to put Clock 4, then I'm looking at like Lich and more aggressive 5s to try and create more fight opportunities. Like when Snap steps up, then you go for the kill, go for the bit of pressure that way. And it's also like a hero that has been long forgotten, at least in playoffs so far, is like the techies. You want the Clock 4, you bring the techies 5, then you have like the melee range in the safe lane, a lot of aggression. If Snap steps up, you then have like Blast Off, Taser to kind of eat the Shredder as well. Like there's cool little things for Yandex to go for, of course, depending on how LGD wants to kind of just set up their first 3.
LGD have ultra long range poke. Like they have Snapfire, Wind Ranger. They better, you know, bust out some Ember Spirit, some stuns, some chains, because you've got damage for days. They just need brothers to be stunned. That's what I'm looking for.
I think a consideration going into this next phase for Yandex, or even right now for LG potentially, is what are you doing about this puck? Because Kez is better against it than Wind Ranger is, and Clock is a little bit better, but so I guess it is just guaranteed for Wind Ranger. So to me, like, are you taking puck here, or are you picking something that's a little bit better against the puck so that you're fine if they pick it on 18? Because it was a problem last game for sure.
I mean, oh, sorry.
No.
I'll say like the response to that then is picking like Slardar plus position 5. You flex the Slardar between 2 roles. You kind of keep it to, you know, do you want to pick the puck into us? Like that is one way to approach it. I just can't think of any other mid to offlane flexes that also like slightly threatens puck, at least in laning. Of course, the game very, very different. I'm just thinking of the lane.
I mean, there aren't many, because also if you look at like straight post 5 picks, like they took out Silencer. There's also other ways, like maybe you would want some Phoenix 5 into Tiny, but there's Snapfire, which is a bit more annoying. Obviously, it's not an unplayable matchup. I think it's still overall like okay for the game as well. But there's not that many offlaners that also cover from a puck overall. The hero we saw earlier, I think it was Amar who played the Underlord into the Tiny, which is quite good. You know, that's also a pick that you absolutely could see here.
This is Coddle, really? Okay, the Coddle is weird to me, because you don't have a super clear refresh target right now, which to me then says he's viewing it more in the lens of the heal, that he's buying Holy Locket, and he feels like LGD, if you look at them, they don't have super sustained DPS. It's very bursty, and so if you try to burst a guy and he gets healed, now you're out of damage because all your damage is front loaded, and so that's possible. The thinking behind the Coddle is it's not about the heal, or sorry, it's not about the chakra, it's about the heal.
Yeah, I mean Yandex, they all play in this style where it's like Clock's really good at kiting, like where you hook in, then you can like jetpack out. Kez of course has Mage Slayer BKB, Doom will have Radiance BKB, the heals that Quinn's mentioning. Like, sure, the puck was somewhat inevitable, but Yandex's approach is just universal tankiness on every hero, not even just the Coddle heal.
I mean, I like the heals a lot into the Snap, but yeah, the puck is a problem. Like one cool thing that you do have with KES and what we saw in the last game, if you take over your lane, the hero has really cool avenues to go mid, right? You get a silence, you can sneakily chuck it on the puck. Obviously that helps. Those are like the type of heroes you want. But if you're only going to play through your mid because KES's lane is like 50-50 and he can't really move, Tailang is very likely to just do what he did in the last game.
I do think it is a bit harder of a puck game, though, I will say. Because Coddle gets really fat, and so he gets Glimmer fast, and then you have this super early Glimmer, and that item is one of the best counters to Puck. Because first of all, you make him empty an inventory slot, which is really annoying, because Puck wants his stats really bad, so it kind of owns his inventory. And then on top of that, it's just minus your whole Witchblade damage. So you don't actually have kill threat, really. Like when you see Puck, you just buy Glimmer with your eyes closed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to buy Holy Locket first, probably, but which is, you know, also very good, but you'll get the Glimmer after, and you can heal through a lot of Puck's damage, because if you can't kill Puck, the next best way to deal with Puck is to survive, because the hero is actually kind of low damage, lower than you'd expect.
And there is at least like a lot of the fighting is still kind of annoying. Like I fully agree on, you can of course like live through it, but to me Puck is also one of the heroes. I mean, I guess it depends on the game, but just delaying and living through his damage also, it doesn't always, what's it called? Like it doesn't make you win the fight, right? Sometimes it's just you're delaying what's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
But if you can like use this window of you surviving to like then kill the rest, obviously that will shoot you over the threshold of where suddenly the Glimmer is like giga.
Not only that, but it's like if they don't ban Ember, then the Coddle, as much as we haven't seen a Shackle partner right now, suddenly if there's Ember in the mid lane, then you have the partner and you have all the benefits that you guys have been talking about. Oh, they ban it out. Okay, well, good job LGD, great ban.
They're the two heroes that they banned last game as well when they picked Puck there. They did the Night Stalker Ember, so I guess they were never really going to spend too much time thinking about that ban.
The Slaughter you mentioned last game, though, and earlier in this draft is
still good.
Still there, and it's better this game, I think, before, because there's no Batrider that dissuades it relatively heavily, and I think KES is pretty good against the Slaughter, too, whereas Tiny, I think, is bad against Slaughter. Puck, all these heroes are bad against Slaughter, plus you've got a KES to amp up significantly, so I could definitely see the big fat fish.
I mean, it's kind of the big three. That's why I kind of maybe a little bit shocked by the Void Spirit in the last game, because it doesn't have as much punch as the first three. Again, Void Spirit had some maybe some CSing advantages, at least in certain metas, but yeah, as I said before, Slardar just looks comfortable for Yandex. Maybe the problem with Slardar is Doom, KES, Slardar all kind of want a little bit of something on the map, and then it can be a little bit awkward if Slardar doesn't get to create those opportunities, but I don't think it's a big enough deterrent. I think it's you should get to like 20 minutes minimum with Yandex's heroes. Like, you're not getting fully run over. Like, LGD can't just break the game and like take over the map that quickly.
I just don't know if there's anything else left against Puck that makes you feel good. Because first of all, there's a lot of heroes that are banned that you would like against it. Your draft currently doesn't really deal with the hero. You know, you don't have like some guy can buy, you know, Yules or some Orchid to like set him up with anything. You don't really have this, so you should be looking at a more straightforward answer.
Yeah, you also can't really pick something like Sniper or like the ultra hard lane counters, because you're playing against too much burst and too much like assassination from LGD. So playing like a scared little dude who wants a front line doesn't really work. You kind of need something with a little bit of beef who can go in, sort of like Void Spirit Slaughter. I think those are probably your best options again. I think this is also a better Void Spirit game than it was last game, because you can just survive a bit better against these heroes, and you have Coddle to back you up, to buff you up so that you can actually stand in their midst and not just die. At the same time, they just lost with it. They're probably not super inclined to pick it again.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a simple discussion of I buy Mage Slayer game better.
I mean, that would be the case for sure. The Yules is bad, undoubtedly.
I guess that's that double whammy of where is your confidence in it, but at the same time, you do want to see what LGD overall last pick as well. You want to think about the whole game and not always just the lane.
I mean, if you're talking about the game and not just the lane, then Void Spirit has gotten better and Slaughter has gotten worse.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Yep. You want a backline jumper against it. If there was no Puck, then it's an amazing Storm game. Unfortunately, Puck is sort of negated. Same thing with Quap, right? A lot of these sort of floaty mid heroes are hard countered by Puck to a degree where you just can't pick them anymore unless you have maybe Silencer to combo with it. So you're left with Void Spirit.
I mean, even if they do go for the Slardar, his job is just to blink in like no tomorrow and just give vision through his like initiation. Yeah. It doesn't even matter if there's a Cold Embrace, because like if the Wyvern's using Cold Embrace to reveal, like to save someone, then the Wyvern's revealing themselves, and then through Wyvern revealing themselves, then someone else can step up and get a kill. So, or get killed, sorry.
I mean, with the I would probably just swing over to the Void Spirit, so you can give him here like the confidence and let the guy like decide on his own. Like it's kind of like flip-flopped in my mind in terms of like, if most people had choice, I think they would have reversed what happened in terms of the pick for game 2 and 3.
I think it makes sense though, considering they lost last game, and he honestly had a terrible game.
Yeah.
It was like 2-9.
I agree.
You don't want to run it back. It's just bad vibes. Play something different, a new, fresh game. Right? We saw LGD do it from game 1 to game 2. New, fresh game, new heroes. To me, this is the same thing. None of the same 5 heroes. We go different draft. We play a new game.
And again, like for anyone looking at the slaughter pick because of why I'm going, this is a bad pick, Golden Breath. Like if CG initiates, Golden Breath gets used, and he continues to stand and go, I'm waiting for this to expire. Sure, CJ is blundering and it's his fault, but like his job is to bait that, disengage, get like BKB. He can even go for like more tanky items and get like BKB Lotuses and Ags and just be like a full front line, even soaking it with a Lotus or potentially. Like his job is just information and outlaning the puck.
The Wyvern in history's past for Blast Slam as well has taken time to have more of an impact. We've seen it really falter in the earlier games. It's the supporting cast of a draft that allows the Wyvern to be in a position to have more of an impact. So there is this tempo that favors the side of Yandex a little bit too.
I agree. I think I favored their draft overall by a bit. Not a ton. I think this is the most even of the drafts. I think both sides can play, but I do think that Yandex have some windows where they can do good things, and Doom is very, very good against Wyvern.
Yeah, for sure. To me, this is out of the 3 drafts probably the one where I lean a little bit more on LGD as opposed to Yandex. Like obviously, you know, they've got stuff to play for. It's semifinals winner. Like both teams know what they're doing, but I just really like when I see Kez and he has a bit of like tempo that's being halted by some like Snapfire Wind Ranger is not a bad lane. It's a very good lane, especially against double melee. I think if LGD can put up a show up here, same with Tylung in the mid lane, I give them the slight edge here.
I mean, LGD, they topped the groups for a reason. They were definitely an unstoppable force, and it's because of drafts like this that they've been able to work for themselves. Will it work this time? Will we have a closer game number 3? We'll see. I do know 2 people that are very excited for it. It's Owen and Falcons.
Thank you very much, Nat. And indeed we are, because I've got to be honest, looking at the 2 drafts, Fog.
Much more even.
I don't think there's anything we don't like, right? It looks nice.
Shouldn't be stopped.
There's none of these kind of Largos or Void Spirits. There's
I know
a
we're
Wind
big
Ranger, but
haters.
it's not a core, so that's fine. We'll let it in. It looks nice.
It looks better on both sides, right? It can definitely see the merits for the Wyvern pick, can see the merits for the Slaughter like the panel was talking about. And then on one side, there's a Kez Doom, super strong 2 cores in comparison with the Slaughter can be a bit more volatile. And then on the other side, it's a Puck and a Snapfire.
And it's a
pretty strong.
Right? So,
yeah, and a Tiny, right? So it's pretty strong cores across the board, and the supports can do some pretty strong stuff with it. So I'm excited. The Wind Ranger probably looks like the outlier in terms of like the strength of supports, but I know some of these players just love to play the Wind Ranger.
And he got that pretty sick Roshan snipe. So you know what? We'll let him have it in again for game 3.
I was trying to wonder what you were going to pull out there about the Wind Ranger. So you put your finger up. I was like, what the heck?
He got the Roshan snipe with this hero, so he's bringing it back.
I know you hate the Wind Ranger a little even more than I do.
I don't mind it in the support.
Okay, that's fair.
Carry, we don't have to talk about it because we're not going to see it. Not this game. So this should be a closer game.
Yeah, this should be pretty
I don't think this is going to be a stomp either way.
No, I don't
I think we're going to get 40 minutes in, and it's going to be even on the net worth.
I would say about similar. Yeah, maybe slightly
This is a close
lead
one.
for somebody, but yeah, I would say I'm looking forward to this one and what we're going to get to in the mid or late game. I do think that, actually, I don't know. Yandex, the Coddle, this hero sometimes can just start to take over with how much it can heal and sustain, so that's one thing I'm looking at that could perhaps take advantage
It can,
of some of the
but they've got,
damage.
you know, it's annoying when it's sort of running around the back lines, but they've got ways to jump it, right? Tiny's going to get a blink.
Exactly.
You got control from the Puck and the Wind Ranger pretty reliably.
Yeah. I like that both teams have ways to play fast. They're not, like, there's more cooldown reliance, I guess you could kind of say, for the side of LGD, but both sides can play pretty quick around the aggressive moves around the map. So yeah, looking forward to see what we do get. And yeah, let's see how the lanes go, because as they did mention, it is a double melee lane in the top. The Kez plus the Clock. These 2 heroes are pretty, like, OP as melee heroes, because they do have different ways they function as melees, but it isn't a double range spam heroes. So we'll see how Watson in particular does sustain in this lane. I want to see them bring lots of tangos.
Oh, interesting to see as well how Whisper kind of differs on the off-lane snap build as opposed to what we saw, for example, from Ace earlier, right? Yeah. Ace went for a bit of a greedier build on the off-lane snap, got kind of the bots earlier. I'll just be intrigued to see what sort of build-up Whisper goes. I imagine it will be pretty different. You know, we see Whisper on some of these off-lane heroes. He does still like to get some sort of aura or team item, right? So might be the case here, even though he's on the snap.
I think we'll probably still see Blink Kaya, but I don't know. I don't like Boots of Travel on offlaners in most situations. It just feels incredibly greedy unless you're like stopping the game. Or you have something you used it for. So that game he did have the Treants. I know we were talking about that. So yeah, we'll have to see what Whisper wants to do. Because this lane, it's set up for success for the side of LGD. It's just sometimes Clockwork can just change things because he's stupid cogs.
It's probably something we don't see too much, right? The Whisper snap, like
not as much.
No.
But
do you think it feels like the kind of hero that would fit Whisper's playstyle? Well, bottom lane, it's going to be first blood for Saxes that take out King Junglers.
Fits his exact archetype, right? Just spellcasting offlaner rather than just a bruiser. In particular, he loves to play these spellcasters, so... He's getting beat up pretty hard here from Malady as bottom lane is going toe-to-toe with each other.
DM, of course, having a pretty fantastic game on the Doom back in game 1. So he's happy to bring it back here in game 3.
Didn't get that many last hits in the first wave, but they went for the kill instead. He does have the wave pushing forward with him with double range creep, so he's going to be incredibly happy because of that. Chira, I know, I was mentioning it to you. I thought they were going to pick this last game.
Because it was available,
I thought they were, yeah, and I really thought it was
last game.
Much better than the Void Spear pick, but they didn't end up going for it this game. Very happy to see Slaughter.
They'll get a kill back their way on the safe lane LGD.
Nicely done. DM will be able to securely get all 4 or 5 creeps that were under his tower.
And what's going on with this hero anyway? I feel like we're starting to see it crop up a bit more in drafts. The Wyvern nowadays, right? It's coming back into favor with quite a few of these teams.
Just a lot of these safe laners do insane physical damage for me. So I personally, I think Cold Embrace is very nice to just have as a reset tool. And this, what is it? This, I can never remember the name of this. The Forbidden Knowledge, the Eldworm's Edda, does feel very nice when you're able to get that 5th point in your Arctic Burn. It feels very powerful how you can actually play with it.
So far, Kira Jr. having the advantage you would expect here as the Slardar. But Tyling is keeping him low.
He's getting poked quite a lot here. Does have regen to be able to reset, so should be just fine. And yeah, we'll see how Chira in particular, because the lane, it's designed for success. He has clear heroes that he wants to play with the Corrosive Haze with the Kez, but he is into the Wyvern. So we'll see how much KJ is just going to be able to do to stop him in terms of aggression. This Corrosive Haze does feel very powerful, though. I see a lot of squishy heroes. In fact, kind of across the board. Very low armor, even Tiny. Sure, once he gets 6, he starts to get given free armor, but even that's not the most significant.
Bottom lane.
Up, Leo.
Slightly bit more farming at top. LGD are staying pretty low. I have to be careful about the poke damage from Watson.
They're actually not able to pressure Watson. He's farming just fine up here. They're not able to get the spam that I thought that they were going to be able to perhaps put onto him, and it's Whisper.
I mean, they're both super low on LGD.
Yeah. They're getting out-pressured and out-spammed. He's getting a couple parries as well, too. I think I've seen 3 that he's been able to counteract with pretty nicely here, but I thought they'd put more pressure in these first 3 waves. At least for the start here, Yandex, across the board, it's looking very nice in terms of laning.
Kez is a pretty scary hero, as we've seen when he gets a good start, especially if he gets kills handed to him. Whisper, he's got the 1 charges.
Chira, Theo will sacrifice a bit of the laning from Whisper in order to secure that rune for Tai Lung, but that does mean that you pick this snap lane, and it's not pressuring at the moment.
Watson sitting very healthy in the lane. Barely a scratch so far.
And too many of these Kezes when they do get given a free game.
Yeah,
this
hero's been quite something.
Especially when it's into a lot of magic damage too. Do have to talk about that, right? The Mage Slayer is going to be insane when he picks it up. Yuma is not having the similar freedom.
DM and Sax are putting some pretty good pressure onto both of them. I mean, both side lanes getting pressured hard already by Yandex.
And the mid lane too, right? Chira's having the not full freedom, but essentially free farm onto him. That setup is looking pretty good for the side of Yandex at the moment. And Yuma's just not healthy. He actually can't really step up versus this Doom Coddle who has infinite mana to spam onto him. Try to burst Watson.
Not quite enough.
Starting to increase the pressure onto him though. Once they're starting to get more levels out here, and he is out of regen now on the Kez, so it looks like it is going to get worse for Watson now at this point.
I mean, they're trying to chase Saxa, but they probably don't want to spend too much time running after Cole.
No, he's too speedy. I like what Kun was talking about the healing versus Puck. Overall, their lineup does have catch versus the Puck with the Slardar Kez that can trip him up, but the healing is a big element that we used to talk about a lot versus like Storms and Pucks. Once this Coddle has 6, has the Holy Locket, it can just stop a lot of the aggression that comes out from the Puck early on.
6-minute power rune.
Who's gonna get it?
Difficult potentially for Tai Lung to Go for it right now, as low as he is.
Yeah, he's dangerously low. He gets hit from one stun and he's dead. So it looks like they'll just deny the haste rune top. Theolacor will be able to prevent that one from being grabbed. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of squishy heroes on. I have some concerns at least about their HP and just their armor playing into Corrosive Haze, because it's a 5 armor snap, Puck very low armor, Tiny as well too. Just this Corrosive Haze is gonna hurt when the Kez connects. See if they pivot in terms of items a little bit. Top again. Good damage coming in.
Decent burst.
He's got the raindrop now, so he's sustaining a bit versus it, and the cogs will help in burning some of this mana. But yeah, now Watson is having a bit of more of a slowdown than we are seeing at Yuma, but only slight. Stack time. Double stack plus grab the wisdom. Doesn't look like it's going to be contested. Malady, though, is getting in position to contest versus Theolacor, and Theolacor is incredibly low.
We've got a nice courier there as well.
That's
the
a big
brown
courier.
boots and the remainder of the soul ring.
Can he cog push him out? He's inside, but he's just fighting him.
Whisper's coming over, so Malady will not win this fight.
No, he gets pushed away. Has stick TP, but does he actually get it off? Doesn't look like it. Go for the suicide.
Won't find it. Theolacor gets the last touch on him.
Doom.
He's going to drop straight away down onto the Wyvern. Should have the embrace. Doesn't matter, of course, with the Doom upon him.
And they're shoving the wave in. They still have a catapult. Chira's in the area. Yuma is very fragile at this point versus the corrosive.
They've got eyes on him. TP's
nice
coming in.
Nice. Oh, the tower swapped to DM. He just got his ass beat by the tower. Tai Lung.
He does have coil if he wants to try here. See if they've got the damage.
Probably not for Slardar.
I'm trying to see if they can burst through Saxa, but won't happen.
And now Theo is actually on the wrong side of things here. But he is speedy.
So Chira Jr. though with the sprint.
Another shackle.
Closing in on him. Shackle does come in nicely on both of them, and that'll probably do it.
Okay, well that was...
Okay, Watson, he's coming in. Echo Slash. Second bit won't quite reach onto Theolacor, so putting a lot into trying to kill that Wind Ranger, and they won't get him.
And Yuma actually is the one who just walks away after getting a kill onto DM as well, too. But DM having that tower swap onto him hurt him quite a lot there. Now Whisper in a 1v1. Watson did make the move, but walked back over. He took 400. Okay, I thought he only took like 300, but my god, yeah, he actually got crushed by the tower. 3-2. Lanes were leading for Yandex, but now with these kills, it's looking better now for the side of LGD a bit here. And Whisper, he's got some stacks to go back to, and he has his level 6 finished. And he did queue up the Blink and the Kaya, to be expected. This is just the build. I don't think you can really deviate as Snapfire too often.
I think, didn't Ace go Blink Shard? Actually, no, he couldn't, but he wouldn't have been able to, right? Because it'd be too early to buy it.
Yeah, but you do the
Blink Kaya Shard.
You go Blink Kaya Shard every game. Yeah, essentially. Malady, he'll be sapping some experience here. Can't contest in terms of last hitting too much here. So Theo and Whisper will be able to get those. And in the meantime, KJ, he is checking out the triangle of the side of Yandex. Didn't put a ward down, just a sentry to block camps, scouting things out.
So looking very, very close so far.
Very good on the numbers, yeah. Very even. And Yuma surviving and getting that kill bottom did ensure that he protects his tower as well, too.
Yeah, he's pretty happy.
Yeah.
For Sam to be said, obviously for Watson on the Kez, up top.
Whisper does have to be a little careful up here. He should be able to get out. All right. Yeah, very, very even across the numbers here.
10-minute power in. LGD bringing in the backup here to try and hold it on the river.
Coil is at the ready. He will throw it, and with the kisses, can they land the kisses? He dodged it.
Quite a few. He's dodging quite a lot of them.
He dodged the majority.
Yeah. Chira Jr. there with the moves. He'll get away from that attempt there. Coils and kisses won't do it.
Well, he had Cobalt. I think the Coddle gave him Cobalt Cup as well. He had 500
He was
movement
zooming
speed.
about.
He actually just zoomed in and out, and Raindrop blocked, I believe, at least one of the stacks there. I want to say that was only like 2 or 3 globs that hit. Very good juking and sidesteps. That's 2 big ults used. See if Yandex wants to punish this with any move. It's actually LGD making the first one, and they should catch Soxa here.
Easy shackle.
Nice
So
aggression.
nicely for Yuma to find the kill. Putting a bit of pressure onto the tier 1 as well. They're Tai Lung with the siege creep.
That's his Echo Saber.
We'll see how many did hit him. Nope.
No.
Nope.
Yes.
Did that one? That one did.
Yep. Yes. And Yeah, 2 or 3.
Almost 2,
Couldn't tell. Couldn't really tell, but top Whisper.
Raptor dance not enough. And she's going to fall pretty low to take damage,
so close.
but I don't think he dies, right?
7 HP. Ends up surviving. Little armor things, right? You have soul ring armor, you have all these little tiny things that end up making sure that you do survive. But Whisper is incredibly low. He's sticking around. Looks like it's just going to be for this one wave. He's getting pinged, though.
No, he's pinging.
Yeah, Watson was just pinging him. He's probably just letting his team know this snap's not going to show up to a lane, right? 200 HP.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan coming out from LGD. They're looking to get Yuma involved for a kill on Watson. Watson is incredibly low.
Oh, I mean, this is pretty smart because maybe Watson doesn't expect this play
because Whisper's so low.
So low. He's like, the snap's low. They're not going to make a play on him. Surprise, surprise, they're going to make a play on him.
That is cool, Poop. Yeah, very good read.
Yeah, it's literally what you say. He was like, Whisper's low, nothing's happening up here. Surprise, surprise, something was happening up there.
And now Whisper's got Blink at a pretty solid timing. I mean, before Chira does, so they can continue to make aggressive plays in there. I mean, yeah, the thing about Kez also is you can be a bit fragile in terms of burst.
Got doomed again.
Goodbye. DM just likes to kill supports today.
Not much to do about that when you get doomed.
Close on the numbers, though. 5-3, less than 1K. As we said, nobody's going to get blown out of the water here this game. DM looking to absorb more of the farm since he's having such a good entry into the game. He's not going drums. He's just going for the straight Radiance. Heavy TPs. Dota. Down. Blink build, super early to have on an offlaner like this. I really like that Whisper accelerated it when he's going to get it rather than getting any other small little items here. And for Yandex, perhaps now the game slows down for them until Chira has Blink. Well, for LGD, they don't have to slow down, really.
No.
Absolutely look to make these plays aggressively around either the kisses.
Yeah, calling the kisses will do it most of the time.
Yeah, and even without it, right? Since he does have this blink super early on the snap, he can't just look for plays. But he is a bit far forward. He did blink and cookie aggressively.
Oh, that'll cost him his life.
Yeah, that's some greed right there. Watson will be very thankful for that. Sometimes you're just trying to min-max too hard, you know, and you're farming at the super pace of blinking at the camps and using your spells. You get punished. And I believe that is the Mage Slayer. So for Watson, now quite a bit more difficult for them to just do a rotation with the burst magical damage. And Chira's blink is done. Is it going to be the blink on Yuma? I imagine he is going to do it this game rather than the Shadow Blade. I think more players are doing the blink after the Echo now that I'm seeing.
It feels nice, especially when you have a puck.
Yes, yeah. And I mean Snap as well too, right? Two backline casters.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Malady though, gonna be able to walk over and get the Shrine of Wisdom. They weren't keeping tabs of that.
That is a bit unfortunate. That is nice levels for the supports here at this point, which we're kind of lacking on them. How's the Vessel looking for Theolacor? Still a bit of a ways away. That's going to give them a lot of extra kill threat versus the Slardar, and the heal prevention versus the Coddle that is about to kick in. The Holy Locket is almost finished for Saksa.
Having a completely different opening to the game, though, as we saw him on the Game 1 Wind Ranger, right? Yeah. I think at this point it was kind of like 0-5. Here, he's yet to die.
Much better.
We're very much seeing why they do want to go for the support Wind Ranger.
The cores can actually play with it as well too, right? Like I feel like he just had nobody to go with either. It was quite sad to watch poor Theolacor only sniping a Roshan.
Well, here's the blink movement.
Okay.
Has been seen by the ward. King Jungle's able to get the cold embrace off.
They're coming to fight. Whisper's TPing in.
And there's the jump hit from Yumi coming from the Avalanche. Kisses as well. The curse will be used to hold back DM. King Jungle's trying to get out of there. The Doom's going to get dropped down on a Whisper. I don't think Whisper cares. Whisper should be fine, able to keep his distance. Theolacor sort of caught behind the rest of his team, so he will likely die. No way for him to win run out of this. They want to try and find more from this with the dive. Silent
jump
comes in though. Avalanche and the cookie. Oh, it's a beautiful setup. The double kill for Tai Lung.
Can they get out? Yuma's in trouble.
He will get caught and left behind, but
it looked pretty.
He definitely makes, you know, something happen back in their favor with the double kill. Obviously, overall, Yandex will be happy with the outcome as they get 4 of them. And they'll get the tower and the Radiance done on DM, but a little something there, courtesy of Tai Lung coming in with a combo.
It looked pretty. You can see how patient he was on the coil the whole time, waiting for the two of them to get together, and the double blink daggers coming into play to just burst overall there. It looks pretty, but they end up losing.
Yeah, because they get
quite
pretty
a
much
lot.
the perfect avalanche into the cookie, into the orb.
Chira's stun it was really clutch right there also, kind of stopping the chain that was coming in there. They'll bring down Watson, but DM now, he's the true carry. The Radiance is finished for him already. 3K lead now for them.
It's going to be a problem here.
Tai Lung still yet to die though, 2-0. Having a very good entry into the game. I say that as he's in trouble. He's got shield rune. Oh my god. He gets blown.
They're trying to push pretty low on the HP there, and they do pay for that there with Tai Lung getting taken out on the defense.
He didn't even get pushed by the cog. Like, Malady could have perhaps gotten in front of it and pushed him, and he was even more dead. So, perhaps just expecting to survive because of the shield rune, but he took an insane amount of damage because Clockwork is balanced.
Holding the tower. See how fast they want to continue to play this around Chira Jr.'s blink.
I feel like LGD has to match every movement. I don't want to see them slow down and try to farm at this point when you're playing with an offlane Snap versus an offlane Doom. I feel like you're going to get outscaled. I want to see them play very aggressive, respond to every single one of the moves. If you start to fall behind too fast versus this Slardar Kez, they're just going to take the objectives too fast for you to be able to respond. So I don't really want to see LGD sit back and hit creeps too much, especially on the Snapfire. Farming stack, perfectly fine with. Get the level 12 online for level 2 kisses, but once he's got those online, I want to see them go again. Because just the fear of the Kez, in particular when he's got an Amplify, when he's got this Slardar, when he's got heals as well. This Tiny doesn't have the same type of Amplify. You don't have... Sure, you've got Cold Embrace heals, but you do not have the similar type of buff up as this Kez is going to have. And these Kezes, they're pretty crazy in the right hands, and Watson is definitely one of those right hands as well.
Had died a couple of times, though.
He did.
Not one of those completely clean starts to a game that we've seen many a Kez have.
Very, very true. Theo, this is his Vessel finished. This is a pretty important one. The Slardar and Doom are quite tanky since they're LGD. They do have good damage, but it's all about just the spells that get thrown out, and then it kind of stops. So if they get that little bit extra with the Vessel, could be the extra that they need to bring down these tankier cores. Because they are tanky. It's 2,000 HP Slardar, 2,000 HP Doom. Whisper. Careful. Hey, he's queuing up Kaya and then bots on the snap.
I guess
so maybe just don't deviate.
As you say, the snaps even in the off lane, just sticking to the same old mid-snap build.
I don't know. I will see if he does buy it after the Kaya.
But you just feel there's something that kind of feels wrong about the offlaner spending 2K on
TK on a
upgrading the
movement
box.
item. It stagnates your progression completely. Unless you're just looking to farm, right?
Or unless you're like dominating.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
keeping
I mean, we'll see.
off cooldown, killing.
Jump.
Oh, it's a good
Is it
burst. And
Heals.
close. The shackle comes in, but the heals indeed come out from the blast. They'll be able to keep Watson alive.
Too much healing. And now Yuma.
They got so close. Even the power shot hitting him there on the way out nearly took him out. But Watson lives. They lose 4. They might lose 5 here. Whisper.
Oh, this could lead to a massive snowball.
That was rough. I mean, it looked like they would have the entrance into that to take Watson out, but they couldn't kill him.
This is the Holy Locket. This is one of the timings that they play for this Coddle. He gets the initial blast heal, he gets the Holy Locket, and it's exactly enough to save him versus everything that comes in.
It's not clean enough, and honestly, even if it was a bit cleaner, could they have actually killed him here?
Let's see.
Silence.
Power shot.
Power
all connected.
Shot. Shackles coming in.
Holy Locket heal. Another blast heal. They landed the spells.
Heals. And then you'll see even at the end, watch this, look, he's heading off screen. Theolicourt actually hits the power shot and also brings him down. Super look, this power shot hits him.
Oh, and
it's still not enough.
My God.
They couldn't kill him. They threw everything at him. They couldn't get him. They couldn't get anyone.
It's a really awkward fight, too, because it's around the timings that they wanted to fight, right? They've got the blink daggers. They got all these early jumps.
Yep.
And then they don't finish off the target that they try to all in. They get 5-0'd and lose Roche and potentially Tormentor as well now, too.
That's rough.
A pretty massive snowball that could have just kicked in for the side of Yandex.
And all through these moments, you know, DM just getting richer and richer. This Doom, massive problem. Another kill here for Yandex.
Truly snowballing. And the Wyvern, the positioning too, not having like extra damage too. 3 points in Cold Embrace. I think that's something I usually don't see either.
Was super defensive or?
Usually it's just like the 1 and you max out your Q and your W just so you have that extra damage, but because that could have made a difference. But either way, Yandex, the heals coming into play, free Tormentor. So now Saksa, he's got the duo to counter Puck. He's got the Holy Locket and he's got the Glimmer to be able to reset his allies and stop the stop some of the damage. I mean, LGD's damage, it hits a limit. It hits a limit pretty quickly in this game.
Because if you don't 100-0 Watson, he's going to 100-0 your entire team.
Yeah, he'll turn on you very quickly.
As a Kez. But somehow have to find a way. Somebody's got to get on top of that Kotl, stop him from getting these saves off. So if they don't, this Kez is going to continue to be in quite the dream position in these team fights.
Pretty much they just can't let Saksa free cast. Someone has to be on top of him.
And Jungle's dead again. And
woo,
my goodness there. Amplified damage from Chira Jr. as he pretty much one-taps him there after Crush. They know Yuma's around.
Can he get himself out of here?
Look at the angle for the hook shot. No, not quite close enough. Couldn't try for that. But it is speeding up, and this snowball, as you say, this does have the potential now to get pretty severe pretty quickly.
Just because
that's a lot of mana.
The damage overall doesn't really increase that drastically on the side of LGD in the next moments. It's just the tiny, really. Connecting on DM, but he's got the BKB already. Can they finish him? He's very alone. They will.
All right. And a TP out. It's not gonna, oh, he's not going to live right. He's dead in the fountain. Doom will continue. But DM loses his life for that, and that's a valuable kill. DM is pretty insanely farmed.
Takes everybody, but they don't end up using everything. They still have Coil for the next potential move here. They find him full isolated. And yeah, what you're saying, they had, what, 4?
Yeah, wouldn't you be a little bit insulted if you're a keeper of the light and all of your teammates took a mana jar? Just like, guys, am I not enough?
This item is insane, let's be honest. It's so good to have on almost anybody. There's almost no heroes that don't want to have mana.
Sure.
It is literally like the best, one of the best neutral items you can get in terms of sustaining. And what, they always have puddles too, right? They've got the Slardar creating puddles with the corrosive haze and everything, so it does get the reduced cooldown speed as well too. So, I mean, I doubt they're talking about that, but I don't know, maybe.
It might be a Slardar thing.
There is things that people do with the Slardar that I was going to wait to mention, is eventually with the Doom, they take the congregations, and then you have the puddle, and you get the bonus damage. The aura actually works when you have these puddles being spread. I was going to wait to say it when we get there, but I'll mention it now. Melody, off the mark with the hook. Still chasing.
Have a cog.
Ooh. Shira.
Second one.
Gets the BKB off.
And he's got backup coming. DM's on the way over. Look at the jump over to the other corner. Use the coil only onto the clockwork. Yuma's going to be in with the backup combo, but now Chira Jr. is going to be backing on top of Yuma. Yuma's going to look to run. The curse holding back both Chira Jr. and Watson, but the curse come to an end. Yuma's in trouble. He's been cold embraced, but they've got the damage and control to ensure that as soon as he comes out of it, they bring him down.
It takes him a long time to kill these supports.
And maybe more. The bash. Ooh, not quite able to set up for the follow stun. And the kisses are coming out. Shackle shot onto DM. He's glimmered. Whisper jumps in with the combo. Looks to blast through. The heal's coming into play. They can't save him though. DM goes down.
Good kills. Being able to reset pretty nicely there. Yuma does die in the start of things though, unfortunately for him. It takes him a long time to kill the supports. Level 13 on a clockwork. Actually took forever there to bring him down. Watson shows up, gets another Deso stack. He's up to 8, and his Aghanims, it's done. DM sacrificing himself twice for the team when he's the top net worth hero, though.
I mean, that is, yeah, you know, there's definitely some money being given up with those deaths.
Who ended up
Whisper got him both times, actually.
Okay.
So Whisper's getting a fair bit of money. Look at the Yasha done. He's got the Kai Yasha on top of getting that casual Chasm Stone.
Love the Chasm Stone. I buy this item too much, probably.
I mean, it's if you're not hitting the kisses,
true.
The answer.
It is. It does make everything better.
Yeah.
Manta done for Yuma, as we saw in that last fight, but has to be a bit careful with that position.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The quick move, Watson, we said, with the Aghanims, they do have vision of top.
Good place to go for a play. Feel the court.
You see him with the jetpack, he does.
Get around. He's got him.
Very difficult to get away from these cogs as well. We'll get hit by 2.
He's speedy. Not speedy enough.
Loses his courier as well. Watson will
What a polite Slardar there. Yeah, letting Watson take the kill.
You get a Deso stack for that too, don't you?
Yeah, it applies to attack.
It attacks. Yeah. So I think he did. Yeah, nice. I wasn't sure which one applies first, if it's the damage or if Deso applies, because there's some weird instances.
I think it's nowadays with most of those,
I think most
it's
of them,
always the Deso bit first.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think I've seen someone use that to gain a Deso, though. That was cool. 7K lead, smoked up. Doom is at the ready. LGD trying to split up the map here at this moment until they can get to another point where they can fight. And there's the congregation. So he does have it already picked up pretty early with the shard. Try to keep track of that one with the Slardar, because it is insane. It's 12% outgoing damage for everybody and 12% movement speed inside the water, which is created by the corrosive haze and also the crush.
Saxa is going to start playing around with Whisper.
Oh, Whisper. Anytime Whisper is in near front line, he's just straight up dead. And Saxa with some really sneaky plays with the Glimmer getting behind him. For LGD to have successful team fights, Whisper has to just be all the way in the back lines. And Malady, so last game he actually didn't do it. This game he is. He is going to be going for the Orchid, which could absolutely see why versus the Puck. And even the Snapfire core.
I mean, are you okay with them both going the Orchid? Or is an Orchid 2 men? Because Chiro Jr. wants to get it as well.
I think it's fine as a support to get these type of items. I think it's...
But on the mid-Slardar as well, he also wants to get the Orchid. Does he need Orchid as well?
I don't think he needs it. I don't think he'll, I don't know if he's going to go.
Yeah, he had it queued up, but he's going for the Ags first.
I don't...
It feels nicer.
I don't hate it, even on the Slardar, because it gives you attack speed as well, too, so it's not like you're just about the silence.
Ooh, wow, that was close. It looked like he got him, but he didn't. Smoke up time from King Jungles and Yuma.
What do they have? They just got the Blink on the Wyvern and the Harpoon on the Tiny.
They're sort of banking on finding someone top by the looks of it, but at the moment it's just the Cottle.
The Doom's there too.
Oh no, sorry, it's the two of them. Yeah, it's Cottle and the Doom. Actually, this is not a bad catch at all.
He has BKB though, so he might just BKB TP.
He probably will be quite quick with that. They might just end up walking into Saxa.
Yeah, they'll settle for him.
DM, does he want a part of this? He does not. Off he goes.
And Sox says, like, man, I'll never Glimmer a teammate again. Saved it for myself. Glimmers the buddy. An instant smoke. LGD's trying to get a lot done.
They want to get something more.
They do not like the pace of this game right now. They want more.
They've got to fight their way back into it. And not in a team fight. They want to get these pick-offs.
Definitely not
if they can catch Watson alone. Hit the scan. They know somebody's up here.
He's got the BKB coming on the Courier. If they catch him right before it would be huge.
It's coming. Can they see the Courier? Do they kill the Courier? If he kills the Courier, it's huge, and he does.
Okay.
The Courier is dead. No BKB for Watson for the next few minutes.
2 minutes where Yandex probably looks to dodge, at least with Watson in particular. That's a big pickup there. Obviously big if they were able to transition into a kill, but don't want to push too far forward, but they don't have their entire squad.
Yuma ready to go again.
Do they want to take a fight, though?
EM's scary. They'll see him. They just want to do it, though.
They just want pickoffs. They do not want the full engagement versus these cores. And Watson is still posturing pretty aggressively, even with the BKB kill. It's still feeling confident.
Yeah, it feels good with the team around him.
Yeah.
Knows that essentially 3 heroes that are ready to throw their bodies in on the front lines. Right, you got a Clock, Slardar, and a Doom ready to keep you safe.
They're smoking up.
They're heading up into the jungle.
Theo.
War scan's been hit.
He gets caught.
They found the Wind Ranger. Probably won't find anything more, though. LGD on full retreat. I say that, I don't know. Yuma wants to get back in. Jumps in with the combo. Looks for Malady, but it's not going to burst. He's going to get healed up. Tylung coming across here with the orb. The buyback will come in. Whisper's just dead under the tower here to the Doom. Theolicos bought back for this one. Does Whisper want to buy back as well to invest in this team fight?
They didn't even kill Malady. He lived. The heal is coming in from Sox.
The Holy Locket and the Blast. This Cold doing it again.
He's also a 22. He is unbelievably tanky on this Clockwork, too. Very high level. Usually see them a bit lower level. The fact that he's level 15 is crazy.
I mean, it's pretty much Yuma that's kind of the scaling damage right now outside of the Puck in the late game when they go for these sort of jump bursts. Without him jumping them, these other heroes aren't going to get a kill unless somebody is literally sitting there taking these Mortimer Kisses to the face.
Yep. And every single time Whisper, they even see anything of him, it's an instant jump. I think, yeah, he has to switch away from the Shivas, go for the BKB. Just too easy for them to stop him.
Yeah, he has to get his full combo off.
Yeah.
He can't die like this. They really need his damage.
And Tylung, he will go to Shivas. I think they were debating a bit of who wants to actually get it. They do want as much armor.
Much nicer.
Yep. Slardar, Aghanims is done, so even better puddles. So even more synergy with the congregations.
Going up pretty deep here in the mid.
They're taking risks. I feel like they know they have to take risks with the
They can feel that this lead's building up against them.
Yep. Let's see if they can catch DM.
Tanky though, he's so tanky.
He gets the quick blink.
He's ready with the counterplay, jumps away. They've got the Yules to trip up Yuma. Thailand's still going to jump forward. The Cogs push back Yuma. They get the chance to have a light toss. Chira Jr., but the BKB's up. And they've lost King Jungle. Thailand has to orb away. I mean, if they only lose the Wyvern, they'll be happy, but they might lose more. Yuma's going to get jumped upon by DM, committing him with the BKB. The buyback comes in for King Jungles, but Yuma, he's gone. Double kill for Chira Jr. They lose Malady, but they don't care, Yandex. Another clean fight win for them.
Such good target priority, and they're not even... There's no scare of the Mortimer kisses. They're coming in and they're like, whatever. These don't even hurt us at this point with all the heal and sustain that we have. They just jump the Wyvern. They get right onto the back line, kill him before he gets a single spell off.
It does feel like they're running out of damage here, LGD.
It does. It's just the Tiny, and he is not able to really play inside the team fights.
No, not at all. Not here before he's got his BKB. And 27 and 2,800 gold. It's still going to be at a bit of time before he has the BKB, Yuma. Can't really fight without it, despite their attempts.
And Soxa now has Blink and a Yules after the Glimmer and that Holy Locket. He can just get perfect positioning to get that sustain for the team that just keeps saving in Thailand. He's marked.
He should be right, but Watson is going to still try and chase. In fact, he just finds King Jungle instead, and King Jungle's just fought back, so he's dead for over a minute.
And Whisper.
He's caught with the bash once more. Get the phase shift off, the coils out, we'll hold them back. Give them a chance to run. Whisper should be all right.
It's gonna. I think he's dead.
He's not all right. In fact, they're blinking forward.
He's dead.
Is he dead?
He's dead. He is definitely dead.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
He is. Are you sure?
Oh,
he
yeah.
is. Yep, he's dead. Both of them out for a minute.
Super aggressive moves and just jump. Again, it's just jumping into the back line. I see Whisper trying to get positioning, and then there's 3 heroes in his face, 3 bruisers, beating on him almost immediately. And Orchid, it is done for Malady, so an extra thing they have to really worry about. And for the Puck, it could just be a kill. The Puck feels like it's the highest damage, and she could just die.
And they don't really have the items to save them. It's a cold embrace, and that's it. And that, at this point, isn't really saving you.
Yeah, they need the Lotus on Theo in particular. He is getting closer and closer to it, but there's a lot of different elements now.
All right, Theo Lecor, here we go. This is what you trained for.
Round 2.
Saw it in game 1.
Here we go.
Is he going for it?
This one dies a lot faster.
Come on, he's walking away.
He's scared. There's a clockwork. He's afraid.
Not going for the steal. Well, easy roach for Yandex. Aegis for Watson.
And Chira, we wanted to see the slaughter last game. He is 7-0-11. He's having a flawless game.
This ain't no Void Spirit.
No.
I'll tell you that.
No, this feels like a much better answer in particular versus Puck and just with his team in general. It actually helps your team. Well, Void Spirit I feel like doesn't.
Yep. Especially with this, water-based strat with the Doom.
It is a thing.
Do they still have any mana drafts? Well, they got rid of all those.
By now you got rid of them. You replace it.
None of the mana drafts.
You do not keep that one as a tier 2 to tier 3, I think, almost ever, unless maybe you're Storm Spirit in some situation. Probably not. Too many good tier 3 and tier 4 neutrals. Cheer up, they'll buy him a gem as well. Level 20 has been hit. More and more damage for him.
Arcane Rune.
And they're just not really getting it. They're trying to get tank here.
Yeah. They tried to make some plays as well, but...
Yeah. It all because of this bottom play. This is all a big snowball effect of what happened to bottom when they lost 5 heroes for 0.
Tormented time.
Getting every single one of the objectives.
Who's getting the shard now?
Soxa will get it. Very nice shard. Even more healing.
No, the heals have been pretty insane from him.
Yeah.
Kotl has seemed like one of those heroes over the last few weeks of Pro Dota that, in the right hand seems pretty nasty.
I mean, healing is broken.
Heals.
We heard it right.
You're so elusive. You're so speedy.
Yeah, P-Vision was talking about it, in particular in the last tournament too. When Puppy was trying not to hint at it, but it does feel like healing is pretty crazy. These IO and Coddle players, you have to ban the hero versus them in most situations. I'll wait till we see at the end of it, but I imagine he's going to have like 20,000 healing. It usually ends up being the case for these Coddles and IOs in the mid-game.
DM having a good time again, as he did in game 1. Hearts online once again, nice and early.
Super farmed.
Now, how do they get through this HP on the Doom?
You need the crit on Yuma, right? I think he just needs to have this Daedalus, because their damage isn't really increasing too much besides that at this point. Tylungs is starting to get up there. But yeah, it does feel like majority of this pressure is on Yuma to be able to get that crit and land those big crits versus this, I mean, hard to hit lineup as well. Just so much control that goes through the BKB as well, as we're seeing just the echo, the bashes, etc.
DM's coming. He'd be ready to jump the high ground if he wants to.
He's got the bash primed on Chira Jr. as well.
Here we go, straight in on a Theo Lecourt.
Deleted. Just so much damage between the two of them.
Gonna have to be some pretty crazy curses and coils and kisses.
And they're not really that stacked up either, because even the Kez, even Watson has bought a Blink Dagger to be able to be that follow-up. They have what, 1, 2, 3, 4 blinks and a clockwork. So every single one of them have ways to reset and get in and out and not stack on each other.
Trying to get a reaction.
Oh my god, KJ!
And DM just straight over. Like the jump, gets the silence.
He's dead in like 2 hits. I mean, the Slaughter at this point just way too farmed. And they need to deal with the back line, but the front line's a problem.
Trying to hold them back. Talking about the crits, you know, Watson, he's got his online. Daedalus done for this Kez. Insane damage coming out from him.
Especially in the puddle next to the Slaughter and Doom. That extra, what, 14% or whatever it is now, or 12%. Back up, they have tier 2s to be able to go for. Whisperer was able to shove the top lane in as well. They are waiting for someone though. Maybe expecting someone to go for the banner money. Back away.
Bringing the mid.
AC finished. My god, that is a lot of minus armor now. We were mentioning the lack of armor on a lot of these heroes is definitely going to be pretty apparent. The fact that the Puck has the highest armor on his team is a pretty big concern. And there's an AC Slardar with a Deso Kez. More neutral items. Timeless Conjurers. About to be 25 for DM. Pretty solid Doom performances in both games.
Yeah, I've liked it. And I said something that I think we haven't really seen from him on the squad right now, but it's not a lot. It's not been one of the go-tos, but maybe up today it should be.
Yeah. A lot of his other heroes are getting target banned. I think people are realizing you ban Enigma 100% of the time versus DM, so we're probably going to see more of him playing Doom.
Super farmed.
25's been hit. Hook shot.
Yuma try and help out, but he's going to get caught by the crush. They will still manage to kill off Malady. Kisses are coming out.
Oh.
Hit onto anyone else.
Guess just thought they were going to chase more.
He's looking for the Rapier.
He's got the refresher, and he's going... Rapier.
I mean, the Rapier build's kind of high price, especially
if you go the other talents. What do you mean?
What do you mean? He's doing the magic Rapier with the kisses.
I mean, yeah, sure, but have you seen what the kisses look like in a lot of these fights? They not really done a lot of anything, and they haven't hit that many. But we'll see.
That's what he's doing.
He just wants
to do the magic Rapier.
I'm down to see it. I'm hyped to see it. Just don't know how much it'll change, because yeah, the kisses just they felt pretty answered this game.
Sure, but at level 25, right? Then you're not. Then you hit the kisses because you're getting so much.
Well, yeah, you have so many of them.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So he gets level 25. He gets a Rapier.
And then he gets bashed by Kez immediately.
Have you seen at the fountain? I mean, nobody wants to go and dive the fountain.
That's
honestly,
true.
You probably, if it gets to that point, you as the Clockwork, your sole job is to just hook shot him in the fountain, right?
If you're concerned about the kisses, sure.
He should be. Level 25 with the Rapier.
If he gets to it, that'd be hype.
He gets that.
I hope we do get to see it. I don't think I've ever seen a 25 Rapier snap that's like Spellcaster.
Yes. No, normally they do turn into the right click, but as I say, with this build-up, I think he's just going to buy it and try and rely on the kisses to hold the game.
Up top, Theo. He has been caught.
Yeah, not going to be able to TP out of there.
No, Clockwork has infinite stuns.
And the supports continue to suffer across the map. King Jungle's also dead in the mid to Watson.
25 for him.
Whisper might do it. He might be the comeback. It might be the comeback mechanism they need.
Tylon, Aeon Disc.
Oh,
will be forced.
Can he jump out of this?
Link is CD.
He can get. He can't get the orb off. They got the perfect stuns for him on the way down there.
He just got his Aeon just before this too. Perhaps expecting it to save him. Gem also hits the deck. Did they not see it?
Saxon's got it right.
Thought so? I don't know if they saw it.
I mean, it blends in with the grass.
It does.
Green, you know.
And they're waiting to see. Look, Theolacor sending his courier.
They didn't see it.
He's got to retrieve it.
I guess it's getting late. It's been a long day. Oh, there we go.
Watson just baited
saw
him.
it. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. Yes. No, he didn't. He didn't see it still. He did.
He
okay,
did.
no, he did. Melody's getting it. They saw it. They got it.
He doesn't even ping it.
Panic over.
Bottom, they're on the hunt. Can't find anyone. That's all it was. It was a bait. He just wanted the courier. Watson, the big brain, wants that money.
That's true. That's true.
Speaking of money, they've got a lot saved up. 4,000 on the clockwork. Yeah, he's just chilling. 5,000 on Watson too. And LGD now starting to get quite stuck in the base. They can't step outside.
How is the snap rapier looking?
He's on his way.
Nearly level 25. Whisper, ready to carry. But in a different style to normally the level 25 snaps try and carry. He's going to do it with the kisses.
Let's see. Kiss him to death.
They have got the Dream Coil.
True. But there's no such thing as 25 years money.
They have got BKBs.
Yeah, they can't just click the BKB and walk away. Soxa, Boots of Travel, Blink, Aeon Disc. Now, the little times, actually, they haven't really found him in the backline in terms of team fight. They've caught him in pickoffs. Now it's like impossible for you to catch this Coddle. So yeah, just so many problems. Just multiple fronts of problems. Dealing with the front line, dealing with the back line healers. Yuma's got Daedalus. Let's see what he can do with it. See you later, says Malady.
I mean, they'll be able to keep the Wisdom under control.
True.
LGD.
Oh, DM's coming in.
Long.
They power shot the creep.
Looks like he doesn't want to anymore. Yeah, waits for the rest of the team to start pushing the wave over.
Amplified damage for Watson. Got the Swift Blink as well.
He's got the 25. He has the Kisses talent.
Okay.
Just needs that final couple of thousand of gold for the Demon Edge.
It's another 1,500 or so. Give him all the farm. We want to see it.
Sell the BKB by Rapier.
Okay, no. Sell the Chasm Stone.
Actually, no, you need the Chasm Stone.
The Chasm Stone's actually important.
It's more important. You don't need the BKB because you sat in the fountain.
I hate you.
You know what I mean? He's close. We will get to see it.
We will get to see it.
We will get to see it.
Let's see if it doesn't.
He's going to be able to do it.
Yeah. Let's see if they just BKB walk away or if he just gets hook shot immediately and it gets instant
the counter, though. Blade mails are coming out.
Oh. Malady.
Is that the counter? Will he die?
With BKB, he'll take no damage.
That's true. He's got BKB. Right? Yeah.
Unless he sells it.
Unless he sells it for the Rapier. That's true, mate. Now he can't sell it.
Malady heard you. He
was going to, but now he won't.
Malady, Blade Mill, and Chain Mills have been queued up. They're feeling confident. LGD trying to get out of their base, trying to get some vision.
27k lead here for Yandex.
Second Rapier is queued up as well.
I mean, yeah, sell BKB and sell Blink. Buy 2 Rapiers. He's so close. I feel like we're not going to get to see it because it does feel like they're about to lose the game here, Yuma. BKB try and walk this off. They've got the cold embrace. They try and force it back. The Doom's down upon him as well as the silence. Yuma's gone.
Poor Yuma. Whisper, here come the kisses.
Here we go. But the coil is good damage as well. The kisses kind of doing it. They've killed Watson. Shira Jr. will get out, but hey, that's a big...
got one of them.
That's the Rapier money.
It is. He does have it.
Get that Rapier.
The kisses hit the Kez, but hit nobody else. Chira dodged every single one of the other ones.
But hey, still, when you're...
It's one.
Nearly 30k behind.
You'll take
just killed the carry. These kisses from Whisper might do it, and that was the pre-Divine Rapier kisses.
It was the refresher,
Stone's gonna get better from him.
It was 2 sets.
That is true.
But he will have the Rapier perhaps for that next fight. And around Roche, can they go for the Roche? Unlike, actually, no chance without the timing. So Kez will be able to respawn.
Maybe if they had the Rapier kisses. Does that do that much against Roche when it's that much damage? I was like, yeah.
It's okay. I mean, yeah.
You could actually kiss the Roshan.
Yeah. You can always kiss Roshan. No.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. His BKB's up.
The good news is he hasn't spent up on the Rapier.
True.
Is he getting out of this Whisper?
Got
in a second, he's going to be all right.
He's chilling.
In fact, he's about maybe turning to Tylan jumped in.
Tylan careful.
Healer calls in, they get the shackle. They don't want to try and kill this Doom. They don't have kisses, they will not have the damage for DM. Healer core, he attempted.
That was quite the attempt, but
yeah, that wasn't going to happen. Not once they don't have the kisses.
The focus fire was very ambitious, I will say.
He's not buying the Rapier, though. Where's his courier? Whisper.
He's got to do it with his body. You can't risk doing it with the couriers if it dies.
Here we go. Over to the creep wave. Blast the creeps. Buy the Rapier. If he doesn't buy Rapier,
I mean,
he might
they
actually
need
not
it.
buy it.
They needed this game.
Buy
Let's be
the
honest.
Rapier.
They
Come on.
actually needed this game, it feels like.
If they end this game with him having 7k gold in the bank, we're all going to be very disappointed.
Is his team telling
He's
him
not.
not to? Are they just telling him,
No, there's no way.
go
You
Shivas,
don't
get
tell
the
him
bigger
that.
glob?
No. Come on. It's safe to go to the shop. It might not be safe to go to the shop in the next minute.
Well, Yandex will take the objective. Aegis got that refresher shard for themselves. And Yuma's actually going to be overtaken.
He's sending the courier out. So he was just by the shop, but he didn't want to do it himself.
Okay.
So,
interesting.
All right. He could have just picked this up, but he didn't want to. He was like,
Yuma.
we'll get the courier to do some work instead.
Oh,
he's out.
Oh my god, actually almost gets caught there.
He's ready to buy it.
He's moving it. He is moving it.
What do you think he's considering? Is he like, well, maybe I just need to hold for buyback?
I don't think he's considering anything else.
No. Is he
His
waiting?
team might be telling him, dude, get something different.
Go all in on the kisses.
I'm down. It feels
all in. No, don't kill this right-click build. I see what you're doing.
He doesn't have the talent.
No, don't do it. You don't have the talent. You got to go all in on the kisses.
Maybe he's
don't
thinking
buy this specialist array.
I mean, he's probably thinking that the spell damage kisses will do absolutely nothing. That he needs to go for the right-click build, and he's looking at his talents and he's going, damn it.
Come on, 8k gold on him right now. Sell BKB, buy 2 Wraith. That's what he's waiting until he has enough money so that when he sells BKB, he can buy 2 Wraith.
Oh, God. Yandex is playing it. They're doing exactly what they did in the earlier game when it did build up to, what, like a 40k lead or whatever.
They did.
They're coasting.
We have gone
Everyone's
longer,
chilling.
though, this time. We have about 40 minutes was the longest so far this series.
Yep.
So we've got 47 minutes now.
DM, Aghanims soon on the horizon, buys box 2 to be able to join.
You can't, as you said, you can't go for the right-click build when you don't have the talents. You've got a full commit.
Then he's going to go for the talents. Give him every wisdom. Give him every creep XP.
And I guess that's the thing. Is like, well, they're not pushing. I might just get to level 30 this game.
I think that's what he's debating. He has
But that's fine. Rapier is flexible. It helps
is.
for both of the builds.
But if you die with it, you lose.
His courier's going to die. He's not going to get the chance to buy anything.
What if he buys and it dies immediately?
There's no way
that would be the worst.
There's no way. Come on. I mean, his courier's going to die.
It is. Up.
He didn't buy it.
He didn't buy it, but he saved his courier. He's scouting them. He's just getting information. Well, Yuma is just continuing to not get any farm. Seeing him try to get out. He does have level 25 picked up. He has hit the critical mass of timings, at least with how much damage he can do, but just sticking on targets as we're seeing is just incredibly difficult.
Now he's not going to get to buy anything.
Well, that would suck. If he actually,
it's going to be so.
If he buys back and has 5,000 gold, that'd be. I mean, that'd be really miserable. But let's hope.
Come on. He's not going to buy anything.
We need the Owen camera now because Owen is hyper focused on poor Whisper.
Everyone was at the shop, and he didn't buy anything. They were all trusting in Whisper to turn this game around.
If anyone can do it, it would be him, right? Well, they're denying the shrines, though.
Yeah.
Watson is taking the shrine away, so no shrine for you, Whisper.
Yeah, the level 30 group was not happening.
No. Oh, and his courier, it got again.
Did die. He was trying to send it out to their secret shop.
Yeah, he did have a moment to buy the Radiator,
He's hesitated too much, Whisper.
Now he has no way out.
He's hesitated, and indeed, now, well, he can get out. If he buys a smokes to the enemy secret shop. That's what you do now.
We have seen a couple. We saw 3 games of ours where we saw people do smoke.
King George got smoke. He needs to pop a smoke and let Whisper run to the shop.
But if Whisper gets caught on the outside, he probably just has to do that.
Pop the smoke.
There's Clockwork Rocket on him.
There we go. There we go. Pop the smoke. Let him go to the shop.
I think they know, though.
Oh, they do. There's a lot of people here.
They're right on him.
Okay, get back. Get back. We're not going to the shop. Not yet.
This is where you should be able to use an ally's courier to buy an item. All right, you must send your courier so I can buy my rapier.
It's fine. They've got a second smoke.
Okay.
Pop the second
Tai Lung?
smoke.
Okay, but does he buy bots 2 to Tai Lung at the secret shop?
I mean, he's not buying anything. I mean, yes. I think so. That's what Tai Lung's waiting for. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Tai Lung's waiting, but no, he's going to get hooked on it.
Whisper.
They get the jump on a Whisper. Jury's in on top of him. Whisper's gone. He'll buy back.
The kisses are thrown.
Also has buyback as well. They are respecting the buybacks. They're starting to back off. DM, BKB and run.
He gets the reset. Malady.
Right, now get to the shop.
Now you run to the shop. If you don't get the spend, I swear to God.
Get to the shop. Buy that rapier.
All
No,
right.
I gotta get to the shop.
But they have to. There's no racks down there. Go.
He's got time.
He's scared.
He is scared.
He's expecting them to be there defending these.
Yeah.
Does have refresher for the secondary kisses here. 60 seconds, no Malady. Yandex.
Have they got a
oh, wait.
smoke?
Do they? I think that was their last one.
They had 2 smokes.
Oh, they do still have one in the Wyvern. You're right.
Oh, he's dead though.
You drop it.
Whisper's getting out to the shop.
Is he?
Yes.
51
It's
minutes.
safe. He
doesn't
they're
know.
sending out the illusions. They're sending out the tiny illusions to get the info so he knows he
Okay.
can get to the shop.
Scouting.
Courier's actually going to be back up soon, right?
Yeah, now he just sends the courier safely. They saw the creep getting low HP as well.
No, he's got the team. The whole team is going to the shop with him.
All right, full excursion.
Full team moving out. Whisper can get to the shop and buy that rapier. Here we go.
There we go.
There it is. Rapier's picked up.
That took a long time for him to get.
Took a while. But it's online, and he's going to have the double kisses for the defense.
Okay. They have hit 26 now on Chira. They've gotten another 12,000 plus.
Oh, King Jungle's gone.
I feel like he's just getting deleted a lot. 10-0, 14 on Chira. Overwhelming damage.
All right.
Okay, Whisper.
You do want the level 27 actually, that's pretty big. Because then you get the burn DPS. So he's actually got
Yeah,
another
that's-
talent he can pick up
Sure.
to make the kisses even better.
Sure, that
He's
one's
very
pretty,
close to 27.
That one's pretty minimal, though, in comparison to the other ones. Right? Here we go. Sells the chasm.
Yeah, get the rapier in. Not looking to assemble it yet.
He's waiting. He's looking at things right now. He's in the fountain.
He's not going to die in the fountain.
You don't know
He's
that.
safe.
You don't know that.
40k behind here.
Looking to jump. Rocket. Done.
Okay.
Tylon.
He's in trouble. The
Fair
kisses
ball.
are coming in. But he didn't put the rapier together.
Oh my
he
goodness.
kissed without the rapier. Not that it probably didn't matter, but he didn't.
But he
make
still
the
did. He still hasn't
Make
assembled
the
it.
rapier.
He still hasn't assembled it. And they lost
At
their
least
2
put
cores.
the second kisses. And they've got buybacks.
Oh my god, please assemble it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Maybe he's waiting for the buybacks. There we go.
There we go.
Swapped
There
it
we
to
go.
magic now too. Okay.
All right. It's to sort of fake them out. You know, the first time they're like, well, these kisses don't hurt. This second time they're like, my goodness, these kisses.
But they're losing the whole base.
They are. There's the buyback from Tylon.
Yuma probably has to buy back as well. Yandex. Well, actually reset. They play this very careful in the games that we're seeing.
They do. They do. 50k lead at 53 minutes in.
They want that 1k per minute.
And
I thought they were going to go forward more to just try to force Yuma's buyback, but I guess they do see this top lane. There's a lot of farm.
I mean, you didn't want the BKB sold for the second rapier. What are you selling for the second?
The blink, right? He's sitting in the fountain
That's true.
anyway.
You're sitting in the fountain.
If you're going to
Sell
do
the
what
blink.
you're talking about, you sell the blink.
I mean, you can also sell the bots.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, they got to land some.
Right, we've been looking at his items. We'll look at the rest of LGD's items. Is anyone else making some sort of comeback build?
No one's gotten any other
It's-
big
it's-
progression.
yeah, it's pretty much the snap.
It's the snap and the puck got Octarine.
And obviously on the side of Yandex, they're chilling, waiting to end the game. They've got every item under the sun that they could hope for.
Yeah, they literally got, what, 22,000 gold in these last couple minutes here. Everybody's got full slots.
Chilling. Not 100% yet, 98%.
Well, it's actually shocking.
Dota plus.
That's the rapier. That's the level 30 hope for the rapier.
I wonder if that does actually get taken into account. I want to see if he buys a second rapier, if that 2% increases.
I don't think so. Let's see how many chainmails Malady. Over under 10. I'm going to say Malady's going to get above 10 chainmails in this game at this rate. It starts to add up, and look at how big he gets. This is the best part about it all. You
he
grow
does,
in size. Yes.
And how many times? You can do that infinite times?
Oh, yeah.
What's the most you've seen?
The most I've done is 28.
You've done 28. And how big were you?
You
Like
are
kind of Tide Hunter size?
You are large.
or-
You are bigger. You're big like a primal beast almost. It is quite cool, but usually not.
Did that actually affect kind of like the radius of like any of your spells? It does. Like the battery assault will then reach further because your model's bigger.
Oh, that one I actually don't know. I know your Cloak of
You know what I
Flames AoE is
It's-
bigger, so I
yeah.
assume that the model just in general is bigger with everything. So, wow, I've spammed Clockwork a lot, and I don't even really fully know that one. That's embarrassing.
Well, I mean, it's not normally something that happens, right?
No, I don't really like to
chainmails.
eat 28 chainmails. You know, I think I've reported on that one quite often. Sorry, Lacoste.
What happens to your net worth when you eat the chainmail? Is that
it keeps it?
You keep the net worth. Okay.
They're just farming the whole map.
They're chilling.
Yep.
So that's why
chilling.
the most exciting thing right now is the
rapier.
What's going on in sort of the Whisper area?
Yep, the Whisper inventory. He has hit 27. He needs 28 and 29, and then he needs 30.
Dire are scanning.
And then you can start selling and buying these right-click items.
Sure, but you can never sell the BKBO, and you never can. Because you're just going to kill yourself on a blade mail or whatever, and anything.
Yeah, that's
you just can't.
That's right.
Even if you want to go full aggression, it's...
But the blink can go, and honestly, if you get a level 30 and you go right-click, you can also sell the refresher, right?
Yeah, then you sell
the refresher.
Yeah, you keep the blink.
You just go full right-click.
The refresher's really good because you do double shredder burst. You use it twice. It sounds clowny, but when you're at that
I know what
point,
you mean.
You know what I mean? Like,
But do you need double shredder burst if you have some crazy divine rapier right-click build when you're level 30?
Without crit, yes.
No, but he's going to be able to get that, right? He's going to change the build up if he gets to level 30.
I guess we'll get there. I will say, either way, it's
Yandex
pretty giant mountain to climb. As Yandex can do anything they want. Full item switch ups as well to a full satanic now for the Kez. Super tanky for him now. They can consider switching items now on heroes and even consuming Aghanims.
On Yandex?
Yeah. Chira can buy a Hex, he can eat his Ags.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest one. I think DM is already at critical mass, right? He's keeping the refresher in so he can double use, but he's got the Radiance.
Not really much more. I mean, obviously you can get a Moon Shard.
Yeah. Replace the Radiance with something if he felt like the need for it. But, yeah. They're chilling, and LGD just continues to be completely stuck.
I mean, in all honesty, what are they waiting for in Yandex?
Now they got the rush. Now they can go. They were waiting for that
but
rush.
I feel like okay.
I don't know. They did this the last time too. They're just very patient. They really
I get it. When I'm playing a Dota game, I don't want it to end. Because, you know, when it ends, that's when I got to go do the washing or do the dishes. You know,
True.
They probably have.
Well, they don't.
Pro players.
This is the last game.
At a LAN tournament.
This is the last game.
What do you mean?
This is game 3.
Yeah, well, doesn't mean they don't have to do the dishes.
Well, what the hell are you doing? Why would they have to do the dishes? They're going to go chill. Trying to set the trap on the one ward.
Well, Yuma's gone for it with the BKB, and I tell you what, they got a kill. Quite a big one. Cold Embrace comes out here for Theolacore. He might actually make it back home.
Tai Lung, he's deep.
Eon Disc is not going to help him too much with the Doom upon him. Will be the 1-for-1. It's a trade of the mids.
They got Chira, and they got him for the first time this game, so that's a really important kill.
But he doesn't have buyback on time.
He does not.
So he's dead for 2 minutes.
Wait. Okay, yeah, never mind. I was like, wait, he did use the buyback before.
Yuma.
Watson's in.
Gonna get called for the Hex. The Kisses are coming in. They're coming in, but they're getting kind of dodged. He got a few more on a Watson. That's enough actually to take out the Aegis.
Doom in the back line.
Gonna back up the Curse. Will hold back down. Can they get the toss? Still BKB. BKB now comes to an end. Got the toss. He's back in the fountain. DM the fountain. Punching him low, but not low enough. The DM will get out of there. Cold Embrace keeps Yuma safe.
The Doom.
Have they got a
again
second?
For a second?
Have they got a second Kisses?
That was
no,
both.
that was both.
He used it all.
But Theolacore.
Oh my God.
He's trying with the focus fire, but he's got no damage. He's a support.
And DM lives.
And DM's back in.
Watson.
Oh, Watson. Look at the ult top, but he's still pretty low. Whisper. Oh, the little shredder. Throw a tree at him. It's gonna miss. Whisper. Oh, he's full health. The Satanic, the full HP. Whisper's got to run. He's not gonna get the chance to get out. The rapier hits the floor. Buyback's coming out here from LGD, but it's a dieback on Theolacore. Rapier at the ready for Watson to pick up for himself. Has the money? He nearly has enough money for the second rapier. He's just got to try and get to the shop again, though, and now it's a little bit more difficult to get to the shop.
And it's a 3v5.
It's a 3v5. He's trying, though. The courier's going out. Time to sell the BKB.
Or the refresher. Either one. Just sell something.
Oh, true. Maybe the refresher.
Who cares? Anything.
Sell it. What's he selling? Sell something. He's not selling.
His team's making a move.
Yeah, okay. DM's trying to dive them.
Yuma disintegrated.
He did.
73,000 gold lead. We made it to 60 minutes.
4s. Whisper not selling anything to buy that second rapier.
And Watson is going to kill the throat
Yuma.
so fast.
He's going to look for the toss back, but the Wind Waker's going to keep him safe. The Kisses are coming in, but the Ancient's exposed. The Yandex ready to put this game and series to an end. Maybe not the Curse. In fact, they've killed off the Kez. Surely they can't hold LGD. They're trying, and indeed, they cannot. The game's over. The series is done. Yandex will take this series 2-1.
It took them 60 minutes, though.
It took them quite a while in this game 3.
And we did get to see at least the rapier get assembled. Thank God it did not get assembled. That would have been disastrous. But overall, Yandex, it's crazy I'm going to say this because it took 60 minutes, but a lot of this game did happen because of this snowball sequence bottom. Yeah, around like 20 minutes. It's crazy to say
It was
40
a long
minutes
time
later,
ago.
but that's how they built the drastic lead so far forward here in LGD. I mean, that fight decided so much of this game here because it got them Roche, it got them the Tormentor. They got so many extra items together from it. So for LGD, need to have things come together a bit cleaner here. But for Yandex, I don't know why they didn't pick the slaughter in the last game.
Absolutely.
It looked so good on Cheer.
Absolutely. And maybe just a bad day for the Frog. Largo lost game 1, lost game 2.
did.
And you'll say, well, there was no Largo in game 3. Just have a look at the Snapfire mount. It's another Frog that Whisper was riding. Not a good day for the Frog fans out there. 3 losses back to back to back as Yandex get this 2-1. And yeah, I mean, something about Kez as well, right? We saw both carries the series get to show off how explosive this hero can be. It's one of the reasons why we see so many teams ban this hero out
in the first
phase.
Yeah, agreed. And this Doom in particular too, right?
Yeah, DM.
He does get targeted pretty heavily in a lot of games. Some of his heroes that he's very good at are slipping through, and we get to see him pop off twice on it. Kind of takes over the game, gets this Radiant super early. Yeah.
And the heals, the sustain, we talked about it earlier, right?
Yep.
Satcher on the Kotl.
It's got to be good.
So many times for this mid-game where LGD were close to getting that kill, to killing something like the Kez, and they couldn't quite finish the job.
He's too comfortable on it. Probably something you got to think about, ban, be more prepared for. He never got jumped in the backline in any team fights. He got picked off a couple times, but in terms of team fights, he was just free cast.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, just straight up the sort of deaths on the supports on Yandex versus the amount of times the supports on LGD did end up going down. Quite the different story. Well, there we go. 3 overall one-sided games. Overall, Yandex coming out on top. Their series is theirs. 2-1 here against LGD.
A great victory for Yandex, and of course, again, with another Yandex victory today, we do have one of their players joining us, and this time of the other duo, it is going to be Malady joining us here. How you feeling? How you going after a long day in that win right there?
I'm doing okay. Just a little bit tired because the earliest game and the latest game is our games, unfortunately, but it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard part. It obviously took quite a while for you guys to be able to close out game 1 and game 3. What do you think are some of the reasons for that?
The reason for what?
Game 1 and game 3 being so long.
The game 1, I think we were just waiting for their mistake because we got the whole map control and we did not want to throw the game on the high ground. And the game number 3, it's like we were out farming them, but at the same time we were thinking about that this Snapfire might get the rapier and the game is going to be like very tough. So we were waiting for the daytime to play on the jetpack because you see the snap, you just jump the snap with a hook shot. Super easy.
All right, I mean, that makes sense. And I wanted to ask about the game 1. If you guys were in LGD's position and you were down that much gold lead, would you have just called GG earlier? Like, they held on for so long.
Yeah, I think we would have called the GG. I mean, not because we are bad, but because I think we cannot just be patient enough to sit on the high ground and hope for miracle to happen. We're just gonna go, call out the last smoke. It's either we fight them and we try to win, or we're just gonna get wiped and call the GG.
That is very fair. I was curious, because you said last time you played these guys at Blast, you said there was 4 sacks of potatoes in Tailong. Do you still feel the same, or how many sacks is it now?
They upgrade.
I think they're kind of improved. So is my English. So I'm gonna call them slacks of potatoes this time.
Okay, that's fair.
So Quinn has hyped up your Riz and your tracksuit. You know what I'm talking about?
The tracksuit.
Yeah, I need to see it because he keeps hyping it, and I never see it.
Is it Armani? Is the Armani tracksuit?
Yeah, it's this one. I'm gonna show it on the after party.
After party. Okay, so it's a very private
I haven't
deal.
seen it in a while.
Haven't seen what?
I haven't seen it in a while, the tracksuit.
I got a couple of them.
Okay, after party, I'll see it there.
All right.
Okay, game 1 draft was one of the worst drafts I've seen, in my opinion, from LGD. You know, like the Largo, Timber, and the Alchemist when the Doom was still in the pool. How did you feel about the game 1 draft?
I think once I saw 4 of their heroes, I understand already that we won this game.
Yeah. Okay, then
they picked Alchemist, Largo, and Timbersaw and didn't want the death profit that we wanted. So we got a free DP. They cannot really find a mid laner. I mean, because we knew that either Largo or Timber will go mid.
Yeah, and then your coach, I don't know too much about him. Does he take like full charge of the draft, like when it comes to prepping? Can you give us like a little bit of insight to that?
No, our coach is useless. He doesn't do anything. I take responsibility for
all?
every hero that I pick. Yep.
And how many heroes did you pick in that draft? All of them? You called for all of them?
Kinda. Yeah. I think I was trying my best to convince my guys that we need exactly those heroes.
You're a baller. I love this guy. You're perfect.
I mean, y'all won the game, so that's all that counts.
Did everything else, Kezu, that you wanted to?
No, I'm happy.
No, it's late night. I think we had a lot of
Okay,
He's
all right.
tired.
We won't hold you any longer than Malady. You've already done us so many favors. Of course, you had the first and the last series here, so we'll let you go back. Congratulations. Actually, one more before I let you go. You guys aren't playing today, so you had to suffer through the first and the last series, but you're not playing tomorrow. What are you guys
Really?
going to... You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you're free.
Yeah, you know, you have tomorrow off.
All right.
Do you feel a bit better then about doing first and last?
Yeah.
Then I can ask him one more question.
Relieved now.
Okay, yeah,
can
you're
I ask
not
you one more
playing
question?
tomorrow. You're not coming in
Yeah,
tomorrow.
of course.
Okay.
Okay, then you get one more.
Who are the best post 5s at this tournament?
Who are the best post 5s?
Yeah.
How many teams are left?
There's 6.
I would say number 1 for me, I guess, from the teams that we have is a Kaori. Number 2 is Tofu.
Yep.
And number 3 is Snaking.
Okay, and now if you have to rank the worst post 5s, who's that?
It's me, guys.
Oh, who else?
Who else?
It can't just be you. You're too good. You call all the shots for your team. You tell them what's up. Wait for the
Useless bot
jetpack.
coach.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say any nicknames no more. I believe in karma, and I think karma
You're
is
a
gonna
changed
hit
man.
me very hard.
I respect that. I respect that.
That's very fair.
All right, changed man. Yeah, you have tomorrow off, but we'll still let you go. I know it's been a long one for you, Malady. Congratulations again. Enjoy your one day off, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna drink beer soon.
Okay.
Go ham, brother.
All right, well, then I'll let you go do that. Thank you so much for joining us there. Enjoy the copious amounts of beers that he's going to go and have there with his team. But Yandex having a great day for themselves. And yeah, a bit of a shock to Malady there. He won't be playing tomorrow. It's going to be different teams, different matchups. But aside from the interview being incredibly enjoyable, how would you guys rate this series overall? Because we finally got a game 3 and a best of 3.
I think the first 2 games were disappointing, I would say.
Okay.
But the third game, I think it did deliver. Because while it looked again like, okay, LGD are just holding, they were holding for a reason. They had purpose, you know, they got to their rapiers and some talents like double toss, 25 snap ult. So I do think the last game delivered, but I just expected a little bit more overall from the start of the series.
Just a little bit more like firepower, a little bit of
Yeah, like
pizzazz.
even and like fire, not just like the one-man show, you know, like one team, bam, I stomp you, then they turn it around. And then, you know, we get the Malady interview. I'm back on top. I'm in cloud right now. I'm in the clouds. This guy is good. This guy's good.
It is. We also have T rejoining us here. What did you make of that game number 3?
It was alright. It was a game. Honestly,
Doesn't sound that exciting.
Honestly, I know it's our job to hype it up, but I'll be honest, this series just didn't really live up to the expectations I had, right? Like, the fact it was Stompy, game 3 as well, like, Yandex were quite dominant. They win, like, one fight, and then they kind of play for the farm. They kind of do, like, some old-school Tundra, you know, 24 Falcons kind of vibe. They kind of just didn't want to throw it away, and they just win. So to me, it's like, I'm kind of upset by LGD. I'm also upset by Yandex, and I hope that the break day helps Yandex a lot, because I want more conviction in their games. Like, they shouldn't be having these like drop-off games in game 2 if they are to be winning this tournament.
Okay, well then let's look at the bracket, because maybe there's going to be a series that will make you a little bit more hyped, something that can inspire you a bit more, because yeah, earlier today what we are seeing here is our results. Yandex 2-0'd Aurora, then we switched to Falcons 2-0'ing Liquid, then we finally had our game number 3 here where Yandex eventually took it. They have that day off, and so what we're looking at tomorrow is of course going to be BetBoom and Falcons is one of the options of our hype series. Liquid up against LGD, and then of course Aurora up against whoever loses between BetBoom and Falcons.
I can give you some positivity if you'd like, because
I should hope so. Yeah.
Let's bring it. There we go. BB versus Falcons. That's the series that I'm looking for straight away. Is the first one, because both those teams are looking very good. Sumo as well on Falcons just popped off immensely, and knowing that they are going to go up against Yandex, like, to me that is going to be best of 3. That will be, you know, 2 titans just punching each other and close games. So BB Falcons moving to Yandex, like, that path just looks good no matter what. So yeah.
Quinn?
I mean, I will
Keep
say
it
from the games today, shout out to Owen and Fog. They made that last game ultra interesting. I had a great time watching the game. I thought it was super fun. They were rocking it on the cast. The rapier shenanigans, I had a great time. And I also think that Yandex, I like the way they innovated and adapted throughout the draft, throughout the series. I think that's why they won, because I think they were the better adapters and they were able to fix their problems, even though they lost the coin flip. And whoever the heck, what are they called? LGD had choice in game 3. That they still won the draft and outmaneuvered them and adapted, and LGD really didn't. I think that was where they outplayed, and I think kudos to Malady for picking all 5 heroes, even though we had a bot coach.
Apparently
and, and I think that is to me the standout performance, is that I think they outplayed them in the draft.
Yeah. And then tomorrow was my other question as well.
Tomorrow, I think I'm excited to watch the Burger Boys. I think they've been cooking pretty hard this tournament. I think, I honestly, specifically the mid lane, I think you highlighted Sumail, but I think also the actual laning aspect of it, GPK versus Sumail, is 2 players that want to win the lane. They're not trying to skate around. They're not trying to chill or vibe. They're trying to, it's SmackDown time. So I want to see that.
And lastly, Kezu, is there going to be a different series, or are you going to be the same?
I'll go with the LGD Liquid, even though it's teams that both of them didn't really perform well today. But it's like sometimes you need kind of the slap in the face, or like a reality check that yo, what we're doing right now, it's not good, let's make it better, because they have time to talk, they have time to do better. Because LGD, I expected more coming into today, having them, they have a break, they did good in groups, but I didn't really see them show up that much today. So I'm hoping that tomorrow that will be better.
Well, I'm going to hit you guys with the reality check. That's the end of day number 1. We're all done and dusted here for Blast Slam 7. Make sure you guys tune in for tomorrow. 3 more best of 3s and a lot of Dota action.